Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The captain standing at the side saw many recruits entering the Ling Tian battle team. Most of the outstanding recruit entered the Ling Tian battle team. They felt complicated. Since Ling Tian was a new battle team, they were able to take in as many people as their star level allowed. The staff member was shocked by the number of ace operators that entered the team, so he didn't realize that the maximum capacity of the Ling Tian battle team was 50. If he noticed this, he would have realized the real star level of this battle team. Ling Lan checked through her team members again and ascertained that she didn't leave anyone out. The members of the Ling Tian battle team would be able to stay together now. Ling Lan finished everything and turned to look at the captain standing at the side. She raised her eyebrows and asked, "Did you all come here to reminisce about your past?" Her cold voice woke everyone up from their thoughts. The captains finally remembered that they were here to find new bloods for their battle teams. Why were they distracted by Ling Lan? The captains rushed to the recruits that they took a fancy on. Although Qi Long and his friends were taken, there was other people on their list. The atrium became noisy instantly. Some of the recruits thought that they would be randomly allocated by the mainframe, so when they received an invitation from a captain, they felt elated and grateful. They immediately accepted the invitation. Shen Rufei knew that he lost. None of the people that he wanted would join his mecha clan. He was humiliated and embarrassed. There was no point in staying here anymore, so he prepared to leave when no one noticed him. Ling Lan saw Shen Rufei's movement and a cold gaze shot from her eyes. Li Lanfeng noticed this and understood what she wanted. He rushed out and blocked Shen Rufei. "Senior Colonel Shen, don't leave so quickly." "Major Li, what do you want?" Shen Rufei asked angrily. Li Lanfeng waved the broken chair leg in his hand and smiled. "Have you forgotten what we said just now?" Shen Rufei's face changed. He remembered the armed melee challenge that Zhao Jun said. He rejected the challenge because Zhao Jun was not a member of Ling Tian at that time. Now, Li Lanfeng must be finding him for the same thing. Li Lanfeng's action caught the attention of some Ling Tian members. They realized that Shen Rufei wanted to leave, so they all gathered around him. Although Shen Rufei held a position that he didn't have the capabilities of holding, he was still able to sit on it for all these years. This showed that he was a smart person. He looked at the situation and knew that he couldn't avoid the armed melee challenge. He shouted decisively, "Li Lanfeng, I accept your challenge." Shen Rufei came alone. He had the option of choosing a 1vs1 battle. As compared to Zhao Jun and Qi Long, who were at the late stage of Qi Jin, Shen Rufei felt that Li Lanfeng was much easier to deal with. Shen Rufei knew that Li Lanfeng had a weak body. He was an ace operator when he entered the military, but he was only able to sustain his prime state for only 10 minutes. This made him almost useless in a battle. Hence, he was not chosen by many battle teams and became the first ace mecha master to be randomly allocated by the mainframe. Luckily, he was sent to the mecha clan in Zhao Jun's battle team. Although they were on different battle teams, but they were content to be able to live together. After that, Zhao Jun started to get stronger and Li Lanfeng got famous as a strategist. They caught the attention of the Nameless battle team and became temporary members of Nameless. Since Li Lanfeng was not known for his mecha operation skills, it further proved that his body was weak. Hence, his physical skills should not be good too. To Shen Rufei, Li Lanfeng was the best choice for him to have a one-on-one battle with. This was Shen Rufei's plan. The members of Ling Tian were angry when they heard what Shen Rufei said. They felt that he was unscrupulous. Everyone knew that Li Lanfeng's body was weak. It had caused him quite a lot of inconvenience. Luo Lang rushed out. "There is no need for a senior like you to take part in an armed melee challenge. I can take part in the battle for you. Do you dare to fight me?" Luo Lang knew that because of his looks, the other party might allow him to take the place of Li Lanfeng. He looked as weak as Li Lanfeng. Shen Rufei sneered. "Major Li was the one who invited me for the battle just now. Why are you being a coward now?" It is shameless of you to ask other people to take your place. Shen Rufei glanced at Luo Lang. He knew that Luo Lang was between the middle and late stage of Qi Jin. He would be crazy to accept his request. Zhao Jun wanted to say something but Li Lanfeng stopped him. He smiled and said, "Since Senior Colonel Shen wants to fight with me so badly, I will not reject you." Lanfeng. Zhao Jun frowned. He disapproved of Li Lanfeng's decision. Li Lanfeng was only at the peak of refinement. He was not Shen Rufei's match. Li Lanfeng consoled Zhao Jun. He looked at Ling Lan. Ling Lan nodded at him. Her eyes were calm but Li Lanfeng felt a sense of trust coming from it. Ling Lan believed him. Li Lanfeng clenched his fist. The nervousness in him disappeared. He felt warmth in his heart. The trust Ling Lan had towards him energized him. This was the best kind of friendship anyone could have. Li Lanfeng looked at Shen Rufei and took a firm step out. An invisible pressure came from him and Shen Rufei took a step back instinctively. When he realized what he did, he felt embarrassed. He shouted, "You have the courage. However, I will not go easy on you." Qi Long and the rest of the people were frustrated. There was no way Li Lanfeng would win. They wanted to stop him but they realized that they couldn't move. Let him fight. Ling Lan's cold voice appeared beside everyone. Besides Li Lanfeng and Shen Rufei, everyone heard her voice. They all looked towards her. Ling Lan nodded. Her cold voice sounded beside their ears again. Clear 30 meters away from the center of the battle. Yes. The members of Ling Tian saw that Ling Lan agreed to let Li Lanfeng fight so they put down their worries and moved away from Li Lanfeng. They brought everyone out and gave Li Lanfeng and Shen Rufei room to battle. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The other captains finished recruiting their new members and realized the atmosphere in the atrium was tense. They saw the empty space in the middle and saw Li Lanfeng and Shen Rufei standing there. They got a shock and quickly asked the members of Ling Tian about what was happening. When they heard that Shen Rufei requested to battle Li Lanfeng to settle the feud between him and Ling Tian, they felt that he was unscrupulous too. They didn't know why Li Lanfeng accepted the challenge. Shen Rufei saw the space that was cleared out for them. He raised his leg and kicked a metal chair beside him. The chair broke. He reached out and grabbed a broken chair leg. Li Lanfeng held onto his broken chair leg tightly. They stood 3 meters apart and stared at each other. The atrium was dead silent. Li Lanfeng and Shen Rufei didn't move. They were looking for an opening in each other's defense. Once they found it, they would attack it furiously. A few minutes passed by. Shen Rufei couldn't find any opening on Li Lanfeng. He thought that Li Lanfeng was just an easy opponent but it seemed like he might be wrong. He felt frustrated. Li Lanfeng's eyes lit up. He rushed out and aimed the broken chair leg at Shen Rufei's head. Shen Rufei narrowed his eyes. He raised his hand and blocked the attack. Bang! A loud sound erupted as the two broken chair legs hit against each other. Sparks flew out from the impact. The two people jumped back and slid for a few meters. They distanced themselves and started a staring competition again. People with sharp eyes saw what had happened in that instant. When the two weapons collided, Shen Rufei raised his leg and tried to sneak an attack on Li Lanfeng. However, Li Lanfeng saw through his intention and blocked his sneak attack. The force produced from this action caused them to bounce back. Shen Rufei's heart dropped after this attack. He thought that he could dominate over his opponent but they were on par. In the database, Li Lanfeng's physical skills were at the peak of refinement while he was at Qi Jin. "You hide yourself well," Shen Rufei gritted his teeth and said. Li Lanfeng replied indifferently, "I didn't hide it on purpose. I just forgot to update my information." This was the truth. For these 3 years, Li Lanfeng persisted in practicing the movements that Ling Lan taught him. When other people were eating, he was practicing. When other people were sleeping, he was still practicing. Every time he practiced, he felt his bones resisting the changes and felt that they could break at any moment. He had to experience this pain a few times every day. Sometimes, he thought he would die from the pain. Thinking back, Li Lanfeng was amazed that he managed to survive. He shivered slightly when he remembered back the pain. However, it was a good thing that he persisted. This foundational actions required persistence. People who practiced it would only feel pain in their first year. In the second year, the pain would gradually lessen, but there was no real improvements on his body. Many people would give up and feel that it was a waste of effort and time. However, Li Lanfeng continued on. He trusted Ling Lan. He felt that if there were no results, it meant that he was not practicing hard enough. Li Lanfeng started to push himself harder. He would only stop after he was exhausted. Sometimes, he was so exhausted until he had no more energy to climb onto his bed. He would sleep on the floor of his dormitory. After repeating this for months, Li Lanfeng finally felt the benefits. He managed to break through and advanced to Qi Jin. He had been stuck at the peak of refinement for a long time, so his foundations were strong. Thus, after half a year, Li Lanfeng continued smoothly into the middle stage of Qi Jin. Just like what Li Lanfeng said, he was too busy with his missions and practices, so didn't have the time to go to the assessment department to update his information. Of course, he did have his own thoughts, so he didn't tell Zhao Jun and Li Shiyu about his improvement. He wanted Ling Lan to be the first person to know about this good news. He wanted to show off his Qi Jin skills in front of Ling Lan and tell him that he didn't let him down. However, Shen Rufei didn't believe what Li Lanfeng said. When he saw how the rest of the Ling Tian members were shocked at Li Lanfeng's Qi Jin level, he sneered. He had an idea. This is weird. You are a good strategist, but you can't even believe in your own teammates. Shen Rufei's words had a double meaning behind them. He was trying to tell the members of the Ling Tian battle team that they trusted the wrong person. But, his words were useless. The members of Ling Tian were not affected by his words at all. They were stunned at Li Lanfeng's level of physical skills, but they were not unhappy with him. Li Lanfeng had left for 3 years. If he didn't make any improvements in these 3 years, they would instead be worried for him. The only people that could be affected would be Zhao Jun and Li Shiyu. However, before they could react, Li Lanfeng smiled at them mysteriously and said, "If they really did care for me, they would know what my true level is." Li Lanfeng's gaze made Zhao Jun uneasy. Was he saying that he didn't care much about him? That was why he didn't realize that Li Lanfeng was already at the Qi Jin level. He looked at Li Shiyu. Li Shiyu was calm. He seemed to have already known about Li Lanfeng's advancement to Qi Jin. Zhao Jun felt apologetic towards Li Lanfeng. He thought back about the past 3 years. He had been too busy with missions and practicing his mecha piloting and didn't spend much time with Li Lanfeng. "Sob, old friend, it is my fault. Please don't look at me with those eyes. I will feel even more guilty." Li Shiyu noticed Li Lanfeng's gaze too. After a while, he saw Zhao Jun looking at him. He seemed to be asking if he knew about Li Lanfeng's true power. Li Shiyu recalled how close Zhao Jun and Li Lanfeng were and felt that Zhao Jun would definitely know about Li Lanfeng's true capabilities. On the other hand, he was always in the hospital and the laboratory. He didn't spend much time with them. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. That was just an excuse. Li Shiyu stopped himself. The fact was, he neglected his teammate. If he had shown more concern towards Li Lanfeng, he would have noticed the change in his physical skills. Li Shiyu felt guilty. He started reprimanding himself. He still didn't treat Li Lanfeng and Zhao Jun as his real friends. If it was his eldest cousin brother, he would have noticed any changes with him right away. Li Shiyu knew that he was in the wrong. However, he was afraid of hurting Zhao Jun and Li Lanfeng's feelings, so he forced himself to maintain calm. He must make them believe that they were important to him. He would start treating them like his family from now on. Li Lanfeng used one sentence to solve the potential trust crisis between them. Ling Lan smiled. Li Lanfeng was indeed a sly and cunning person. He managed to turn the situation around in just a split second. Shen Rufei realized his instigation was useless. He was furious. This change in emotion caused him to reveal an opening to Li Lanfeng. Li Lanfeng rushed toward Shen Rufei without any hesitation. He swung the broken chair leg and it formed lingering shadows in the air. Bang, bang, bang. The two weapons collided with each other as the two people started fighting again. The fights between soldiers were bloody and serious. They would not hold back, unlike cadets in the military academies. Unless they couldn't find any weapons, soldiers wouldn't fight empty-handed. This was why the fights between soldiers were known as armed melee challenges. Shen Rufei and Li Lanfeng fought with all their might. Boom! Li Lanfeng swung his weapon forcefully at Shen Rufei. Shen Rufei tilted his body to the side and dodged the attack. The weapon hit the ground and a crack formed on the floor. The crack stopped right in front of the crowd. Ling Lan's prediction was accurate. She was certain about the capabilities of these two people. The force of a Qi-Jin level attack could only travel at most 30 meters. If the crowd stayed further than 30 meters away from them, they would not be implicated. The logistics commander smiled bitterly. Both the people who were fighting were higher ranked than him. How was he supposed to stop them? The logistics commander looked at the floor and then shifted his gaze back onto the two people that were fighting. He told himself that he was too engrossed in watching the fight, so he didn't notice anyone destroying public properties. Shen Rufei was furious after dodging the attack. He wanted to kick Li Lanfeng. Li Lanfeng moved and evaded the kick. His movements were weird and unpredictable. Qi Long, Luo Lang, Han Jijian and Lin Zhongqing saw his movements and stopped worrying about him. They had been with Ling Lan for the longest time, so they knew that was a unique skill created by their boss. It was the most suitable skill to be used in close-range combat. Shen Rufei missed Li Lanfeng and kicked the floor instead. Cracks formed on the floor again. The logistics commander saw it and decided to brainwash himself. I didn't see anything. Li Lanfeng noticed that Shen Rufei was stuck, so he immediately aimed his weapon at Shen Rufei's face. The force caused wind to form around him. Shen Rufei had not regained his balance, so there was no way he could dodge the attack. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to receive the blow with his weapon. Boom! A loud noise erupted beside Shen Rufei's ear. The sound of the collision burst his eardrum as the weapon struck too close to his ears. Blood slowly flowed out of his ear. Shen Rufei gasped in pain. The pain irritated him. He used his left hand to grab Li Lanfeng's right hand, which was holding the weapon. He raised his weapon and slammed it down on Li Lanfeng with a hideous grin. Li Lanfeng was shocked by the loud noise just now. However, he was further away from the weapons when they collided, so he was not hurt. However, without the pain to stimulate him, he reacted slower than Shen Rufei and was caught by surprise. He was unable to escape. In the face of such crisis, Li Lanfeng remained calm. He knew that he couldn't avoid Shen Rufei's attack, so he decided to release all his spiritual power. He gasped and blood flowed out of his mouth. The spiritual power he released was far greater than what his body could handle. Hence, he received some internal injuries. But, with the help of his spiritual power, Li Lanfeng was able to analyze Shen Rufei's attack and the weapon's trajectory. There is a chance. Li Lanfeng saw an opportunity. He flicked his wrist and threw his weapon out and caught it with his left hand. He focused all his internal energy on his left hand and swung his left hand as hard as he could at Shen Rufei. Bang! Another loud noise rang by their eardrums. Both weapons flew out of their hands. The noise hurt both their eardrums this time. However, since Shen Rufei was hurt the second time, he was in a worse state than Li Lanfeng. More blood flowed out from both of his ears. It dripped onto his shoulders and stained his military uniform. Clang! Clang! The two weapons fell on the floor. They rolled a few meters away before stopping. Everyone noticed that the two straight metal pipes were now badly dented and damaged. Bam! The two people that lost their weapon had no choice but to use their fist. Shen Rufei held on to Li Lanfeng tightly so Li Lanfeng couldn't escape. However, Shen Rufei couldn't dodge Li Lanfeng's retaliation too. Bam! 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 Their fists smashed onto each other again and again. Soon, both their fists were filled with blisters and wounds. They had forgotten all about battling techniques. They were just using raw brutal force to attack one another. It was a fight based on strength and stamina. The members of Ling Tian were silent but they clenched their fist tightly and prayed for Li Lanfeng. They didn't expect the gentle and cunning Li Lanfeng to have such a violent side to him too. They felt their adrenaline pumping through their veins. 3 more attacks and the match will end. Ling Lan's smile got brighter. 3 attacks later, Shen Rufei suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. He lost. The injuries from their Qi Jin attacks as well as the physical injuries from the brawl accumulated inside him and it overwhelmed his body. Li Lanfeng smiled at him sarcastically. He used all his energy left and punched Shen Rufei one last time. Shen Rufei flew 10 meters away and slammed forcefully onto the floor. He didn't stand up again. He had been knocked unconscious. Li Lanfeng couldn't control himself anymore. He spit out some blood and fell to the floor. A figure flashed in front of him and caught him in his arm. Li Lanfeng looked up at the cold and handsome face. He smiled. Ling Lan, I didn't embarrass you, right? You didn't. Ling Lan replied him softly. She couldn't see Li Lanfeng's face but she felt that his smile must be handsome. It should be a hopeful and lively smile. Ling Lan understood how Li Lanfeng felt. His specter abilities caused him to dominate the virtual world but in return, he gained a weak body. He couldn't pilot a mecha in real life. This was a huge blow to a man who wanted to become a powerful mecha operator. Many people would have given up in their dreams and wallowed in self-pity. However, Li Lanfeng didn't. Although he had no chance of getting better, he still persevered for 20 years until he met Ling Lan. Now, Li Lanfeng overcame his greatest hurdle, his weak body. Ling Lan believed that this man would create his own legacy soon. After he heard Ling Lan's reply, Li Lanfeng closed his eyes happily and fainted. His body was still weaker than Shen Rufei but he managed to last longer because of his spiritual power. This was why he won. Ling Lan carried him with both hands and shouted, "Shiyu." Yes, Captain. Li Shiyu regained his senses and quickly rushed out. Ling Lan passed Li Lanfeng to Li Shiyu. Li Shiyu carried Li Lanfeng towards the crowd with Zhao Jun quickly coming over to help. They placed Li Lanfeng on a bench nearest to them. Li Shiyu felt around Li Lanfeng's body. He realized that Li Lanfeng was hanging on by a thread. He immediately took out a pendant around his neck. There were 3 diamonds on the pendant. Li Shiyu felt around the pendants and 3 silver needles appeared in his hand. No one saw how he did it but Li Shiyu stopped the heavy bleeding with his needles. Then, he flicked the pendant open. There was a miniature medicine bottle in the pendant. Li Shiyu gently opened the bottle. He pinched Li Lanfeng's chin and opened his mouth. Li Shiyu poured the medicine into his mouth. The effects would be faster and better if the medicine was directly injected into the bloodstream. However, Li Shiyu rushed over here just now so he didn't bring his medical kit with him. He could only feed the medicine to Li Lanfeng. Luckily, Li Shiyu's medicine were very effective. He believed that none of the emergency medicine in the Federation was as effective as his. It was just a small bottle but it took him 2 years to make it. It required a lot of time and effort to make this one bottle of medicine. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. A few seconds later, Li Lanfeng regained consciousness. He opened his eyes and saw Li Shiyu looking at him worryingly. He knew that Li Shiyu must have treated him just now. Warmth spread through his body. The organs that were seriously injured started healing themselves. The excruciating pain in his body disappeared too. Li Lanfeng said gratefully, "Thank you, Shiyu. As long as you are fine." Li Shiyu saw that Li Lanfeng's condition gradually improved and heaved a sigh of relief. He was confident about his emergency medication, but since the patient was his good friend, he couldn't help but to worry. While Li Shiyu was treating Li Lanfeng, Ling Lan walked toward Shen Rufei, who was lying on the floor, and said, "Stop pretending. I know that you are conscious." Shen Rufei opened his eyes. Malicious intent flashed past his eyes. He wanted to pretend that he was unconscious so that people would not laugh at him. However, Ling Lan exposed him. Ling Lan ignored the hatred in Shen Rufei's eyes. She looked down slightly and said, "Senior Colonel Shen, I hope that you will remember what happened today. Don't try to create trouble for us. If you do, you will suffer even more." Ling Lan was obviously threatening him. Shen Rufei felt humiliation, anger and fear. All the emotions rushed up his head and he fainted. This time, it was real. Ling Lan was speechless. Shen Rufei had such a weak heart. She just threatened him with just one sentence and he fainted. However, Ling Lan achieved her motive, so she didn't pester Shen Rufei anymore. She stood up straight and walked back to her companions. Everyone looked at her. They were all curious about Ling Lan. The countdown timer suddenly rang at this moment. It signaled the end of the registration time window for the recruits. Those that didn't register in time would have two options. They could either go back to the recruit training camp and train while waiting for the next batch of recruits to come and register with them, or they could go back to their military academy and continue their studies and apply next year. However, most of the time, this problem didn't exist. Even if the recruits were heavily injured, they would still crawl over to register themselves. None of the recruits left. During the training camp, their instructors had informed them about the procedures of registration. They had to remain in the atrium after registering. Half an hour later, they would be led to the North Plaza. The hover buses driving to each respective battle clan were parked there. They would ride on the hover bus and go to their respective battle clans. Of course, the recruits that joined old battle teams based on invitation could directly leave. The mainframe would distribute them to the Mecha clan where the battle team was situated at. Half an hour later, everyone felt their communicator vibrated. Ling Lan looked at her wrist. Middle Second Corps 250 Mecha Clan. Ling Lan felt speechless when she saw the name. It sounded like they were being scolded. 250 was used to describe someone who was half-witted and had a pea-brain. Was this Mecha Clan suitable for them? Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. In the officer department in the 23rd Division, He Shuyang immediately sent a command to the mainframe after the recruits completed their registration. He sighed loudly when he saw the command being executed. The second advisor Tong Jiying wanted to discuss something with He Shuyang, but he saw He Shuyang's expression. He asked, "What happened?" He Shuyang didn't know what to say. He sighed again. Tong Jiying got curious. What exactly happened? He Shuyang didn't close his computer screen yet, so he pointed at it and asked Tong Jiying to take a look at it himself. Tong Jiying glanced at the information. He couldn't help but laugh. The Ling Tian battle team? Do you have a grudge against them? Why did you send them to the 250 Mecha clan? He Shuyang glared at him. This is a test. He couldn't tell him that this was a decision made by the general. Poor young Master Lan. Test. Can you don't say things that you don't even believe in? Tong Jiying refuted, I hope that this battle team would escape from the curse and not be destroyed there. Tong Jiying sighed after he finished speaking. 250 Mecha clan was a special Mecha clan. Its presence gave General Ling Xiao a headache. There was nothing he could do for 250 Mecha clan. He could only leave them to fend for themselves. Ling Lan brought the people from her battle team to the plaza. There were many hover buses parked above the plaza. Every 10 meters, there was a boarding gate. Ling Lan chose a gate that had no one waiting in line and checked the kiosk near the gate. She realized that only the name of the corps were shown. The names of specific mecha clans were not displayed. Ling Lan knew that, if no one formed a new battle team, there would only be a few recruits entering each mecha clan. Some mecha clan might not even have recruits. These hover buses would send the recruits to the corps and then, the corps would arrange them to be sent to their respective mecha clans. Ling Lan chose the middle second corps and keyed in the number of people she had on her battle team. Then, she patiently waited for the hover bus to come. Ling Lan didn't like the number of her mecha clan. However, she knew that there was no special meaning to 250 in this era. It was just a number. She felt that she might be thinking too much about it. Very soon, a hover bus came by. The door opened. Ling Lan was standing in the front, so she saw that there were already a few people on the bus. Ling Lan had a good memory, so she recognized the 4 people in the bus. They were the captains of battle teams. The other 2 people sitting next to them were recruits. They must be the ones that were selected by the captains. The captains were stunned when they saw Ling Lan. After a while, one of them rubbed his hands excitedly and said, "I didn't expect you all to come to our middle second corps. This is a blessing for us. We welcome you all with open arms." The captain was too enthusiastic. He looked as though something amazing fell onto his lap. Ling Lan had a bad feeling about this. She shouldn't have let down her guard so easily. "Can we get into the bus?" Ling Lan calmed herself down and asked. "Yes, of course." The captain realized that he was blocking the entrance, so he hurriedly moved to the side. Ling Lan entered the bus. Her team members followed behind her. She randomly sat on a seat. Li Lanfeng wanted to sit beside Ling Lan, but he gave up the idea. Ling Lan had an image to maintain as the captain of a battle team. Li Lanfeng sat with Zhao Jun on the seats right behind Ling Lan's. The other 2 captains wanted to sit next to Ling Lan too. However, the cold aura that she gave out deterred them from going anywhere near her. They chose to sit in the row in front of Ling Lan's. Once everyone sat down and there was no more new request for the hover bus, the soldier driving the bus closed the door and left the plaza. To protect the locations of the military bases, their coordinates were not entered into the optical supercomputer of the hover buses. Instead, the buses were manually operated. After driving for a while, one of the captains couldn't control himself anymore and asked Ling Lan, "Which mecha clan are you allocated to?" 250, Ling Lan replied coldly. "Huh?" The captain gave a look of disbelief. Beep. The hover bus's alarm sounded. Everyone looked at the driver. The soldier immediately maneuvered the bus back to its original route. It had gone off its designated route just now. "I'm sorry. I made a mistake just now," the soldier apologized hurriedly. Ling Lan frowned. The reaction from the driver as well as the captain told her that there was something amiss with 250 Mecha Clan. "Is there something wrong with 250 Mecha Clan?" Ling Lan looked at the captain with her cold eyes. The captain looked at Ling Lan with pity. "Yes. That place, Sai, once you experienced it for yourself, you will understand." The captain turned back and faced the front. He never spoke to Ling Lan again. It was as though he was afraid that Ling Lan would ask him more questions. By now, Ling Lan knew that there was something amiss with 250 Mecha Clan. If not, the captain would not give her such a look. She saw pity, regret, and sympathy in the captain's eyes just now. It was as if they were hopeless. "Little 4, give me all the information you can find for 250 Mecha Clan." Since she couldn't ask them, Ling Lan decided to use her ultimate cheat sheet, Little 4. "Yes, boss." Little 4 was playing a tower defense game with someone in the virtual world. However, when he heard the command given by his boss, he immediately stopped his game. Since his opponent spent so much time playing with him, he should give him some benefits. Little Four thought to himself when he left the game. After a few seconds, Little Four gathered all the data about 250 Mecha Clan. He didn't leave any information out, not even rumors. Ling Lan flipped through the materials in her mindscape. Her frown got deeper. Ling Lan didn't believe that it was a coincidence. Her instinct told her that her father must have had a part to play in putting their battle team in 250 Mecha Clan. Her father made things difficult for her again. By now, Ling Lan was used to it. I will just take things as it comes along. Since she couldn't change what was going to happen, she would just embrace it. Ling Lan was not a coward. She threw 250 Mecha Clan to the back of her mind and went to take a rest. In the hacker department of the Flying Dragon Special Forces, many captains of the battle teams in the Flying Dragon Special Forces were waiting for a piece of news. We found it. 17 people from the 23rd Division formed their battle team today. We searched all the names of Sky God's son and finally found his youngest son, Qi Long. We found that battle team that he is in. The hacker that was in charge of this task was the commander of the hacker department, Brain 1. The hacker department took many hours before they found the information that they wanted. On the big screen in the hacker department, the word Ling Tian was shown on it. Qi Long is the captain of the team? Someone asked. We are not sure. We are unable to get the detailed name list of the Ling Tian battle team. Brain 1, who was lying in his login pod, frowned as he said that. He didn't expect the firewall of the 23 RD Division's virtual world to be so strong. It took them a few hours to break through the wall. He even had to lead the team personally. Despite this, they only managed to break through a certain part of the wall. He felt embarrassed. Even you can't do it? Everyone was shocked. Brain 1 was the strongest hacker in the Federation. If he said that he was the second best, no one would dare to say that he or she was the best. Yes. The firewall of the 23rd Division is made up of 128 passcodes which alternates every second. If we can't break the code in a second, we will have to restart the decoding process again, Brain 1 said in a depressed tone. Alternating 128 passcodes in a second was the ultimate firewall in the Flying Dragon Special Forces mainframe. They didn't expect a division to have such a firewall too. Do other divisions have this firewall too? Is it just specially given to the 23rd Division? Brain 1 felt helpless. With his skills, there was only a 1% success rate that he could break the 128 codes in 1 second. Thinking about his, Brain 1 immediately went to hack another division's mainframe. He realized that this division only have 64 passcodes alternating every second. He heaved a sigh of relief. Seems like 23rd Division was an exception. Have you found it? The rest of the people thought that Brain 1 was looking for Ling Tian's information, so when he sighed in relief, they thought that he found more information. No, Brain 1 quickly got out of the mainframe of the division. He entered the mainframe of the 23rd Division and saw the firewall again. We will need a few days to bypass this firewall, Brain 1 said after running through the success rate in his mind. Actually, there is no need to know the detailed name list of Ling Tian, right? Since Qi Long is in the battle team, we can be certain that Sky God appeared in the second mission. Having a good father is really useful. He could clear all the obstacles for you. This is frustrating. How dare they humiliate us? Someone snorted. Head, what do you think? Everyone looked at the man that was relaxing on the sofa. Head was just a nickname. His real name was Head 1. He was the captain of the Dragon Head battle team. We have Qi Long's information, right? Head 1 asked. He is a recruit from the 1st Men's Military Academy. Brain 1 threw Qi Long's information at Head 1. Since he is a recruit, let a recruit handle him. Head stood up. What do you mean? The other captains were confused. It is time to let our prodigy make his appearance, Head 1 replied them calmly. The Flying Dragon Special Forces was not a force that you could bully so easily. Everyone's eyes lit up. Qi Long was a recruit, so if they sent an experienced member, other people might say that they were bullying him. However, if they sent another recruit to defeat Qi Long, no one could say anything. Actually, any recruit would do. There is no need to send him. Someone felt that there was no need to send someone so powerful to deal with such a weak person. Since they want to step on our faces, there is no need for us to care about their feelings. Head 1 left after he finished his sentence. Head seems furious. The other captains looked at Head 1's back and whispered among themselves. As compared to the commander, Head loves the Flying Dragon Special Forces a lot more. He will not let the Flying Dragon Special Forces be embarrassed just like this. Head is announcing a war against Sky God, someone explained. What do you think Head would ask the prodigy to do? The first step would be to form a battle team. Since the other party had formed his own battle team, their prodigy had to have his own battle team too. Ling Xiao sat in his office and looked at his computer. There was a message written on it. Ling Tian battle team was allocated to the Middle Second Corps 250 Mecha Clan. Ling Xiao felt confused. For the first time, he doubted himself. He didn't know if he made the right decision. Beep. His communicator rang. Ling Xiao looked at the name and accepted the call. Ling Xiao, you let my son take the blame. The roar that came from the communicator almost burst Ling Xiao's eardrum. Ling Xiao replied calmly, did I arrange for your son to enter my dear son's battle team? Sob, when can he say that Ling Lan was his daughter? Ling Xiao moaned to himself. Fine, he was the one that made all these happen. Ling Xiao remembered the truth and stopped feeling depressed. Qi Yaoyang was speechless. His son was the one who wanted to be in Ling Lan's team. Seemed like his son walked into the tiger's den himself. His son was just like him, taking the blame for the Ling family. Qi Yaoyang felt frustrated. As for the blame, I didn't want it to happen too. Ling Xiao shrugged innocently. The captain is Ling Lan. However, the other party thought of you first, not me. Big brother Yaoyang, shouldn't you self-reflect? Ling Xiao said seriously. Qi Yaoyang shouted in anger, what can be wrong with me? I am definitely better than you, you hypocrite. Then, he slammed his communicator and the call ended. Ling Xiao laughed silently. He talked to himself, but people believe that I am fair. There is nothing I can do about it. If I was fair, why would I set so many obstacles for my daughter? If I was fair, why would I create this lie to help my daughter? If I was fair, why would the secret still remain as a secret? I am just a selfish person. Ling Xiao closed his optical supercomputer. His face turned cold. If anyone saw Ling Xiao now, they would feel that Ling Lan was indeed his child. They had exactly the same aura. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Ling Lan and her team members were sent to the Middle Second Corps. The commander of the Middle Second Corps was elated when he heard that 5 ace mecha masters were sent to his corps. However, when he saw the mecha clan they were allocated to, his heart turned cold. He sent a request to the headquarters of the 23rd Division and pleaded for the Ling Tian battle team to be sent to any other mecha clan. But, his request was rejected. The headquarters replied that new battle teams are required to stay in their allocated mecha clan for at least a year before they could be moved somewhere else. In the beginning, this rule was set to protect mecha clans. It was to prevent the higher authorities from pulling people out of the mecha clan just because they noticed that someone was powerful. It could also protect the recruits from being targeted and transferred to other mecha clans just because his faction was different. However, the 250 mecha clan was a forsaken mecha clan. All the mecha operators inside were useless and had no ability to fight at all. No one wanted to stay there. The only benefit would be not having to go onto the battlefield. But battlefield was where powerful people should go. There were many talented mecha operators in the Ling Tian battle team. If they were sent to the 250 Mecha clan, it would be the same as destroying them. The commander sighed. This was a crime. Some people might be curious as to why the 250 Mecha clan still existed. Why couldn't they just retrench these mecha operators or get new positions for them? Well, the Federation couldn't retrench them. All these mecha operators had many outstanding achievements in the past. Some were even commended in front of the entire Federation. However, heroes would grow old and die too. Due to certain reasons, these heroes became useless. They were not crippled. With the technology now, any form of disabilities could be cured. They were mentally unstable. Some lost the courage to fight in the battlefield. Others would become maniacs once they operated a mecha and start killing people around them. There were even operators who got sick of mechas and felt that they would never be able to operate a mecha again. They had no families. They dedicated their entire life to the Federation and only knew how to kill people. They didn't know how to survive in a normal world and had no other skills. The Federation had to take care of them. If they didn't, they would lose the faith of the soldiers who were fighting in the battlefields. These people used to be supported by their original mecha clans. But, when the 23rd Division first formed, Ling Xiao had to request for more manpower from the other divisions. The other divisions took this chance to stuff these people into the 23rd Division. By the time Ling Xiao noticed this, there was nothing he could do. However, he didn't want to give up on them. He formed the 250 Mecha clan and gathered all these people together. He hoped that they would relive their glory someday. The 250 Mecha clan was not in the list of Mecha clans for recruits. But for some reason, this year, it appeared on the list and even got the most powerful recruits. The commander of the Middle Second Corps felt an ache in his heart. He didn't know if the recruits would be affected by those useless soldiers. Would they become useless as well and give up on themselves a year later? The commander had tears in his eyes when he sent the Ling Tian battle team off. The 250 Mecha clan was not far away from the main base of the Middle Second Corps. Besides Ling Lan and her team members, there was only the driver left in the bus. The two captains were sad when they left the hover bus. They must have felt that if Ling Lan didn't form her battle team, they would not be allocated to the 250 Mecha clan. The hover bus traveled for 2 more hours before reaching the base. Everyone felt at ease when they saw the base. It looked very new. The main gate was bright and beautiful. The high walls surrounding the base showed that it was a highly protected base. With such facilities, the 250 Mecha clan should not be a bad clan. Ling Lan raised her eyebrows in surprise. She had prepared herself to see a dilapidated base, but it was better than what she imagined. However, her relief was destroyed the moment they landed. There were no soldiers on duty outside the main gate. The driver of the hover bus was used to it. He honked his horn repeatedly to signal that they had arrived. So noisy. A voice came from the sentry tower. A few moments later, a middle-aged soldier rubbed his eyes as he popped his head out of the window. He saw the hover bus. He yawned and stretched his body before slowly making his way over. Ling Lan and her companions frowned when they saw the attire of the soldier. He was wearing a military uniform, but he didn't wear his military hat and military boots. He had a pair of slippers on his feet. The beam handgun that was supposed to be on every soldier on duty was not on his body too. Ling Lan shook her head secretly. As expected, she shouldn't have much hope for 250 Mecha clan. The soldier walked over with his eyes half closed. He didn't ask them who they were. He immediately took the pass from the driver and scanned it with a device. Without reading the information on the device, he opened the gate. Then, he slowly returned to his sentry tower and continued sleeping. Everyone from Ling Tian was speechless. What kind of mecha clan was this? Was it so powerful that no one dared to attack it, or was it too lousy to pose a threat to anyone? Ling Lan tapped her index finger repeatedly on the handle of the chair she was sitting on. She had been too positive about 250 Mecha clan. Its condition was worse than what she thought. The hover bus entered the base once the gate opened. Ling Lan saw the rusty pieces of training equipment in the training dojo. The inside of the base was entirely different from its exterior. It seemed dead. There were no sounds of soldiers training or any signs of life. Information about the 250 Mecha clan appeared in Ling Lan's mind. 250 Mecha clan. It derived its name from there being 250 mecha operators in the Mecha clan. They were the most powerful ace mecha masters in the entire federation. However, for various reasons, all of them gave up on themselves. Some got their powers sealed. A few of the mecha operators couldn't even win against an advanced mecha operator. These ace mecha operators had no families and had no other skills beside in killing people and fighting in wars. They were mentally unstable as well and would go crazy if they got stimulated. The military was unable to let them leave the army. They had many achievements before, so the military couldn't just abandon them too. Hence, these mecha operators were left in the base. Now, the 23rd Division was responsible for these people. Ling Xiao didn't know what to do with them, so he just ignored them. This is troublesome. Ling Lan didn't think that her father would bring her battle team out of 250 mecha clan if she just waited and didn't do anything for 1 year. Does he want me to solve this problem? Ling Lan thought about it gloomily. As expected of her father, who liked to make her life difficult. Why must she help him to solve the problems he couldn't solve? Ling Lan would complain to Lan Luofeng once she had the chance to. F***K. Maybe this is a challenge. This might be the price I have to pay for being stubborn. She recalled how Ling Xiao easily agreed to give her 2 more years in the military. Thinking back, he must have started his plan then. Her father is really sly and cunning. Ling Lan cursed her father in her heart. Finally, they arrived at the dormitory district. The hover bus stopped and the soldier opened the door. He explained to them, the accommodation area and the office area are just in front. Your commanding officer should be there too. Once Ling Lan and her team members got down, the hover bus left. It seemed as though there was a monster chasing after the bus. Looks like we are abandoned. Han Jijian smiled bitterly. I looked 250 up Mecha clan just now but found no information about it. News about 250 Mecha clan has been restricted, Li Lanfeng said calmly. He started searching for data about the 250 Mecha clan when he noticed the weird expressions of the 2 captains. However, he didn't have the authority to access the information. Only soldiers whose ranks are higher than a lieutenant colonel would be able to access the information. We don't have the rights. Ling Lan was not surprised. Li Lanfeng looked at Ling Lan. Since Ling Lan knew what rank could access the information, it meant that she had found the relevant information already. Ling Lan exchanged a glance with Li Lanfeng. She was happy to know that Li Lanfeng understood what she meant. She looked at her other team members and realized that Han Jijian understood her too. Xie Yi and Lin Zhongqing reacted slightly slower. Luo Lang and Qi Long, on the other hand, just looked at the people around them. They were used to throwing such complicated matters to their teammates to think about. This was not a good thing. Ling Lan decided that once they settled down in the Mecha clan, she would find some time to train both of their thinking abilities. 2 people surprised Ling Lan with their performance. One of them was Gao Jinyan. He understood her words around the same time as Lin Zhongqing and Xie Yi. The other person was Luo Chao. She was a timid and shy young girl. She reacted even faster than Gao Jinyan. Seems like her team members were slowly improving by themselves. Ling Lan was gratified. She continued, although 250 Mecha clan is known as the grave of mecha operators, I believe that there are powerful people hiding in this place. Everyone must be careful. Before we understand the situation here, control yourselves and not make any trouble. Ling Lan decided to point out Liangjie. Liangjie, don't look around. I am talking about you. The other team members laughed and looked back at Liangjie. Ling Jie blushed in embarrassment. He refuted, I am not an idiot. I know what to do. Remember your promise then. Don't turn into an idiot, Ling Lan replied calmly. Everyone couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ling Jie glared at Ling Lan angrily with puffed-up cheeks. Ling Lan ignored Ling Jie. She had warned him. If he still created trouble for himself, she would not help him. Boss, I found it. Little Four showed Ling Lan the location of the regiment commander of the Middle Second Corps. Ling Lan didn't see anyone when they came over to the meeting place, so she asked Little Four to help her find the regiment commander. They must complete a mission given by the regiment commander before they were officially considered a part of 250 Mecha Clan. Ling Lan brought her team members to the place where the regiment commander was at immediately after she got the location. On an empty field at the back of the dormitory district, a middle-aged soldier laid on the grass. He had a bottle of alcohol in his hand and was drinking from it continuously. He seemed to be drunk. Footsteps came towards him from afar. His eyes suddenly turned sharp and a cold glint flashed past it. However, in the next second, his eyes became unfocused again. Old brother Lu, you are here again. A pair of military boots appeared beside him. A gentle-looking and handsome 30-year-old soldier smiled at him. His arrival caused the dead atmosphere to become lively again. Old brother Lu opened his half-closed eyes and looked at the person that came, in a daze. After a minute, he seemed to regain his focus and said, Ah, Commander. He burped. The smell of alcohol filled up the air. The person that came frowned. The frown only lasted for a second. After that, he persuaded the soldier on the ground, Old brother Lu, what happened last time was not your fault. How can you answer to your team members if you continue to be drunk like this? Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The real name of old brother Lu was Lu Fuchuan. It was a normal-sounding name, but he was once a member of the famous Seven Stars of the North. However, the past prodigy was now a drunkard who drank his life away every day. Regiment Commander, you don't understand. That time, we said that we will have a good drink together after the war. I lived so that I can drink for them. Lu Fuchuan drank another mouthful of alcohol. He raised his bottle into the air and shouted, Brothers, let's drink. He gulped down a few more mouthfuls as though he was drinking for his brothers. The alcohol rushed up his head and he fell asleep. The regiment commander sighed when he saw that the person got drunk again. He carried him back to the dorm and placed him carefully on his bed. Then, he closed the door and left. The moment the door closed, the middle-aged soldier who was supposed to be drunk opened his eyes. They were bright and sharp. He smiled sarcastically before closing his eyes again. Very soon, a loud snore echoed throughout the room. The regiment commander was standing outside the room. He only left after he heard the snore. The expression on his face was no longer gentle. Ling Lan stopped in her tracks. What is the matter? Qi Long almost bumped into Ling Lan, but he quickly stabilized himself. The other party has changed his position. Ling Lan looked at the map that Little Four showed her. Her target was just directly opposite from her. However, she was blocked by a 4-story building. Ling Lan estimated based on the width of the building that if she walked around it, she would be a long distance away from her target. Ling Lan was not interested in playing hide-and-seek. She ran and stepped on a tree in front of the building. Then, she leapt into the air and grabbed onto a window sill. She climbed up a few windows and reached the rooftop in a blink of an eye. Qi Long got excited when he saw what Ling Lan did. He followed her without any hesitation and jumped onto the roof too. Boss, why are we up here? Qi Long looked down. He just followed Ling Lan blindly. Ling Lan pointed at a handsome soldier walking below. He is our target, the regiment commander of the Mecha clan. I understand. Qi Long's eyes lit up and he jumped down. What did you understand? Ling Lan was shocked as she looked at Qi Long pulmetting down towards the regiment commander. Her head started to hurt. The regiment commander was thinking about Lu Fuchuan, so he didn't notice what was happening around him. Suddenly, he felt a strong pressure coming towards him. Without any hesitation, he punched at the direction where the pressure was coming from. Boom! Qi Long punched back and the strong force generated threw him into the air. Qi Long spun around and dodged the impact of the force and landed safely on the ground. He licked his lips in excitement. He didn't expect the commander of the 250 Mecha clan to be a peak-level Qi Jin master. His eyes were filled with malicious intent and ambition. He didn't look like a hopeless person. Qi Long felt that the 250 Mecha clan was not so bad after all. The regiment commander of 250 Mecha clan looked at the young man in front of him angrily. If he didn't hide his true abilities, he must be a recruit. However, no recruit was ever sent to the 250 Mecha clan. Why did this recruit appear here? Did someone realize his motive for becoming the regiment commander of the 250 Mecha clan? Was he sent here to assess him? The regiment commander of the 250 Mecha clan became vigilant. A malicious aura formed around him. Lu Fuchuan felt the killing intent coming from the regiment commander. He sat up and slowly walked to the side of the window. He slowly lifted up a small portion of the curtain and looked out. Peak level of Qi Jin. Who is this person? Why is he so strong? The people in 250 were all useless. Only a few of them managed to maintain the middle level of Qi Jin. The rest had lost all their physical skills. He carefully recalled all the people in the 250 Mecha clan. He was not any one of them. Was he new? But this person's eyes were bright and filled with life. His fighting spirit was strong, so he was not a useless person. Why did he come here? Lu Fuchuan turned serious. He knew that the regiment commander of 250 Mecha clan came for him. He pretended to be drunk every day so that the regiment commander would be fooled by him. These few days, the regiment commander finally let down his guard against him. The appearance of this mysterious person. Lu felt pressured. Suddenly, a pair of cold eyes appeared in front of him. A young man was hanging upside down outside the window. Lu Fuchuan's hand shook and the curtain he was holding dropped. He shrunk into a corner. Was he discovered? His heart pounded furiously. Lu Fuchuan felt a pain in his heart. He clutched his heart and bore the excruciating pain. Every time he got nervous, his heart would hurt. He checked his body using all kinds of equipment, but no problems were found. In the end, he was diagnosed with a psychological problem and was sent to 250 Mecha clan. Damn this psychological problem. Even though he was sent here, his enemy continued to chase after him. They sent people over every day to check on him. Luckily, he hid himself well and fooled his opponents for 5 years. However, he got exposed today. That young man must have saw him just now. Lu Fuchuan was agitated. He wanted to rush out and kill that young man. However, he knew that the young man must be stronger than him since he came near him without him noticing. Lu Fuchuan was not a rash person. He controlled his emotions even though he was nervous. "Captain, what are you looking at?" A gentle voice sounded. Lu Fuchuan was surprised. Because of the regiment commander of the 250 Mecha clan, he hated people who pretended to be mild-mannered. But, this gentle voice was soothing and calming. He couldn't bring himself to hate it. "I am just thinking about who will win." A cold voice replied. Lu Fuchuan remembered the pair of cold eyes just now. That must be the young man. He didn't expect the person to remain outside his window. Didn't he see him? Since the room was dark, that person might not have seen anything. Lu Fuchuan hoped that this was the truth. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Based on the might of the attack just now, their strengths are similar. It might take a while before someone wins, the gentle voice analyzed. I agree. Boss, what shall we do now? A new voice sounded. Someone else came. Lu Fuchuan had calmed down, but he realized that there were many people standing on the roof above him. Bang! Someone landed on the roof again. Chang Xinyuan, why do you need an equipment to help you climb a roof? You need to practice your physical skills more. The person called Chang Xinyuan panted. He said in a depressed tone, is refinement weak? I don't want to compare myself with monsters like you all. Right, little sister Luo Chao. A sweet and gentle voice replied him, Big brother Chang, don't be sad. We will work hard together and advance to Qijin level soon. The girl didn't understand what Chang Xinyuan was trying to convey and unintentionally hurt Chang Xinyuan's feelings again. Chang Xinyuan shouted in displeasure, little sister Luo Chao, you. The people around them laughed loudly. Lu Fuchuan frowned. These people were making too much of a commotion. The regiment commander would notice them soon. As expected, the commander looked up towards the roof and shouted, who are you? Ling Lan glanced at Li Lanfeng. Li Lanfeng jumped down and landed in front of the regiment commander. He saluted and replied, Regiment Commander, Ling Tian Battle Team reporting. Ling Tian Battle Team. The commander was stunned for a moment. Then, he remembered something. He looked at his communicator and realized that there was a message from the 23rd Division headquarters. He lowered his head to hide his expression. Why did the headquarters give him this batch of recruits? Was it just a coincidence? Did the mainframe make a mistake? He turned off his communicator. When he raised his head, he was smiling. Welcome. All of you are the first batch of recruits ever since the formation of 250 Mecha Clan. He pretended to be elated. I knew that the 23rd Division had not given up on us. They even sent us the best recruits. Li Lanfeng smiled and replied politely, you are being too courteous. The commander looked at Li Lanfeng carefully. He noticed that his uniform and rank was not that of a recruit. This person was not a recruit. The regiment commander became vigilant again. He felt that these people came with a motive. You don't look like a recruit. The commander pointed at Li Lanfeng's shoulder and smiled strangely. Li Lanfeng nodded. Yes. The captain of our battle team came this year, so we decided to follow him again. Your captain must be a powerful person. The commander appeared to have made a casual comment. In order to become a major, this soldier must have been exceptional in a certain field. For instance, he might be an ace mecha master, a mecha engineer, a deputy captain of an interstellar force, or someone who had gained many military achievements. Whatever it was, this person was not a normal soldier. We grew up together and we had a strong relationship with each other. Hence, we decided to stay together in the military. Since the commander asked casually, Li Lanfeng replied with half the truth. The commander narrowed his eyes. Li Lanfeng appeared to have answered him, but no real information about their captain was given. He still didn't know what qualities the captain had that made such a powerful soldier to follow him. Is your captain not going to come down? Since he couldn't get anything out of this major, he should just find the captain directly. Li Lanfeng smiled and waved towards the roof. His expression seemed relaxed and there was no respect in his actions. The commander wondered if this major and the captain really grew up together. Qi Long was unhappy at Li Lanfeng. Why did you come down so quickly? Can you let me finish my fight first? His attitude was even worse than Liangjie. Li Lanfeng's face turned cold. He slapped Qi Long's forehead. What are you saying? Apologize to the regiment commander now. He then turned to the regiment commander and explained politely, Regiment Commander, this is Qi Long. He has been like this ever since young. Whenever he sees someone powerful, he wants to fight with them no matter what rank they are. He created many troubles for us. Please forgive him. Qi Long touched his forehead in displeasure. This Li Lanfeng wanted to hit him again, but Qi Long instantly replied, I know. I will apologize. Regiment Commander, I'm sorry. Li Lanfeng, I will get my revenge later. Qi Long gritted his teeth. Not just anyone could touch his forehead. Only his boss could do it. The commander had no choice but to smile and forgive him. It is okay. It is good to have a lively character in the team. After what Li Lanfeng said, he didn't have any reason to teach this recruit a lesson even though he wanted to. Ling Lan heard the entire conversation between Li Lanfeng and the regiment commander. He knew that Li Lanfeng wanted to confuse the regiment commander, so she ordered the people beside her, those that are on Qi Jin level, suppress it to refinement. Ling Lan taught all her team members from the original Ling Tian battle clan how to suppress their physical skills. It was not difficult. As for its effectiveness, Ling Lan expressed that things which came from the learning space were of high quality. It was different from the practice of Qi Jin in this world. As long as their opponent was not in the domain realm, they would not be exposed. Even if their enemy was in the domain realm, they could fool him if they were careful enough. As for Ling Lan's level, only her master, Mu Shuiqing, would be able to see through her. Ling Lan suspected that her master had reached the God realm. A God realm master would be able to use their own bodies to fight toe-to-toe with a God-class mecha. That was how powerful a God realm master was. The people here were all smart people. Luo Lang, Xie Yi, Zhao Jun, Han Jijian, Lin Zhongqing immediately suppressed their physical skills. Only Li Yingjie didn't learn this skill before. Ling Lan saw hurt and blame in his eyes. This person was not her responsibility, right? Ling Lan glanced at Li Shiyu. She wanted Li Shiyu to take care of his baby brother. Li Shiyu smiled and pointed at the battle team's totem on their chest. Li Yingjie was her team member. Ling Lan turned her head and ignored this sly Li Shiyu. Li Shiyu used to be a cute and innocent boy in the military academy. What made him change so much? She looked at Li Lanfeng. He was the culprit. Li Shiyu must have been influenced by him. Li Lanfeng suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He looked up towards his captain, who had a slight frown on his face. He looked quite scary. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Ling Lan came down with her team members. He felt Ling Lan's cold aura. The regiment commander turned to look at Qi Long. He seemed to be in the mid-stage of Qi Jin. However, he would not be able to become the captain based on his character. The regiment commander seemed to have found the reason why Qi Long wasn't the captain. He let down some of his vigilance. But, he knew that he still had to observe them to figure out if they were really harmless. The regiment commander brought them to his office to finish the registration process. Then, he gave them the address of their accommodation. They were not staying in the building which they were at just now. Their accommodation was in another direction. This building only had 3 levels. The regiment commander passed them a map and reminded them of the meal times. Ling Lan saw that there was still some time before their meal, so she decided to bring her members to their dormitory first. The dormitory was a little far away. They had to walk past half the military base in order to reach their dormitory from the canteen. The building where they met the regiment commander was at the center of the military base. It was close to all the important places in the base and had enough empty rooms to house them. Seemed like their regiment commander was guarding against them. The 250 Mecha clan was a forsaken team, but the waters inside were deep. When they reached their dormitory, everyone was stunned. This is the place that we will be staying at. An old and dusty gate welcomed them. The path and sentry tower was covered with a layer of dust too. There were even broken stones and tiles thrown around the sides of the gate. It looked as though this place hadn't been used since it was built. Yes, Ling Lan compared the map and told her team members the painful truth. Li Lanfeng walked up and pushed open a small window on the door. A screen was revealed. He pressed the on button and the screen lit up. There is electricity. It is not too bad. Li Lanfeng said, "What is the passcode?" Han Jijian thought about something and replied, "Li Lanfeng, what is your passcode?" When they were distributing their rooms, each of them were given a passcode. They thought that it was the passcode to their rooms, but from the looks of it, it might not be the case. 997-7198 Li Lanfeng was enlightened. He had a strong spiritual power causing him to a photographic memory. Mine is the same, Han Jijian immediately replied. The passcode that we received is not our room passcode but the passcode for the main gate. Li Lanfeng entered the numbers. The door opened. Everyone walked in and realized that the environment inside was not bad. It was just dusty. Their footprints could be clearly seen on the dusty floor. The team members started looking around. There is a vacuum cleaner here. Luo Lang found one vacuum cleaner. There is another one here. Lin Zhongqing found one too. No others were found. Luo Lang and Lin Zhongqing took the vacuum cleaners out. Vacuum cleaners were an essential item to the Federation, but the ones in the mecha clans were more advanced. However, passcodes were needed to operate the vacuum cleaners. No one knew what the passcodes were. Do we need to go to the logistics department and ask them to send someone over? Luo Lang said in a depressed tone. No need, Han Jijian and Li Lanfeng replied simultaneously. Everyone looked at the two of them. Li Lanfeng smiled and signaled for Han Jijian to explain to them. Han Jijian went straight to the point. Use the passcode for the main gate. Luo Lang didn't understand them, but he followed what Han Jijian said. Beep. The vacuum cleaners got activated and it started cleaning the courtyard. After they finished tidying the courtyard, they went up the building. By now, they knew that they were the only ones in this building. There were 3 levels in the building and 18 rooms that were of different sizes. Everyone discussed and decided to live together on the 3rd level. As for the other 2 levels, they would leave it for later use. Since they were the only ones in the building, they took it as their headquarters and wanted to make it as comfortable as they could. Chang Xinyuan was already prepared to show his true talent. As an outstanding mecha engineer, his expertise was at modification. Even Li Shiyu wanted to make one of the rooms his personal laboratory. As there were many rooms, they did not have to squeeze 6 people in a single room. Of course, people that were close to each other chose to stay together. The only 2 females, Luo Chao and Han Shuya, stayed together. Zhao Jun and Li Lanfeng stayed together. They lived together in the nameless battle team, so they decided to continue to stay together. Li Yingjie pestered Li Shiyu and wanted to stay with him. Li Shiyu was the only person he was familiar with in the entire Ling Tian battle team. He held on to him tightly. Li Shiyu decided to bear with him since he was his little brother. Only Gao Jinyun and his friends decided to live together as 6 people in a single room. They were used to staying together. Besides Ling Lan, everyone had companions living with them. No one wanted to stay with Ling Lan. They still wanted to live a few more years. They didn't want to be pressured by Ling Lan's aura every day. Why was there an empty building for the Ling Tian battle team? In a standard mecha clan, there should be around 1,500 mecha operators. Adding in the people from the mecha logistics and the logistics department, there should be a total of 4,500 to 1,500 people in a mecha clan. A mecha clan needed 2 to 3 logisticians in order for the mecha clan to operate comfortably. In the 250 mecha clan, there were 250 mecha operators but only less than 100 logisticians. Half of them were working in the kitchen, so there were only around 50 logisticians repairing the mechas. This showed that the 250 mecha clan was forsaken. The headquarters only wanted to ascertain their basic survival needs. There was a huge shortage of manpower in the 250 mecha clan. Hence, many locations were empty. This allowed the Ling Tian battle team to have an entire building to themselves. If this was in any other mecha clans, such a situation would never happen. Everyone activated their small vacuum cleaners in their room and quickly gathered in Ling Lan's room. Ling Lan's room was the only suite on the 3rd level. It was meant for high-ranking officers in a mecha clan. Ling Lan felt that the 250 mecha clan was not as bad as she imagined. At least she didn't need to live with the males. With the help of the vacuum cleaners, Luo Chao, Han Shuya, and Lin Zhongqing, her living room was clean and tidy. Ling Lan sat on her sofa and asked, "What did you all notice along the way?" Han Jijian replied first, "The regiment commander is a powerful and ambitious person. He doesn't like us." He scanned the living room and continued, "If not, he would not send us here." Li Lanfeng added on. The 250 Mecha clan is filled with people who are unable to go on the battlefield anymore. There might be some hidden talents here, but on the surface, it is a forsaken Mecha clan. For an ambitious person to come here and not welcome our arrival, it means that his motive is on these useless Mecha operators. He is afraid that we would interrupt his plans. Also, there are a few strong auras coming from the building that we were on just now. Our captain should have sensed them. Li Lanfeng looked at Ling Lan. They were still getting used to calling Ling Lan their captain since they were in the military now. Sometimes, they would forget and call her boss. Ling Lan nodded. When Qi Long attacked, she noticed a few strong auras. One of them was just below her, so she went down to observe it. However, she seemed to have scared the person. The other 3 auras were further away, but since she already sensed them, she would be able to recognize them if she sensed them again. However, since the captain suppressed his strength, the regiment commander will not pay too much attention to him. He will just be on guard against me and Qi Long. Qi Long and him didn't suppress their power, so they were the 2 strongest people in the battle team now. I think that only Lanfeng gained the interest of the regiment commander. Han Jijian suddenly said. Lanfeng's gesture caused the regiment commander to lose interest in Qi Long. He glanced at Qi Long and smiled. I didn't expect Qi Long to act so well. Qi Long sniggered. I just had an inspiration and duplicated Li Yingjie's actions. Li Yingjie got angry. Are you saying that I am an idiot? When you act arrogant, you seem quite stupid. Qi Long shrugged and replied. I want to fight you. Li Yingjie was furious. He wanted to rush towards Qi Long, but suddenly, he felt his body went numb. He fainted onto the sofa. Li Shiyu removed a syringe from Li Yingjie's neck calmly. He said, the world is finally quiet. Those people who knew what was in the syringe shivered in fear. They didn't expect the military doctor to use this thing on his own teammate. That person was his cousin too. Sob, their military doctor is so scary. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Ling Lan looked at Li Shiyu nonchalantly. After everyone had calmed down, she said, the situation is advantageous for us. Lanfeng will continue fooling the regiment commander. The rest of us. Ling Lan turned serious. She gave her orders directly, we'll find out everything about the 250 Mecha clan in the shortest amount of time. Yes, Captain. Everyone stood up to receive the order. After giving her orders, she led her team members to the logistics department to claim their new uniform, daily necessities, and bed sheets. After that, it was meal time, so they went to the canteen. The other mecha operators in the 250 Mecha clan had climbed out of their dormitory and were all coming to the canteen. To them, nothing was more important than eating, not even sleeping. Lu Fuchuan sat alone in the corner of the canteen. There were many people sitting alone just like him. Everyone came from different divisions, so there was no need for any interactions between them. Hence, they just took care of themselves. However, some troublemakers which came from different divisions became friends with each other. At the round table in the canteen, 5 to 6 hunks were sitting together and having a conversation. Hey, did you hear about some recruits were sent to our Mecha clan? The one talking was called Fu Qianwei. He was once a captain of a battle team in the 4th Division. However, during his time on the battlefield, his entire battle team was sacrificed. Only he survived. Ever since then, he became vicious and violent. He was unable to control his emotions. Whenever he was in a bad mood, he would hit other mecha operators in the 4th Division. The 4th Division couldn't bear with him anymore and sent him to the 23rd Division. Interesting. Looks like we have new toys. Someone gave a sinister smile. That someone was Yen Mingjun from the 7th Division. The pressure from the life-or-death situations on the battlefield was too much for him. It twisted his personality and he became a sadist. However, he was always able to escape from punishments as he had ample reasons for his actions. When the 23rd Division was looking for more manpower, his commander sent him over. The other people got excited too. They had bullied everyone that could be bullied in the 250 Mecha clan, so they were bored. These people were from other Mecha clans in the 23rd Division. But, not long after they came, they had a relapse and started to hurt other people. Some didn't leave any evidence behind while others couldn't be prosecuted or kicked out of the military for various reasons. Hence, these people were transferred to the 250 Mecha clan by He Shuyang. Lu Fuchuan pursed his lips when he heard what they said. He didn't think that they would be able to succeed. If there were just a few recruits, it might be possible to bully them. However, Lu Fuchuan remembered that bunch of people that were on his roof. He prayed that those old soldiers would not die too terribly. What do you think about those recruits? A voice appeared beside Lu Fuchuan. Lu Fuchuan raised his head calmly. Someone had sat down opposite from him. The person was a loner just like him. His name was Yang Mingji, once a regiment commander of a mecha clan in the 1st Division. He was an elite ace mecha master, someone who everyone felt had the highest chance in advancing to become an imperial operator. He had a nickname too. He was a member of the South Stars. Unfortunately, Yang Mingji's mecha career ended after the annihilation of his mecha clan in a battle. He couldn't operate a mecha anymore. His superiors were worried and felt pity for him. They were afraid that being in the 1st Division would remind him of his wounds, so they sent him to the 23rd Division to let him enjoy his retirement. He was a candidate for the position of regiment commander of the 250 Mecha clan, but he didn't want it. Hence, Zheng Qiyun took over. Both of them were once famous mecha operators, so whenever they met, they would have a short chat with each other. However, that was as far as their interactions went. Lu Fuchuan didn't expect him to be curious about something. He always seemed nonchalant about everything. Lu Fuchuan raised his eyebrows. You know what is happening. Why did you still ask me? Although Yang Mingji was unable to operate a mecha, his physical skills were still present. He would have definitely sensed the strength of those recruits. I am just wondering why they were sent here. Yang Mingji frowned. 250 Mecha clan was a hopeless place. Recruits shouldn't appear here. Who knows? There might be a motive behind it. Lu Fuchuan shrugged. He was not interested in those recruits. He just wanted to make Zheng Qiyun give up on him. Besides their names and battle team, I can't find any other information about those recruits. Yang Mingji suddenly threw a bomb at him. Lu Fuchuan raised his head in shock. Compared to him, Yang Mingji had a higher rank before he was sent here. Before he was sent here, he was going to become a major general. However, he lost the opportunity. In order to compensate him, the first marshal gave Yang Mingji all the authorities and benefits of a major general. If he couldn't get any information about those recruits, it meant that the person who set the requirements was either one of the 3 marshals, or one of the 10 generals. Yang Mingji ignored the surprise in Lu Fuchuan's eyes. He continued, this might be a chance. Don't miss it. He stood up and left as though he just came to greet him. Lu Fuchuan lowered his head to hide the emotions in his eyes. What did Yang Mingji mean by those words? Did he see through his disguise and decided to help him? Were those recruits really his chance? Lu Fuchuan smiled bitterly. His enemies were too strong. If he showed any signs of weakness, he would die a terrible death. No matter how powerful the backgrounds of these recruits were, how could they be compared to that person? He should not implicate them. Lu Fuchuan's eyes dimmed again. He resumed his usual appearance. Loud footsteps sounded outside the canteen. Everyone looked towards the door simultaneously. There were no big groups in the 250 Mecha clan, so everyone got curious. A huge bunch of people entered the canteen. They were young and vibrant. The old soldiers that had given up on life felt calmer when they saw the recruits. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The two people who drew the most attention were the two girls who had totally different styles but were tacitly standing beside each other. They brightened up the entire cafeteria. One of the beautiful girls saw that everyone was staring at them, instantly blushed and put her head down. The other physically attractive girl used her huge eyes to ruthlessly glare at everyone. She huffed coldly, then pulled the shy girl to her side to block her from their sight. Fu Qiangwei and Yan Mingjuan's group of 6 wanted to take the new recruits down a notch. The moment Ling Lan walked in, these guys had found the target they wanted to make a move on. The 6 of them suddenly jumped up from their seats and pounced towards their targets. 4 of the 6 pounced towards Ling Lan, Qi Long, Li Lanfeng and Li Yingjie, because in their eyes, these 4 people were the only Qi gene experts within this group of new recruits. The other 2 people were responsible for intercepting any other recruits from lending a helping hand, while Yan Mingjun leaped beside Han Shuya and Luo Chao. Bam, 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 bam. 4 consecutive sounds of hits landing. Fu Qiangwei and the other 3 who were responsible for Ling Lan and her group of 4 was intercepted. Right when Luo Lang and the others wanted to move forward, 2 people appeared in front of them and intercepted them with only a few moves. Yan Mingjun stood behind Han Shuya and Luo Chao, who were looking at today's menu. He lightly tapped them on their shoulders. Han Shuya immediately turned her head and asked confusedly, "What?" "Yeah, I hope you can cooperate with me so it doesn't make things difficult," Yan Mingjun gestured, showing that he couldn't help the situation. At that moment, Han Shuya had already seen what was happening behind them. Her expression instantly changed. Right when she was about to get angry, Luo Chao nervously pulled on Han Shuya's hand and said, "We'll definitely cooperate. Please don't worry." "Luo Chao, what are you doing?" Han Shuya said angrily. "Wow, this little sister knows what's up," Yan Mingjun smiled coldly. His smile made Han Shuya feel like she wasn't looking at a person but a cold venomous snake. Right when she wanted to get angry, Luo Chao pulled on her hand once again. Then she swallowed the anger and frustration that had formed inside of her. It was clear that Han Shuya and Luo Chao were used as hostages. This scene made the others in Lingtian not dare to make any sudden moves. They could only watch at Yan Mingjuan's group in shock. Seeing this, Lu Fuchuan sipped his bottle and said softly, as expected of newbies, "Still too soft." They actually weren't even on guard. They wouldn't be able to live on the battlefield if they are like this. He saw that not too far from him, Yang Mingji was calmly eating his food and wasn't distracted by what was happening. Lu Fuchuan couldn't help but lift up his bottle and shake it towards Yang Mingji's direction. "Those are the new recruits you've set your eyes on. Their situation isn't looking good." Yang Mingji understood what Lu Fuchuan wanted to tell him. He lifted up his chopsticks and pointed slightly towards Lu Fuchuan to signal Lu Fuchuan that he should wait patiently. Seeing this, Lu Fuchuan shook his head and thought that waiting would be a waste of time. Yang Mingjun already had hostages. Could the newbies really turn the tide? However, he still took Yang Mingji's signal and continued to watch. Perhaps, in the deep recess of his mind, he also wanted to see the moment the newbies turn the tide. Ling Lan didn't look at her opponent and instead looked towards Yan Mingjun. She sneered, "What do you think you're doing in getting that close to my members?" Yan Mingjun grinned maliciously, "You don't see it? Such a beautiful thing, would be a shame if it was broken." He took out his hand and cut the air around Han Shuya and Luo Chao's throats. "You're not afraid to go military court?" Ling Lan continued to ask coldly. Yan Mingjun laughed, "We have been determined have mood swings and could lose control by countless military doctors. So you guys have to listen to us, otherwise being easily provoked I will really lose control." Then at that moment, you guys would lose two beautiful team members. He caressed Han Shuya and Luo Chao's face. He said with love and affection, then that would be too unfortunate. Hearing this, Ling Lan nodded and turned towards Li Shiyu. Shiyu, we can use the thing you invented. Li Shiyu smiled, that's my pleasure. Ling Lan's odd response stunned Yan Mingjun. This time, Ling Lan looked towards Yan Mingjun once again and calmly said, since you're sick, you should take some medicine. Right after Ling Lan said, medicine, countless flashes of light flew out from all the members of Ling Tian. Very quickly, the 5 people standing in front of them instantly turned into porcupines and fell to the ground. Yan Mingjun held his neck with an expression of disbelief on his face. Han Shuya smiled and turned around. She clapped her hands, fall, fall. As she said these words, Yan Mingjun finally fell down. The hand he had on his neck also fell towards the ground. At that moment, everyone saw that there was actually a silver needle reflecting off from his neck. It turns out Yan Mingjun was on guard against Qilong, Ling Lan and others. He didn't think to pay any attention to the 2 girls standing behind him. In his eyes, Luo Chao was afraid, shy and was absolutely harmless. Han Shuya was impulsive and blind-sighted and also acted like someone who didn't think first before acting. There was basically no way for them to resist. It was this line of thought that made him get hit by Han Shuya's silver needle, miniature syringe. Seeing this, Lu Fuchuan was stunned. He didn't think that the nervousness of the 2 girls was actually feigned. Compared to others, who would assume that Han Shuya was the one who make a move, Lu Fuchuan saw clearly that Yan Mingjun wasn't just hit by one silver needle. He also had a needle in his chest. This needle was actually tossed out by the terrified and harmless little girl. He looked at Yang Mingji subconsciously. He saw that Yang Mingji was also stunned. It seemed that the performances of these 2 girls were also beyond his expectations. That was because in their eyes, female soldiers were either medical or logistics soldiers. The ones who were low in strength. After taking down that group of 6, Ling Lan and the others continued to choose their meals calmly. The unexpected counterattack by those new recruits made the other mecha operators understood that these newbies meant business. Some of them had the same thought as Yan Mingjun but then instantly changed their minds and decided to watch them for a longer amount of time. At that moment, the team that was on duty was late to respond. They were greatly surprised after seeing the 6 laying on the floor. They thought that this time the new recruits would be the ones who were wounded and at a disadvantage. The team on duty didn't think that it was actually Yan Mingjun's 6-man group from the 250 Mecha clan who were wounded and hurt. The team on duty walked in and saw that the 6 of them had silver needles all over their bodies. After examining closely, they figured out that it was a strong tranquilizer and understood how the 6 of them were defeated. The team on duty also began to admire the new recruits for being able to invent such new and advanced weaponry. Since the new recruits weren't hurt and didn't create any bloody accidents, the team on duty didn't ask the new recruits any questions. They then sent the 6 who were on the ground to the first aid department for them to return back to consciousness. After the regiment commander found out, he was also surprised by the new recruits' invention. However, this also proved that in this group of new recruits, there weren't many strong individuals. Thus, they needed to resort to using underhanded tactics. Unfortunately, they had already exposed this tactic. It would be impossible for them to use it next time if they used the same tactic to go against their opponent. The regiment commander's restless feeling calmed down a bit. However, before knowing the real reason those new recruits came to the 250 Mecha clan, the regiment commander will not be fully at ease. However, what happened afterwards, surprised the entire 250 Mecha clan. Yan Mingjun and his group of 6, who were hit with a strong tranquilizer, did not wake up even though the anesthetic was removed. They were still unconscious and because of the treatment pods, they were not under any life-threatening situation. After sending them to the headquarters hospital, they still could not determine a way to solve the issue after a series of tests and studies. In order to get past this difficulty, the headquarters hospital sent many physicians to 250 Mecha Clan to find Ling Tian battle team to acquire the tranquilizing agent to study. After they found out that this was made by Li Shiyu, they immediately stopped all research and returned back to the headquarters as soon as possible. Before leaving, those physicians didn't forget to tell the regiment commander of 250 that in order to solve the problem, he could only go to Li Shiyu. The regiment commander at that moment finally knew that one member of Ling Tian battle team was actually a physician registered in the headquarters hospital. After being surprised by this fact, the regiment commander used his connections to get some information about this physician and finally found out the truth. It turns out, the headquarters could no longer tolerate 250 Mecha Clan and didn't want them to become a disgrace of the 23rd Division. The headquarters also didn't want to publicly announce that the 23rd Division had a useless Mecha Clan. Thus, they quietly dispatched an expert military doctor to join the battle team of the new recruits into 250 Mecha Clan to make him treat the mecha operators with psychological problems within the clan. The other new recruits were only used to safeguard the military doctor. This would then explain why the new recruit was able to successfully activate his battle team. It was the result of the headquarters opening a backdoor for him. The regiment commander believed that he found out the truth was and completely let his guard down against those new recruits and cooperated with the headquarters arrangements. First, he handed Yan Mingjun and the other 5 to Li Shiyu. Thus, Yan Mingjun and the other 5 were going to be living in torment. Especially Yan Mingjun, who would feel what real torture felt like. Compared to the torment he would feel, what he had done to those new recruits was not even worth mentioning. After only around a month or so, Ling Lan had already grasped the information of all 250 mecha operators from 250 Mecha Clan with the regiment commander's intentional and unintentional cooperation. Captain, this is the list of individuals needing treatment provided by the regiment commander. Li Shiyu handed a piece of paper to Ling Lan. In a month's time, with Li Shiyu's treatment, Yan Mingjun and the other 5 changed completely. If they were told to torment others, they would be afraid to do so. Fu Qiangwei also changed his impulsiveness and aggressive personality. Even if someone was to mock him in front of him, Fu Qiangwei wouldn't lash out on them. Everyone was stunned by Li Shiyu's treatment results. Right when they wanted to see if they should also ask Li Shiyu to treat them, one mecha operator unintentionally saw Fu Qiangwei speak to a stray cat using a soft and slow voice. This scene made the operator felt terrified. What terrifying means would make such a person's personality change into a completely different one. Additionally, every time these other mecha operators passed by Lingtian's accommodation area, they could hear Fu Qiangwei and Yan Mingjun's cries of agony during their treatment. Very quickly, the expression of everyone in 250 Mecha Clan would change when they spoke of doctor-related topics. I didn't think that he would actually give us a list of people by his own accord, Ling Lan said with surprise as she raised her eyebrows. This regiment commander also had responsibility to take for making the entire clan terrified of Li Shiyu's means of treatment. She originally thought that this regiment commander was making it hard for them on purpose. Now it seemed that this regiment commander had other plans in mind. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Yang Mingji, Lu Fuchuan, Kong Lincheng, Gu Dongyang, and Yao Gui. These were 5 names on the list. Ling Lan felt that these 5 people were the strongest mecha operators in 250 Mecha Clan due to their given nicknames. The regiment commander's list of people required for treatment was the norm. Logically, it should be the 5 of them who should receive treatment first. As for Yan Mingjun and the other 5 people, they had become guinea pigs for their experiments by sheer luck. Now that the results of the treatment were out, of course it was going to be used on the people on the list first. However, it was also because it was so normal that made Ling Lan felt that it was odd. Ling Lan's fingers tapped the armrest while she was guessing what was the regiment commander's real goal. His goal was probably one of these 5 people on the list. It was just that she couldn't confirm who it was. It seems like I don't know enough information, Ling Lan said regrettably. Although Little Four could search through every 250 Mecha Clan mecha operator's information from birth, there were still some hidden information that wasn't possible to determine from the data that was given. Ling Lan couldn't use the information to accurately determine who the regiment commander's target was. In short, it was because she was not given enough time. Li Shiyu, you must try your best to treat those on this list. Although Ling Lan wasn't sure who the target was, she wouldn't let Li Shiyu drag out the amount of time required for their treatment because of this reason. This treatment was connected to a mecha operator's piloting future and mistakes were not an option. Li Shiyu took the orders and left. Ling Lan thought to herself in the atrium for half an hour by herself. Finally, she gave out a chain of orders. The entire Ling Tian team instantly began to move about. Li Shiyu's treatment room was in the lowest level of their accommodation building. As Ling Tian's head of logistics, Lin Zhongqing didn't hesitate and asked the regiment commander for many resources and hardware because of the secret mission given to them by the headquarters. He then built Li Shiyu's treatment room to perfection. This made Li Shiyu fully understand the benefits of having a good logistics team. Thinking back to the beginning, he begged here and there to use the laboratory. He also rented it at high prices which made the three of them bankrupt. In the end, he could only sell himself to the headquarters hospital and become one of their main physicians. Afterwards, he had the qualifications to use the hospital's laboratory limitlessly. This also saved the three of them from living a frugal and depressing life. Thinking back to his depressing history, if only Lin Zhongqing had entered into the division with them back then. The three of them would not have to go through such hardships. Li Shiyu had tears falling from his eyes. Of course, if Lin Zhongqing could only build a treatment for Li Shiyu, to Lin Zhongqing, it would be considered a display of uselessness. Not only did Lin Zhongqing perfectly build Li Shiyu's treatment room, he also helped Chang Xinyuan build a small modification research room. From what Lin Zhongqing told everyone, the research room seemed small, but the cost of building it was not much cheaper than Li Shiyu's treatment room. Thus, Lin Zhongqing hustled the regiment commander. Unfortunately, the regiment commander, not knowing the details, did not know he was hustled. He believed that it was all for Li Shiyu's treatment room and mustered up all his connections to apply for it to the higher-ups. He finally managed to satisfy all of Lin Zhongqing's demands. Of course, for the regiment commander, he only had to waste some time to think and give out demands. These supplies weren't coming out of his own pocket, so he didn't care. Also, if Li Shiyu successfully cured these mecha operators and made them able to return to the battlefield, as the regiment commander, he would also be given credit. He would of course not reject this situation where someone else could take the fall if there was a mistake and benefit him if it went well. These many reasons he actually let Lin Zhongqing have his own way. However, as the five individuals began living in Ling Tian Battle Team's accommodations, Ling Tian Battle Team's members used it to their advantage to get close to the five of them every single day. Once, the regiment commander went to the treatment room to see the progress of the treatment. While he was there, he discovered that the five mecha operators were talking and laughing with Ling Tian's members. Even the depressed and indifferent Yang Mingji was talking and smiling with them. The regiment commander immediately realized that he had made a poor decision. One day, Ling Lan received a notification from the regiment commander and went to the regiment commander. After returning, she saw Li Lanfeng and Han Jijian standing in front of her door. Ling Lan led them into her room. The three of them sat on the sofa in the living room. "What's up?" Ling Lan was a bit curious since it was rare for both of them to come together at the same. "We just received word that the regiment commander had messaged you to go to him. We thought about it and decided that we should make a move too," Han Jijian said as he looked at Li Lanfeng. "Looks like you guys have guessed it," Ling Lan lips curled. She didn't think that the regiment commander's patience was this poor and already made a move. "Us being here gets in his way. I predict that he will find an excuse to get us transferred out of here," Li Lanfeng smiled faintly. Ling Lan didn't answer. She immediately told them the mission the regiment commander had given her. "It's a good plan," Han Jijian sighed. "Very well thought out. Even if we know that he wants to send us away, we wouldn't be able to refuse the orders for a transfer. Who knew that the regiment commander would actually find such an interesting assignment for us?" Li Lanfeng smiled bitterly. An intergalactic escorting mission. Even if it was the lowest level, Level E escorting missions, it would still require the new recruits to be in their 4th year. Looks like the regiment commander fiddled with the rules. Back then, Li Lanfeng had already had a taste of this hardship. In his 2nd year he was forced to take a similar assignment and Zhao Jun almost lost his life for it. That's probably not the case. The protection period of the new recruits is meant for the new recruits without official battle teams. Temporary members are also categorized as new recruits. Only they are able to receive protection, Ling Lan explained. When I activated our battle team and when you guys activated your totems, we were no longer considered new recruits. The regiment commander doesn't need to fiddle with anything. As long as he handed an application to the headquarters to make us, Ling Tian, to go on the battlefield, the mainframe would automatically arrange the details of an assignment for us. Who knows what level the escort mission will be, I hope it's not too difficult. After saying this, Li Lanfeng couldn't help but shake his head. He knew that he was expecting too much. With Ling Tian battle team's strength of 7 ace operators, the easy escort missions would not given to them. Captain, is there a limit of how many people for this mission? Han Jijian asked. There is. I need a 6-man battle team. Thus I will take Zhao Jun, Lan Feng, Qi Long, Li Yingjie and Lin Zhongqing. Ling Lan thought for a second and said. Han Jijian was confused for a second then immediately realized it, flushed them out. Yes. I will take the 3 strongest people with me. Anyone who's smart enough would know what to do. Ling Lan's expression became cold. In the past month or so, Ling knew more or less the personality of their regiment commander. She didn't want her time to be wasted on scheming against each other. She wanted to use the fastest method to resolve this troublesome issue. Of course, if the regiment commander could control his ego and just continue to be 250 Mecha Clan's regiment commander, Ling Lan wouldn't mind continuing to have a harmonious relationship with him. Han Jijian clearly knew this arrangement was the most appropriate, but he still couldn't let go and said, sadly, I can't go with you boss. Han Jijian knew that following Ling Lan would be very fun-filled experience. It's not easy for you guys here either. I hope that when I come back, I'll hear good news from you, Ling Lan said cheerfully. For an opponent like the regiment commander's level, Ling Lan wasn't interested in playing with him. However, she didn't mind to let Han Jijian, Luo Lang and Xie Yi to play around with him for a bit. She will just take it as training for her members. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Planet Hantang was one of the Huaxia Federation's first-rate planets and was only a short way from becoming a legendary planet. Its degree of development was enough to compete with a legendary planet. No matter how prosperous a planet was, it would still have their planetary defense army. And the mission Ling Lan and the others had received was sent out by Planet Hantang's defense army's main command center. The originally heavily guarded headquarters had a few allied battle teams arriving at their location. This time, the Defense Army's command center had sent out an assignment to gather 6 4-star battle teams from all divisions that had 6-man battle teams. However, when the battle teams had all arrived, the Defense Army's commander-in-chief discovered that he had made a mistake when he sent out the assignment. He actually forgot to write an important requirement, and that was he wanted all 6 battle teams to come from the same division. The 5 battle teams that had already arrived included Meng Shan-yuan, Senior Colonel Meng's Iron Curtain Battle Team from the 1st Division, Senior Colonel Mu Yoyun's Whirlwind Battle Team from the 3rd Division, Lieutenant Colonel Qian Zhaolin's Brave Warriors Battle Team from the 9th Division, Lieutenant Colonel Kong Jiayan's Startup Battle Team from the 13th Division, and Lieutenant Colonel Wang Anzhong's Immortals Battle Team from the 17th Division. There was another battle team that had yet to arrive. They had also sent out their information, and it was the 23 RD Division's senior captain, Ling Lan's Ling Tian battle team. The moment the commander-in-chief of the headquarters received this information, he was instantly stunned. He thought that Ling Lan's battle team was a 1-star battle team, and it was a mistake by the mainframe rating them a 4-star battle team. Their captain only had the rank of senior captain. In the commander's mind, captains of 1-star battle teams were usually of this ranks. However, when he looked through the mainframe, he saw that below Ling Tian battle team's name, there were 4 stars that had lit up. He then knew that the mainframe did not make an error. The error was that among all 4-star battle teams, there was such an incredible battle team. However, the commander-in-chief quickly lost interest in further investigating Ling Tian, this incredible battle team. He began to worry whether the 6 battle teams from different divisions would be able to cooperate well with each other. Would they be able to complete this difficult mission? It should be known that this escorting mission required them to cross 7 countries within the galaxy. Only 2 out of these 7 countries were considered to be friendly with the Federation. The other 5 countries, 3 of which were publicly enemies of the Federation and 2 were neutral countries on the outside. In reality, these 2 countries were secretly helping opposing countries of the Federation. The Federation knew fully well about all this and considered them as enemies as well. It was just that everyone still remained friendly on the outside and didn't call each other out on their actions. These 2 countries were also considered to be dangerous areas and needed to be on guard against. Thinking up to this point, the worry and concern of the commander became worse. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to change anything at this point. Was he going to have to send these battle team back to where they came from? Thinking about the strictness of the mainframe and to make sure he wasn't sent to military court for this mistake, the commander decided to just roll with it. Inside the Defense Army's headquarters, the 5 battle teams that had already arrived were asked to meet each other in the meeting room. The meeting room was arranged in a circular table setting. Each captain found a place to sit and the members of each team all sat down behind their captains. The captains all looked at each other, silently critiquing the positive and negative traits of each captain while waiting for the last battle team to arrive. They did this because after everyone had arrived, the commander-in-chief would tell them the details of their assignment. The earliest battle team that had arrived had already waited for 3 days. Without a doubt that team's patience was wearing thin. Half an hour had passed. Why are they still not here? Don't tell me that we have to wait for another day. Our battle teams don't have the luxury to waste such time, one captain couldn't help but be critical. The long wait made these battle teams lose their patience. Yeah, even Captain Meng has arrived. Those guys from the 23rd Division are really arrogant. Another captain looked at the 1st Division's Meng Shangyuan with a half-smile in an attempt to provoke Meng Shangyuan's anger towards the 23rd Division. Meng Shangyuan was as still as a log and didn't react at all. He only sat there and didn't move one bit. The captain who spoke, sulkily took back his expression towards Meng Shangyuan and turned towards the commander. Are you really sure that they'll be able to arrive today? If they can't, we should just go our separate ways. The battle team from the 23rd Division was so arrogant to have 5 battle teams wait for them. The commander replied, I received the confirmation this morning. There shouldn't be any mistake. After saying that, everyone visibly calmed down. However, it couldn't be denied that they all were still critical about the fact that the 23rd Division was coming in late. Right at that moment, there were sound of footsteps coming from the hallway. The captain's ears all moved a bit, looked up and exchanged looks with each other. With their capabilities, these captains actually couldn't tell how many were coming. Could it be that they were all masters? The door of the meeting room suddenly opened and it showed a few people standing outside the door. The person leading them was a cool teen with a cold aura seeping outwards from his body. Actually, he wasn't a teen, but was in between a teen and a young man. He had integrated both age groups' elegance. If someone was to look at him, this young man's look would be imprinted into their memory. The others who followed him had someone whose body was well-built, someone who seemed mild-mannered, someone beautiful and also someone who was so normal he would make others unconsciously ignore him. They followed behind the cool young man and walked into the room. The cool young man took off his military cap, showing his ears and short hair. He politely said, Sorry we came here late and made you all wait for a long time. We are terribly sorry. Ling Lan and her team's attitude towards the other captains instantly alleviated their initial dissatisfaction. The entire atmosphere in the conference room instantly became better. Hearing this, Meng Shangyuan, who was sitting there silently, finally had a reaction. He looked towards Ling Lan and nodded, not a problem. The 23rd Division is the furthest away from this place. We can understand you for being a bit late. He also helped Ling Lan explain for their lateness. Meng Shangyuan's friendly remark made Ling Lan glanced at him with a grateful look. Then she walked towards an empty seat and sat down. Her team members were the same as the members from the other teams and sat down on the seats behind their captain. The commander saw that all 6 battle team had arrived. He coughed a bit to clear his throat. Since everyone is here, then let me explain the details of this mission. Our Federation's allied country, the Balaya Kingdom, had their 3rd heir to the throne, Princess Gulabajuo, studied in our Federation. Now Princess Gulabajuo has officially graduated from her military academy and was required to return to the Balaya Kingdom. Since Balaya has been battling with neighboring nations, Abuduo and Dusua, they were afraid that sending people to escort Princess Gulabajuo would threaten the princess' safety if these 2 nations were to find out. Thus, they asked us, the Federation, to escort the princess back to her home country safely. After saying all this, the commander's expression became sharp and changed completely. In order to ensure the safety of everyone, we specially requested the headquarters to have 4-star battle teams send out a small team of 6 people. These people would need to be disguised and silently escort the princess back to her country. This mission is very dangerous and failure is not an option. Otherwise, our Federation would lose Balaya, a strong ally. The result of that would be impossible to predict. After listening to all this, one captain asked, "Are mechas allowed on the merchant starship?" The commander nodded. In order to make sure the mission does not fail, the headquarters has allowed mechas to be brought with you. The merchant starship is also a battleship in disguise. However, in order to avoid exposing our identity as military personnel, mechas have also been disguised. Both Ace and Special Class mechas are available. You can go to the mecha warehouse to choose. After saying all this, the commander smirked a bit. Also, the mecha you chose will be your reward when you complete this mission. After hearing the commander's words, everyone showed expressions of surprise and pleasure. Although they had their own designated mechas in their division, mecha operators would not reject an extra mecha. In reality, in the army, those who could have spare mechas were all from Ace mecha clans. Only the top Ace mecha operators had the qualifications to enjoy such luxuries. Normal mecha operators would only have 1 mecha in their entire life. Unless their mecha was determined to be scrap metal, only then these operators would be able to apply for a new one. Of course, their surprise and pleasant feeling wasn't just for this reason. With mechas by their side, no matter how dangerous, they would have the confidence that they would be able to get past any obstacle. After all, there were all outstanding mecha operators. Mechas were their friends and at the same time, the source of their confidence. The commander cautioned them on a few more things, then announced the time for them to gather up in the spaceport. In order to make sure the spies in planet Hontang not to be aware about their mission, the 6 battle teams would be incognito. They would need to disperse and enter the spaceport one by one. Then would group with the princess and board the merchant ship together. Finally, the commander took out a paper box. There were 6 folded pieces of white paper in the box. Everyone looked at the commander with a dumbfounded look and didn't know what he was going to do with the box. Ling Lan didn't understand for a second and then understood in an instant. She glanced at the commander with a curious look. If her guess was correct, that was paper which was quite popular back in her era. There was a moment when Ling Lan thought the commander had traveled to the future just like she did. These have the information of the characters you all will be acting as. As for what it will be based off your luck. Smiled the commander. Ling Lan seemed to have seen devilish wings flapping about behind the commander's back. This is interesting. Then I'll go first. Mu Yuyun from the 3rd Division, who had never experienced this type of game before, was very interested. He was the first to put his hand in the box and took out a piece of paper. He opened it, took a look and began laughing. Not bad. Our identity is the Princess Royal Guard. We can follow the princess around. Everyone saw how the game was played, so they all put in their hands in the box and took out a piece of paper. In the end, Meng Shangyuan and Ling Lan were the only ones left. Ling Lan put out her hand signaling to Meng Shangyuan for him to take one first. Meng Shangyuan looked at Ling Lan and smiled lightly. He didn't refuse the offer and took out a piece of white paper from the box. The Ling Lan took out the last piece of paper from the box. Princess Chamberlain and Servants. Qian Jialan from the 9th Division opened his piece of paper and his expression instantly sunk. He didn't think that there was actually a position like this. He scratched his head and asked, could it be that the princess doesn't have her own chamberlain and servants? The commander smiled and said, she has them. There's a female chamberlain and a few female servants. You guys have just enough to become couples. After the commander said that, everyone else began laughing. Even Ling Lan couldn't help but smirk. Join in the tourist group of the world tour. Kang Jiayan from the 13th Division opened his piece of paper, saw the words written on it and his expression instantly changed. For him and his team, tourists were the most difficult for them to pretend to be. Over a decade of fighting and battling, they all had the aura of a soldier and was full of killing intent. They were far from the clean peacefulness of commoners. Hearing this, Qian Jialan instantly laughed out loud. As housekeepers and servants, it would be understandable if there was some killing intent, but tourists. Alright, seeing that someone else was worse off than him, Qian Jialan felt that what was written on his piece of paper was no longer that terrible. Intergalactic Smuggling Ring, the 17th Division's Wang Anzhong saw the details and instantly let out a sigh of relief. Although in his mind, it wasn't a good title, but it was still better than being a tourist. In the end, only Ling Lan and Meng Shangyuan hadn't opened their piece of paper. The other 4 captains immediately looked towards these two. Their expressions were clearly saying, brother, just open it already and tell us what it actually says. Meng Shangyuan opened up the piece of paper unwillingly, Intergalactic Adventure Team. Ling Lan opened hers as well. Her lips curled, we're also in the Intergalactic Adventure Team. Meng Shangyuan and Ling Lan crossed in each other's line of sight. They didn't think that they would be working together. At that moment, Kang Jiayan glanced at Ling Lan and then looked at the people behind Ling Lan. Afterwards, he smiled and said, what's your name, brother? Ling Lan raised her eyebrows, Ling Lan. What is your name, elder brother? Your elder brother's name is Kang Jiayan. You can call me elder brother Kang. Kang Jiayan had a smile that seemed to be trying to get on her good side. This made Ling Lan's eyes twitch and felt that Kang Jiayan was up to no good. Brother Ling. Your elder brother Kang wants to discuss something with you. Right when Kang Jiayan wanted to get shoulder-to-shoulder distance to Ling Lan suddenly dashed away. She then calmly said, elder brother Kang, if you want to say something just say it outright. Ling Lan's movement made the other 4 captains laugh out loud. Kang Jiayan blushed, but for the pride of his battle team, he was prepared to throw away his dignity. Brother Ling, your elder brother Kang had drew a piece of paper with tourist written on it, right? Look at your elder brother Kang, and my men. With just one look, tells you that we're not good people and have nothing to do with being tourists. However, brother Ling, you guys are different. Brother Ling is handsome and mighty and your subordinates are all cute and beautiful. If you guys pretend to be an adventure team, no one would believe you to be an actual adventure team. Instead, you should switch with me. Then everyone would be able to perfectly act their role and not have anyone suspect us. Cute and beautiful. The expressions of the people behind Ling Lan instantly worsened. Ling Lan however didn't get angry. She looked at Kang Jiayan's men. They were indeed just like how Kang Jiayan had described them. With just one look and they would instantly consider to be bad guys. They were all tall and muscular. Even though their looks weren't too bad, they still had strands of killing intent seeping out from them. These guys did not seem like tourists at all. They were more like robbers. If they were put into the tourist group, it was possible that the other tourists would be terrified. However, why should she help him? Ling Lan calmly said, "We are partners with Captain Meng. With us in the adventure team, the threat level would decrease by a lot. However, if it changes to you guys." After saying this, Ling Lan shook her head to show that she didn't believe in Kong Jiayan's team. "It's better if you guys pretend to be tourists. Even if you guys draw attention to yourselves, only you guys would be exposed and not affect the other battle teams." Hearing this, Captain Meng also nodded and said, "Captain Ling is right. By cooperating with Captain Ling, we can pretend to be a third-rate adventure team and wouldn't draw too much attention to ourselves. If we changed it to you guys, the threat level would increase and would make it easier for those who are on guard to be drawn to us. Then, once exposed, it would be 2 battle teams instead of 1. Hearing all this, Kong Jiayan's expression changed. Finally, he promised with all his might, "Brother Ling, your elder brother Kong is from the 13th Division. As long as you are willing to exchange the paper, your elder brother Kong would be in your debt. In the future, if you ever need your elder brother Kong, just say the word and your elder brother Kong would not refuse." Captain Meng nodded towards Ling Lan. Then Ling Lan replied, "All right, elder brother Kong, since you've already said that, if I refuse your offer, it would be me who does not know how to appreciate your kindness." Afterwards, she handed the piece of paper in her hand towards Kong Jiayan. Kong Jiayan excitedly exchanged the piece of paper from his hand with Ling Lan's. When he received Ling Lan's piece of paper, Ling Lan heard his team members actually boo in unison. She couldn't help but feel happy inside her mind. Kong Jiayan's battle team seemed to be a fun battle team. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. A tour guide constantly checked the time on his communicator while looking at the entrance of the spaceport. He was worried. 6 people had not arrived yet and the cruise was departing soon. Should he leave the 6 people behind? At this moment, 6 young men ran over from the entrance. They were dressed casually. They looked anxious, but the aura they gave out was happy and vibrant. They rushed to the tour guide and panted heavily as they reached him. 2 of them gained the attention of the tour guide. One of them was wearing a hat that covered half of his face while the other had a mask. The tour guide couldn't see their faces, but he felt the cold presence and gentle aura from them individually. They did look good standing next to each other. Of the remaining 4, 2 of them were muscular. Their stamina seemed to be the best too. They just breathed heavily while the others were panting like crazy. One of the remaining 2 members looked irritated while the other seemed calm and gentle. Additionally, he grabbed the young man that seemed impatient and asked him to control his emotions. Their relationship must have been good because the young man who was irritated actually calmed down. The tour guide heaved a sigh of relief. These 6 people didn't look like hard customers. As a tour guide, what he was afraid of the most was meeting customers that were hard to please. They made his work much harder. One of the muscular young men said after he caught his breath, "Are you the tour guide of Shun Feng Tourism Agency?" They saw the words Shun Feng on the tour guide's clothes. The tour guide nodded. "Yes. You all must be from Heping Academy. Everyone is waiting for you all." "Yes. We are sorry for being late." The muscular man looked like a rough person, but he had a good attitude and apologized sincerely. The tour guide's impression of them got better instantly. "No problem. Hurry up and register yourselves." The tour guide knew that time was tight, so he didn't speak any more nonsense. When the 6 young men stepped on the cruise ship, they looked at each other and smiled. The tour guide gave them a standard 6-men room. He asked them to tidy up and head down for dinner. "Oh right, after dinner, there will be a dance party. You can interact with other people in the tour group. After all, you all will be staying together for 1 month. A good relationship will allow you to have a more interesting trip," the tour guide reminded all of them before he left. Their tour group would pass through 18 countries in the galaxy. The countries they chose were either neutral parties or countries within the Federation. However, they would need to pass through 3 enemy countries along the journey. These countries had signed a treaty which stated that they would not attack a passenger ship as long as the people on the ship didn't provoke them. The muscular young man, who had been talking to the tour guide all these while, replied, "Okay. Tour guide Zhou, we will come down later." The tour guide had introduced himself just now. His name was Zhou Guangli. Zhou Guangli left. He needed to check on his other tour group members. He was the tour guide as well as the person in charge of the tour group. He was responsible for everything. The muscular man watched the tour guide leave before going back into the room. The 6-men room was in the same style as a military bunk. This cruise ship was modified from a battleship. There were 3 bunk beds. Everyone chose their bed and placed their bags down. Ling Lan took off her hat, revealing her young face. She had retracted her aura. With her handsome face and pink lips, she looked like a beautiful young man now. Qi Long held onto the bed frame and laughed silently. The rest of the people tried their best to hold in their laughter. They were afraid that their boss would kill them. Ling Lan raised her eyebrows and glared at Qi Long coldly. "Is it very funny?" Qi Long froze. His laughter subsided. He shook his head furiously. Sob, he laughed too hard just now. He forgot how vicious his boss could be. Although he was safe for this month, once they went back to the Mecha clan, Qi Long could imagine what his life would be like. They didn't come late on purpose. They were late because they laughed at Ling Lan after she changed into casual clothing and restrained her dominating aura. Of course, Ling Lan beat them up badly afterwards. The beating took some time, so they were in a rush. If they were late by another 5 minutes, they might have missed the cruise. "Actually, you look more like a tourist like this," Li Lanfeng smiled as he consoled Ling Lan. Ling Lan felt troubled. She knew that the moment she restrained her aura, she would not look like a boss anymore. Li Lanfeng's words was like sprinkling salt on her wound. She raised her eyebrows and said threateningly, "What? Do I look gullible like this?" Li Lanfeng controlled his urge to laugh. He shook his head nonchalantly and said, "No. However, your appearance now will let people put down their guard against you. This is important for our mission. Captain, you are good at disguising yourself." Li Lanfeng shamelessly curried favor with Ling Lan and appeased her anger. Everyone gave Li Lanfeng looks of approval. They were relieved that they managed to escape another beating this time. "Shall we contact other captains?" Lin Zhongqing asked. No, Ling Lan rejected the suggestion. "We don't know if there are spies on this cruise. If we act rashly, we might expose ourselves." Everyone nodded. Ling Lan continued, "Since we are tourists, we must act like one. Use the fake identity that Planet Hantang gave us and leave a message on Yiping Academy's forum. We will post a message stating that we managed to board the cruise at the last moment." "You said what I wanted to say." Li Lanfeng supported Ling Lan. "As long as nothing happens to the princess, we will just continue to act like a tourist." The other 4 people were smart people too. They understood what Li Lanfeng meant and nodded. Very soon, Lin Zhongqing used his fake identity to post a message on Yiping Academy's forum. He even took a few photos of the cruise and inserted a smiley face emoticon. He wrote, "I am finally able to tour the South Galaxy. Take off, Feiyang ship." In the operations center of Planet Hantang's headquarters, the commander-in-chief paced around the room with a worried expression. In order to not get exposed, 4 teams had left the headquarters separately within the last few days. No one knew where they went. The headquarters didn't dare to trace them as they were afraid that the spies within their headquarters would notice them. Finally, it was time for the teams to report back. 3 teams managed to use the designated signal and contact the 2 teams which were protecting the princess. Only Ling Tian battle team had not got back to them. The commander stopped walking and asked the adjutant beside him, "Has the Feiyang ship left the harbor?" "It left Hantang 3 minutes ago," the adjutant looked at the communicator and replied. Is there still no news from the Ling Tian battle team? The commander was a little angry. If the princess couldn't reach Doppelaya because of the Ling Tian battle team, he would definitely complain about them to the military court. The adjutant gave a depressed expression. No news yet. Footsteps sounded. The commander looked up. His advisor appeared at the door. Commander, there is news from Ling Tian, the advisor said with disbelief. The commander was elated. The signal came. The advisor shook his head furiously, there is no signals from them. The commander was furious. Why did you say there was news from them then? Did they miss the boarding time of the ship and came back? The commander could only think of this possibility. He was indignant. No. I don't know how to explain it to you. Take a look at this image. The advisor showed the image on his communicator to the commander. It was the main page of Yiping Academy's forum. An anonymous person posted a message showing the insides of a cruise. The student's ID appeared beside the message. Why are you showing me this? What is so strange about people from the Yiping Academy being on a cruise? The commander took a while before understanding the situation. Check all the details of the passengers on the cruise. I have checked them already. The only people from Yiping Academy who are on the cruise are the 6 from Ling Tian battle team, the advisor replied firmly. He had suspected that this was a message from the Ling Tian battle team, so he had already checked the information. There was no mistake. The commander calmed down. Those brats are unruly. Why didn't they just use the signal to contact the other battle teams? Why do they have to use this method? They don't have any team spirit at all. Looking at their information, besides 2 people who can take on low-level missions, the rest are all recruits. They shouldn't be able to take on the mission in the first place. Commander, why did the Ling Tian battle team send out these recruits for a 4-stars mission? Most old battle teams should know that the stars of the battle team affects the difficulty of the missions assigned to them. The harder the mission, the more stars the mission would have. No battle team would send a recruit for a 4-stars mission. The advisor had a good relationship with the commander, so he spoke his mind out blatantly. The commander was puzzled too. He suddenly thought of something. He asked hurriedly, how old are the 6 people from Ling Tian? The advisor replied with a puzzled expression, the recruits are 21 years old while the other 2 are 24 years old. This is their 4th year in the military. The commander felt his heart dropped. What about their captain, Ling Lan? Since his status was written as the captain, he must be the real captain of Ling Tian. What if? The advisor realized something too. He shouted, he is a recruit. The commander immediately searched for the data about the Ling Tian battle team. He was a major general, so he had the authority to access this information. He thought about the age of the captain of Ling Tian battle team and got a hold of the situation. How can I miss such an important detail? The commander's expression changed. He immediately contacted the headquarters of the 23rd Division and reported everything to them. A recruit that managed to form a battle team in his first year must be a prodigy which the division wanted to nurture. The commander knew that this mission was dangerous. If this prodigy died in this mission, he would be in trouble. The commander was angry at himself. If he realized this sooner, he would not have sent them on this mission. Very soon, the 23rd Division replied him with 2 simple words, no problem. The commander pondered for a moment. He was still worried, so he contacted someone after much hesitation. After he hung up the call, he heaved a sigh of relief. It's fine. We don't have to worry about the recruits from the Ling Tian battle team anymore. They can do what they like. He remembered what his old friend told him through the call and felt troubled. He turned and asked his advisor, Ji Qing, am I stupid? Ji Qing looked up in surprise. What happened? The commander said in a sad tone, He Shuyang said that I'm stupid. He said that I don't know what is the best disguise. He said that if there is a problem in this mission, it would be because of our secret signal. His intellect couldn't be compared with He Shuyang. He was almost as smart as the optical supercomputer. However, he was not stupid either. If not, how was he able to become the commander-in-chief for the defensive troops on planet Hontang? Humph, He Shuyang must be jealous of him. The commander then remembered that He Shuyang was a major general too and was the chief of staff for General Ling Shao. His sense of superiority instantly disappeared. Not only was He Shuyang smarter than him, he was luckier too. Sob, he wanted to be under General Ling Shao too. Ji Qin didn't understand what the commander was thinking. He thought about the question seriously. Frankly, the signal that we use will leave traces behind once it is used. I just hope that the captains will not use them too frequently. If there are ace hackers on the cruise, it will not be safe. The commander said angrily, "Why didn't you remind me?" Ji Qin felt wronged. By the time I came back, the 4 teams were gone and you all have decided on the plan already. I didn't have the opportunity to remind you. He shouldn't have went on leave. The commander was stunned. His face turned red with anger and embarrassment. He didn't want to admit that he was wrong. Do you think that ace hackers are found everywhere? I don't believe that our enemies are willing to send out their ace hackers. Ji Qin shrugged. The commander continued in a helpless tone, I hope that the 5 battle teams will be smart enough to not use the signal all the time. Fine, as a commander, he should stop this self-deception. When the 5 captains gathered to discuss about the plan, there was already a flaw in the plan. However, no one saw it. No, the captain of the Ling Tian battle team noticed it. He just didn't say anything because he didn't have the authority to make any decision and might even anger some people in the process. Thinking about it, the team that was disguising themselves the best was the Ling Tian battle team. The commander was not angry anymore. He felt lucky to have the Ling Tian battle team in this mission. They might be the critical factor in ensuring the safety of the princess. It was meal time. The people from Ling Tian went to the restaurant. There were 3 dining halls on the Feiyang ship. 2 were small and 1 was a big dining hall. Their meal was held in the bigger dining hall. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Ling Lan seemed to be looking around casually, but in actual fact, she was gathering any useful information she could find. She realized that the dining hall was filled with ordinary tourists. The dinner was a buffet where everyone just took what they wanted to eat. The food was ordinary too. There weren't any expensive ingredients and no chefs were present to cook food on the spot. The waiters took out trays of food from the back. They seemed delicious but might not be. The tour group they joined was a civilian tour group. Ling Lan saw tourists, who dressed nicely in high-class clothes, walking in and out of the other 2 halls and knew that the other 2 halls served people with higher statuses. Ling Lan took her plate and placed the food that she liked on her plate. Her plate slowly piled up. When she saw the other people staring at her, she reminded them, it is free. Of course we should take more. We must eat our money's worth. After she finished talking, she stuffed her mouth with food. She didn't look elegant nor ugly while she was eating. Her cheeks were stuffed with food and it made the food look delicious. Li Lanfeng understood Ling Lan. He took a pile of food too. As he ate his food, he scanned his surroundings and checked if anyone was looking at him. When he saw someone turning their head in his direction, he stopped chewing and pretended to be calm. His actions were comical. However, these behaviors depicted a curious young man who just graduated from school and never went out of his own country before. The pile of free food in front of them showed others that they were civilians. Li Lanfeng and Ling Lan's actions enlightened the rest of the people. They found their own seats and took a huge pile of food. Then, they stuffed their faces with food. Only Li Yingjie was confused. He looked at the food in front of him and snorted. Then, he turned his head away. He would never eat this kind of food. Ma Rao, stop acting like a young master. If you aren't willing to eat the food, you can upgrade to VIP all by yourself. There is no need to follow us. Li Lanfeng smiled, but his words were threatening. Li Yingjie almost exploded in anger, but he saw Ling Lan's eyes staring at him and shivered in fear. He remembered the warning that she gave him before they left. He sneered and said, "Forget it, I will give you all some face and eat this civilian meal." He grabbed his chopsticks and slowly picked his food. After some time, he finally took a few pieces of food which looked appetizing. He placed it in his mouth and chewed it. The color of his face instantly changed. He wanted to vomit the food out. "Ma Rao, swallow the food." Qi Long glared at him. Li Yingjie had no choice but to swallow the food. However, he lost his appetite. Young Master Ma Rao wanted to experience the civilian life, so he decided to come with us. "But, we can't let him suffer like this," Lin Zhongqing spoke up for Li Yingjie. Li Yingjie gave him a look of appreciation. Lin Zhongqing was such a nice person. Sob. Why did he get snatched away by Ling Lan? It would have been nice if he was in his team. Lin Zhongqing seemed to have guessed Li Yingjie's thoughts. He titled his body to block his face and glared at him with murderous intent in his eyes. Li Yingjie shivered. He almost forgot how much Lin Zhongqing hated him. He was acting just now. Li Yingjie felt depressed and looked down without saying a word. "If young Master Ma Rao wants to continue staying with us, you need to stop acting like a young master. We saved up for a long time to get on this tour. We don't want your attitude to ruin this trip," Zhao Jun reminded him unhappily. Li Yingjie looked at the floor and replied in a soft voice, "I understand. I will eat and stay with you guys. I will not complain anymore." Ling Lan placed some food from her plate onto Li Yingjie's plate. She recommended the food enthusiastically, "Ma Rao, this is delicious. Hurry up and have a taste. I will get more for you later before it runs out." Li Yingjie felt helpless. He stared at the food that Ling Lan gave him. What is this yellow gooey pile? Can it be eaten? However, Boss Lan gave it to him. If he didn't eat it, he would be punished severely. Was it better to be disgusted by the food or to be tortured by Ling Lan? Li Yingjie chose the first option. He forced himself to have a bite. He wanted to swallow it immediately, but the delicious taste in his mouth stopped him. His eyes lit up. He chewed the food and ate the rest of the food that Ling Lan placed on his plate. "I decided that I will just eat this dish." Li Yingjie had no shame at all. "It is delicious, right?" Ling Lan asked seriously. Li Yingjie nodded furiously. Although it could not be compared to what he ate before, it was at least edible. "I will help you take more then." Ling Lan took her plate and prepared to go for the second round. Li Lanfeng immediately stood up and said, "I will go with you." Li Lanfeng and Ling Lan came to the buffet table again. There was no one around the buffet table. Only the two of them stood beside the food and whispered into each other's ear. They seemed to be discussing which food was more delicious. "How is the observation going?" Ling Lan grabbed some dishes that were left and asked Li Lanfeng in a low voice. It was near the end of meal time. There was no one coming to take the food anymore. Li Lanfeng pointed to the dish in front of him and whispered, "There are at least 5 suspicious people." Ling Lan looked at the dish that Li Lanfeng pointed at and shook her head. She said, "I agree, good observation. Where are the 5 people located at?" Li Lanfeng nodded to express that he accepted Ling Lan's suggestion. They walked to the next dish and lifted the cover. The food inside seemed good, so he took some and placed it on his plate. There are 2 people sitting at the table closest to the entrance. They didn't release their power, but their hacker aura is evident to people with specter abilities like me. I pretended to look at them casually just now. They had the Shun Feng tourist group badge on their chest. Seems like they plan to hide themselves in this tourist group too. I am just not sure if they are our friends or enemies. Ling Lan appeared to have seen something good and pulled Li Lanfeng's hand hurriedly. She came to the other side of the buffet table, cleverly dodging two tourists who came to take some food. The Feiyang ship's crew saw that there were still many people in the dining hall and there wasn't much food left. Hence, they took out 3 more trays of food. The 3 waiters placed the food on 3 different spots of the buffet table. The food which Ling Lan chose was the most expensive dish out of the 3, barbecued duomo meat. Ling Lan quickly took the meat and placed it on her plate. She only stopped after her plate was full. Li Lanfeng did the same thing. They took almost 1/3 of the meat. The tourist behind them rolled their eyes at them. The 2 of them snickered as they walked back to their table. Zhao Jun and the rest of the gang welcomed them happily. However, after eating a few pieces of meat, they chased Li Lanfeng and Ling Lan away to get more food. The 3 dishes were empty already. There was no one at the buffet table again. Li Lanfeng and Ling Lan frowned as they opened the covers of the other food items. Li Lanfeng stood in front of an empty plate with a sad look on his face. The 3rd person is the one that tried to come close to us just now. He seems to be very interested in the 6 of us. I don't know if we exposed ourselves. Ling Lan shook her head and pulled Li Lanfeng in front of another dish. It is okay. Only Li Yingjie had some loopholes in his acting. He is unable to suppress his physical skills like us, so he is at the peak of refinement now. Reaching refinement at his age makes him a talent. It is normal that people would take notice of him. However, our conversation just now should have lessened his suspicion on us. Another one is sitting at the southeast corner of the dining hall. If I didn't make an effort to look at every corner of the room, I might have been fooled by him. His physical skills are powerful. The corner he chose allowed him to observe everyone in the room. No actions would be unnoticed by him. Impressive. Li Lanfeng couldn't see the person's level, so he was worried that he might have seen through them. I can sense the murderous presence on his body. He is either a soldier or an assassin. I feel that he is an assassin. The position he chose was a position that assassins would like. Ling Lan took all the remaining food left on the tray. She said with an unhappy face, however, we can't deny the possibility that he might be a soldier. Some soldiers do similar things too, so it is normal that he has the habits of an assassin. There was only a thin line between an assassin and a soldier. Because of external pressure, some things couldn't be solved openly. At that time, the military would send out soldiers to do such missions. Li Lanfeng nodded. He opened another tray and realized that there were still so much food left. He happily called Ling Lan over and they took everything that was left. Li Lanfeng said as he took the food, I didn't notice the last one at first, but when we were talking, he put down his chopsticks. This was a reaction of someone who is eavesdropping. He was very careful and didn't look at us. I might have missed him if I didn't notice this action. Li Lanfeng didn't expect so many powerful people to be hiding in a civilian dining hall. It widened his perspective and realized that the outside world was indeed very interesting. Actually, if he looked at us while he eavesdropped, I might have not suspect him. However, he pretended to not see us. Ling Lan put the cover back. Li Lanfeng pondered over her words. That is true. If he did things openly, I would rule him out. However, he didn't. It was not easy for you to find these 5 people. In actual fact, the 2 hackers were the hardest to find. However, they didn't expect someone with Spectre abilities to be here. If not, they would stay in their rooms and try to hack the mainframe of the cruise. Ling Lan seemed happy at the hacker's misfortune. Li Lanfeng realized that after Ling Lan relaxed, his tone gotten livelier too. It was not as cold as before. Ling Lan didn't notice Li Lanfeng's change in expression. She continued, there is actually a 6th person. A 6th person? Li Lanfeng was shocked. Who? One of the waiters who brought out the food trays just now, Ling Lan replied calmly. She turned and left after seeing that there was no food left. They returned to their table with piles of food. Li Lanfeng stuffed his face with food as though he was extremely hungry. He was wondering which waiter it was. He sighed. He was still a level behind Rabbit. He didn't notice the waiter. He needed to work harder. Li Lanfeng took a huge bite of the meat. His eyes lit up. He looked at Ling Lan and pointed at the meat. "This is really delicious." Ling Lan nodded. "Yes, this is the one. Luckily we managed to get a huge portion of it." Ling Lan confirmed Li Lanfeng's guess. The waiter who served the duomo meat was the sixth person she was talking about. Li Lanfeng remembered that buffet waiters were supposed to place new dishes at conspicuous locations so that customers would know a new dish came out. The other two waiters placed their trays on the side of the buffet table facing the dining tables. The one who carried the duomo meat, on the other hand, placed the tray on the other side of the table. There was only one table which was able to see that tray of meat. That was the table which the potential assassin was at. Without a doubt, the waiter was passing a message to the assassin. He did it so well even Li Lanfeng didn't notice him. Unfortunately, Ling Lan was here. Nothing could escape her eyes. Li Lanfeng was finally able to eat his meal in peace. Very quickly, the two of them finished their food. Li Lanfeng was in a good mood so he finished everything without caring about the taste. Ling Lan was able to eat anything after being trained by the learning space. When she was famished, she even dug out worms and ate them raw. As long as the food was edible and it was not harmful to the body, she would swallow them. The group of them happily returned to their rooms and waited for the dance party at night. This dance party was not organized by Shunfeng Tourism Agency. It was organized by the crews on the Feiyang ship. This meant that people you met at the dance party might be civilians or elites. It might even be an explorer or a member of a noble family. According to rumors, people from noble families and explorers liked to find partners at dance parties. Partners here had many different meanings. Some people liked pretty women so their targets were the beautiful ladies. Others wanted to look for followers for their families so their preys were civilians who had the talent and ability but lacked the opportunity due to their status. Every year, many female commoners would get the chance they wanted at dance parties. However, no one cared about their ending. Everyone remembered the moment when Cinderella wore her glass heels. They forgot that this was just an illusion. Once the clock struck midnight, Cinderella had to return to where she came from. No one could stop time. Not every lady was fortunate enough to let the prince find her with a glass heel. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. They changed into a more formal attire and came to the dance hall at the highest level of the ship. They were obedient and arrived before the starting time. Not many people were in the dance hall at this time. The Feiyang ship had 4 levels in total. The lowest level was where the crew of the ship stayed. There was also a huge storage area to keep any bulky objects the passengers might have. Ling Lan and her team members' mechas were hidden among the other items in the storage. The second level was where the accommodations for ordinary passengers and the dining halls were located at. There was an entertainment space for the ordinary passengers and it even had login pods. However, it was very expensive to rent a login pod. Ordinary passengers would not be able to afford it. The third level was where high-class people stayed. There were also better facilities on this level. It was said that there was a high-end restaurant on the third level. Wealthy people would choose to eat there and not go to the dining halls. Although the smaller dining halls had better food items, it was still not up to their standards too. Besides Ling Tian, the other battle teams were on the third floor. 2 of them had to protect the princess so they needed to stay next to her. The other 3 had the money so they stayed on the third floor too. They didn't want to be too far away from the princess either. The fourth level consisted of a dance hall as well as a huge platform. The Feiyang ship was modified from a battleship. This platform was meant for mechas to land on the ship. However, they told the outside world that this was the place where bonfires and barbecues would be held at. This was a special privilege for the people boarding the Feiyang ship. This was why many tourists were willing to pay the high price to board this ship. These entertainments were not available on other cruises. You get what you paid for. There were dining areas around the dance hall. Many food trays had been placed on the dining tables that were covered with a white cloth. There were flowers placed around as decorations. It was beautiful. On one of the tables, there were wine glasses stacked in the shape of a pyramid. Each of them was filled with different alcohols. The colorful lights shone on the glasses and the glasses glittered. Ling Lan and Li Lanfeng reacted the quickest. They looked at the alcohol greedily. Only Qi Long was not tempted. He asked in a puzzled tone, why did they have to make it so pretty? Can it be eaten? Why do they only fill up 1/3 of the cup? The organizers here are so stingy. Everyone looked at him with contempt. It was such a waste to bring him here. Gentle laughter sounded behind them. The 6 people turned around and saw 3 ladies in gowns laughing at them. When they saw Li Yingjie, their eyes lit up. They turned and looked at Ling Lan. They were shocked. Ling Lan couldn't stand the intense gaze of the 3 ladies, so she lowered her head in embarrassment. This action made her even cuter. The 3 ladies were excited. He is so cute. I want to hug him. Li Lanfeng felt his heart dropped. He smiled and said, how do I address you all? The 3 ladies shifted their gazes to Li Lanfeng. The hente aura on Li Lanfeng caused them to lower their guards. One of the ladies smiled and replied, we are from the Shun Feng tourist group. Where are you from? Everyone took down the tourist group badge since they were coming for the dance party. Li Lanfeng smiled brightly. They couldn't see his face, but the friendly vibe that he was emitting left a good impression on the 3 ladies. Little 4, Leopard's aura changed. Ling Lan immediately noticed the change in Li Lanfeng's aura. She pulled Little 4, who was having a whale of a time, back into her mindscape. Little 4 was helping the mainframe of the ship to resist against 4 batches of hackers. He didn't know if the hackers were on the same team or were acting individually. He realized that there were 5 advanced hackers and even 1 ace hacker on the ship. They made his life more interesting. Little 4 was naughty. He didn't cover up all the loopholes in the mainframe. He watched as the hacker hacked into the system. Once he was about to succeed and win against the mainframe, Little 4 would step in and help. Every time the hackers thought that they had succeeded, they were stopped by Little 4. They were unwilling to give up, and their stubbornness allowed Little 4 to continue playing with them. Little 4's mind was on the mainframe. Hence, he just glanced at Li Lanfeng and replied, yes, his Jack Su ability was activated. After so many years, Little 4 finished all the books that Ling Lan read in her past life. He was able to use special phrases to describe certain things. He was so good at it that Ling Lan was amazed. Mary Sue, Jack Su, Crazy B**************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Ling Lan was shocked at the start, but now, she was used to it. The innate talent that allows other people to like him. Ling Lan understood what Little Four was saying. Yes. Your leopard hasn't realized this innate talent yet, so he can't control it completely. However, when he has a strong desire, it would get activated, Little Four explained. Ling Lan narrowed her eyes. You are saying that Li Lanfeng has a strong desire now? She glanced at the three ladies. They all had heavy makeup on. She didn't think that they were pretty. Why would Li Lanfeng have strong desires towards them? Little Four thought of something and exclaimed, Boss, although the average lifespan of people in this world is 150 years, their age of maturity is the same as your original world. The people here just aged at an older age. Their youth is long. They spend more than 100 years in their youth. Ling Lan didn't manage to understand what Little Four meant. She glared at him, explain it properly. Little Four touched his nose and said quickly, your leopard is in rut now. He will secrete his testosterone the moment he sees any females. Little Four immediately disappeared after he finished his sentence. He needed to run away before his boss reacted. Rut. Ling Lan finally understood. Li Lanfeng had reached the age of falling in love. Her comrades were all grown up now. Ling Lan felt weird. She was emotional that if her comrades brought their girlfriends to show her next time, would she feel like a mother seeing her daughter-in-law? Of course, Ling Lan had no other thoughts towards Li Lanfeng. She just felt a little sad that her friends started liking other girls. It was like giving her son up to other people. Ling Lan felt that she had this feeling because Li Lanfeng's poor taste in women. Even if he liked someone, he should have a higher standard. Someone that looked like Luo Lang would be much better. I'm sorry, Luo Lang. I drag you in again. Ling Lan apologized to Luo Lang in her heart. Luo Lang was just too pretty. Ling Lan had to admit that he was even prettier than some girls. As for Luo Chao, Ling Lan didn't even think about her. Why? No one knew. Li Lanfeng's Jack Su, innate talent got activated, so the three ladies became familiar with him instantly. However, his innate talent didn't seem powerful enough. The three ladies kept looking at Liangjie. Luckily, Ling Lan was forgotten by them. Li Lanfeng was happy at this situation. He subtly talked about Liangjie. The three girls had an even better impression of Li Lanfeng. They even took him as their close friend and asked him to introduce Liangjie to them. Li Lanfeng agreed immediately. In order to protect Ling Lan, he pushed his little brother from the Li family out. The three girls knew that Liangjie was the wealthiest among the 6 people. While they were talking to Li Lanfeng, Qi Long and Zhao Jun wanted to take some food but they didn't dare to. Liangjie scoffed at them and then went up to take some food and wine for them. Liangjie's calm and casual actions told the ladies that he was used to these parties. This meant that he had a good background. He was either a rich second generation or a member of an elite family. Whichever it was, he was a big fish to the ladies who were just normal commoners. For a normal female commoner to climb up the social ladder, they had to either be good in their studies or be good in a certain field. Then, they would become a citizen. They might even rise up to become an elite and enjoy better privileges. Their children would also live a better life and obtain more opportunities as compared to commoners. Moreover, the resources available to a commoner restricted their learning and thus they were unable to compare themselves with the people from the other classes. If they wanted to climb up the social ladder using this method, it would be difficult. The other way was to awaken their innate talent before they were 16 years old. If their innate talent would be of help to the military, they would immediately become a citizen and enter the military. However, the probability of awakening their innate talent was too low. Even members of elite families couldn't be sure if they were able to awaken their innate talent before 16 years old. Hence, this path was hard too. Females were also physically weaker than males, so it would be a miracle if someone managed to awaken their innate talent. As compared to the first 2 ways, the last way was much easier. It was to find a big fish. There were many ways they could find this fish. The most popular way was to enter the military after they turned 16 years old and find a partner there. Although many soldiers were commoners, their families were able to receive the benefits of a citizen due to their contribution to the country. Also, they had an idol who managed to achieve what every lady wanted. Hence, many ladies followed their idol's path and entered the military. Sob, they want to become the next Lan Luofeng too. However, not every female had the right to enter the military. Some ladies were rejected due to their family or physical constitution. They would give up their dreams and look for a normal job. After that, they would get married to a commoner and live a normal life. A small portion of these ladies were unwilling to give up and looked for other ways, such as attending a galaxy tour group. This tour could allow them to fulfill their dreams or become a sacrifice for their dreams. The 3 ladies had their eyes on Liangjie. This showed how well the other people disguised themselves. Besides Zhao Jun, the other 5 came from influential families. Ling Lan was even the son of Ling Xiao. She was like the prince of the military. Ling Lan understood what Li Lanfeng wanted to do. She raised her eyebrows curiously. Is he trying to find a girlfriend for Li Yingjie? Shouldn't Li Yingjie take care of this himself? Why is Li Lanfeng so enthusiastic? Li Lanfeng turned around as he felt Ling Lan's gaze. He smiled at her happily. Then, he pulled Li Yingjie to a corner. The three ladies followed them happily. Zhao Jun saw this and followed them as well. Zhao Jun was like Li Lanfeng's brother. They lived together for so many years. Wherever Li Lanfeng was, Zhao Jun would be around too and vice versa. Unexpectedly, Lin Zhongqing looked at Li Yingjie too. Ling Lan noticed a tinge of worry in his eyes. She was surprised. When did Lin Zhongqing start worrying for Li Yingjie? Weren't they enemies? When did they become so close? Ling Lan felt guilty when she realized this. Among her 5 companions who grew up with her, she gave Lin Zhongqing the least attention. This was because he was always a responsible and serious person. He would take care of himself well, so Ling Lan didn't have to worry about him. This made him forgettable at times. As compared to Qi Long and Luo Lang, she didn't show as much concern to Lin Zhongqing at all. Ling Lan felt sorry towards him. She said, "Let's go over too." Lin Zhongqing immediately smiled gently. Qi Long was eating his food when he heard this sentence. He quickly took a big plate and piled it high with all his favorite food items. Ling Lan scanned her surroundings. There were not many people around. She felt relieved. At least she didn't embarrass herself in front of too many people. Qi Long carried 2 big plates and walked towards the corner where Li Lanfeng was at. Ling Lan and Lin Zhongqing looked at him with disdain. In another corner, 2 persons sat in the dark. One of them retracted his gaze and took a sip of his wine. "What did you notice?" The other person who was smoking asked him casually. "Those 3 ladies, there is a problem with them," the one who was drinking replied. "They are only able to fool those little brats. Seems like there are quite a few factions here. We need to be careful. I wonder why they targeted those brats." The person smoking placed his fingers on his temple and went into deep thought. The man drinking smiled. They had no other choice. The tourist group they entered was a tourist group for couples. Those couples are all old. When those aunties saw them, they went on their guard and prevented them from interacting with their husbands. They couldn't lay their hands on the married men. The only people that were men and could be seduced are those 6 brats. Their objective is to go to the 3rd floor. The man smoking replied, hence, they place their focus on the young master. This kind of young master who never experienced the outside world before is the easiest to seduce. The man drinking admired their ability to choose the right target. However, I am more interested in the person with the mask. Why did he help the 3 ladies? Did he realize something? The person smoking frowned. He rubbed his temples. Every time he used his brain too much, his head would hurt. I don't think so. Don't you feel the strange aura around him? The person drinking reminded his friend. The one smoking looked over at Li Lanfeng. He was sitting beside the 3 ladies and having a delightful conversation with them. He seemed to be an old friend of theirs. You are saying that he, the man smoking, frowned. Maybe. Maybe not. Who knows? The man drinking didn't give a definite answer. He didn't care about this as long as those people didn't affect their plans. Shall we inform our people to interrupt the 3 ladies? The man smoking asked. No need. Isn't this interesting to watch? Let's see if the 3 ladies are able to win the heart of the young master. If they succeed in seducing the young master to bring them to the 3rd floor, would the other brats be jealous of him? Will their friendship end there? The man drinking was a sadistic person. You seemed free. Aren't you interested in the 2 teams of explorers on the 3rd floor? The man smoking looked at his friend with contempt. Those explorers, there is indeed something amiss with them, but we can't just focus on them right now. We are still within the territory of the Huaxia Federation. No one would dare to make a move now. I want to complete my mission, but I don't want to die with my opponents. Hence, I will entertain myself while we are still within the countries of the Huaxia Federation. The man drinking smiled as he raised his cup. This is called having fun while working. The man smoking waved his hand helplessly. You can do what you like as long as you don't forget our motive. The man drinking replied, I won't. I still want to retire after I finish this mission. Once he said this, the man smoking became silent. The man drinking turned serious too. He looked sad. They had been in this industry for a long time. Were they able to retire successfully? Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. As the time went by, more and more people arrived at the dance hall. More than 1,000 passengers were here. The host announced the start of the dance party. The three ladies looked at each other. After a while, the tallest one smiled and asked Liangjie, young Master Ma, am I able to have a dance with you? Liangjie was an impulsive person, but he was not stupid. He knew that three ladies had their eyes set on him. However, because of his background, he was used to seeing beautiful ladies. He was not interested in these unpresentable ladies. He replied without hesitation, I am not interested. The tall lady's expression changed. She didn't expect Liangjie to blatantly reject her. She thought that, to maintain their reputation, wealthy people would accept a request even if they didn't like it. Li Lanfeng smiled secretly. He pushed Liangjie out because of his personality. He was an arrogant and haughty person. He didn't care about his reputation. Even his friends found him irritating at times. Little brother Ma Rao, don't be like this. Give us some face and dance with us. One of the ladies tried to grab Liangjie's arm. Liangjie tilted his body and dodged the lady's hand. He rolled his eyes and replied, why should I be nice to you all? Also, don't call me little brother. You have no right to call me that. The three ladies' expression changed immediately when they heard the imperious statement by Liangjie. They didn't expect this rich young master to be so direct. They didn't know how to continue their act. Li Lanfeng gave a forced smile and tried to salvage the situation. Young Master Ma's temper is not good. Why don't I dance with you all? Him. The three ladies pouted. They had checked the background of these 6 people and knew that besides Ma Rao, the rest were commoners. They were just lucky enough to meet Ma Rao in the academy and became Ma Rao's sidekicks. If not, they might not even be able to get on the Feiyang ship and enjoy this cruise. These people were not worth their time. Since young Master Ma doesn't want to dance, let's forget about it then. The 3 ladies decided to be shameless and stayed near them even though they were rejected mercilessly. At that moment, Ling Lan suddenly saw a familiar person bringing a bunch of people over to their area. She kicked Qi Long, who was enjoying his food, and pointed a finger in that direction. Qi Long stood up instantly. In the process, he almost flipped over the plate of food in front of him. The 3 girls looked at him with contempt. As expected of a commoner. He had no table manners at all. Qi Long gave a humble smile and waved at the person. He shouted, "Tour Guide Zhou." His loud voice irritated the people around him. It echoed in the room and even those people further away could hear him. Zhou Guangli saw him and immediately said something to the people beside him. Then, the group of them walked over. The expression of the 3 ladies changed. They felt that things were going out of their control. Young Master Ma Rao, and Jiming, Lu Li, Qin Feng, He Lin, He Anya. I went to your rooms to look for you all. I didn't expect you all to be so early. Ah, Miss Gu, Miss Qin, miss you. You all are here too. Zhou Guangli saw the 3 ladies after he greeted Ling Lan and her friends. He was slightly surprised to see them. The 3 ladies smiled. Yes. We met young Master Ma Rao and his friends, so we had a chat with them. They winked at Li Yingjie after they finished speaking. Li Yingjie frowned. He didn't hide his look of disgust. The three ladies were furious when they saw the reaction from Li Yingjie. They cursed at him in their mind and felt that he was not romantic at all. Oh, who is this? He is so handsome. A woman around 50 years old saw Li Yingjie's look of contempt and had a good impression of this young man. She walked over and grabbed Li Yingjie's hand. This woman looked like around his mother's age. Li Yingjie didn't like people touching his hand, but since the other party was much older, he controlled his unhappiness and replied, "Auntie, my name is Ma Yao." The middle-aged woman noticed the unhappiness in Li Yingjie's eyes, but he didn't pull his hand back and still answered her question. She knew that he was a good child and liked him even more. If her son was beside her, he would be around his age. Good child. My name is Lu Chaoying. You can call me Aunt Lu, Lu Chaoying replied with a smile. Li Yingjie twitched his mouth. This woman was too friendly. However, he couldn't get angry at a woman her age, so he called, Aunt Lu. Yes. Lu Chaoying acknowledged him happily. She pulled Li Yingjie and sat down on the sofa with him. She used her butt to push the lady that was sitting beside Li Yingjie. The lady was pushed to the side and almost knocked into her two friends. Li Yingjie saw this and became friendlier towards Lu Chaoying. He was calling her Aunt Lu more willingly now just because she stopped the three ladies from pestering him. Lu Chaoying sat down and called her friends to gather around too. The middle-aged women were all good at talking. After some sarcastic remarks, the three ladies couldn't sit still anymore. They said that they would take a walk around and left the area. Lu Chaoying saw that the three ladies finally left and smirked. Why are you all with those three ladies? Li Yingjie glanced at Li Lanfeng angrily. Li Lanfeng shrugged innocently. I don't know how we got together. I hinted to them that they should leave, but they just ignored me. My dear, when did you hint that they should leave? Aren't you the one who was the most excited? How shameless are you? Ling Lan and her other companions didn't know where to look, so they decided to just close their eyes. They felt ashamed for their friend. One of the women smiled. You all are still young, so it is understandable that you all don't know how to deal with these shameless ladies. Then, the women started talking about the background and motive of the three ladies. Ling Lan and her friends looked shocked at what they said. The women saw their innocent expressions and wanted to caress them. They were around the same age as their children, so their motherly instinct got activated. Of course, the most important factor that made the women like them so much were their looks. All of them looked innocent and humble. To them, even Li Yingjie was better looking than their own children. The term for it was other people's children. To protect the 6 little boys, the women took turns guarding the boys. While some of them went to dance with their husbands, others would sit beside the little boys. Their presence deterred many people who wanted to get close to Ling Lan and her comrades. The 5 of them ate their food happily from the start till the end of the dance party. Only Li Yingjie looked at them with disdain as they ate. He wondered why he brought these 5 pigs out to bring shame to himself. The women laughed at them secretly. These little boys were so cute. Why were their children not as cute as them? At that moment, their children felt a chill down their spine and thought that they were sick. Li Yingjie brought the 5 pigs back to their room. He closed the door and listened carefully. After confirming that there was no one around them, he rushed towards Li Lanfeng angrily and grabbed his collar. What do you think you're doing? Li Yingjie raised his eyebrows. He smiled and flicked his finger at Li Yingjie's wrist. Li Yingjie felt a huge force on his wrist and he released his grip. Li Lanfeng tidied his clothes. He said calmly, I am just using you to find out what the 3 ladies wanted. Li Yingjie was stunned. He looked at Lin Zhongqing. As compared to the other people, he trusted Lin Zhongqing more. Lin Zhongqing nodded. Li Yingjie was shocked. Those ladies. Li Lanfeng flicked Li Yingjie's forehead. Li Yingjie groaned in pain and held his forehead. He asked furiously, "Why did you hit me?" "Because you are too stupid. If you want to stay alive and be safe, be more careful," Li Lanfeng warned him. He touched his fingers and understood why Ling Lan liked to flick people's forehead. It felt good. Li Yingjie glared at Li Lanfeng angrily. Li Lanfeng smiled at him coldly. "Let me ask you, did you know who those three ladies were? Aren't they just commoners who wanted to hook a big fish?" Li Yingjie thought for a moment and came up with the answer. Li Lanfeng reached out and grabbed Li Yingjie's neck. "If you are still so stupid, I will kill you now so that you won't get killed by other people. Don't bring shame to the Li family. How dare you?" Li Yingjie struggled and broke free from Li Lanfeng's grip. He replied in anger, "I am the successor of the Li family. You are from the branch family. What right do you have to say that? As long as it affects the reputation of the Li family, any members of the Li family could kill him or her. I believe that you didn't forget this rule, right?" Li Lanfeng replied coldly. "How did I ruin the reputation of the Li family?" Li Yingjie knew this rule. He viewed the Li family as his most important responsibility, so he was indignant when he heard what Li Lanfeng said. "If you don't want to ruin the Li family's reputation, you must be smarter. Don't look at things on the surface level," Li Lanfeng shouted. Li Yingjie got a shock. The two people glared at each other. Ling Lan rubbed her eyebrows and said indifferently, "Why don't you all sit down and talk?" Li Yingjie heard what Boss Lan said and sat down angrily. "Lanfeng, speak nicely to Li Yingjie." Ling Lan persuaded Li Lanfeng. Li Lanfeng smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry. I was too impulsive. I will tell you all what I found and you all can add on if I miss out anything." Li Lanfeng calmed down and went through his thoughts. After a while, he said, "When the three ladies came to find us, they didn't make any sound. Only people with physical skills level 6 foundations can do this. Hence, they learned how to soften their footsteps before." Qi Long, Zhao Jun, and Lin Zhongqing nodded. They realized this too. Li Yingjie's face turned red as he didn't notice this. He did realize that the three ladies had physical skill. However, their level was too low, so he put down his guard as he felt that they were not a threat to him. Hence, he missed these little details. When I asked for their hands to palm read, I noticed some calluses on their right palm. The skin between the forefinger and middle finger, on the middle finger tip, the area between the thumb and forefinger, were rough. It had been softened using special means, but if you feel it carefully, you can still feel its roughness, Li Lanfeng continued. Of course, according to what they said, doing housework can make one's hand rough too. However, doing housework alone would not allow anyone to get calluses between the middle and forefinger. Gun training. Li Yingjie understood what Li Lanfeng meant. Yes. This is one possibility. Calluses would only form after years and years of practice. The only people that needed to undergo such massive gun training are either snipers or assassins. Li Lanfeng said his analysis. However, military snipers are rarely females. This is because females are naturally not as calm as a male. There is no way that 3 female snipers would appear at the same time. Hence, they can only be assassins. Assassins. Li Yingjie shouted the word at the same time as Li Lanfeng. When I was fooling around with them, I touched their waist. Their waist was much softer than a normal female's waist. This meant that they learned skills such as jiu-jitsu before. From the way they winked, I could tell that they had many experiences with men. Li Lanfeng told them everything that he observed. Li Yingjie got an inspiration. Are you saying that they kill people on bed? Li Lanfeng nodded. In order to make their targets lower their guards, the 3 ladies have weak physical skills. No one would feel that they are a threat. However, their weapon is not their physical skills nor their gun skills. It is a miniature knife hidden on their body. Li Lanfeng reached out his right hand. There were 4 glass balls between his fingers. He closed his hand. When he opened them again, only 1 glass ball remained between his 4 and middle finger. The ball moved smoothly around his hand as he moved his fingers. They must have practiced meticulously in order to use this miniature knife. That is why there are calluses between their 4 and middle fingers. Li Yingjie suddenly remembered that Ling Lan used to play with a glass ball when they were still in the Scout Academy. Li Lanfeng had a glass ball too. And he knew how to play with it too. Li Yingjie looked at Ling Lan with sad eyes. Why didn't he teach him this skill? They were from the same Scout Academy. Why did Ling Lan teach Li Lanfeng, whom he met in the military academy, but not teach him? Li Yingjie felt hurt. Li Lanfeng ignored Li Yingjie's feelings and continued, they must have targeted Li Yingjie because they want to get onto the 3rd floor. The person that we are protecting is on the 3rd floor. I feel that their real target is the person we are protecting. Li Yingjie is just a stepping stone. Li Yingjie snorted. He felt that he could finally vent some anger out. Weird. Are you saying that they will get close to the princess and lure the princess to their bed and kill her? There is something wrong with your analysis. How could they kill the princess with such weak physical skills? If he remembered correctly, the princess had reached the peak of refinement. It was rare for a female to reach the peak of refinement, so the princess was quite powerful. I said that their target is the princess, but I didn't say that they would be the ones who kills her, Li Lanfeng answered calmly. What do you mean? Li Yingjie asked. They will probably find the bodyguards of the princess so that they could get some information from them. They will then pass these information to their leader, and their leader will send other stronger assassins to assassinate the princess. Li Lanfeng added, of course, there is also another possibility that they want to use the people around the princess to get close to the princess. After all, they have more than one skill. They can kill the princess with a gun too. Li Yingjie had nothing to refute. He sat quietly at the side of the room. However, we were almost targeted. Even Li Yingjie's merciless rejection couldn't hinder them. If the aunties didn't help, I will not know what to do with those 3 ladies too. Li Lanfeng smiled bitterly. He got what he wanted, but the 3 ladies almost managed to get what they wanted too. At first, he hoped that Li Yingjie's haughty personality would scare the 3 ladies away. However, he underestimated how shameless and unscrupulous the assassins were. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Li Lanfeng finished speaking and looked at Ling Lan. He was nervous. He didn't know if he did the right things just now. Did he cause more trouble for them? Li Lanfeng felt that he was in a parent-teacher meeting. He hoped to gain the approval of Ling Lan, but he was afraid that he would be criticized due to a mistake. Ling Lan nodded. Lanfeng's observation is very detailed. The situation is just like what he mentioned. Li Yingjie agreed with what Li Lanfeng said. However, he still had a question. Will the 3 ladies give up on us? He glared at Li Lanfeng. He wanted him to solve the issue that he caused. Actually, even if Lanfeng didn't welcome them, they would still pester us in order to get what they wanted. They will only stop if they find a new target. Ling Lan told them the truth. Also, innocent young boys who just started interacting with women will not be able to reject ladies that proactively tries to seduce them. However, as a young master of a wealthy citizen family, for him to reject the ladies blatantly. Unless Li Yingjie had someone he liked, if not, no man would reject the seduction from a lady. Of course, he could be a gay too. Ling Lan slapped her head to remove the dirty thoughts that she was having. She must be influenced by Little Four. Everyone got a shock when they saw their boss slapping her head. Boss, what happened? Lin Zhongqing asked her quickly. Nothing. I just thought of a way out of trouble, Ling Lan put her hand down and replied calmly. Li Lanfeng looked at her. He wanted to say something but decided against it. Ling Lan turned his head and looked at Zhao Jun. Zhao Jun, what have you observed? Zhao Jun touched his chin. In the dance party, there were at least 5 different groups of people had their eyes on us. 3 of them were the battle teams that took part in this mission with us. Qi Long continued for him. One of the groups was at the corner to our left. The other group was directly opposite of us. I don't know what factions they belong to and don't know if they have any relationship with the people we met in the dining hall. However, they just noticed us and didn't seem interested in us. Zhao Jun felt that these 2 groups were just reviewing all the customers on the ship and had no other intentions towards them. The princess didn't appear, so the Whirlwind battle team and the Brave Warriors battle team didn't appear as well, Lin Zhongqing added. Ling Lan nodded slowly. That was what she observed too. Liangjie saw people around him gaining the approval from Ling Lan. Only he didn't have any observation to report. He felt depressed. He realized that he was the weakest among the 6 of them in terms of disguise, observation, and crisis management. There was nothing much to say about his boss. If he didn't know that this was the frightening boss Lan, he would be fooled by him too and would think that he was just a timid pretty boy who was harmless and needed protection from other people. What was scarier was, even though he knew that boss Lan was pretending, he still wanted to take care of him. Liangjie was careless but not stupid. He didn't like how the 3 ladies looked at Ling Lan, so when the Lanfeng shifted their attention to him, he just listened and played along. Zhao Jun and Qi Long looked more crude than him, so when they entered the Feiyang ship at the start, he thought that they would make the most mistakes. But, from the looks of it, they performed better than him. One seemed to be a humble young boy and the other looked simple-minded but with a strong body. Anyone would let down their guards in front of them. What angered him the most was, these 2 people who looked rough and simple-minded actually managed to observe and analyze what was happening around them. Li Lanfeng was a careful and detailed person. He managed to find out the background of the 3 ladies easily. His friendly nature also allowed him to communicate and befriend everyone. Lin Zhongqing acted well as a cautious sidekick. He was low-key and harmless. He had better observation skills too. All in all, Liangjie was heavily impacted by this mission. He started to feel that he was useless. His arrogance dwindled. He suspected whether he was as strong as he thought he was. Liangjie. Liangjie heard Ling Lan suddenly called him and got a shock. He was in a state of self-doubt just now. If Ling Lan didn't call him, the consequences might be terrible. He looked at Ling Lan gratefully. Ling Lan didn't know why Liangjie looked at her that way, but she didn't have the interest to ask about it, so she ordered, "Liangjie, I have a mission for you." "Yes, boss." Liangjie stood up instantly. The other 4 people were surprised at his obedience. Liangjie seemed to be forced every time Ling Lan would give him a mission, but everyone knew that he loved it in his heart. Form a good relationship with the aunties. You must make sure that they prevent the 3 ladies from pestering us. Ling Lan didn't want to spend time and effort scheming against the 3 ladies. Although she could find the mastermind behind them if she interacted with them, it had nothing to do with her. Their mission was to protect the princess and make sure that she reached her destination safely. They were not here to find the mastermind of the assassins. Ling Lan believed in achieving a balance between resting and working. When she could rest, she would not work. Hence, she was not interested in doing things that were hard, tiring, and had no benefits. She wanted to find her enemies so that she wouldn't be caught off guard. In the Huaxia Federation, the Feiyang ship met no obstacles. It was a smooth journey. Ling Lan and her friends became real tourists and had lots of fun with the aunties. The 6 boys left a good impression on the rest of their group when they tirelessly helped their tour group members to carry things. The aunties and their husbands treated the 6 boys like their own children, so they discriminated against the 3 ladies even more. The 3 ladies were unable to find any chance of getting close to the 6 young men, so they had no choice but to change their targets. On the next stop, they finally found their new targets among the passengers that boarded the ship. Ling Lan and her friends were left alone. After a few days of interaction, the 6 people from Ling Tian battle team became a real member of the Shun Feng tour group. Sometimes, Ling Lan and her friends felt that they were really just tourists who came to tour the interstellar space. An extravagant spaceship flew among the stars. Ling Lan and her friends were currently in the dining hall. They looked at the big screen in the hall which was showcasing their current location. They had been on the Feiyang ship for 13 days. On the 6th day, the ship left the territory of the Huaxia Federation. Luckily, the three countries after that were in an alliance with Huaxia Federation, so the journey was smooth. However, Ling Lan knew that the peaceful days were over. They would be passing by a few neutral countries for the rest of their journey. Although these countries appeared to be neutral, they had actually formed an alliance with the enemies of the Federation. Based on the information she had gathered, the news that the princess was on the ship had been leaked. If not, there would not be so many uninvited guests. Within these 13 days, they passed by 4 countries. Some passengers left and new passengers came on board the ship. There were suspicious people among the new passengers too. Ling Lan didn't know who was here to protect the princess and who was here to kill the princess. Who wanted to sit back and watch the fight? Who wanted to take action as fast as possible? Feiyang's ship was passing by Yagulan now. As the image of the country appeared on the screen, everyone sighed. The country was not in a good state. Yagulan was a country with many planets. However, due to the unequal distribution of resources within the country, civil wars would occur all the time. The image on the screen showcased the armies within Yagulan attacking each other. I didn't expect them to use intergalactic battleships to attack planets. That is not fair, a tourist said angrily. In the Peace Joint Declaration of Humans, intergalactic battleships could only be used in planetary sector wars. One attack from an intergalactic battleship was powerful enough to wipe out a whole district. No one would be able to survive the attack. I didn't think that the situation in Yagulan was so bad. Some tourists sighed. The tourists thought that the civil war within Yagulan had nothing to do with them. They didn't know that soon, they would almost be implicated. A broken military ship slowly moved in the air. Only the front half of the ship was left. Luckily, the engine was located at the front part of the ship so it could still move. The ship managed to reach a planetary sector that was quite safe. Ji Lan Luo, the oxygen system is malfunctioning. One of the soldiers on the ship gave a hopeless look. We are going to die soon. I want to go home. I want to go home. Under the shadow of death, he broke down and cried. The officer that was making commands in the control room rushed out and grabbed the soldier. He gave him a hard slap on the face. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. What are you crying for? We are not dead yet. The officer threw the soldier onto the ground. Check and see how long the oxygen can last. The officer calmed down and ordered another soldier. The soldier was shocked by the violent treatment from the officer and froze on the spot. Another soldier immediately helped to reply. Based on positive circumstances, there is only 1.5 hours left. Have you calculated the number of survivors? The officer rubbed his face forcefully. There are 421 survivors. They are in the 2 starships at the front of the military vessel. The smallest military vessel had 2,000 people. For a middle-sized military vessel like theirs, there should be at least 4,500 to 5,000 people. Only less than 10% survived. A few soldiers cried as they remembered their brother-in-arms. They were lucky that their enemies bombed the back of the ship instead of the front. If they did, there would be no survivors at all. The officer's expression was complicated. He waved to his confidant and whispered into his ears. The confidant turned pale. He whispered back. In the end, under the threatening glare of the officer, he nodded his head stiffly. The officer patted his shoulder. Then, he turned to the other soldiers in the control room and said, "Send the distress signal." This sentence sparked hope in the frantic soldiers. The distress signal was sent out, but in the vast galaxy, it was difficult to find an interstellar cruise that would pass by them. Time passed slowly. 1 hour passed by. Nothing was spotted on the radar. Everyone turned hopeless. They might die here and become a speck of dust in the vast galaxy. When the officer saw that there was only 30 minutes of oxygen supply left, a malicious intent appeared in his eyes. He nodded at his confidant. His confidant swallowed his saliva when he saw his superior looking at him. His heart pounded furiously and his hands started shivering. If he had a choice, he didn't want to do this. However, it was a command by his superior. He must listen to him. He looked at the 400 soldiers on the screen with his bloodshot eyes. He closed his eyes and pulled the lever. The oxygen supply to these soldiers were cut off. Very soon, someone realized the change in the control room. One of the soldiers exclaimed in excitement. There is an abundance of oxygen in the control room. He saw the oxygen supply increased from 30 minutes to more than 10 hours. The other soldiers in the control room saw hope again. Did the oxygen system start functioning properly again? This is good. Some soldiers even cried uncontrollably. They were unable to handle the sudden surprise. One of the soldiers wanted to send this good news to his friends in the starship. He changed the screen in front of him. However, all he saw were people gasping for air and falling to the ground in pain. Some rushed towards the door of the control room and tried to force the door open. This scene caused him to jump. He shouted in fear, "Senior officer, the starship." Boom! A punch landed on his stomach. He fell to the ground in pain. He could no longer continue his sentence. Ayr Bailey, cut off all images to save power. The officer stood beside the soldier that was lying on the ground and ordered his confidant in a cold voice. Yes. Ayr Bailey immediately shut off all the screens. The soldiers in the control room looked at their officer with different expressions. Some had fear in their eyes while others looked lost. Some understood what their officer wanted to do. However, no one dared to say anything. We need to live. No matter what crimes we have committed, we must live for the sake of the 4,867 soldiers on the Aulua ship, the officer said in a cold and vicious tone. A few seconds later, one of the soldiers shouted, "I will follow Captain Ao Duor." The other soldiers regained their senses and shouted, "We will follow Captain Ao Duor." Captain Ao Duor revealed a satisfied smile. He looked at Ayr Bailey. Ayr Bailey glanced at the soldier that was lying on the ground in pain. He reminded the Captain Ao Duor, "Captain, Luo Mo was just agitated. He didn't mean to offend you. Please forgive him this time." The captain looked at Luo Mo and smirked. He waved his hand to ask Ayr Bailey to bring him away. Ayr Bailey instantly went up and held Luo Mo up. He brought Luo Mo to the restroom which was beside the control room. He sighed and said, "Luo Mo, this is a lesson for you. Remember to control your temper next time. The captain hates people who screams and shouts." Luo Mo raised his eyes. They were bloodshot. He begged Ayr Bailey. "Major Ayr Bailey, you must save them. Please save them." Ayr Bailey looked surprised. "Luo Mo, what happened? There is no more oxygen in the starship. It must be the captain. If not, there would not be so much oxygen in the control room. The captain sacrificed his 400 comrades in order to survive. He is a criminal." Ayr Bailey got a shock. Luo Mo grabbed his hand. "Major, only you can save them. Stop the captain. Please stop the captain. But, if the captain survive, you survive too. Are you going to give up this chance to survive?" Luo Mo was firm. "If my life is built on the death of 400 brother-in-arms, I rather die with them. At least I will not feel remorse." Ayr Bailey patted Luo Mo's shoulder in satisfaction. "Luo Mo, you are indeed a strong warrior of Yagulan. I am proud of you." Luo Mo shook his head furiously. "No. I am just doing what I, he suddenly grabbed the hand that was strangling him. However, Air Bailey was at the peak of refinement. As a soldier that just advanced to manifestation, he was not Air Bailey's match at all. Luo Mo got weaker. In the end, he stopped struggling. Air Bailey looked at the dead Luo Mo and snorted, "I didn't want to kill you, but you seek your own death. Even if I want to, no one in the control room will want to share the oxygen with other people. Little brat, before you reincarnate, remember that the most important thing is your own life." Air Bailey carried Luo Mo's corpse and walked to the rubbish processing equipment. He threw Luo Mo into the equipment. Very soon, after the equipment processed the corpse, Luo Mo would become rubbish in the galaxy. Air Bailey went back to the control room. The captain looked at him. Air Bailey nodded. They quickly shifted their gaze away. The control room was silent. All the operation soldiers were looking for signs of life around them. They all knew that they elongated their life from half an hour to more than 10 hours. If no starships or cruise ships pass by this area within the next 10 hours, they would still die. 20 minutes passed. A soldier suddenly shouted in excitement, "We received a foreign signal source a moment ago." Everyone in the control room cheered when they heard this news. The captain's eyes lit up. He immediately said, "Increase the range and search for the source of the signal. Send out a distress signal every 10 seconds. "Yes, Captain." Everyone started working. On the Feiyang ship. "Captain, we received a foreign signal source." One of the surveillance personnel immediately reported to his superior. "I understand. Try to see what it says." His superior gave him a reply quickly. "Yes," the surveillance personnel replied. "Also, don't call me captain. Call me leader. Remember that." His superior added on. They were on a cruise ship now. They shouldn't be using military terms. "Ah. I understand." The personnel was enlightened. He muttered the word leader to himself a few times. He must remember this. He didn't want to get punished when he went back. To make up for his mistake, he worked harder and finally managed to decode the signal. "CA. Leader, it is a distress signal." His leader tensed up and asked hurriedly, "Where is the location?" If no military vessels or cruise ships passed by, the ships in distress rarely got saved. Hence, all the countries came up with a joint declaration that no matter which country they were from, whether they were military vessels or cruise ships, once they received a distress signal in the galaxy, they must save the ship. "I am still searching," the personnel said dejectedly. The signal source was too faint, so he was unable to trace its location quickly. As time went by, the signal got stronger. This meant that the location where the signal was coming from was in front of the cruise ship. The cruise ship didn't need to go off its assigned path. The location is confirmed. The assigned number of the signal is decoded too. It is a starship from Yagulan. This news was passed on to the captain of the Feiyang ship. In the captain's room, two people sat opposite each other with a recreation game placed on the coffee table in front of them. It was a game with a long history, Chinese chess. The energetic man who was around 40 years old moved his pow on the chessboard and said, "Let me see where you will move your che. He was the general manager of the Feiyang ship. Another 40-year-old man was sitting opposite him. This man looked more fierce. He was the captain of the ship. The general manager saw that the captain was pondering, so he asked casually, "Are we really going to save the Yagulan starship? Do we have a choice?" The human race made a joint declaration on this. If someone found out that we ignored their distress signal, Huaxia will be condemned. If you don't want to save them, no one would know. The general manager shook his head. He had worked with the captain for a long time and knew him well. "Tell me, what plans do you have?" The captain shrugged. "What plans can I have?" He took his xiang off the chessboard and blocked the opponent's pow. The general manager's focus was brought back into the game. He touched his chess piece and thought about something. You want to fish in troubled waters? The general manager seemed to understand what the captain wanted to do. He frowned. The commander wanted us to help the 6 battle teams. If you do this, you are creating trouble for them. The captain smiled. You are thinking too much. Those 6 battle teams might have to thank me instead. I gave them an opportunity to clear some of the suspects away. He didn't like those unknown factions who take his ship like the backyard of their house. The manager sighed. He knew that he was going to get busy soon. The captain said it as if it was extremely simple. However, he would have to clear up any mess that the captain makes so that everything would go according to plan. Very soon, the Feiyang ship found the broken starship and saved the remaining 25 people left in the central control room. When the 25 people from Yagulan boarded the Feiyang ship, they broke down and cried. They managed to escape from death. A few of the Yagulan people who knew the truth felt pity towards the 400 soldiers. If they knew that a cruise ship would pass by within half an hour, they would have taken the risk and their brother-in-arms might have survived. We have sent people to investigate the forsaken military vessel. There is no information on the ship at all. The people from Yagulan are very cautious. They didn't leave behind any information for us to understand them. They destroyed all their documents. The general manager told the captain about the information he just received. However, the soldiers in the 2 starships didn't die from an attack. They died from suffocation. We suspect that the oxygen pipes had malfunctioned. The captain's hand stopped in midair. Inform the people guarding them to be careful. If they notice anything amiss, don't catch them. Just move away from them. What happened? The captain's order caused an alarm to trigger in the mind of the general manager. The captain gave a bitter smile. I might have brought unnecessary trouble to everyone on the ship. Huh? The general manager was stunned. Their captain was not someone who would regret his actions. Ask them to investigate the central control room. Was there an abundance of oxygen inside? The captain reminded him. The general manager quickly contacted his subordinates. After a while, he answered the captain with a dark face. They tried their best to repair the optical supercomputer of the military vessel. Although it is not confirmed, the oxygen in the control room could last for more than 8 hours. One lacked oxygen while the other had ample oxygen. There was definitely something amiss. Very soon, the staff members on the Feiyang ship received an order. Be aware of the people from Yagulan. Ling Lan touched her chin as she thought about this message which Little Four obtained by hacking into the optical supercomputer of the Feiyang ship. Before she could arrive at any conclusion, the next message that Little Four sent her cleared her doubts. If it was her, she would send out the warning too. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Feiyang ship continued to fly while they contacted the government of Yagulan. When Yagulan government knew that Feiyang ship had saved the Yagulan troopers who managed to stay alive, they were instantly grateful to Feiyang ship staffs. The 2 parties agreed to meet up at Yagulan's planet Mona sector. Yagulan will be sending a military warship to bring the 25 survivors back home. Of course, after doing such a favor to Yagulan, the Feiyang ship was given a promise by the government of Yagulan. In the future, Feiyang ship would receive protective services from the Yagulan military whenever it flies past the Yagulan sector. It could be predicted that as long as there was no change in the power structure within Yagulan's government, the Feiyang ship would be able to move about smoothly within Yagulan's sector. In about 18 more hours, Feiyang would be able to arrive to the sector where planet Mona was located. The entire ship seemed very quiet. More than 90% of the passengers and crew members were in deep sleep. Although there wasn't much difference in terms of night and day, everyone still moved about and rested through their habits based on their biological clocks. In between the 3rd and 4th floor, a storage room was temporarily cleared out. Yagulan's 25 survivors were staying in this room. Ayer Bailey suddenly held on to his stomach. He looked nauseated, with drops of cold sweat running down his forehead. Very quickly, his mouth began to foam and he fell to the floor. The captain's expression instantly changed. He immediately slammed on the door and yelled, "Help, help." The door was quickly opened. The two staff members who were guarding the door saw the scene inside and instantly turned pale. One of them immediately darted into the room and placed his hand on Air Bailey's neck. I'll take him to get medical help immediately. The person that spoke lifted up Air Bailey and walked out of the room. The door was closed once again. After around 3 minutes later, the captain suddenly bent his body with a painful expression on his face. People beside him quickly supported his body and said with panic in their voices, "Captain, what's wrong?" The captain pointed towards the door while he was in agony. Everyone understood and the person closest to the door slammed the door again. The door was opened once again. There was only one staff member now as the other one who took Air Bailey had not returned yet. "Our captain is in trouble. Please help him," the troopers screamed. The staff member suddenly didn't know what to do. "Help me, please," the captain said while in pain. The staff member hesitated for a second then connected to his superiors, "Leader, they have people here consecutively needing emergency medical attention. Elder brother Yao had already taken one person and now only I'm left. What should I do?" "Take the person who needs emergency medical attention to the treatment room first. I will send some people down there immediately." The team leader knew the urgency of the situation and gave an order. "Yes, leader." The staff member motioned to the troopers from Yagulan to hand their captain to him, then he locked the door. The storage room returned to peace and quiet once again. After a while, one trooper was worried and asked, "Do you guys think the captain and that staff officer will be in trouble?" Everyone was silent. After a short while, a voice rang, "They'll be fine," said one trooper whose expression was optimistic but dark. It was as though he sneered with a hint of arrogance. He took the captain into the elevator. The treatment room was on the first floor. Right when he got to the second floor and was about to keep going down, he saw that the door that was originally closed on the second floor was now open. He hesitated for a second. Right when he wanted to go out and take a look, the captain suddenly coughed severely. There was actually a little bit of blood trickling down the side of his lips. Seeing this, he was becoming more concerned. If something actually happened to this captain, they wouldn't be able to give Yagulan a good excuse. Thus, he stopped himself from wanting to take a look at the second floor and continued to bring the captain down the elevator. On the second floor, Ling Lan and her team were in their room. Ling Lan, who had her eyes closed this entire time, suddenly opened her eyes and sat up silently. Ling Lan's movement surprised everyone else. Qi Long, Zhao Jun and Li Lanfeng all sat up at the same time. Li Yingjie and Lin Zhongqing was only slower by a second. "What's wrong, boss?" Qi Long asked softly. Ling Lan thought for a second and laid back down, "Nothing, just go to sleep. When we wake up, the show will start." Qi Long and the others looked at each other. None of them knew what Ling Lan was going on about. However, they knew that if Ling Lan didn't want to say it, they wouldn't be able to force it out of her no matter how hard they tried. Thus they all laid back down, but they no longer wanted to sleep. For Ling Lan, although she wasn't out of her room, the situation on the outside was being broadcasted to her by Little Four. It was all within her control. Li Lanfeng glanced at Ling Lan with a thought-provoking expression. He then laid back down and not long after, he actually fell asleep. "You pig!" Li Yingjie looked down on Li Lanfeng for being in such deep sleep. Qi Long and Zhao Jun both laughed as though they had understood something. Soon, they also relaxed and actually went to sleep. **T, they actually all fell asleep. Are they not even the least bit curious of what Boss Lan meant by the show will start? Li Yingjie thought to himself in dismay. Just go to sleep. Boss said that we'll know when we wake up. That means there's still some time before it happens. Since that's the case, we should use this time to rest up to be able to better handle the situation, Lin Zhongqing, who was sleeping on the top bunk with Li Yingjie on the bottom bunk, yawned and said. After not even 3 seconds, Li Yingjie could tell that Lin Zhongqing had fallen asleep as well. All a bunch of pigs. Li Yingjie felt depressed. His head was filled with the show Boss Lan had mentioned. How could he fall asleep? After around 3 hours, Fei Yang's emergency alarm suddenly rang and instantly woke everyone who were asleep. The 5 of them instantly opened their eyes and sat straight up. The show has started? Qi Long said with excitement in his eyes. Li Lanfeng picked up the jacket he had hanging on the side and began putting it on. Zhao Jun jumped down from the top bunk, put on his pants, then finished suiting up. After around 2 to 3 seconds, everyone had already put on their clothes and looked to be full of energy. Only Li Yingjie opened his reddened eyes and looked as though his entire body was going to wither and die. Ling Lan was the slowest. She was getting ready to put on a relaxing jacket. Before she put it on, she glanced at the others coldly. She then pulled out half of her shirt to have it appeared outside of the jacket. Everyone else instantly had a realization and immediately made themselves look as though they scrambled to get dressed. After hearing a sudden alarm, these guys were actually able to make themselves look spiffy in such a short amount of time. It was clear that this was something normal students wouldn't be able to do. Not long after, a person appeared on the screens in all of the passengers' room. I'll give you all 5 minutes. If you people don't gather on the 4th floor ballroom within 5 minutes, Fei Yang's ship will go bang, becoming space debris in this sector. And you lot will stay here forever just like the ship, AI Bailey said with a huge smile through the screens. At the same time, all the doors of each room were opened. However, many people did not step out. No one knew what awaited them if they left their rooms. At the same time, there weren't any people outside of their rooms forcing them to leave. They of course would not want to leave. Oh my. Looks like my words were not taken seriously. What should I do? AI Bailey's expression became frustrated. He suddenly remembered something, then smiled once again. I put a little something on the 2nd floor. Since no one believes me, I'll just let this little something to introduce itself to everyone. Right after, an explosion erupted, causing the entire ship to shake uncontrollably. Thick smoke and fire began to spread through the 2nd floor. All the lights on the 2nd floor instantly stopped working. Fei Yang's self-protection system had activated. The sprinklers automatically sprayed out water and the backup lights were turned on. Even though it wasn't completely dark, the entire 2nd floor was filled with thick smoke. All the passengers began screaming and yelling. At that moment, AI Bailey's expression suddenly changed again, no longer smiling, that was only to greet everyone. If you lot keep taking your precious time coming out, I won't give you all a second chance. The 2nd floor were mostly regular passengers who were all terrified. Everyone darted out of their rooms in terror and went for the 4th floor. In the control room, Fei Yang's captain's complexion was pale. He looked at the person sitting in front of him and said, "You people must have gone mad. You actually set up such a terrifying explosive on a cruise ship." The other captain, who was originally supposed to be in the treatment room, shook his head. No, that was only a way to make sure you all listened to our demands. If they had listened to us at the very start, we wouldn't have detonated it. You should know that TNT is really difficult to acquire. I also felt really bad for wasting so much just like that. The expression of the captain of the ship looked grim. He didn't think that these people actually boarded with an explosive weapon used thousands of years ago. As luck would have it, only this type of weapon was impossible to be detected by modern technology. What was more terrifying was that someone was willing to put his life on the line and had something as terrifying as explosives in his luggage disguised as cigarettes and hide it inside the cigarette box. Not only that, these people also actually had an Imperial-level hacker hidden among them. This caused the captain of the ship to have a hole in his plan. The situation was now beyond his control. On the 3rd floor, Senior Colonel Meng Shangyuan saw what was happening and frowned. Trouble. "Captain, what should we do?" his team members saw him frown and all looked towards him. "Let's go to the fourth floor first and make our move once we have the chance." They were part of an intergalactic adventure group. Faced with a situation like this, it would be wrong if they didn't make a move unless they weren't confident and couldn't help but let the situation play out. The 1st Division's Senior Colonel's Iron Curtain battle team wasn't the only one who wanted to make a move. The 13th Division's Lieutenant Colonel Kong Jiayan Startup Battle Team, also part of the Intergalactic Adventure Group, and the 17th Division's Lieutenant Colonel Wang Anzhong's Immortal Battle Team, part of the Intergalactic Smuggling Ring, were also preparing to make a move. "Your Majesty, what should we do?" Inside the quarters of the princess, the 3rd Division's Senior Colonel Mu Yoyun's Whirlwind Battle Team, part of the princess's Royal Guard, along with the 9th Division's Lieutenant Colonel Qian Jialan's Brave Warriors Battle Team, part of the servants and chamberlains of the princess, had both arrived next to the princess. Prince Gulabajuo calmly looked towards Senior Colonel Mu Yoyun. "Please help me, Mr. Mu." In order to avoid exposing them, Princess Gulabajuo called the two captains by their surnames. Mu Yoyun calmly replied, "We will see how the situation unfolds. If it does not threaten our safety, then I suggest we just watch how it unfolds." Making moves blindly was not an option. Additionally, there were too many unknown powers among them. Mu Yoyun didn't know whether this incident was aimed to the princess. It was never wrong to observe first before making a move. Qian Jialan was in agreement with Mu Yoyun's suggestion. Princess Gulabajuo saw that both captains had the same thoughts and understood. She then took everyone towards the fourth floor. The people who had already arrived on the fourth floor were ordered to put their hands behind their heads. Almost no one dared to do anything to resist because of the threat of an explosion. The people on the fourth floor were not limited to Fei Yang's passengers. A portion of the survivors from Yagulin, who were originally watched by the guards, were also on the fourth floor. Under their captain's orders, they began to watch over these passengers that had gathered up. There were a few who went to check the second and third floor to see if any passengers were trying to escape. As for Fei Yang's staff members and guards, they were stuck on the first floor. Fei Yang's mainframe had already fallen under the control of these hijackers. They closed off important passages and tunnels, which made the staff members and guards unable to move up to try and control the situation. This was why Yagulin managed to take control of the ship with only a small number of people. Ling Lan saw this and realized that these survivors from Yagulin were preparing to take them as hostages in order to negotiate with the Fei Yang's captain. Once the Fei Yang's captain had given up, the hijackers would then talk about a ransom with Yagulin. In short, Ling Lan and the others needed to keep up their roles as hostages until the very end. If Yagulin was to agree to the hijackers' demands, it would be possible for them to escape. If they didn't agree to their demands, then maybe everyone will become sacrifices for this incident. Ling Lan still decided to watch from the side. The only reason she was so daring was because she could still defuse the situation. Also, she did indeed want to know how many were on Fei Yang who took an interest in the princess. With a decision in mind, Ling Lan squeezed into her tourist group a bit more and pretended to be terrified. Her behavior made a few mothers in the group had expressions of worry. The mothers moved aside a bit and hid Ling Lan and her team behind them. Some people were softly comforting Ling Lan's group. They were afraid that they were too terrified and would do something impulsive, which in turn could cause something bad to occur. On the bridge of the ship, the captain of Fei Yang said depressingly, "What do you people want us to do if you made the passengers gather up together?" In order to be sure of his passengers' safety, he had no choice but to agree to their demands. "Cooperate with us. We don't want to go to Yagulin, we need to go to Dokaba," the leader of the hijackers gave his demand. "That's not possible. Dokaba is not on the course of our flight," the captain of Fei Yang denied immediately. "Then let's see who can keep this up longer," the leader of the hijackers said nonchalantly. The captain of the ship squirmed worriedly and his finger randomly tapped on his table. The leader of the hijackers sneered as he saw that the captain was panicking. As expected of a captain of a cruise ship. These captains that used their family connections to acquire these positions were all useless. On the screen of the ballroom on the fourth floor, Air Bailey was smiling at the crowd of people who had bent down with their hands on their heads. Very good. I like children who listens. As long as Fei Yang's captain satisfies our demands, we promise we won't harm any of you one bit. These words made many regular passengers had hope in their eyes, but those from the third floor showed expressions of disdain. Those words could only fool the common folk. No one knew what these crazy terrorists could end up doing. This was also why the people from the third floor were waiting, otherwise with their capabilities and power, they wouldn't cooperate with the terrorists. Right at that moment, a bookworm-like young man suddenly raised his head and asked, "Are you guys planning on changing the course of the flight?" Air Bailey looked towards the direction of the hostages in surprise. "Looks like there aren't only just dumb people among you. Fei Yang won't allow that." The young man shook his head and said, "What do you mean?" Air Bailey asked while smiling. "If they agree, you all will be less likely to live," responded the young man in a calm manner. "We are not that easily killed," said Air Bailey as he shook his head. "We are soldiers." "No, you people are executioners," said the young man with disdain. "In order to acquire power, you lot repressed citizens who opposed you. In what way are you people worthy to be called soldiers?" Air Bailey frowned. His smile had disappeared and what showed was bloodthirstiness and killing intent. "Kid, something shouldn't be said." "Isn't that right though?" The young man raised his head with pride. "You think controlling Fei Yang will let you do whatever you want?" Right when Air Bailey wanted to respond, his expression suddenly changed. Then the video on the big screen became blurry. "Little 4. Ling Lan asked Little 4. "It's the Imperial-level hacker making a move," responded Little 4. "Of course, to be able to have an effect this quickly was because I silently helped them." "Do you know who it is?" Ling Lan asked. "I know. It's this person." Little 4 took a screenshot of the ballroom and enhanced it for Ling Lan to see. Ling Lan then discovered that the person in question had his eyes closed and those around him were cleverly surrounding him. This cut off everyone's line of sight from seeing him. If Little 4 didn't survey the ballroom from every corner possible with 0 blind spots, it was possible that Ling Lan would also be fooled. A passenger from the third floor. The data indicates that he's called Luo Qingwen. He is the second son-in-law of the Federation's Yun family who owns franchises of various malls. Little 4 showed all of the information about them within these past few years. The mountain of papers almost buried Ling Lan at the bottom. Little 4. Ling Lan glared at him coldly. "Alright, only this one is useful." Little 4 shuddered and immediately took back the mountain of papers. In the end, he left only one piece and gave it to Ling Lan. Yun family, this family was a small family in the Federation. They had some power but were not significant. Why would an Imperial-level hacker hide within such a small family? Ling Lan didn't believe the data that said he joined the family because of true love. Who was the young man that was bold and reckless just now? Ling Lan continued to ask. The Yun family's first generation's seventh son. Self-proclaimed, the second Sherlock Holmes, Yun Fei Yang, replied Little 4. Could it be that Yun Fei Yang knows that Luo Qingwen is a hacker? He knows. He just doesn't know the real level of the hacker. It's possible that everyone in the Yun family don't know about it too. Little 4 said without certainty. After all, the Yun family had just fallen into his sights. While being a hurry, Little 4 could only see the data on the surface and did not know anything deeper. A while back, was the Imperial-level hacker who attempted to take control of Fei Yang's mainframe, him? Ling Lan asked. Yes, without a doubt. He's the only Imperial-level hacker on the ship. I remembered his scent. Little 4 sniffed to show that his nose was very sensitive and could not be mistaken. Ling Lan rolled her eyes and instantly smacked Little 4's head. Remembered his scent. Little 4 actually made himself to a dog. Little 4, put the Yun family under full observation and surveillance, especially this Luo Qingwen. Ling Lan made a decision. No matter what the hacker's intent was, Luo Qingwen and the Yun family had been registered under her list of people to be cautious of. The image on the screen was still blurry. Seeing this, Yun Feiyang suddenly shouted, "This a chance, let's go." Many silhouettes suddenly jumped out beside the troopers and instantly struck down the 10 or so troopers down onto the ground. Although Ling Lan had her head down the entire time, she still knew everything that was happening because of Little Four. She knew that 3 disguised groups in the adventure group and the smuggling group had made their moves. Of course, other people acted as well, including the people Ling Lan had discovered earlier along with a few regular passengers who had some capabilities. This was also because the troopers from planet Yagulon were too weak, thus giving these regular passengers the courage to fight. The situation on the 4th floor was temporarily under control, but the real danger hadn't been resolved yet. If the control of Feiyang's mainframe was not taken back, they would still be the enemy's playthings. After all, in deep space, if the passengers wanted to survive, they had to rely on Feiyang's ship. Everyone stood up. After temporarily been given back their freedom, everyone looked at the large screen, waiting for the final result to appear. Finally, after tossing and turning, the large screen returned to its original state. This time the person that appeared on it was no longer AI or Bailey, but a refined middle-aged man smiling towards everyone. Yun Feiyang was overjoyed, "We've regained control." Right after he finished speaking, everyone instantly jumped and cheered. In the crowd, Ling Lan's expression changed a little and immediately held down Qi Long and Zhao Jun, who had slow reactions. At that moment, 2 people suddenly stood up and 2 strands of silver light flew out from their hands. The silver light flew towards the princess, who also had an expression of joy and terror at the same time. Yun Feiyang also saw this. His expression changed instantly and he jumped toward the silver lights while shouting, "Quick, dodge." One silver light was blocked by Yun Feiyang. He groaned and fell into the crowd. The Yun family's guards panicked and yelled, "Seventh young master." Ding! Mu Yuyun tossed out a coin and shot down the silver light. At that moment everyone could clearly see that the strands of silver light were small knives. One of the knives had a coin stuck onto it. "Our 7th young master is wounded." "Who's a doctor here?" shouted the guard from the Yun family while everyone still hadn't recovered from the surprise of the knives. The knife had cut through Yun Feiyang's right arm. The wound had blood pouring out and instantly bloodied his sleeve. Seeing this, Princess Gulabajuo quickly said, "I have medicine for his wounds here." She immediately ordered her servant to take the medicine over. After all, he was wounded because of her. Princess Gulabajuo was very grateful and didn't want him to be hurt. The medicine was very effective and quickly stopped the bleeding. Yun Feiyang's face was pale but comforted the guard beside him, "I'm alright. If everyone's alright, then that's good enough." The 2 assassins were already caught by Mu Yoyun's team members. Unfortunately, these 2 were loyalists. Seeing that they had failed, they didn't hesitate to suicide. There wasn't any hope for Mu Yoyun to acquire any information from them anymore. A hero saving a damsel in distress. Ling Lan frowned. Trying to get on the princess's good side? Get close to the princess? Or other plans? It really is troublesome, Ling Lan thought to herself. She discovered that it was now impossible to silently guard the princess and complete the mission. Yun Feiyang's move made him have the chance to get closer to the princess. However, for someone who Ling Lan did not know whether they were a friend or a foe, to have the opportunity to get close to the princess made Ling Lan worried about the princess' safety. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Of course, in the ballroom, the princess area was not the only place that had some activity. Other places had some activities as well. Ling Lan was certain that these activities were the other 3 battle teams using this opportunity to clean out the people they had confirmed to be a threat. However, this had nothing to do with Ling Lan's group. They were the most common out of all commoners in this incident. However, the 3 ladies who were a problem were not affected by this incident. It seemed that the behavior of these women and the threat they imposed did not warrant the other battle teams to consider them as actual threats. Not long after, Feiyang's guards got to the fourth floor because the control of the ship was taken back by Yun Feiyang's uncle-in-law. The guards quickly took control of the situation. Although the second floor had taken some damage, it did not damage the ship too much as it was very sturdy. Inside the captain's quarters, the leader of hijackers saw his confidant who was on the screen disappeared. He sighed as he put his hands up to show that he was surrendering. He said to the captain, "You win. I didn't think you actually had an Imperial-level hacker here." The captain looked at the leader of the hijacker with an expression of disbelief. His expression didn't brighten up but instead became gloomier. "Looks like he isn't one yours." The leader of the hijackers saw through the captain. He laughed bitterly, "You're so lucky." "I'm almost always lucky, but I never depend on luck." The captain responded calmly. The leader of the hijackers' expression changed. His originally calm mood changed slightly. "You were actually faking it just now." At that moment, a person appeared on the big screen. He was the operations manager of Feiyang. "I thank the Yun family's help in this matter. The control of Feiyang has been recovered back. We will immediately clean out the rest of Yagulan's forces. Everyone please cooperate with us and temporarily stay on the fourth floor to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings." I didn't think that Feiyang would actually have an Imperial hacker on the ship. The leader of the hijackers saw the person on the screen and realized that he had probably fallen into a trap. "Actually, your trump card was always under our control. It was just that we needed a chaotic environment, so we just played along." The captain revealed the truth. "No wonder that we were so lucky that we would be able to hear your staff members talk to each other about how you have proof that I sacrificed 400 soldiers to save my own skin. You forced me to make a move for my freedom." Yagulan's forces leader finally understood why there were only 2 people guarding them. Even when one had left, there wasn't a new staff member that replaced him. In the beginning, he thought this was a cruise ship where all of its safety procedures were incomparable with warships. Now that he thought about it, it was only the captain making it easy for him and his people which gave them the courage to cause a scene. Yagulan's forces leader sneered and laughed. In order to survive, he sacrificed 400 soldiers in cold blood. The captain and his crew however did not hesitate to sacrifice their own staff members to create chaos. They didn't even care about the passengers' safety. In reality, these people were just as cold-blooded as him. "I didn't think that you would actually be willing to sacrifice 2 of your staff members and the safety of the passengers," Yagulan's forces leader said mockingly. If the captain had turned a blind eye, then he didn't have to walk down this path of no return. "Sacrifice?" The captain laughed. "Those 2 are at the peak of Qi aren't people that your little confidant, who has only just reached Qi, could kill. Since he was certain the enemy was up to no good, why would the captain let his own soldiers to give up their own lives?" The 2 people who were responsible for watching Yagulan's forces seemed very easily dismissed, but in reality, they were the strongest physical skills instructors on Feiyang. They were experts in assassinations and also knew how to pretend to be dead. If their enemies weren't domain-level experts, once these 2 had their guard up, even experts of similar level wouldn't be able to kill these 2 in one hit. The captain's words finally made the leader's expression changed from his originally calm expression. He didn't think that his plan this time made him a chess piece to be used in someone else's plan and at the same time completing his enemy's plan perfectly. In reality, it was someone else's plan altogether and he himself just performed very poorly. "You're more ruthless than me. In order to create chaos, you actually let us set such a terrifying explosive like TNT. I really do regret it. If we really could blow up a few people, I would really want to see your face after the fact." Yagulan's leader bit his lip and said. The captain heard this and raised his eyebrows. "Do I need to change the expression on my face? Isn't this incident created by you? We just need you to be responsible." The captain said with confidence. He would just use Yagulan's forces as a shield without suffering any repercussions. The leader from Yagulan finally couldn't control his anger. He howled and pounced towards the captain who was just a few feet away from him. He didn't lose yet. As long as he took down the captain, he still had a chance. Bam! The leader from Yagulan was struck down hard onto the ground. I said it before. You never had any chance, said the captain while looking down at him in disdain. Domain. Who the hell are you? The leader from Yagulan discovered that his peak level of Qi Jin was actually not comparable to the captain. Only domain experts could counter his attack. Why would an average cruise ship have a captain of this level? This didn't make any sense. At that moment, the captain's door was finally opened. The guards who were blocked off outside rushed in. Seeing this, the energy in the captain's hand exploded and instantly wounded his now fainted opponent. Then he stood up and said, "Take him to the heavy surveillance and guard room." "Yes, Captain." The team of guards quickly took away the leader from Yagulan. The captain sat back into his seat and connected to the operations manager. Is the situation under control? Yes, with the Yun family lending a helping hand, we were given a chance to ambush them and was able to take them down in an instant. The operations manager had an expression of worry, who knew that AI or Bailey was an Imperial-level hacker and didn't give us any chance to make a move. This was also why the staff members had missed the TNT explosives and let the enemy successfully detonate the explosive. Although the captain was very calm and collected when he spoke with the leader from Yagulan, in reality, he knew that for some time the situation was out of their control. It was just that he couldn't let the enemy know the truth in case it weakened their own morale. "What's the situation with the princess?" asked the captain. "The people from the Yun family performed well and possibly drew the princess's attention," said the operation manager with a serious expression. "What about the 4-star battle teams from each division? Don't tell me they didn't use this opportunity to make a move." The captain asked again. "They made a move and used the opportunity to capture a few suspicious individuals. They definitely did clear out a whole group." "I think Fei Yang will be quiet for a while," replied the operations manager as he smiled. "Guess they're not stupid." The captain snorted coldly. "You're still mad that the mission for protecting the princess was taken by other divisions?" The operations manager knew the grudge the captain was holding. The Federation clearly knew that we were able to do it, but the commander still wanted to find 6 4-star battle teams. In the end, it was still our plan that gave them the courage to clear out those suspicious individuals. Isn't it shameful for the 4-star battle teams? The captain was very wicked. The operations manager decisively stopped speaking about this topic. His captain had resentment towards the 4-star battle teams. After all, his battle team had been stuck at 3 stars for a whole decade and still didn't have any hopes of advancing. This made the captain lost hope in them and was even green with envy towards 4-star battle teams. The only thing the captain didn't do yet was to fight these battle teams to vent out his anger and frustration. After 10 hours, Fei Yang's side and Yagulan's side finally met up. They handed over Yagulan's survivors and terrorists to Yagulan. Fei Yang's side also told Yagulan the real information they had discovered about the Yagulan's warship along with the terrorism and hijacking committed by the survivors of Yagulan's warship. Yagulan's side was very apologetic about these series of events and promised that they will give Fei Yang a satisfactory answer to the incident. Of course, everyone knew this was all just diplomacy. After all, Fei Yang wasn't Yagulan's cruise ship. Yagulan didn't have the responsibility to protect Fei Yang. Fei Yang continued to fly. After clearing out a group of suspicious individuals, the people who had malicious ideas towards the princess obviously lessened by a lot. This also made the 5 battle teams around the princess breathe a sigh of relief. They now began to watch Yun Fei Yang trying to woo the princess every day. This scene added some delight to their long and arduous journey. One day, Yun Fei Yang came to the princess quarters. He carefully examined his attire and posture, then pressed the doorbell. In an instant the door was opened. It was one of the servants. His bulky and manly face showed a hint of impatience. If he didn't have a cleaning tool in his hands, people would definitely mistaken him for a guard and not a janitor. You again. The servant looked at Yun Feiyang's scrawny and weak body in disdain and didn't welcome him. In the servant's eyes, the princess must marry someone strong. Yun Feiyang wasn't even qualified. Yun Feiyang was very patient. Even if the servant didn't welcome him, he still had a smile on his face and asked, "Is the princess here?" Before the servant could answer, a pompous voice rang, "Hey, it's the idiot who doesn't know his place and trying for someone way out of his league." The servant didn't welcome Yun Feiyang from coming to look for the princess initially. Now that he saw someone else had come, he crossed his arms and watched the two of them coldly. Yun Feiyang heard this voice and couldn't help but shout, "Sh*T, this guy again." The person who spoke was called Ma Rao. He was a rich descendant with a decent background. His father was in the intergalactic reselling business and had some connections. However, compared to elite families like Yun Feiyang's family, it wasn't even worth mentioning. He and Ma Rao didn't have any grudges against each other. It was just yesterday in the ballroom, no one was sure whether it was Yun Feiyang or Ma Rao who had bad luck. When Yun Feiyang walked past Ma Rao, he suddenly twisted his ankle and fell onto Yun Feiyang's back. It was obvious that Ma Rao wasn't prepared for a situation like this. When Yun Feiyang bumped into him, Ma Rao fell face first onto the ground. When he raised his head, his nose was gushing out blood. He also had some tears run down his face from the pain. Compared to his cocky expression from before, that pitiful look made everyone in the ballroom laugh out loud. He hated Yun Feiyang from then onwards since he made a fool of himself in front of everyone. Afterwards, as long as the two of them met up with each other, Ma Rao would mock him. Then, after Ma Rao discovered that Yun Feiyang wanted to ask the princess out on a date, Ma Rao would try to do everything he can to stop Yun Feiyang. Yun Feiyang sighed. He turned around and said, "Ma Rao, what do you want?" Ma Rao raised his head and said with pride, "Nothing. I just don't like perverts like you." Yun Feiyang was very angry. He had already apologized. When would this Ma Rao be satisfied and not watch him so closely? Yun Feiyang knew that the princess was a chance for a different life for him. If he actually returned with this beauty, not only would the Yun family be under his control, in the future, whether military or politics, all would go smoothly for him. As long as Balaya remained as Huaxia Federation's ally, no one would dare to make it difficult for him, the son-in-law of Balaya. Additionally, the princess was very beautiful and indeed made him feel like he was in love. However, he was only in love with what the princess could give him. Any man with a little bit of ambition wouldn't be able to refuse such temptations. Ma Rao was without a doubt someone who was unreasonable. Yun Feiyang didn't want to speak to Ma Rao in front of the princess. He could only turn and leave. He was prepared to go back to his uncle-in-law and discuss how to take out this irritating young master Ma. Seeing Yun Feiyang leave helplessly, Ma Rao lifted his head up high and snorted coldly. He looked towards the servant at the door. Their eyes met, but only for a moment. The servant then closed the door silently. To him, Ma Rao was a stranger. As the princess servant, Ma Rao didn't have the status for him to give Ma Rao any good expressions. Ma Rao's mood instantly brightened up after he disrupted Yun Feiyang's plan. He whistled as he slowly walked back to his own room. Since an explosion occurred on the second floor, young Master Ma Rao completely rejected the idea of staying on the second floor where he deemed to be very unsafe. His 5 followers helplessly agreed to upgrade with Ma Rao to live on the 3rd floor. That was why Ma Rao could discover Yun Feiyang's plan so quickly and take his revenge. Ma Rao and Yun Feiyang's quarrel was pretty much known to everyone living on the 3rd floor. After all, the face plant and bloody nose on the 4th floor was a huge scene. Almost every passenger knew that 2 of them had become enemies after that incident. People were very enthusiastic regarding the quarrel between these two. The people wanted to know who would win this battle of wits. Intergalactic travel was too boring, so the passengers couldn't help but find interesting things to pass the time. Right after Li Yingjie went back to his own room and closed the door, his arrogant and pompous behavior instantly changed. "Boss, can I not do this anymore?" Li Yingjie was certain that the incident with him falling face first onto the ground was created by the boss. Otherwise, how could he not be able to dodge Yun Feiyang? It was clear that he could easily dodge Yun Feiyang, but yet at the most crucial moment, Li Yingjie suddenly had no energy and was knocked away flying by Yun Feiyang and landed hard on his face. Oh my god! His image as a descendant of the Li family was ruined. When Li Yingjie thought about it, he would uncontrollably have tears build up in his eyes. However, he didn't dare to disagree with his scary boss and could only do what he was told to do. Ling Lan was looking through the data of Yun family. When she heard Li Yingjie's words, she didn't even raise her head and replied, "No." Seeing Li Yingjie's depressed expression, Li Lanfeng smiled and comforted, "The six of us can stop him from getting close to the princess. And the only person who would not cause any suspicion to arise is you. Your performance just now was perfect. Keep up the good work." Since they sent him to do the job, they also needed to praise him, and Li Yingjie was someone who liked hearing praises the most. Li Lanfeng would of course do something that Li Yingjie liked and then have Li Yingjie continue to work under Ling Lan. Li Yingjie's thoughts were very simple. Although Li Lanfeng hadn't known him for a very long time and was able to grasp what Li Yingjie liked and didn't like by 70% to 80%. Even though Li Yingjie behaved as though he didn't care about Li Lanfeng's praises, the smile that was becoming larger and larger clearly showed the level of joy he felt. Li Yingjie looked at Ling Lan. Li Lanfeng's compliment meant nothing. Boss Lan's praise was more important. Ling Lan felt Li Yingjie's burning desire and looked up. Ugh, this expression of looking for comfort and praise made Ling Lan's lips twitch. Li Yingjie, what happened to your cockiness and pride? Of course. Ling Lan finally gave in to Li Yingjie's puppy eyes that asking for affection and spoke these words. Then Ling Lan saw a long tail come out from behind Li Yingjie and it began to wag crazily. It was possible that she had read too much of the information Little Four had provided to her. Her eyes were becoming blurry. Ling Lan calmly stopped reading and gave herself a reason for doing so. After flying for 2 days, Feiyang finally left Yagulin and arrived at a somewhat more peaceful country, Odin Country. In Odin Country, Feiyang will be stopping in planet Kachi. The scenery on planet Kachi was very nice and was a first-class planet for humans. However, these weren't the reasons why planet Kachi was known throughout the galaxies. The only reason planet Kachi was very well known among the world of the humans was because it had one of the 4 natural phenomenons. A planet with rainbow rain. Anyone who wanted to see the rainbow rain would have to travel to planet Kachi to see it. Compared to other natural phenomenons that can be seen on multiple planets, the rainbow rain was one of a kind and was something humans pursued. During the times of the year when the rainbow rain was abundant, planet Kachi would have thousands of tourists visit. And the only reason Feiyang's ship came to planet Kachi was to let the passengers see the amazing rainbow rain. Princess Gulabadjua was also very interested in the rainbow rain she had yet to have a chance to see. Even if she knew that going outside would be very dangerous, it still wouldn't stop her from have such thoughts. Thus all the battle teams began to move about to make sure of the princess's safety in the time that they stop at planet Kachi. Compared to the other 3 battle teams who needed to find reasons to go outside, Ling Lan's didn't have such difficulties. After all, they were tourists who traveled this far for the first time and would of course not miss out on a tour scenery like the rainbow rain. At dawn, Ling Lan's group stood back to back and met up with the rest of the tour group from Shunfeng Tour Group. However, after arriving at planet Kachi, the 6 of them requested for free time. Tour guide Zhou repeatedly reminded them about the time they were gathering. After Ling Lan's group nodded and promised their return, the 6 of them finally left the large group. The 6 of them quickly arrived to the lookout point the princess had booked beforehand. The lookout point was actually a penthouse garden in a 5-story building. The princess could sit in the garden. Most importantly, she would not be bothered by anyone and could fully enjoy the beauty of the rainbow rain. Of course, Ling Lan's group was not as lucky as the princess. The place Ling Lan and the others had booked was south of the princess penthouse by 1 kilometer, a 6-story building. The penthouse didn't have a luxurious garden but only a flat concrete roof. After they reached the top, they would have to check and guard this direction in order to make sure there weren't any threat to the princess while they watched the rainbow rain. The other 3 battle teams were responsible for the other 3 directions. Their distance from the princess was around the same as Ling Lan's group. They were all in buildings that were as tall or a bit taller than the one the princess had booked. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The lookout point wasn't very high, the scenery wasn't the most beautiful and the view wasn't the best. However, for the princess' protection, Mu Yuyun in the end chose a lower-story building to make it more convenient for him and the other 4 battle teams to hide around the location. The natural beauty of nature was indeed necessary to watch, but safety was also a factor that needed to be taken into consideration. Qi Long and the others were like tourists, walking around here and there as if they didn't know where they were going. When they arrived to the location Little 4 had chosen for them, Ling Lan discovered that it was actually a half-abandoned factory. The new factory was moved to another location. The old location became a temporary warehouse and only had an old security guard at the front. Ling Lan observed it for a while. The buildings around here were old and short. This location was where a city was located a few centuries ago. There weren't many people living in the area and it can even be said that it was somewhat desolate. It wasn't even comparable to the site they encountered on the way to this location where there were skyscrapers in the new city. That location was full of life with roads that were filled with people. This old area was about to be demolished and rebuilt. Many inhabitants had already moved into the new city. The ones who remained were seniors who couldn't leave their homes in such a short period of time. This was one of the reasons why the old area seemed like a desolate wasteland. However, the lack of people had its advantages. If there were actually people preparing to attack the princess, they wouldn't have crowds of people to hide in. If these people made a move, they would immediately be discovered. After confirming that this half-abandoned factory didn't have any surveillance cameras, Ling Lan led her teammates past the site of the old guard and darted into the factory. Afterwards, they chose the tallest office building within the factory and climbed up to the roof. There was a terrace on the roof. They then opened up their backpacks to take out some pipe-like materials. After some clanking and clunking sounds, the 6 of them were finished assembling their own firearms. Ling Lan put together a long-range sniper rifle with a range of 1,500 meters. "Boss, do you think that those people will make a move this time?" Li Yingjie asked as he finished assembling his weapon. Ling Lan lifted her sniper rifle and pointed it towards a far distance away to finalize calibrations. Hearing Li Yingjie's question, she replied, "They will. This a good chance for those who want to assassinate the princess. They will definitely not miss this chance." "Will they be coming to our side?" Li Yingjie asked again. "Who knows? They could come from any 4 of the directions. We just need to be responsible for our side." After calibrating her weapon, the sniper rifle had reached the peak of its performance. Ling Lan put the sniper rifle on the side. Lin Zhongqing, who had also finished assembling his weapon, saw Ling Lan's action and immediately took out a high magnification scope from his backpack and gave it to Ling Lan. Ling Lan used it to look at the surrounding areas and tossed it back to Lin Zhongqing. In reality, with Little 4 surveying the area, Ling Lan didn't need a scope. The entire area of the old city was within her mind space. Not long after, the princess and her group had arrived to the lookout point they had chosen. Ling Lan also saw that the other 3 battle teams had also reached the other 3 locations. Ling Lan and her group sat on the roof silently. After 10 minutes or so, the sky that was originally clear as far as the eye could see, suddenly had countless red clouds form. In an instant, the blue sky was dyed blood red. Crash! Thunder rumbled in the sky. The lightning was in different colors such as purple, red, blue and even white. These different colored flashes of light shot down from the sky. Under the cover of the red clouds, it actually felt ominous, as though the lightning was alive. It was as though it wanted to be embraced by the people who watched it from the ground. While terrifying, it simultaneously made people drunk with its odd beauty. Ling Lan and her group all had sturdy mentalities. Even though lightning shot down beside them one after another, the 6 of them didn't move an inch. It was as though they were 6 lifeless statues. If people thought that one of the 4 natural wonders of the world was just a light show, then they would be wrong. When the colorful rain dropped from the red clouds, under the sunlight, the colors of the rainbow lit up the sky. Ling Lan actually felt as if she was in a fantasy world. It was like a dream, beautiful enough to make a person never forget it in their lifetime. Although the rainbow rain was beautiful, it was still just water. Ling Lan opened her palm and caught the rainbow-colored raindrops. It was sparkling and transparent, just like a rainbow-colored gem that was filled with life as it rolled around Ling Lan's palm. "Boss, it's so beautiful." Little Four said dumbfounded as he was also in awe from this dreamlike scene. Ling Lan looked at the raindrops on her palm. Suddenly she tilted her hand and the rainbow-colored raindrops trickled down her palm and fell to the ground. The raindrops shattered and splashed up some rainbow-colored drops from the ground, releasing its final radiance. Ling Lan released her aura. Her clothes that were originally soaked by the rainbow-colored rain instantly became dry and could no longer be soaked. Anyone could see that there was a layer of shapeless aura around Ling Lan's body. The rainbow rain couldn't even touch her body. What's the point of it being beautiful? These droplets would in the end return to their source. The so-called rainbow colors were only clothes given to them by nature. They are still transparent by themselves, Ling Lan said indifferently. Ling Lan had already seen through that it wasn't the rainbow-colored rain that had different colors, but it was a combination of different elements in nature. These combination coincidentally made the raindrops in this place into a fantasy-like scenery. In reality, it was the eyes of humans that were fooling themselves. Ling Lan's words made the others all stop and thought deeply. They did the same as Ling Lan. When the raindrops fell on them, the others all released their aura and separated their bodies from the rainbow rain. The 6 of them seemed as though they were sitting in the rain, but in reality, the rain did not touch them and did not get wet. Right at that moment, Ling Lan's expression suddenly changed. There's movement. She was the first to set up her sniper rifle and pointed it towards one direction. The other 5 dashed to their positions in an instant. They all picked up their weapons and pointed them towards the direction where the movement was detected. Unknown attackers have appeared in all 4 directions. Lin Zhongqing used the high magnification scope and told everyone what he was seeing. Their uniforms and weapons are similar. Pretty sure the attackers are from the same group. There's around 20 or so people from each direction. There's 1, 2, 20, 21, 24 at our location. Lin Zhongqing counted all of the people and frowned. He didn't think that there would actually be so many attackers at their location. Prepare for battle. Ling Lan held the beam gun in her hand and ordered coldly as she watched the attackers get into her attack range. Roger, Captain. The others also aimed at the attackers and silently waited for them to get into their attack range. 12 o'clock, the location parallel to us, startup battle team has begun firing. Lin Zhongqing, who was responsible for looking out for any changes in the situation, said immediately. They've scattered. The 24 individuals that were approaching Ling Lan's groups, suddenly scattered and some of them moved to a few blind spots. Startup battle team's attack exposed the fact that the princess is surrounded by a defensive perimeter. This made the attackers realize and know about the defenses. Ling Lan didn't feel that it was a surprise. If the enemy didn't react, it would be considered odd. It had to be said that the defensive position Little Four had chosen was perfect. Even if the enemy seemed as though they had hid in a blind spot, Ling Lan could still see them. It meant that, the spots that the enemies deemed to be blind spots, were actually not blind spots. Ling Lan could still find a chance to snipe them. Finally, the enemy entered within the range of the sniper rifle. Ling Lan decisive ordered, fire. 6 bullets of the Reaper shot out from the 6 barrels. 6 people silently fell to the ground. The people around them were all horrified. However, the death of these 6 let other people know that there were enemies around this location. The moment Ling Lan's group began to shoot, the Iron Curtain and Immortals battle teams, who were responsible for the other 2 sides, began firing as well. This action made the enemies understand that there were multiple groups protecting the princess and not just her royal guards. In an office building 3 kilometers away from the princess, a few people were standing in front of a window. One of them was very young, around 25 or 26 years old. The others were all middle-aged. The young man took out his binoculars and observed the distance. Then he put it down and said, "We have acquired most of their information." He tossed the high magnification binocular to his assistant and walked back to the front of a long table. The long table was actually a screen. This screen showed a bird's-eye view of the 3-dimensional model of the old city area. He pointed at the locations where battles had begun, here, here, here and here, all of their defensive forces. If we want to get close to the princess, we will have to get past their defensive line. Did you get a good look at their defenses? Asked one of the middle-aged men. The young man replied, "They're probably people disguised as passengers of Feiyang. Only this way, they would have been able to set up a defense perimeter at this location." The middle-aged man was very satisfied with the young man's answer. He nodded and continued, "Did you get any information on their identity?" The young man pointed to locations on the table. The images of the 1st Division's Meng Shangyuan, Senior Colonel Meng's Iron Curtain 6-man battle team, Intergalactic Adventure Group, 13th Division's Lieutenant Colonel Kong Jian Startup 6-man battle team, Intergalactic Adventure Group, and the 17th Division's Lieutenant Colonel Wang Anzhong's Immortals 6-man battle team, Intergalactic Smuggling Group. After sending our forces in several times and in addition the information our hackers have gathered, these people are probably here to protect the princess. Whether they are actually adventurers taking a mission or have other identities, that is unclear, replied the young man confidently. Right, there's also this. The young man touched the screen once again and the image of Yun Feiyang appeared. It's possible that the Yun family is also one of the groups protecting the princess. In that case, how do you propose we complete this mission? Our client is already pressing us and wants us to give them good news by today, another middle-aged man suddenly interjected. Our forces on planet Kachi are only suitable for finding a weak point and exploiting it. I believe we should keep these 3 points busy and make them unable to move from their locations. Then we gather all of our forces to concentrate our attack in one spot. The young man told everyone the plan he was thinking. His words made all of the middle-aged individuals nod in agreement with their expressions, all showing a hint of admiration. The young man smirked. After he finished this assignment, the position of Huaxia's youngest CEO was undoubtedly going to be his. The young man decisively pressed down on a single point on the table, then ordered, "Begin the assault." The point he pointed at was the location they were preparing to attack. When Ling Lan finished off a second person, Ling Lan put away her sniper rifle and sat there silently while watching the situation unfold below her. It should be known that the 5 people Ling Lan had brought were all merciless people. Not even 1 minute had passed, they had already taken out 10 people. Including the 2 people Ling Lan had taken down, the opponents instantly had their force decreased by half. Ling Lan believed that even if she didn't do anything, her team members would have been able to easily take out all 24 people. In that case, why would she waste her energy? Of course Ling Lan wouldn't admit that snipping like this didn't pose a challenge to her, and she only stopped because she lost interest in it. Not long after, the 12 that were left over were all taken out by Ling Lan's team members. Ling Lan and the others of course didn't think that the situation was over, because the first group of people were only responsible for scouting them out and were just cannon fodder. The real battle was coming up. The opponent had already scouted them out, more or less would immediately send out stronger forces towards them. They had arrived. The 6 of them, who were already prepared, their eyes twitched a bit. In their lines of sight, countless of silhouettes appeared. Compared to the previous opponents who were trembling with fear, this group of individuals were quite agile. In a short amount of time, Ling Lan and the others couldn't find a chance to perform a one-hit kill on these people. Ling Lan's sniper rifle was already locked onto one of the silhouettes. The opponent's movements were relaxed as though he was on a walk. However, the rhythm of his footsteps made Ling Lan understand that this person was indeed an expert in physical skills. Ling Lan calmly watched that person. She still believed that as long as he was human, no matter how strong, there would always be a chance for him to make a mistake. Surprisingly, the chance came to Ling Lan faster than she had originally thought. Ling Lan didn't hesitate and pulled on the trigger. In that instant, it seemed as though that person felt the shot and looked towards her direction. Bang! Ling Lan's shot had missed. No, she didn't miss, but rather it was the person who was standing at the previous location suddenly disappeared. Ling Lan's eyes were like radars, scanning the area. She wanted to find the location the person had hidden towards. However, she discovered that she couldn't find the opponent's location. It was as though he had vanished. Not good. Ling Lan's warning alarms in her head were ringing crazily. She immediately put down her sniper rifle and jumped down the roof. As she jumped on, in the next second, Ling Lan had completely disappeared. Around 700 to 800 meters from the roof, a bang was heard. Then two shadows appeared out of thin air and were immediately knocked apart from each other. After backing up by 3 steps, Ling Lan stopped her body. She looked coldly in front of her. A middle-aged man also took a few steps back as well. The surprise and fear on his face didn't disappear yet. It seemed that he was surprised by Ling Lan's age and capabilities. Domain. That person showed a hint of anxiousness, but quickly became steady. Ling Lan didn't answer, instantly pounced towards him and gave him another heavy punch. "Come on," shouted the middle-aged. He clenched his right hand to meet Ling Lan's attack with his fist. Bang! The two of them created a shockwave and instantly created a vacuum of space where the rainbow rain was blown away. The strong Qi-Jin force pushed the two of them backwards once again. This time, having prepared beforehand, the two of them only took a short step backwards and managed to disperse the energy from the shockwave on their bodies. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. At this moment, the middle-aged man was certain that this young man had reached the domain realm. He remembered that there was no record of a young powerful domain realm master within the Federation. The middle-aged man was surprised. Did he just look young, but in actual fact, he was old? Ling Lan appeared nonchalant. However, in her heart, she was filled with excitement. Ever since she had entered the domain realm, besides the time when she fought with the commander of the special forces, this was the first time she met an opponent who was in the same realm as her. Ling Lan felt pressured, but she was not scared. Instead, she was filled with fighting spirit. Rainbow rain continued to pour down. The rainbow rain of planet Kachi would only stop after a few hours. Ling Lan and her opponent were not affected by the rain. They activated their protective shield which shielded them from the rain. Almost at the same moment, the two people moved and struck a blow at each other. Both of them used their domain power. Fights between domain realm masters usually ended with a single exchange. The one who won would always be the person with a higher level. When the two forces collided, the energy generated caused the rainbow rain around them to fly back. A strange scene was formed, as the rainbow rain droplets moved back upwards into the sky. The first batch of people to notice this huge commotion was Li Lan Feng and the rest of Ling Lan's friends who were chasing other small fries. "Its boss," Qi Long said while not forgetting to pull his trigger to snipe an enemy that was trying to sneak over. This kind of impact cannot be caused by a person with Qi-Jin level strength. Has our boss reached the domain realm? Zhao Jun's eyes lit up. He always wanted to reach the domain realm. However, it was not something that could be done with only hard work. He had been stuck at the peak of Qi-Jin for a few years now and still hadn't comprehended the essence of advancing to the domain realm. No wonder so many people were stuck at Qi Jin. Only the elite of the elite would be able to become a domain realm master, and only the peak of that limited pool of people would be called a formidable warrior. Li Lanfeng glanced at Ling Lan's direction and then retracted his gaze. He continued focusing on his front indifferently. However, from his tense fingers, you could tell that he was not as calm as he seemed. He looked at the bunch of enemies that suddenly appeared in front of them. He reminded them with a cold and serious voice, "The enemy has increased their efforts. Everyone take note." Li Lanfeng immediately understood what had happened when he saw the countless of silhouettes. Their opponent must have chosen them as the point of breakthrough. To ensure their safety, Ling Lan went out and proactively sought a fight from their opponent's domain realm formidable warrior. That way, they would not need to face this strong opponent. Li Lanfeng's reminder caused the other 4 people to become serious. They focused their attention back onto their enemies and continued sniping them. The rainbow rain was beautiful. But, it was difficult to spot enemies hidden in various corners through the rainbow rain. This required much attention and focus from the 5 people. They couldn't be distracted. Of the 4 defense points, Ling Lan's area had the most pressure. The rest of the points only had around 60 enemies, while there were around 200 enemies at Ling Lan's defense point. Ling Lan was unlucky that the young man chose to focus his attack on this point. According to the information that we received, Sky rank number 37 has been intercepted. The young man was shocked when he got this news from his subordinate. He was confident about this mission because Sky rank number 37 accepted this mission. It was unexpected. Assassins who could get into the Sky rank were all domain realm formidable warriors. Besides S-level missions, they would normally not accept any other missions. Killing Princess Gulabadjuo was classified as an A+ mission. If it wasn't for the fact that the protection around the princess might be strong and Qi Jin masters might appear, this mission would not be so highly ranked. The only good thing about this mission was that the rewards were extremely good. It was only slightly lesser than an S-level mission. This might be why Sky rank number 37 decided to take on this mission. He might have felt that an A+ mission would be much easier than an S-level mission. Many people like to do some easy and highly rewarding missions to increase their earnings, as they could also take it as a break. The arrival of someone from the Sky rank increased the young man's confidence. No matter how many Qi Jin masters there were, they wouldn't be able to subdue a domain realm master. Qi Jin and domain were only 1 rank apart, but the difference between them was huge. That was why the people who were below the domain realm were known as nobodies. The young man believed that as long as number 37 was here, this mission would be as easy as taking a walk in the park. That was why he came to personally direct this mission. By right, high-ranking officers like them would not appear in the front line. However, unexpectedly, number 37 was intercepted the moment he was sent out. This meant that there was a hidden domain realm formidable warrior beside Princess Gulabadjuo. I didn't expect the Balaya kingdom to place so much importance in their 3rd successor, the young muttered to himself. He thought that the princess would be forsaken by her kingdom, as there were 2 other princes ahead of her. He had researched before this mission started and found out that Balaya kingdom didn't send any bodyguards to protect the princess. They only asked the princess to disguise herself as a normal passenger and board the Feiyang ship. With the princess' capabilities, she could at most hire 2 expedition teams to protect her. However, they planned their attack based on an overestimation. They were wrong. The Balaya kingdom didn't give up on the princess. They even sent a domain realm master to protect her. What happened? A few middle-aged men who were waiting for news. When they saw the change in expression on the young man's face, one of them immediately asked him. The young turned and said with a serious tone, "We predicted the difficulty of this mission wrongly. There is a domain realm master within our opponent team." The other men were stunned too. One of them jumped up in shock. "We must immediately change the level of this mission to S level." The young nodded. "I will." He thought for a while before deciding to speak the truth. Sky rank number 37 has met the opponent. He had been hiding the fact that number 37 took part in this mission. The other people were elated when they heard what he said. They felt relaxed. Since they had a domain realm master on their side, the situation was much better. It was still within their control. The young man didn't feel at ease. He looked out of the window with a cold face. The rainbow rain was pouring heavily as he waved at his assistant. The assistant passed him a pair of binoculars immediately. The young man looked at number 37's direction through the binoculars. When Ling Lan's power collided with that of her opponent's, she immediately felt hot air coming from the other side. Fire-type energy. Ling Lan's poker face changed slightly. Her ice-type energy was considered part of the water-type. Fire and water were natural enemies. As compared to the powerful fire-type energy, water-type energy was weaker. Her opponent had an elemental advantage over her. As this thought flashed past her mind, her opponent's fire-type energy congregated into a fire dragon and rushed towards her mercilessly. Before she could react, it had engulfed her. Boom! The fire dragon that swallowed Ling Lan exploded. If someone with sharp eyes were watching her, he or she would have seen a few broken shards of ice coming out from the fire dragon. Those pieces of broken ice fell onto the ground with the rainbow rain, merging with it. The flames that got separated, congregated together again and formed a figure. It was the domain realm warrior. He looked around him. Although his attack seemed to have hit his opponent just now, it didn't cause any harm. That blow was met with a huge resistance force. It almost rebounded my attack, but since my force was greater, it went through the resistance. If not, the ending might be different. This kind of ability is similar to a protective shield. However, what is his domain element? The middle-aged domain realm warrior frowned. He didn't manage to find out about his opponent's element just now. That was not good for him. After the explosion, broken shards of glass appeared. However, there was no coldness in it, so it is not ice element. Is he a mutated earth-type master? If that is the case, I must be careful of the ground. The middle-aged domain warrior was clear about the elements and the things they could merge with. Earth-type energy would never merge with water. As compared to Earth-type, he was more frightened that his opponent would be an Ice-type because that would mean that he could be attacked 360 degrees all around. Once he reached his conclusion, he stared at the ground intently. If his opponent was really someone who had the earth element, the only way he could be attacked would be from the ground. The middle-aged domain warrior was on his guard. A few minutes had passed. At this moment, he shivered. An impending sense of danger crept up from the depths of his heart. He never experienced this feeling before. Without a second thought, he changed into a ball of fire. Suddenly, he felt his body was restricted in mid-air. What was happening? He didn't see anything coming out from the ground. He knew that he was in a dire state. Hence, he released his domain realm. The area around him turned into a sea of fire. When the rainbow raindrops fell on the flame, they turned into steam and disappeared. Number 37 has activated his full domain power. He must have met a powerful opponent. The young man turned even more serious when he saw the flames 3 kilometers away. Number 37 was a fire-type warrior. He was within the top 5 in terms of attacking power. He was the number 37 in terms of overall rank because his attacks were too inflexible and his defense was weaker than the rest of the warriors. However, when met with other domain warriors that were not on the sky rank, the young man was still confident about number 37's ability. He felt that he could have an even fight with someone that was in the peak of domain realm that wasn't listed in the sky rank. Yet, he was in a tense battle with the bodyguard of Princess Gulabadjul. The young man felt that he had underestimated domain realm warriors that weren't listed in the sky rank. Did you notice what element the other party has? The middle-aged men looked through their binoculars too. They didn't look at ease anymore. They were not domain masters, but from their experience, they could tell that number 37 was at a disadvantage. Most importantly, they couldn't see what element their opponent had. Only number 37's energy could be felt. The young man smiled bitterly. No. The young man felt that he had an abundance of information, but yet, he couldn't find any data on number 37's opponent. He memorized everyone on the domain master's list, but no one fitted the description. He felt helpless. The middle-aged men didn't blame him. They were unable to figure out the identity of the opponent too. One of them consoled the young man. The other party must be an old fox. That is why he could cover up his energy and element perfectly. The distance between us is too far, so it is normal that we can't see some details. Maybe number 37 knows who he is. We just need to wait patiently. The young man nodded. Everyone thought that even if number 37 was not his opponent's match, he would still be able to escape. They would be able to find out the identity of the opponent after he came back. When the middle-aged domain warrior activated his true domain power, he finally escaped from the restriction. Before he could relax, coldness started spreading throughout his body. It was so cold that his bones seemed to hurt. His entire body fell down from mid-air with the sea of fire surrounding his body dimming. The rainbow rain extinguished the remaining flame. Every time a flame died, the middle-aged man felt colder. The middle-aged man tried to move his fire-type energy around his body to dissipate the cold. That was when he realized that ice shards had appeared in his bloodstream. Those ice shards caused his energy to fall apart. Your element is not earth but ice. I was fooled by you, the middle-aged man gritted his teeth as he said that. He tried to get the ice shards out of his bloodstream. In the process of doing so, he burnt his own arteries. However, it was a price he was willing to pay. He could heal any internal injuries, but if his body was overtaken by an element, he would die. He knew what was more important. As the middle-aged man finished talking, he saw a faint figure appearing in the air. You are powerful. I lost. I just want to know how you remove the coldness from your ice element. The middle-aged man was not furious as he chatted with his opponent calmly. If he just had a little bit more time, he would be able to get the ice shards out of his bloodstream. At that time, he would launch a surprise counterattack. He would not make the same mistake again and let his opponent plant ice shards in his bloodstream ever again. However, Ling Lan didn't give him any chance. She said coldly, "Ice blockade." Then, she destroyed all of her opponent's hope. The spot where Ling Lan was standing it turned into an ice world. Even the rainbow rain droplets turned into rainbow ice. How? The middle-aged man looked at her in fear. Before he could finish his sentence, the ice shards in his body exploded. He turned into an ice statue. He died unwillingly. If he had one more second, he would be able to change the tides. Ling Lan walked over slowly. She said in a low voice, whether it is in reality or on the television, the reason why people managed to counterattack was because their opponent talked too much. Do you think I will make such a low-level mistake? She snapped her fingers. The ice world exploded. Broken pieces of ice merged with the rain. In an instant, the ice world disappeared. The rainbow rain continued pouring down. It seemed as though what had happened just now was just an illusion. Ding! A crystal-clear bead dropped on the ground. Ling Lan was surprised. Her ice blockade was able to turn anything into ice. Once it exploded, all ice would break into pieces and disappeared. This bead must be a treasure of some sort. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. As a cautious person, Ling Lan didn't go near the bead. Little Four, what is that? She had no qualms about calling Little Four out whenever she liked. She had went past the period of feeling guilty for using child labor. After all, she had been looking after him for over 20 years now. Her kindness had disappeared under the guidance of number 5. Ling Lan was not a good person anymore. Of course, she was not an evil person too. The more powerful Ling Lan became, the more information Little Four could gather. Hence, Little Four didn't need signals to read data anymore. Huh. That is a miniature optical supercomputer. It was made using the same materials as your communicator. It is a communication bead. Little Four did some simple research and managed to find out what the bead was. Ling Lan looked down at her wrist instinctively. There was nothing on it. Her communicator had been sent back to the headquarters of the 23rd Division to facilitate their mission. However, Ling Lan's communicator was an upgraded one. Her first communicator was destroyed after she first used her domain power. She knew that she would be questioned if she went to collect a new one herself, so she looked for her father for help. To protect his daughter, Ling Xiao took much effort to settle this matter for her. He used his status and power to get a new communicator for his daughter. Of course, this communicator was not so simple too. The Federation would only give new communicators to formidable warriors who managed to achieve the domain realm. These communicators were able to withstand the energy released by domain masters. It can also change its form according to its owner's element. After Ling Lan tried out her new communicator, she was stunned. She felt that she had jumped from a technologically advanced world to a magical world. Only domain warriors could use this communicator. This was why the Federation had the information of all domain realm masters and would only distribute to those who were qualified to be called formidable warriors. To get this communicator and not become an illegal immigrant, no formidable warriors would conceal themselves, as this device represented honor and a certain status. It was a good thing to them. Also, if they didn't register, they would be unable to get the new communicator. Without it, they wouldn't be able to fully use their domain power. If they did, their old communicator would break apart. Then, they would be questioned when they would apply for a new one, so it was almost impossible for them to hide themselves. Ling Lan could conceal herself because she had an amazing father. When Ling Lan knew about the communicator, she was curious about the materials used. Ling Lan knew that assassins would not bring any communication device on them when they went on a mission, as it would increase the risk of exposing their identity. Ling Lan also suspected that the face which her opponent had might also be fake. The Federation had an agent which could temporarily change the appearance of a person. Its effects only lasted for a day, but it was enough to carry out short missions. However, no one knew what they would change into after consuming the agent. It was random. Hence, people with long missions couldn't use this agent. The communicator that Ling Lan had on her now contained her fake identity. It was just a normal communicator, so when they went out today, they left it in their room in case it would be broken in a fight. I have decoded it. Soul Society, Sky Rank Assassin number 37. Nickname, Demon Fire. I can even log in into the main page of Soul Society. Wow, there are all kinds of mission on their main page. I found it. Mission, Kill Princess Galiba. S-level mission. Remarks, a domain master is protecting the princess. The level has increased from A+ to an S. The reward would also be doubled. The information that Little Four found appeared in Ling Lan's mindscape. Ling Lan looked at the blood-red words in the remarks section. She frowned. The Soul Society was the most famous assassin society in the human world. Their assassins comprised of two groups. One group of the assassins were raised within the society when they were young. Another group of them underwent many challenges and tests and to become temporary assassins. The temporary assassins were just bounty hunters who wanted to earn some extra income. The Soul Society was so famous, everyone in the Federation heard about it. The society seemed to be exposed to the public, but in actual fact, no countries were able to destroy the power that Soul Society had planted in their nation. No one knew where their headquarters were and who worked for them. They didn't know who the assassins were too. The Soul Society never gave missions face-to-face or through a third party. You needed a secret communicator to contact these people. Even if they had the communication bead, they could only see the main page of the Soul Society. They could apply for a mission to be added on the main page, and the staff members of Soul Society would gauge the difficulty level of the mission and the rewards for it. The rewards had to be sent to a designated account given by the Soul Society within 3 days. After that, Seoul Society would upload the mission. All communications were carried out using the communication bead so no information could be leaked. Many countries had tried using hackers to hack into the Seoul Society's mainframe, but Seoul Society had its own hackers too. In the end, both parties suffered great losses. The countries didn't dare to do anything to the Seoul Society anymore and let them run by themselves. After all, the Seoul Society only wanted to target the assassin industry and had no intention of overtaking any countries. Thus, Ling Lan knew that the situation was bad for them. They could escape the assassination this time, but there would be more powerful opponents sent to kill the princess the next time. The longer they dragged, the worse it would get. Boss, the Seoul Society's rules are weird. Once a domain realm assassin took on a mission, no other domain masters can interfere with the mission unless it was confirmed that the domain realm assassin failed or requires help. Little Four read out the rules for Ling Lan. How long will it take for them to ascertain that Demon Fire is dead? Ling Lan heaved a sigh of relief secretly. If only one domain assassin came one at a time, she could still handle it. When the spiritual power on the nameplate of Demon Fire disappear, Seoul Society will declare Demon Fire as dead, Little Four replied. Ling Lan asked in surprise, can a person's spiritual power still linger after they die? Of course. When you died in your past life, your spiritual power still remained for some time, right? Little Four looked at Ling Lan with disdain. You thought that you were a ghost that time. I was the one who kept your spiritual power, passed it through the time crack, and gave you the opportunity to be reborn as your father's child. Little Four looked up proudly. Hurry up and praise me. Ling Lan touched her head. She said in a helpless tone, yes, Little Four is the best. Little Four shook his butt happily when he heard the compliment. Even though 20 years had passed, Little Four still expressed his happiness in the same way. Did you keep Demon Fire's spiritual power too? Ling Lan thought about another domain master appearing in her mindscape. She shivered. It didn't feel good. No, I didn't. I don't know him, so why would I do that? Little Four rolled his eyes at Ling Lan. Didn't she know that it required a lot of energy to keep someone's spiritual power? He took a lot of effort to build up his energy. How can he use it just like that? A good knife must be used to cut good meat, is that how you say it? I just kept the spiritual power in this communication bead so that the mainframe of the Seoul Society will not know that he is dead, Little Four explained. Ling Lan's eyes lit up. Little Four, how long can you keep this spiritual power for? At most 2 days. No matter how well you keep this spiritual power, it will disappear, Little Four replied. 2 days. The time was a little short, but they should have left planet Kachi after 2 days. Hence, before arriving at the next planet, Feiyang's ship was safe. Actually, I can imitate Demon Fire's spiritual power. Little Four thought for a moment before telling Ling Lan this news. He felt that his boss might need this information. Ling Lan was elated. Good. Do that until the end of this mission. If she was alone, she would not be afraid of any domain realm masters appearing. It was beneficial for her to battle with strong opponents. However, she needed to send Princess Galiba back safely to Belaya Kingdom. She couldn't just think about herself. I understand, Little Four smiled and replied. Tell me what you want to say. Ling Lan knew that Little Four was up to no good when she saw this evil smile. Boss, I just intercepted a message that was sent to Demon Fire just a moment ago. He was ordered to go back immediately after the battle and report information about you. Tell me the main point. Ling Lan didn't think that Little Four just wanted to tell her this information. He must have some request. I tracked the source of the message. The source is not far away from here. Little Four looked at her with 2 bright eyes. What do you want? Ling Lan raised her eyebrows and asked. I want to see their headquarters. Boss, let's attack them. Bang. Little Four was thrown away by Ling Lan. When he appeared in front of her again, he was rubbing his head. He asked pitifully, "Boss, why did you throw me again?" Ling Lan said coldly, "Attack. Do you want me to die?" If it was really the headquarters, she would be looking for death if she attacked rashly. "No. I have checked. There are only some old people and young children at the location. There are no powerful people there. If you go over, you will easily dominate over them." Little Four attempted to coax with her. "Old people? Children?" Ling Lan glared at Little Four. "Do you think that I am stupid? Will the headquarters let these two kinds of people exist in their society?" Her sharp gaze forced Little Four to lower his head. Ling Lan continued calmly, "Send me the image of the location." Since Little Four said that he had checked the area, he definitely had seen the place. Little Four didn't dare to say anything. He immediately took out the images that his boss wanted. A huge room appeared in Ling Lan's mindscape with a young man and a few middle-aged men were standing in the room. Ling Lan stared at Little Four. "Old people and children?" Little Four pointed at them. "I just reported their numbers wrongly." Ling Lan didn't want to argue with Little Four. She asked, "Is there no one else besides them?" Little Four nodded. He was sure. Ling Lan pondered about it. She looked at the location Little Four provided her. It was only 3 kilometers away from her. With her powers, it wouldn't require a long time. She looked at the positions of her own team members and made a decision. "Let's take the risk then." The next second, Ling Lan disappeared. At this moment, Qi Long and the other team members were in a bad state. They managed to snipe a portion of the assassins using the high ground advantage and their skills, but there were more people were moving towards them. They were unable to snipe all of them and some of them even managed to enter the building they were in. How many people entered? When there was no one around them, Qi Long sat up and asked Lin Zhongqing. His finger hurt from the massive activity just now. He was in a focused state so he didn't feel it. Even his shoulder was in pain due to the recoil of the sniper rifle. Lin Zhongqing replied in a certain tone, 33 people have entered this building. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. It was a formidable feat for 5 of them to kill almost 160 opponents all by themselves. The people they killed were not normal commoners. They were assassins that had been specially trained by the Soul Society. There were even some assassins from the black rank and even the red rank. Qi Long smiled. "I can finally do some workout." The moment he finished speaking, he disappeared. Li Lanfeng and Zhao Jun smiled at each other. They disappeared too. Li Yingjie looked at the empty balcony. He turned and asked Lin Zhongqing, "Where did they go?" Lin Zhongqing pointed below them. "They went out to kill people." Li Yingjie was furious. He exclaimed, "Why didn't they ask me?" Lin Zhongqing glanced at him with contempt. "Do you need to be asked? Don't you know how to analyze the situation yourself? Since 33 people had entered this building, we will be surrounded if we remained on the roof. The best way is to be proactive and sneak down to kill those people." Li Yingjie's expression changed when he heard what Lin Zhongqing said. He knew that sneaking downstairs to ambush and kill their opponents was the best course of action. However, shouldn't they gather together and discuss first before acting? Why did they move without even informing each other? How could Boss Lan allow such actions? In his team, none of his team members were allowed to act on their own. Lin Zhongqing noticed Li Yingjie's puzzled expression. He calmly explained, "Our leader taught us to have our own judgment. He would only correct us if we were wrong." He suddenly stared at Li Yingjie intently. Li Yingjie shrunk under his gaze. "If you are not able to get used to our team structure, you might be kicked out of the group after the 3-year protection period for recruits has ended. All the best to you." "Kicked out? Him? That is impossible." Li Yingjie was furious. Li Yingjie was a proud person. He never acknowledged anyone. Ling Lan was too powerful so he had no choice but to bow down to her. This was why he was willing to joining the Ling Tian battle team. However, he never expected himself to be so unwelcomed. He thought that his addition to the team would give glory to the Ling Tian battle team and Boss Lan would accept him readily. However, from what Lin Zhongqing had said, Ling Lan seemed hesitant in accepting him. Li Yingjie felt depressed. Was he worse than Chang Xinyuan who just managed to achieve refinement? Li Yingjie kicked that thought out of his mind. He was a genius in physical skills and mecha operations. A genius. Damn it. Li Yingjie was unconvinced. He thought about the abilities of the other members in the Ling Tian battle team. His second brother likes to experiment with all kinds of agents and medicines. He was someone who liked to torture people using unscrupulous means. He should not compare himself with his second brother. Of course, Li Yingjie would never admit that he was afraid of his second brother and his torture methods. Qi Long, he was better than him. Let's ignore him. Luo Lang was also as strong as him. But, he would not compare himself to a ladylike man. Zhao Jun was 3 years older than him, so it was reasonable that he had gained some fame within these 3 years. There was nothing for him to compare with. Li Lanfeng had a weak body. What was his physical skills level? Wait, he seemed to be at the late stage of Qi Jin. Wasn't that the same stage as him? He was an ace mecha operator too, right? Damn, how could he become an ace mecha operator with that body? Li Yingjie suddenly felt that the world was unfair to him. He couldn't beat any of these people. He looked at Lin Zhongqing. At least he was stronger than Lin Zhongqing, who just managed to attain Qi Jin and was a special class operator. Li Yingjie felt better about himself. Even Lin Zhongqing was not kicked out of the team. So why would I be kicked out? I am not convinced. Li Yingjie's feelings were deeply hurt, so he didn't realize that he spoke his thoughts out loud. Lin Zhongqing smiled when he heard this sentence. He took out his backpack and passed it to Li Yingjie. You are stronger than me, but I was never a fighter in the first place. I am the logistics leader. He signaled Li Yingjie to open the backpack. Li Yingjie looked inside. There were some emergency agents, a bag of compressed biscuit, a few nutrition packs, binoculars, as well as other small tools. Everything was placed neatly in the backpack. In the side pocket, a transparent box was stuffed inside. There were 2 sticks that looked like cigarette inside the box. Li Yingjie was stunned. He thought about something and his face changed. Why do you have this? Li Yingjie felt weak in his legs. If one of these sticks exploded, everything within 100 meters would be turned into ruins. He had never seen the real thing before, but in the military academy, they were taught about this. This was the most frightening and most primitive kind of bomb, the TNT bomb. Lin Zhongqing took his backpack back and looked at the surroundings with his binoculars. After confirming that there was no one around them, he continued, Did you think that the opponent only placed 1 bomb on the cruise? Li Yingjie was not stupid. He instantly understood what Lin Zhongqing was trying to say. How did you find it? The search crew from Feiyang ship didn't find anything on the ship. How did Lin Zhongqing find them? Lin Zhongqing smiled. Just as Li Yingjie thought that he was going to explain, Lin Zhongqing retracted his smile and said coldly, Why are you still talking to me? Shouldn't you be killing opponents with Qi Long and the rest of them? Our team don't keep useless people. Li Yingjie wanted to vomit out blood. Why did you talk so much then? He refuted angrily. You didn't go down too. Lin Zhongqing waved the binoculars that was in his hand. Don't you know my position in the team? He was already doing what he was supposed to do. Li Yingjie's expression changed again. He didn't think much of it just now. After Lin Zhongqing's reminder, he realized that everyone else had started doing what they were supposed to do. Only he didn't understand the situation. Li Yingjie felt depressed. He was too stupid. I will not lose to you all. Li Yingjie shouted angrily before disappearing from the balcony. Not lose to us. Lin Zhongqing smiled. He felt that he was bullying a little child. That little child didn't know what to say, so he threw this sentence at him and then ran away. Liangjie was not so irritating after all. Lin Zhongqing smiled as he raised his binoculars and observed the surroundings again. He didn't notice anything, but his hand was holding a powerful handgun hidden in his bag. The assassins that managed to sneak in gave each other a hand sign when they met. After that, they formed different-sized groups and went up. Everyone had a beam handgun in their hands. A beam handgun was powerful enough and with light recoil. It was accurate and the sound of bullets was light. It was the best handgun for middle-range attacks. One of the groups consisted of 2 assassins from the Soul Society. They carefully entered the 3rd floor. One of them walked in the front while the other walked behind him. The one in front checked the path with the other one defended their tracks. They didn't know if their opponent would come down from the balcony and ambush them. This was like a hide-and-seek game. The one who spotted the other party first would win. A gentle wind blew past them. The person at the back immediately shot at the direction of the wind. The beam hit the wall and a huge hole was formed. The person heaved a sigh of relief. He wanted to ask the person in front of the current situation. However, he heard the person in front falling down to the cold hard ground. He wanted to grab the side of his throat, but he didn't manage to do it. He moaned and fell to the ground. The person felt his hairs standing. He didn't see their opponent, but his comrade was already killed. As he was panicking, he fired his gun all around him, but there was no movement. The person that killed his comrade seemed to have left. He stopped shooting. He wanted to look at his comrade. At this moment, a muscular hand grabbed his neck. He felt a prick on his neck and his body lost its energy. He fell to the ground as well. A murderous intent flashed past Qilong's eyes. He grabbed his opponent's jaw and twisted his head. His opponent died. Qilong gently placed the corpse at the side. He moved quickly and went to the person who was in the front. He took out the miniature dart from his neck and with a twist, this person died too. Qilong kept these equipments because he knew that they couldn't expose their identity. The miniature anesthesia needle was the secret weapon of their battle team. In another part of the building, similar events happened. However, the assassins that were still alive didn't know what had happened to their comrades. They continued moving upwards towards the balcony. Lin Zhongqing was carefully observing his surroundings. Suddenly, something flashed past his eyes. He rushed over and came to a corner of the building. He raised his handgun that had a silencer on it and aimed it down. An assassin was attempting to climb up through a window. The assassin sensed something and looked up and saw a black barrel was pointing at him. He instantly jumped at Lin Zhongqing. Lin Zhongqing pulled the trigger calmly. The assassin got rebounded off the roof. He clutched his chest in pain as he glared at Lin Zhongqing with bloodshot eyes. Boom! The assassin fell from the 5th floor and slammed into the ground. The area around his body were all stained with blood. People who were assassins must reach manifestation level for their physical skills. Hence, even though this assassin was hit once by a gun and fell 5 floors down, he still didn't die. He was just on the brink of death. The only thing that seemed alive were his eyes. They were filled with hatred. Lin Zhongqing looked at him nonchalantly. He went back to his position and continued his work. No one wanted to die. Lin Zhongqing didn't want to die too. Thus, the assassin had to die. The death of this assassin stopped other people who had similar thoughts. Climbing up from the window was a shortcut to them. But, to the person on the roof, they were easy targets. He could just snipe them without any difficulty. However, this shot also proved that people were still on the roof. Many assassins got bolder. They stopped hiding themselves and quickly rushed up the stairs. Boom, boom, boom. The moment they entered the staircase, bullets rained down on them. Although they were prepared, the first two people who entered still got hit and died on the spot. The other assassins reacted quickly and dodged their bullets. Some hid themselves in their blind spots. Li Lanfeng and Zhao Jun had already hid themselves behind the walls. Li Lanfeng looked at Zhao Jun as entering the room behind him. He climbed down the window and entered the floor below them. The people from Seoul society didn't dare to move outside the building, but the people from Ling Tian had no qualms about it. They trusted Lin Zhongqing. Zhao Jun entered the floor below them. Li Lanfeng occasionally fired some shots down, so the assassins were all focused on him. In the commanding center of the Seoul society, the young man kept a lookout for the news from the front line. He was relieved when he knew that 33 people managed to enter the building. He regretted choosing this point to attack. He thought that it was the weakest, but instead, it was the strongest. Almost 200 assassins got killed there. Is there still no reply from number 37? The middle-aged man paced around the young man agitatedly and asked him. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The young man retracted the look of disdain from his eyes. He looked up at the middle-aged man and said respectfully, no. However, number 37's signal is still there. It means that he is still alive. He might be in a close fight with his opponent. Let's just wait for his reply patiently. The young man's words calmed the middle-aged man down. At this moment, one of the middle-aged men looked towards the window. He asked with a puzzled expression, don't you all think that the window got thicker? The other people looked at the window. No one noticed anything different. Did you see wrongly? No. I am naturally sensitive to the thickness of things. I felt that the window got thicker. The middle-aged man walked forward. When he touched the window, he felt a piercing chill. So cold. The middle-aged man retracted his hand. How is that possible? Even if it is raining, the temperature on planet Kachi always remained constant at 25 degrees Celsius. Another middle-aged man didn't believe him and touched the window himself. It is really cold. The man removed his hand almost immediately. He was surprised. As the middle-aged men were confused, the young man suddenly shouted, hide yourselves. The middle-aged men got a shock. They looked away from the window instinctively. The young man stared at the window as though he was trying to look for something. What happened? One of the middle-aged men asked. The young man smiled bitterly. I think that our opponent might be here. Who is it? The middle-aged man was frightened. The young man looked at the window. It is probably the domain realm master that fought with number 37. Only he was able to get near them without anyone noticing. Number 37, the middle-aged man didn't look good. He is not dead but most likely heavily injured, the young man replied. This was the best situation. He was afraid that number 37 had died but they hadn't received the information. The middle-aged men were agitated. However, they quickly calmed down. So what if he managed to find us? Even though this was just a temporary command center, Seoul Society had sent a domain realm warrior to protect this center. The moment he finished speaking, an old man with gray hair appeared beside them. Ninth Elder. The young man greeted him with respect. The old man known as the Ninth Elder ignored him. He stared at the window intently and said, since you are here, why do you still hide? The figure of a human appeared on the glass of the window. The figure slowly got clearer. Ninth Elder looked at the person that came out from the window. He was extremely shocked. Impossible. The other people in the room were stunned too. The young man even asked, Ninth Elder, can domain warriors maintain their youthful looks? Ninth Elder replied immediately, no way. He was confident that the data from Seoul Society was up to date and complete. It was even more complete than the data the Federation had. However, this person didn't fit the description of anyone in the list of domain realm warriors. Did he advance to the domain realm recently? Ninth Elder denied this thought. If he could defeat Sky rank number 37, he could not be a new domain realm master. Even though Sky rank number 37 was on the slightly weaker side of the Sky rank, he still had been in the domain realm for 8 years. He was not someone who could be defeated easily. Who are you? Ninth Elder couldn't reach a conclusion, so he asked. The person that came just looked at them coldly. Everyone felt a huge pressure weighing over them. Even the Ninth Elder felt pressured. He was surprised. Your element is ice. In our data, there are 3 ice element domain formidable warriors. They are the Frost Monarch from the Chaotic Lands, the family head of the Northeastern Muki, and General Ray from Caesar. You are definitely not General Ray. Are you the family head of Northeastern Muki or the Frost Monarch? Ninth Elder asked coldly. He couldn't find any similarities between those two characters and this young boy in front of him, but they were a better fit than General Ray. Those two people were Chinese. However, the other party remained silent. The atmosphere in the room got tenser and colder. Ninth Elder's face turned red when he saw that the other party had no intention of speaking to him. He felt that he was looked down upon. Anger boiled inside his heart. Even if that old beast Northeastern Muki came, he was not afraid. No one could be stronger than that old beast. Within the ice element, if that old beast claimed to be the second, no one dared to be the first. Even the Frost Monarch would not dare to call himself a monarch in front of that old beast. Ninth Elder decided to have a fight with the other party. After he tasted defeat, he would not be so arrogant anymore. In actual fact, Ling Lan was having a conversation with Little Four. Little Four? Didn't you say that there were no powerful people? Who is this person then? Ling Lan's heart dropped when she saw another domain master. She wanted to run away. Little Four looked down at his hand and said innocently, I did say that there were old people, he didn't say that the old person was not dangerous. You are getting good at talking. Ling Lan smiled coldly. Little Four shook his head fervently. I didn't say anything wrong. There is only one powerful old man. Boss, once you defeat him, the rest will be at your command. I think that I will be the one getting beaten up. Ling Lan became vigilant after she finished her sentence. She could feel the pressure from the old man getting stronger. The old man wanted to have a fight with her. Ling Lan was excited. Although she questioned Little Four, she trusted him and knew that he would not make decisions that would harm her. There was only one domain level master here. Fighting him would be a good experience for her. Ninth Elder suddenly disappeared. Ling Lan released all her presence. She didn't know what the old man's element was. The situation that happened just now was reenacted. However, this time, she was the one at a disadvantage. In the learning space, Little Four shouted in anger as he kicked around, why didn't you let me tell my boss the information about her opponent? Number 5 smiled. This is an order by Number 1. If you have any questions, you can personally ask Number 1. Little Four froze. Also, when are you going to tell your boss that you are secretly hiding Little Blossom? Number 5 was still smiling, but Little Four could sense the evil intentions behind his smile. Little Four fell flat on the ground. He almost forgot about this. You better hurry up. Number 1 had been suppressing Little Blossom for all these years and could no longer continue anymore. It will be undesirable for Little Blossom's evolution. Why not you don't tell your boss about this and just become Little Blossom's owner? Number 5 tempted Little Four. Little Four resisted the temptation. No. I will bring Little Blossom over for my boss. Only my boss can be Little Blossom's owner. Then why are you wasting your energy to help Little Blossom evolve? Your evolution was hindered because of it. Are you willing to sacrifice your future for other people? Number 5's words were always able to waver people's decision. Even though Little Four had a pure heart, he couldn't help but waver too. I am speaking the truth. If you become Little Blossom's owner, you will be even more useful to your boss. Also, you will not need to tell your boss about Little Blossom too. Your boss will not scold you for making decisions yourself. Isn't it your dream to become the best subordinate of your boss? If that is the case, don't let her have the chance to scold you. Number 5 continued tempting Little 4. Little 4 was confused. He felt that number 5 made sense. But, Little 4 still felt that there was something amiss with the statement. There is no but. Little Blossom is waking up soon. Number 1 said that he will not suppress Little Blossom this time. You either hurry up and tell your boss or you will go and find Little Blossom and become the first person he sees. That way, you will be his owner. Number 5 reminded Little 4 that he didn't have much time left. Little 4 went into deep thought. Outside, Ling Lan had started fighting with her opponent. The huge energy broke the window. Everything in the room was a mess. The energy that the opponent released was only at Qi Jin level. I can't sense his element, Ling Lan frowned. She felt that this opponent would be tough. Not only was he powerful, but he also hit his element better than her. She was able to fool her opponent because she concealed her cold aura. However, she still had some loopholes. This old man had no loopholes at all. As expected of an old monster who had been in the domain realm for more than 10 years. Ling Lan couldn't help but commend the old man in her heart. The young man saw that the 9th elder was fighting the domain warrior, so he winked at the other men. The few of them sneaked to the door and attempted to leave. The most powerful person among them was at the peak of Qi Jin. The young man had just reached Qi Jin level. If they stayed in this room with the domain masters fighting, they might die just by the force generated in the fight. When they reached the door, they were shocked. The door was covered with a thick layer of ice. No matter how much they kicked it, the ice didn't break. The young man observed that the window which was broken was blocked with a layer of thick ice too. They couldn't escape through the window either. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Right when the group wanted to leave this place, a strong aura suddenly appeared and moved towards them. This aura instantly caused them to fall to their knees. The young man was in an even worse condition as he instantly fell forward with blood dripping out from his mouth. They used all of the Qi Jin in their bodies to desperately endure against this pressure. The fully unleashed auras of the 2 domain experts were indeed forces that these individuals couldn't withstand with their lower levels. The young man tried his hardest to open both of his eyes and barely managed to look towards the fight in front of him. The young man saw the 9th elder huff and a large tornado formed, making its way towards the silhouette. Bam! A large ice shield suddenly appeared in front of the silhouette. The tornado hit the ice shield with great force. The power of the collision made the entire building tremble. The foundation and walls instantly had cracks and debris fell to the floor as though it was rain. The young man knew that this was the result after the 2 people had tried their best to restrain the power of their domain. The 9th elder and his opponent didn't want to make a scene. After all, they were on planet Kachi. If they alerted planet Kachi's government, things might become troublesome for both parties. That person is very strong. The young man had a surprised and complicated look on his face, as though he was looking at an immovable mountain when he was looking at the silhouette. In his mind, he imagined how young the opponent was. Suddenly he discovered that other than being young, he actually couldn't piece together his features. The young man only felt a heart-piercing coldness that made him not dare to look up at the opponent. If the opponent really did advance to domain level when he was very young, after thinking up to this point, the young man's heart trembled. Although he could see the disbelief in the 9th elder's expression, the young man didn't know why he actually believed that this was the reality they were living in. The powerful clashes between the 9th elder and Ling Lan made the 2 of them become more vigilant. Ling Lan's extremely strong ice element domain was very sturdy. The 9th elder's mysterious element was also hard for Ling Lan to grasp. Ling Lan looked at the flawless defense of the 9th elder and had a thought. Suddenly, a bone-piercing cold fell upon the atrium. Not long after, the atrium became engulfed in ice. Everything was frozen. Even the ceiling had many icicles hanging from above. The people who were subjugated to their knees or on the ground also had a layer of frost form on their bodies. The young man was also shuddering profusely. He felt as though his blood was going to be frozen solid. He felt that he would become an ice sculpture in the next second. The air was filled with a cold aura. Even breathing would make someone feel a heart-wrenching pain. However, this didn't affect the ninth elder. A defensive barrier appeared outside of his body and blocked off the cold aura Ling Lan had produced. Compared to demon fire, the ninth elder was much more careful since he had almost lived for a century. He valued his life and would not show any openings to his opponents. The attack the just now and the aura shield, his domain should belong to a colorless and soundless element. Is it the wind or the air? Ling Lan thought to herself. Then I'll feel it out once again. Ling Lan snapped her fingers with great force. Suddenly, the things that were frozen exploded and broke into countless ice particles scattered in the air. These particles silently gathered towards her opponent. Seeing this, the ninth elder laughed coldly. He closed his right hand and suddenly his aura shield became a black hole. It sucked in all of the ice particles into one place. Then it formed a ball of ice that was becoming bigger and bigger. You can have it back, shouted the ninth elder. The huge ice ball was sent flying towards Ling Lan in an instant. Right when the ice ball was about to hit Ling Lan, it suddenly dispersed and became particles again. Then these particles completely disappeared into thin air. This move was within the ninth elder's calculations. He knew that tossing the ice ball back to Ling Lan wouldn't pose any threat to him. However, what he wanted was the small window of time when his opponent gets rid of the ice ball. As the ice ball disappeared, Ling Lan immediately felt a strong sense of crisis approaching. She immediately conjured up an ice shield in front of her. Bang! The entire building shook once again. The originally battered building now had even larger cracks than before, as though it was about to collapse. Ling Lan's block was too hurried. Her ice shield didn't completely neutralize the unexpected attack. She couldn't help but take 3 steps back and then managed to stop her body. Some blood uncontrollably dripped from the side of her mouth. The opponent's attack did not leave any traces. If it wasn't for Ling Lan's incredible spiritual power, which felt the change in the energy in the air, perhaps this attack would have hit her directly. Looks like it's not the wind element. Ling Lan had battled with domain masters with the wind element before. The 23 RD Division Special Forces main leader was a wind element domain expert. Even if her opponent concealed his attack, she would still be able to feel the change in the wind. It wasn't like now where the attack would come out of nowhere. If my guess is correct, it's definitely the air element. He really is a troublesome opponent. Ling Lan didn't think that she would meet up with an opponent who was an expert in the most mysterious element, air. However, I'm lucky that he can't control the elements within the air. Ling Lan celebrated a bit. The ninth elder felt the coldness in the air decreasing. He then saw his opponent being hurt by his attack, which made him quite overjoyed. The element of his domain was something unpredictable and hard to defend against. These factors gave him the upper hand against other domain experts and also helped him defeating all of his opponents, which in turn made him into the Soul Society's ninth elder. You actually dare to challenge the Soul Society? Then prepare to pay the price with your life, the ninth elder laughed coldly. A force that was even stronger than the last one moved towards Ling Lan from all sides. In reality, the reason he created a tornado using his element in the beginning was to confuse his opponent. It was to make his opponent think that his attacks created sound and movement. The real sure-kill techniques were the attacks afterwards, which included the technique he had just performed. It was his strongest technique, air vacuum technique. Bam! The area around Ling Lan all froze into ice. It was as though she was in an ice coffin and was able to block off the attack from all sides. The ninth elder's expression changed instantly. How is that possible? How could his opponent knew that he would attack from all sides? It was clear that for his previous attack, his opponent only created an ice shield in front of him. Air element is indeed very strong. Thank you for fighting with me for this long, Ling Lan said coldly while being inside the coffin. Number 5, who was watching in the learning space, showed a smile on his face. Little 4, your boss is going to use a strong technique, the battle is going to be over soon. Did you make your decision yet? Little 4 instantly raised his head and saw Ling Lan's right hand clenched into a fist, Ice Age. The strongest technique created by Ling Lan's domain. It was strong enough to put the world back into the Ice Age. The ninth elder felt a chill forming around his body like never before. He snorted coldly, insolence. His domain formed as he shouted. The two forces were at odds with each other, both trying to get past the other's defenses. Ling Lan smirked and snapped her fingers once again. The ninth elder suddenly felt a bone-piercing chill in the deep recesses of his body. His expression changed instantly and screamed, "That's not possible." In the next second, he became an ice sculpture. The fear on his face was etched in detail onto the sculpture as though he was going to break the ice and jump out in the next second. Why isn't it possible? Ling Lan snapped her fingers once again and the ice sculpture instantly became countless of ice particles and dispersed into the air. No traces were left behind and it was as though the ninth elder never existed in this world. No, something was left behind. A communication bead fell out of the ice sculpture. Little 4's face was glowing. He shouted loudly, "My boss is just that awesome. Little Blossom's master should also be this awesome. However, I will definitely try my best to grow and hope that one day I will become as strong as boss. Then, I will be Little Blossom's boss." Little 4 kicked number 5 and freed himself from number 5's grasp. He immediately started jumping towards Ling Lan's mind space. "Woo-woo, boss, I was bullied by instructor number 5 just now. You have to help me get back at him." Little 4 had indeed hesitated before because he was afraid that Ling Lan would yell at him. However, he remembered the words Ling Lan had said to him many years ago. As long as he treated her sincerely, the boss would treat him as her own little brother. She even let him have half of her father's love without fussing. Little 4 believed this himself. However, in reality, Ling Xiao didn't know he had a son like him. How could he still hide Little Blossom like this? Also, even if the boss did yell at me, what would happen? The boss wouldn't yell at me if she didn't care about me. Did those instructors think that the boss is interested in yelling at strangers? Idiot number 5. Pfft, Little 4 suddenly turned around and stuck his tongue out at number 5. He made a face towards number 5, brushed off the dirt from his butt and jumped into Ling Lan's mind space. Number 5 stared blankly for a second then laughed. He then slowly disappeared into the lobby of the learning space. Number 5 appeared in instructor number 1's space. "Now are you now rest assured," said number 1 as he opened his eyes and looked at number 5 calmly. Number 5 smiled and scratched his head. He said helplessly, "Looks like I worried too much." "Not really. It's just that you didn't believe in Majesty 4 from the very beginning." Number 1 said calmly. The root of the destruction of the Mandora star system was because of the last Intellect King. I'm just afraid that Little 4's evolution would become the same as the Intellect King in the future, full of selfishness and destruction. Number 5 said plainly. It was the first time the smile on his face had faded in many years. The rift in the relationship between humans and us, intelligence entities, in the end it isn't something that we can really say whose fault it was, right? Back then, the 10 of us decided to put our spiritual power into this learning space to watch over Majesty 4's evolution. We shouldn't interfere with his growth too much. You went overboard this time. Instructor number 1 calmly warned number 5. Majesty 4's evolution had made him show selfishness. If we let him grow on his own, it may impact Ling Lan negatively. Number 1, Ling Lan is the disciple the 10 of us developed with great care. Are you not afraid that Majesty 4 will harm her in the end? Number 5 suddenly became irritated. Little 4 wasn't any average learning space intelligent entity. Once he gains his complete form, he would be a godlike existence. This godlike entity wouldn't only have powers within the virtual world. As long as there were wires or signals, the complete form of Little Four could easily use all this to control the real world of the humans. Back then, the instructors saw what the Intellect King had done. In the Mandora star system, faced with humans who would not bow to him, the Intellect King would even consider mutual destruction than to let the humans get their way. Now, whenever the instructors think about this, it would make them shudder in fear. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Number 5, that's something Ling Lan should be thinking about. Number 1's voice echoed in Number 5's ear like thunder and instantly woke Number 5 up. Number 5 rubbed his face and said apologetically, "Sorry Number 1, I was wrong." Although Number 5 seemed to have the most perverse mentality, he was actually the instructor out of all 10 of them who cared about Ling Lan the most. Of course this had something to do with having such a talented disciple like Ling Lan who would only appear once every few centuries. Ling Lan was Number 5's most prized disciple. He was very satisfied and proud of her. Little Four's evolution is directly related to Ling Lan. What Little Four evolves into in the future would actually depend on Ling Lan. How or why he will get to that point, whether the road is hard or easy, it would all be based on Ling Lan's nurturing. You and I don't have the qualifications to meddle with his evolution. Seeing Number 5's mood, Number 1's tone became softer. Number 5 laughed bitterly, "Then we should just watch." They clearly knew that Little Four's evolution would bring harm to Ling Lan, but they couldn't take the reins. Yes. Number 1 looked towards the far reaches of his plane. After a long while he finally said, "I believe in Ling Lan. She can do it." His disciple wasn't going to disappoint him. Number 1's words calmed Number 5 down completely. After a short while he said, "Number 1, maybe you're right." After he said the previous statement, Number 5 left Number 1's spatial plane. Number 1 looked towards the endless void then closed his eyes. When Number 5 returned to his own spatial plane, a familiar, beautiful and slim silhouette suddenly appeared in front of him. Number 9. I hardly see you come by. Could it be that you missed your elder brother? The surprise in Number 5's expression vanished instantly. His face now had a cynical smile that could not be easily forgotten and spoke in flirtatious manner. The coldness exuding from Number 9's body became even heavier. She looked at Number 5 coldly and saw that Number 5 was starting to feel perturbed. However, the more Number 5 was perturbed, the brighter his smile was. It was as though he had some perverted thoughts. Number 9 hated this quality of Number 5 and snorted coldly, "I came to the wrong place." Afterwards, she flicked her right hand and instantly sliced open a spatial tear and left this space. Number 5 watched as Number 9 disappeared into the spatial tear. He rubbed his forehead and said to himself, "Came to the wrong place. Who is she trying to lie to? Number 9 came to me for a reason, but what is that reason?" For the first time, Number 5 felt that he wasn't smart enough and actually couldn't guess the reason why his younger sister Number 9 had come. Number 9 returned to her own space in dismay. She originally thought that Number 5's inquiries towards Majesty 4 were for the sake of Ling Lan. This made Number 9 felt grateful towards Number 5, thus she wanted to thank Number 5 in person. Now that she thought about it, she was really too naive and thought too well of Number 5. Seeing the perverted and sinister smile on his face, the reason he was probing on Ling Lan's situation was probably to satisfy some perverted needs of his own and not for Ling Lan's sake. After thinking about how she almost wasted her heartfelt gratitude, the coldness exuded from Number 9's body became even colder. In the future, she would definitely not put up a nice front towards Number 5. No. She will not even talk to that pervert Number 5. Ling Lan picked up the communication bead on the ground and asked Little Four to continue keeping the Ninth Elder's spiritual power intact. Then she slowly walked towards the young man's group who were all hurt from the shockwaves. Those people looked at this extremely young domain expert with fear and terror in their eyes. Most of them believed that this young man definitely used some sort of medicinal agent to change his appearance. But these people had forgotten that although there were medicinal agents that could change a person's appearance, but it wouldn't make an individual seem too far off from their actual age. For example, a young person would not suddenly become an old man and an old man wouldn't suddenly become a young man. Ling Lan bent down and showed her right palm with the communication bead on it and asked, "What is this?" The young man didn't say anything and pretended as though he didn't hear anything. "You don't want to tell me? Then there isn't any reason for you to live," Ling Lan said indifferently. She then stood up. The ice shards around their bodies slowly began to cover their entire body. The young man's face paled and he slowly closed his eyes, silently waiting for death to come to take him away. He didn't think that his plan to move up in the company in the end would actually dig his own grave. He was unwilling to die. He was still young and had a limitless future. He didn't want to die just yet. However, he couldn't betray his organization just for a chance to live. That would make him disdain and loathe himself. However, not everyone had this realization. When these people felt that their hands and feet had been frozen and the coldness slowly crawled through their bodies, they began to struggle. The feeling of watching oneself slowly reaching to the brink of death was tormenting and could easily cause a person to fall apart mentally. As expected, one of the middle-aged men couldn't endure the pressure anymore and instantly shouted, "It's a communication bead." The young man immediately opened his eyes. His eyes were full of criticism and rage. As trusted members, how could they betray so easily like that? The statement of the middle-aged man also broke the mental endurance of the men. A few other middle-aged men also shouted, "That's right, it's a communication bead." Ling Lan half smiled at the angry young man. As expected, he was still a hot-blooded youngster and was willing to spill his own blood for his dreams. This youngster probably wouldn't even care if he paid the price with his life. She glanced at these middle-aged men with joy. Fortunately, these people had already lost that passion. They were people that understood how valuable life was as compared to anything else. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to force anything out from these people. Ling Lan snapped her finger and the ice that originally frozen their hands and feet had disappeared into thin air. After seeing that their hands and feet had returned to normal, these people were instantly overjoyed. "Does every one of you have a communication bead?" Ling Lan asked. Since their psychological defense were broken down already, they would answer every question obediently. These individuals knew the cat was out of the bag and didn't hide anything anymore. They all nodded to show that she was right. "Give me your communication bead and let me have a look," Ling Lan said calmly. Not long after, these middle-aged men handed over their communicator to Ling Lan. Ling Lan randomly took one. Little Four spoke to Ling Lan in her mind space, "Boss, these are different from the communication bead you picked up earlier. Do they have a function that changes its shape?" Ling Lan inspected the communication bead in her hand closely and actually saw the difference. It seemed that only the people that understood how it worked or the people who created these communicators would be able to tell the difference. Which also included Ling Lan's Little Four. Little Four nodded and said, "Yes, the material used to make these communication beads are very common. The two communication beads from before were created using special materials. Unfortunately, I didn't find this type of material on the market. This type of material is probably controlled by the government and is very scarce. Otherwise, it isn't possible that domain warriors are the only ones qualified to have." After saying all this, Little Four was squirming around as though he had something to say. However, in the end, Little Four didn't say it. Little Four's odd behavior was of course seen by Ling Lan, but she ignored it. She looked at the communication bead in her hand once again. 3 communication beads suddenly appeared in her hand. The 2 new beads were the 2 that Ling Lan had picked up earlier. "Since there's no use for them, then I won't be needing them." Ling Lan suddenly whipped her arm and 3 shadows flew out from her hand, smashing into the wall in front of her. "Ah, no!" Little Four and the middle-aged man who gave the communication bead both shouted. After a bang was heard, the communication bead was instantly shattered into pieces. The face of the middle-aged man paled. He had already foreseen what kind of miserable life he would have in the future. He looked at those beside him with a terrified look. A hint of killing intent instantly flashed past his eyes. "Little Four, do you really want this?" Ling Lan opened her right hand towards herself. The communication bead she had taken from Demon Fire and the Ninth Elder were still in her hand. The bead that she tossed out just now was only the communication bead of that middle-aged man. As to why there were 3 shadows, it was because Ling Lan's hand movements had reached the level of form. Creating 2 illusions out of thin air was simply too easy for her. Little Four nodded enthusiastically after he saw that the 2 communication beads were not damaged. "These are very important to you." Ling Lan said a statement. Little Four saw that he could no longer hide his intentions. Thus he replied honestly, "Yes. These are very important to me. No, not just me, but also very important to your 10 instructors." Ling Lan's expression instantly became more serious. She prompted Little Four to speak more in detail. "Actually, we aren't bound to the learning space. We can actually come out into your world, boss," Little Four said. "This I know. Back then, in order to save me, number 5 and number 9 had once controlled my body." Ling Lan remembered the crisis she was in when she was just 13 years old. She almost lost her life back then. In the end, she managed to live by a stroke of luck and thanks to number 5 and number 9 helping her. That's one way, but that way will bring harm to the host body. Normally we won't use this method to go into the real world. Little Four remembered the incident from back then. He couldn't help but clench his small fists. Back then, if he had already obtained a real body, he would definitely not let boss become that gravely injured. Ling Lan was a smart person. Even if she wasn't smart, she became smart after the endless torture from the aberrant number 5s. She had a look of understanding when she looked at the communicator. She said, "So only domain warriors are qualified to use this type of communicator?" Little Four nodded and said sternly, "Yes boss. This type of material can endure the aura of a domain warrior." The most important property was its ability to change forms when necessary that allows spiritual power to be easily attached to the material. In the Mandora star system, this type of material would be used to create humanoid shells for intelligent entities or spiritual entities to control. Then we would be able to use these shells to connect with the real world. Little Four told Ling Lan about the information he had found in his database. His eyes were filled with hope. If it was possible, he didn't want to just stay in the virtual world to help Ling Lan. He also wanted to be able to help Ling Lan in the real world. Ling Lan stared at the 2 communication beads in her hand. She was stunned by the information Little Four had given her. If she collected this material and created humanoid shells, the 10 instructors in the learning space would be able to become real humanoids and stay beside her in the real world. Also, there was Little Four. He would actually become her younger brother, call Ling Xiao, Daddy, and call Lan Luofeng, Mommy. Would the calm and collected Ling Xiao be able to keep a straight face or not? And would her mother, Lan Luofeng, act like a loving mother and hug and kiss Little Four, kissing Little Four until his CPU overheats and faint? That image was too perfect. Ling Lan put away the communication beads and held back the excitement building up inside her. She asked again, "How many domain masters are in this soul society?" One middle-aged man said proudly, "Our soul society has almost 300 domain masters." After calculating the volume of all 300 communication beads put together, Ling Lan regrettably said, "What a small amount." She wasn't sure whether or not it was enough to create a small Little Four. Hearing this, the middle-aged man almost spat out blood. Almost 300 was a small amount. This number of domain masters were close to the total of domain experts in a small country. Of course, if compared to the thousands or 10,000s of domain masters from other superpowers, it was indeed a small amount. "You lot have the materials to create the communication bead, right?" Ling Lan glanced at a few of the middle-aged men and asked coldly. Those words made the expression of these middle-aged men and the young man, who was ready to die, change instantly. One of the middle-aged men rolled his eyes and answered nonchalantly, "Of course we have the materials for that. In fact, the materials are very common. It's just gold alloy, pixie dust." He told her materials used to create common communication beads in an attempt to fool her. "You know what I want." Ling Lan shot a sharp glance towards the middle-aged man. The look stunned the man and he instantly stopped speaking. Only domain warriors can use that type of communication bead, and you lot aren't in that group of people. I know that you people clearly know what I'm asking for. Ling Lan didn't allow them to avoid answering the question. Everyone was silent and stopped talking. This information was related to the secrets of the Soul Society. Even the middle-aged men who had given up beforehand, did not dare to share this information. Otherwise, even if they managed to get away from this monster in front of them, they would still be hunted down by the Soul Society. Both outcomes would result in their death, thus it was better for them to have a quick death at this place than to be hunted down by the Soul Society. Seems like you all know. Ling Lan didn't necessarily need to hear an answer from them. She believed that these people would definitely know where this valuable material was hidden. She just wanted to surmise an answer from their reactions. The reactions of these people were terrified and frightened. Their behavior of not daring to answer even if it meant death proved that the Soul Society indeed had this material and possibly in large quantities. That was why their expressions changed so quickly. As expected, Ling Lan's words had made the faces of these individuals turn pale. The fear in their eyes was more visible. It seemed that she had guessed correctly. "Thank you for your cooperation." Ling Lan had received the answer she wanted. She stood straight up and looked at the middle-aged men with a cold expression. Her expression was cold as ice, that it had made these middle-aged men afraid. One of the middle-aged men shouted, "You promised you wouldn't kill us." Ling Lan replied calmly, "Did I say that?" Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Everyone was enlightened. Ling Lan just asked them questions. She didn't promise them that she would let them go. Despicable, shameless. The middle-aged men broke down when they knew that they were about to die. Ling Lan looked at them with pity. She truly didn't want to kill so many people. However, these people saw her face. If they just did some research, they would figure out her identity. Her father worked so hard to keep her gender a secret. If he knew that she had other secrets, he might grow more white hair. In order to make things easier for her father, Ling Lan decided to kill these people. These people were assassins. They would do anything for money. Ling Lan would feel no guilt killing them. The noisy room became silent again. These people would never be able to open their mouth again. All of them turned into ice statues. They still wore an angry expression with their mouths wide open. Boom! The ice statues exploded into ice crystals and disappeared in the air. No trace was left behind. It was as though these people never existed. The young man was shocked when he saw this scene. Even though he had prepared himself mentally, he was still frightened when he saw his comrades disappearing like that. Ling Lan looked at the young man indifferently. She seemed to be considering what to do with this person. Ling Lan had a good impression of this young man. At least he was not someone who would betray his organization to live. Those secrets might not be important in the eyes of these people. They might only be scolded when they went back to their society. Hence, it was reasonable that they would choose to betray their organization to gain a chance to live. But, Ling Lan felt that no matter how important the information was, betraying was still betraying. This young man was a loyal person. That was the reason why she left him alive. Ling Lan liked people who were loyal. "Are there any poisons which only I have the antidote for?" Ling Lan asked Little Four in her mindscape. Little Four pondered about the question seriously. "You can ask Li Shiyu to invent a poison. With Li Shiyu's ability, it should be easy for him to concoct an incurable poison. However, it would be difficult to be the only person with the antidote. With how advanced technology in this era was, it was easy to create more than one specific antidote for a poison. I can only kill this young man then. Ling Lan sighed. She realized that she became more vicious. Even when she was deciding whether someone should live, she was calm. She was moving away from the person who used to lie on a hospital bed all the time. Little Four suddenly thought of something. His eyes twinkled. He asked, "Boss, do you really want to keep this person alive? Are you not afraid that he would betray you?" "Yes, I want him alive. But, I can't make sure that he will not betray us." "Actually, it might be possible," Little Four replied. Ling Lan narrowed her eyes when she heard what he said. "Little Four, did you keep something from me?" Little Four shrunk back a little when he heard the threatening tone. He lowered his head and said meekly, "There is something." "What is that something?" Ling Lan was curious. She knew that Little Four did many things behind her back, but since he never hindered her business, she would just let him off. Ling Lan knew that Little Four was lonely. The 10 instructors in the learning space wouldn't chat with him and she couldn't accompany him all the time. She had her parents, her friends, and her own life. Ling Lan hoped that Little Four could have his own hobbies when he was alone to remain happy. Thus, Ling Lan was not angry when she heard what Little Four said. But, in order to prevent Little Four from getting too overboard in the future, she still pretended to angry. Little Four already had the intention to tell Ling Lan about Little Blossom. Hence, he told Ling Lan everything what she asked. Ling Lan's mouth twitched when she heard the nickname. Little Blossom. How did Little Four manage to come up with such a mundane name? She felt sympathy for this flower that had to live with such a name. Little Blossom is going to wake up soon. Boss, hurry up and follow me. Little Four grabbed Ling Lan's hand excitedly and transported her to a dark room. Ling Lan immediately saw a pretty baby around 3 years old floating in the air. There were silver threads all around his body. She could feel the energy on these silver threads being transmitted to the baby. The baby felt a human presence, so he started opening its eyes slowly. While Ling Lan was looking at the baby intently, she was caught off her guard when Little Four suddenly pushed her forward. She almost bumped into the baby, but she managed to stop herself in time. Her face was very near the baby's face. Ling Lan looked at the watery and clear eyes in front of her. It was pure. This was what a baby's eyes should be like. Innocent, clean, and pure. Her face reflected in the baby's eyes. He seemed to remembering and confirming something. "Master." The baby opened his mouth. Ling Lan frowned when she heard the term. She knew that Little Four must be behind this. "Little Four, come out." Little Four came out from the dark. He smiled and said, "Boss, Little Blossom would recognize the first person he sees as his master." "You arranged this?" Ling Lan believed that Little Four did something to this baby. However, his reply surprised her. No intelligent entities like us followed one rule. If the first thing we see when we open our eyes is a human, that human becomes our master. If the first thing we see is an object, we will evolve based on that object. Little Four's explanation was not detailed because he didn't know much too. This was a restriction that happened naturally. It might exist to prevent the intelligent entities from becoming too powerful. Ling Lan pondered over his words. She glanced at Little Four and asked, "When you woke up, I was the first person that you saw?" Little Four tried to recall. "I think so. In my memory, you are my master." While Ling Lan and Little Four were talking, Little Blossom looked at them with a puzzled expression. He was thinking why his master wasn't talking to him. "Master?" Little Blossom didn't like Little Four. Ling Lan's heart skipped a beat when she heard the delicate voice. She looked over. Little Blossom was elated when he saw his master had his attention on him. He said respectfully, "Please give me a name." Ever since he saw Ling Lan, he couldn't help but like her. Little Blossom didn't know that he had been named by Little Four already. He looked at Ling Lan with anticipation. Before Ling Lan could speak, Little Four got agitated. He grabbed Ling Lan's hand and said seriously, "Boss, he is called Little Blossom." He was willing to give up Little Blossom, but he must keep the name. This was the only right he had left. Ling Lan felt helpless. She didn't like this name. The baby was so cute. How could he have such a mundane name? She felt pity for Little Blossom. Why was she calling him Little Blossom? Seemed like Little Four had brainwashed her. Little Blossom, Little Four shouted firmly when he saw Ling Lan hesitating. "Okay, you will be called Little Blossom." Ling Lan looked at Little Blossom apologetically. Little Four was an important family member to her. She didn't want to reject Little Four and hurt him. So, she relented. However, Ling Lan still felt bad for Little Blossom. She decided to treat Little Blossom better in the future to compensate him. "Little Blossom, you will be named Little Blossom from now on." Little Four jumped in front of Little Blossom happily. "Little Blossom, my name?" Little Blossom looked at Ling Lan. "Yes, your name will be Little Blossom. He is Little Four. You two will be brothers from now on. You two must take care of each other." Ling Lan pointed at Little Four and introduced him to Little Blossom. Little Blossom didn't know how bad this name was. As a newborn, getting a name meant that he had been acknowledged. Little Blossom was happy that he had been acknowledged. He cut the silver threads around him and came in front of Ling Lan. He said seriously, "Little Blossom is elated. Little Blossom understand. Little Blossom will take care of Little Four." Little Four hit Little Blossom head. Little Blossom was flabbergasted as he didn't know why Little Four hit him. "You cannot call me Little Four. You must call me Elder Brother Four," Little Four said proudly. "Elder Brother Four?" Ling Lan snorted. Little Four immediately became sad. He looked like a deflated balloon. He said, "How about Little Brother Four?" Little Blossom looked at Ling Lan. He was awaiting Ling Lan's order. Ling Lan nodded. "He is older than you. You should call him Little Brother Four." Little Blossom received the order and called obediently, "Little Brother Four." Little Four was so delighted that he did a somersault in the air. He finally had a younger brother. It felt so good. Ling Lan looked at the excited Little Four and then looked at the puzzled Little Blossom. She smiled. With Little Blossom around, Little Four might not be so lonely anymore. Only an intelligent entity would know what other intelligent entities needed. She didn't feel so speechless anymore. However, Ling Lan couldn't let Little Four be excited for too long. She grabbed Little Four and asked, "Shouldn't you explain how can Little Blossom help me control the young man? Can he make poison?" Little Four didn't mind being lifted up by Ling Lan. He smiled. "You are right. Little Blossom can make poison. However, his poison would not harm a person's body. It would just harm the person's spiritual power." Ling Lan's eyes lit up. "Spiritual power? How?" "Boss, you should know that the Doomsday Flower could destroy the virtual world. The reason why it was feared by humans and intelligent entities is because it consumes a human's spiritual power as well as intelligent entities." Little Four shivered in fear. Ling Lan looked at Little Blossom in surprise. Little Blossom didn't know that Little Four was talking about him. She didn't expect such a cute and naive baby to be so frightening. Her expression changed. "Will he consume my spiritual power? If he would, it would be like raising a devil inside of her." "No." Little Four rolled his eyes at his boss. How could he put his boss at risk? Once entities like us recognize a master, we will be unable to harm him or her. Hence, Little Blossom would be unable to harm you and the things related to you. For instance, he would be unable to harm me or any other entities in your mindscape. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi translations. Ling Lan relaxed after hearing Little Four's explanation. Little Four continued, Little Blossom is still a baby. Thus, he doesn't have the capability to make any independent decisions. He will not be able to consume other people's spiritual power without your approval. The energy in this space is enough for him to evolve. Little Blossom does not need to consume spiritual power and intelligent entities to fuel his evolution. Little Four glanced at Ling Lan carefully before saying, of course, if you voluntarily allow your spiritual power to be consumed to help Little Blossom evolve, Little Blossom would consume it. Ling Lan stared at him intently. Little Four immediately waved his hands and emphasized, you must do it voluntarily. If you don't, Little Blossom will never consume your spiritual power. Ling Lan nodded calmly. Little Four heaved a sigh of relief. He finally managed to pass this obstacle. Sob, boss looked so frightening just now. Even if Little Blossom can consume spiritual power, he will not be able to control the other party. He can only kill them. Although Little Blossom's ability was scary, it was different from what she wanted. Intelligent entities like us have replicas of ourselves. You can ask Little Blossom to hide his in the mindscape of the other party. Once he noticed that the other party wants to betray you, the replica will be awakened and consume the other party's spiritual power, causing him to be brain dead. Little Four finally told Ling Lan how to use Little Blossom properly. Ling Lan felt her heart pounding furiously. She didn't expect Little Blossom to be so powerful and frightening. This was an ultimate killing weapon. If she used this method to guard against other people, she would not need to worry about them betraying her. Ling Lan spent quite a long time in the learning space, but for the young man, she just went into deep thought for a moment. The next moment, Ling Lan stood in front of him and asked indifferently, do you want to live or do you want to die? The young man's eyes lit up. If there was a chance, he wanted to live. However, he thought about something and his eyes dimmed again. I will never betray the society. Just kill me. When he was at the end of his rope, one of the leaders of Soul Society found him and took him into Soul Society. His life was changed because of this opportunity. If he was a nobody in the Soul Society, he might betray the Soul Society in exchange for his life. But, his talent was noticed and was specially nurtured. That meant that he would never be able to leave the Soul Society. His family members had been taken away by the Soul Society and was sent to a secret base. Every year, he would sit on a cruise sent by the Soul Society and visit his family. Yet, he could never remember the place where they were held hostage. If he betrayed Soul Society and was found out, his entire family would die a horrible death. He couldn't let that happen. You want to live but you still chose death, Ling Lan saw the struggle in his eyes. A chair made of ice formed behind Ling Lan. Ling Lan sat down and looked at the young man who was kneeling in front of her. She seemed to be thinking about something. It must be someone important to you to risk your life for it. If I am right, you want to protect either your family or your lover. Which one is it? Ling Lan placed her hand on her chin and asked the young man. The young man's face changed. He didn't expect the other party to guess his secret so quickly. He pursed his lips and refused to answer Ling Lan's question. Ling Lan didn't expect the young man to reply too. She continued, you are a calm and logical person. Thus, you know how to make the best decision for yourself. I overheard your conversations when I came by. If I am not wrong, you should be the commanding officer of this operation. To reach this position, you must have spent a long time in the Soul Society. The rules of the Soul Society must have been around for quite a long time. Based on your character and ability, you will not allow yourself to have any weaknesses. Hence, you will never be in love with someone until the stage where you want to protect her with your life. That means that the people in danger are your family members. Ling Lan exposed the young man's secret. If you are unable to find a solution for this problem until now, it could only mean that your family members have been captured by the society. Ling Lan knocked her fingers on the ice chair. Looks like it will be difficult to have you betray the Soul Society. The young man followed Ling Lan's words carefully. When he heard the last sentence, he heaved a sigh of relief. He was grateful that this person didn't force him to betray the Soul Society. He was shocked by his own thoughts. Why did he feel grateful towards him? However, can you be sure that once you die, the Soul Society will release your family members? Ling Lan smiled coldly. She stared at the young man with sharp eyes. The young man was stunned. He looked at Ling Lan fearfully. This was something that worried him for many years. He wanted to find the exact location of where his family was held hostage because he was afraid that once he got killed, the Soul Society would kill his family members too. As they would be useless to them. He had stayed in the Soul Society for a long time now, so he knew how heartless the people inside Soul Society were. There were no useless people in the Soul Society. Let me remind you, young man. I will kill you using the same method as how I kill the rest of your group. You will turn into ice and disappear from the world. So do you think that the Soul Society will believe that you are dead, or will they think that you had betrayed them and ran away? Ling Lan's tone was calm, but her words were straight to the point. You know that the Soul Society will most probably feel that you had betrayed them. Only people that were alive would destroy all their traces. Dead people can't do that. Unless the person who killed them had the hobby of collecting corpses, but, no matter what, there would still be some evidence left. But what could they find here? Blood? Weapons? Killing techniques? Can you see any traces of those left behind? Ling Lan's words were surprising, but it didn't cause the young man to waver. He knew that the Soul Society didn't need their corpse to ascertain whether they were dead or not. They had their own method. Outsiders didn't know this. He hoped that the Soul Society would keep their promise after he died. Even if they didn't release his family members, he hoped that they would let them live in the secret base until they would die naturally. Suddenly, a communication bead appeared in front of him. A cold voice rang beside his ear. You think that this thing can inform the Soul Society that you died? The young man was dumbfounded. He didn't understand what Ling Lan wanted to say. Can you tell me whose communication bead is this? And has it lost its communication ability? Ling Lan asked the young man to take a closer look. The young man took the communication bead from the fair and slender hand. He looked at it carefully. His expression suddenly changed. He confirmed that it was Ninth Elder's communication bead. He saw Ninth Elder disappearing into ice particles with his own eyes. However, his communication bead still showed that he was still alive. This didn't make any sense. The spiritual power of the user is stored within the communication bead. Once the user died, the spiritual power inside will disappear naturally. Once all the spiritual power disappears, the person will be announced as dead. If I just keep the spiritual power of the user within the communication bead, I can make sure that his death would not be noticed, Ling Lan explained. The young man broke down when he heard this. He knew that if he chose death, the other party would keep his spiritual power inside his communication bead. They would think that he was still alive and had betrayed them, his family members would be killed as a result of that. I don't want to die. Since death couldn't protect his family, he had no reason to seek death. Very good. I like working with smart people. Ling Lan clapped her hand indifferently. The young man stared at Ling Lan with his cold eyes. He hated and feared this person. This was someone who played with his heart and forced him into a dead end. In the end, he had no choice but to work with him. If his family members died because of his decision this time, he would kill this demon and destroy the Soul Society. The young man calmed down after making a decision. He asked, "What do you want to know about the Soul Society?" Ling Lan smiled. "I am not interested in the Soul Society." The young man was astounded. Why did he took so much time to threaten and entice him then? "I am interested in you." Ling Lan raised her eyebrows. The young man tensed up. Was he talking about that kind of interest? Some higher authorities did like pretty boys. They would find pretty boys to satisfy their fetishes. These pretty boys willingly gave up their bodies in order to climb up in rank. But, he is a straight man. He would never. There is no such thing as never when it comes to a person's life. The young man gritted his teeth and said helplessly, I am willing to give you anything you want. Ling Lan was stunned when she saw the young man's expression. She wondered why he looked so humiliated. Little Four started laughing uncontrollably in the mindscape. Ling Lan glared at him. Little Four stopped laughing immediately. Little Four's laughter caused Ling Lan to understand what the young man was thinking about. She looked at the young man with disdain. Don't worry. If I like man, I have many better-looking men around me. I am just interested in your brain. I don't want my men to be exposed when they sneak into your society. The young man was relieved. He managed to keep his chrysanthemum's virginity. He accepted Ling Lan's request to be a spy. It was a better option. After that, the two of them had a peaceful conversation. Ling Lan knew that this young man was called Min Jinyan. In Soul Society, he was called Xia Qingyi. There were 4 main groups in the Soul Society's East Planetary Sector business. They were known as Summer, Spring, Autumn, and Winter. Each group had 4 small teams in it. Everyone had their own nicknames. Min Jinyan was under the Qing team of the Summer group. He was ranked first in their team, so his name was called Xia, which means summer, Qing, name of his team, Yi, which means 1. Ling Lan realized how big the Soul Society was after Xia Qingyi's explanation. If she wanted to get the materials for the communication bead from them, it might be even harder than stealing from the Federation. However, she would not give up. It was impossible to get the materials from the Federation, so her only hope was the Soul Society. Ling Lan got Little Blossom to make a replica of himself and implanted the replica into Xia Qingyi's mindscape. Xia Qingyi didn't know how Ling Lan did it, but he knew that there was a frightening thing inside his mind. Ling Lan told him that if he had any thoughts about betraying her, the thing inside his mind would kill his brain. He would become brain dead. Hence, she wished that he would be careful. She didn't want him to die because of a careless mistake. Xia Qingyi believed Ling Lan completely. His instinct told him that this thing in his mind was powerful and threatening. Xia Qingyi didn't tell Ling Lan the reason he was taken in by the Soul Society was because of his powerful instinct. With it, he was able to make accurate predictions. Before this, he thought that his innate talent was strong enough. However, now, he felt that it was still lacking. If not, why didn't he predict that this mission would be a failure? Xia Qingyi didn't know that Ling Lan had the profound insight, which was the highest level innate talent within the instinct talent section. When met with other innate talents from the same section, the other talents couldn't be used and the predictions made would be wrong. That was why Xia Qingyi made many wrong decisions in this mission. He was fooled by his own innate talent. Ling Lan prepared to leave after settling everything. Xia Qingyi shouted, "Are you planning to leave just like that? How will I explain this to my superiors?" Ling Lan looked at him with a smile. She replied nonchalantly, "This will be a test for you. If you can't pass this test, it means that you are not good enough to be my subordinate. I don't take in useless people." After finishing her sentence, Ling Lan disappeared from Xia Qingyi's sight. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Xia Qingyi scanned the empty and messy room while clenching his fists. He was not useless. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He started thinking of a way out of this mess. I will continue to let Ninth Elder and Demon Fire appear to be alive. All the best to you. Ling Lan's voice suddenly appeared beside Xia Qingyi. Xia Qingyi's eyes lit up. His new master was not as heartless as he thought. He even gave him a hint. He knew what to do now. At this moment, Qi Long and the rest of the team were finishing up their battle too. Zhao Jun managed to enter the floor below with Li Lanfeng covering him. When the assassins were all focused on Li Lanfeng, he sneaked behind their backs and fired at them furiously. Half of the assassins in the stairwell were killed. The other half managed to react in time and changed the direction of their nozzle to defend their backs. When they were prepared to shoot at Zhao Jun quickly hid behind a pillar. When Li Lanfeng heard the commotion downstairs, he knew that Zhao Jun had acted. He jumped down without any hesitation. As the assassins were pursuing Zhao Jun, they exposed their backs to Li Lanfeng and he shot at them without any hesitation. Half of the remaining assassins were killed. Zhao Jun came out from his hiding place. With Li Lanfeng's help, they managed to kill off the last few assassins. After confirming that there was no other assassins around them, Zhao Jun guarded Li Lanfeng as he shot the assassins again to make sure that they were dead. They managed to kill 14 assassins. If Qi Long and Li Yingjie didn't manage to kill anyone, there were 19 assassins left in the building. The two people cleaned up the scene. They nodded at each other and started searching on the third floor. Li Yingjie was the last person to come down from the roof. The moment he reached the fifth floor, he felt a movement. He quickly hid himself in a corner. Very soon, he saw two assassins in black walking over. One was in front while the other was behind him. Li Yingjie came out of the corner and punched the first assassin in his chest. The assassin flew back. He dashed to the next assassin and was ready to punch him too. Shit! Li Yingjie suddenly felt a sense of danger. He quickly dodged to the side. Just as he was going to be hit on his shoulder, a beam shield appeared behind Li Yingjie. Li Yingjie knocked the second assassin out. After that, he pushed against the ground and rushed towards the direction where he felt the danger came from. In an instant, Li Yingjie saw the third assassin who was hiding behind a pillar. He looked at Li Yingjie fearfully. He raised the beam gun shakily and tried to kill him. Li Yingjie didn't give him a chance to fire a second shot. His fist knocked into the assassin's chest. The assassin spit blood out of his mouth and flew several meters back. He slammed on the wall, forming cracks and slowly slid to the ground. After hitting the third person, he rushed towards the assassin and slapped the assassin's head forcefully. The assassin's skull cracked under the force of his palm. After that, Li Yingjie went to finish off the two assassins that were unconscious. He heaved a sigh of relief after confirming that all three assassins were dead. He turned off his beam shield. He was frustrated. He didn't expect someone to be hiding behind him. The third assassin had been hiding there for a long time, so Li Yingjie didn't hear any movements. Truthfully speaking, Li Yingjie was quite rash this time. He should have used the fact that he was in the dark to sneak an attack on the assassins. Due to his mistake, he almost lost his life. Luckily, Lin Zhongqin gave him this beam shield device before he came down. The defensive power of this beam shield was very strong. It was easy to use too. He didn't know it could activate automatically. When the device senses a force closing in, it would activate the shield on its own. That was how Li Yingjie managed to block the gunshot and had the chance to find the third person. This is such a good equipment. Li Yingjie patted the shield device on his right arm. He was envious. Boss Lan had such impressive defense equipment. Was this the result of having an excellent mechanic? Li Yingjie started reflecting about himself. Was he wrong to only have mecha operators on his team? A good team required experts in various fields. That was how Boss Lan's team got so powerful, right? Li Yingjie didn't stop moving as he pondered about this. He continued searching the fifth floor. But this time, he was more careful. Li Yingjie wanted to go to the fourth floor but decided against it. Lin Zhongqin was still on the roof. If by any chance there were assassins still hiding in this floor, they would be able to get on the roof once he was gone. There were no hiding spots on the roof. If assassins did climb up to the roof, Lin Zhongqin would be surrounded. The consequences would be undesirable. Also, if Lin Zhongqin needed any help, he could rush up immediately too. Li Lanfeng and the other team members were split into 4 groups. Qi Long was on the second floor. He met the most enemies and was under the most pressure. However, Qi Long came down to the second floor because he wanted to have a good fight. Li Lanfeng and Zhao Jun were on the third floor. There were many assassins on the second and third floor. As compared to those on the second floor, the assassins on the third floor were far more careful. It was hard to find them. But, this was nothing to Li Lanfeng and Zhao Jun. They would always be able to find the assassins before the assassins found them. Many assassins were killed by them. Li Yingjie remained on the fifth floor and slowly searched the area. On the sixth floor, Lin Zhongqing continued to observe the surroundings. Qi Long was currently fighting with 3 assassins. Suddenly, his expression changed. He released all of his strength and killed the 3 assassins instantly. Then, he jumped out of the window and climbed up to the roof. Li Lanfeng and Zhao Jun ran up to the roof after subduing their opponents too. None of them were as fast as Li Yingjie. When Li Yingjie was searching the 5th floor, he felt movements on the roof. He leapt out of the window and climbed up the roof without any hesitation. He saw 3 assassins in black surrounding Lin Zhongqing. All of them were pointing their guns at him. Li Yingjie knew that Lin Zhongqing was in danger. He might be able to dodge one person's shot but not 3. One of the assassins was standing at Lin Zhongqing's blind spot. There was no way Lin Zhongqing could come out unharmed. "Don't move, if you do, we will kill him," one of the assassins warned them. Li Lanfeng, Zhao Jun, and Qi Long had came up too. None of them dared to move. The 3 of them looked at Lin Zhongqing. Lin Zhongqing remained calmed. He explained, "They came from the building not far away from here. There were 12 of them. I killed 9. 3 of them managed to come over. 5 versus 3. There is no way you all will win. Put down your weapons and we will not attack." Li Lanfeng lowered his gun. One of the assassins sneered. "If that is the case, why are you still holding your weapons?" Li Lanfeng looked at Zhao Jun. Zhao Jun shrugged and put down his gun. Qi Long didn't have a gun. He liked close combats. His mecha was a close combat mecha too. He was influenced by his boss. Li Yingjie gritted his teeth and put down his gun. No. I didn't mean putting down your weapons. Throw your guns on the floor." The assassins from the Soul Society were not satisfied. Before Li Lanfeng could reply, Lin Zhongqing said, "That is impossible." Everyone focused their attention on Lin Zhongqing. One of the assassins moved his finger that was on the trigger. "Are you not afraid of us?" If Lin Zhongqing replied with a yes, all 3 of them would shoot at him. Li Yingjie panicked. His forehead was filled with drops of cold sweat. F***K, can't this brat control himself? Why is he so impatient today? When he provoked him in the past, Lin Zhongqing would just ignore him. So why can't he do that now? If he provokes the other party, he will die. Even if they killed the assassins to take revenge for him, he will still be dead. Then, what is the point? As Li Yingjie was complaining to himself, Lin Zhongqing smiled coldly. "You want to kill me? You all must suffer the consequences." A thin tube appeared in Lin Zhongqing's hand. The assassins from the Soul Society were experienced, so they recognized it. They were shocked. "TNT. Yes. If I throw this thing out, you all will die no matter how powerful you are," Lin Zhongqing said coldly. One of the assassins sneered. "Are you not afraid that your friends would get implicated?" They didn't believe that he would throw it out. Lin Zhongqing shouted in anger and hatred, "Do you think that I wanted to join them? They forced me. You all thought that they took me as their comrade. No. I am just their bomb courier. They forced me to carry this dangerous bomb. They knew that it would explode if there are any strong vibration, but they still forced me to carry it." Li Yingjie looked at Qi Long astounded. He wasn't sure if Lin Zhongqing was speaking the truth. Li Lanfeng glared at him. It is your honor to be our bomb courier. You have no other abilities at all. Our team do not keep useless people. Also, we made the necessary precautions before letting you carry the TNT. It will not explode so easily. Don't think too much about it. Think too much? Lin Zhongqing turned crazy when he heard this. You all think that I am stupid. How did the last bomb courier die? I live with a fear of death every single day. I am going crazy. I don't want to live this kind of life anymore. Let's die together. Lin Zhongqing laughed like a lunatic. Then, he threw the TNT out. Dodge! Qi Long jumped down the roof in shock. The other three assassins saw Qi Long jumping down and jumped down too. Zhao Jun and Li Lanfeng each followed behind an assassin. Li Yingjie, on the other hand, rushed towards Lin Zhongqing and pushed him to the ground. He protected him in his arms. Hey, you are really heavy. Get up. Lin Zhongqing poked Li Yingjie helplessly. Li Yingjie looked at Lin Zhongqing with a puzzled expression. Where did the crazy expression go? Why were they still alive? Huh? He didn't feel any pain at all. There was no sound of an explosion either. Lin Zhongqing noticed that Li Yingjie was still in a daze, so he pushed Li Yingjie up. Lin Zhongqing didn't expect Li Yingjie to save him. He was caught off his guard and lost the chance to chase after the three assassins. Lin Zhongqing felt that it was a pity. He didn't consider Li Yingjie when he was planning his scheme. Li Yingjie was still in a daze as he watched Lin Zhongqing stood up and patted the dust off his clothes. Then, he walked towards the TNT and bent down. Don't touch it. That is TNT, Li Yingjie shouted. Lin Zhongqing glanced at Li Yingjie coldly. He seemed indifferent. He continued his action and picked up the TNT. Then, he placed it back into the transparent box and put it in his backpack. Li Yingjie calmed down when he saw Lin Zhongqing's expression. He was not stupid. It is a fake. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Lin Zhongqing looked at Li Yingjie with contempt. Of course, do you think that TNT is a common product? Do you think that I can sneak 2 TNTs onto the Feiyang ship? Getting one already requires a lot of effort. So you lied to me from the start. Li Yingjie looked at Lin Zhongqing angrily. He was his teammate. How could Lin Zhongqing be so evil? He didn't even blink when he fooled him. Li Yingjie was sad. His pure and innocent heart got stabbed in the back. Lin Zhongqing looked at Li Yingjie curiously. Boss said that in order to fool our enemy, we must fool our own men first. Li Yingjie was fooled because he was stupid. Look at Qi Long, Li Lanfeng, and Zhao Jun. They immediately knew what he wanted to do the moment he opened his mouth. Their replies were on point too. They managed to fool the assassins. However, Li Yingjie joined them recently, so it was understandable that he didn't understand them well. Lin Zhongqing still felt unfortunate that he was unable to kill those 3 assassins personally. Li Yingjie's eyes widened. He didn't expect the Ling Tian battle team to be like this. Was this still a battle team? Why were the team members lying to each other? Joining Ling Tian battle team felt like boarding a pirate's ship. Was it still possible for him to leave Ling Tian battle team? While Lin Zhongqing and Li Yingjie were talking, Qi Long, Zhao Jun, and Li Yingjie had returned to the roof. Lin Zhongqing looked at them. Qi Long smiled and gave him an okay sign. Lin Zhongqing knew that those 3 assassins were killed. Li Yingjie felt depressed. He lost again. Ever since he entered Ling Tian, he was constantly depressed. Lin Zhongqing said, "The assassins in the building." After the 3rd batch of assassins came, no one else followed. Li Yingjie wanted to prove himself to them, so he quickly replied, "Let me handle it." He disappeared from the roof. Zhao Jun looked at Li Lanfeng, who was smiling. Then, he glanced at Qi Long, who was stretching his back. He turned to Lin Zhongqing and realized he looked indifferent. He raised his eyebrows and asked, "Was that okay?" Li Lanfeng replied, "What was not okay about it?" Zhao Jun looked at the other two people. He said with a helpless tone, "Boss is here. He would not be of much help even if he went down." He didn't believe that they all didn't realize this. Lin Zhongqing replied nonchalantly, "He will learn to listen properly till the end of sentences and not be too impulsive." Lin Zhongqing didn't expect Li Yingjie to save him just now. What that happened that year caused Lin Zhongqing to hate Li Yingjie. However, after Li Yingjie joined Ling Tian, he realized that Li Yingjie was not as irritating as he thought. He was just impulsive, a little difficult to talk to, and quite arrogant. Lin Zhongqing just hoped that Li Yingjie wouldn't bring trouble for the Ling Tian battle team. In actual fact, he purposely stopped halfway while speaking to fool Li Yingjie. As they were speaking, a figure appeared in front of them. It was Ling Lan. Ling Lan didn't say anything. She just looked at the staircase. Li Yingjie rushed out of the staircase. He looked pitifully at Qi Long and the rest of his teammates. Not long after he went down, he heard Boss Lan's voice. He knew that he was fooled by Lin Zhongqing again. Not bad. Ling Lan nodded at Lin Zhongqing. She arrived when Lin Zhongqing was surrounded. However, she believed that Lin Zhongqing could get out of the situation himself, so she just watched at the side. Reality proved that she was right. Also, Ling Lan looked at Li Yingjie. She now had a different impression of this temporary team member. Just as Ling Lan was about to continue speaking, a huge explosion occurred to one of the buildings far away. The entire building collapsed. The assassins from Seoul Society immediately retreated when they saw this. The other three battle teams were relieved. The rainbow rain stopped soon after. When multiple rainbows appeared in the sky, Ling Lan finally understood why this rain was called rainbow rain. Although the colorful lights during the rain was beautiful, this scene after the rain was even more spectacular. Ling Lan felt that her soul was being cleansed. She felt invigorated. This was why many people liked to explore the universe, right? They could see sceneries which they couldn't see on their own planet. Ling Lan looked forward to the rest of the trip. Everyone arrived on the Feiyang ship safely. The tour guide waited at the boarding gate anxiously. When he saw the 6 people, he felt relieved. He hurriedly rushed towards them and asked with concern, "Are you all fine?" Li Lanfeng gave a look of uncertainty and anxiousness. "We heard a huge explosion and then saw many policemen from planet Kachi running over. We managed to return here due to their guidance." Tour guide Zhou, what happened just now? Where did that huge explosion come from? Will we be in danger? Tour guide Zhou consoled them, "You all are fine now. I was worried that you all went to the old city area." Li Lanfeng gasped in shock. "Oh my god, we wanted to go to the old city. However, we took a longer time to look around the new city, so we didn't manage to go." He looked frightened. "Lucky for us." Tour guide Zhou felt fortunate for them. "Yes, it was lucky that you all didn't go there." He asked in a seemingly casual tone, "Did you all went shopping when you were in the new city?" He glanced at their backpacks. It looked the same as before. "How could we be able to do any shopping?" Li Lanfeng seemed embarrassed. They saved up for a long time to get on this cruise. They didn't have the extra money to buy souvenirs. Li Lanfeng noticed that Li Yingjie was not looking at him, so he whispered to the tour guide, "Young Master Ma didn't want to visit the old city, so we accompanied him in the new city." He looked at Li Yingjie gratefully. "We managed to escape the crisis because of him." Tour guide Zhou pouted. Even if they went to the old city, they would be fine as long as they weren't at the place where the commotion happened. However, did they really not go to the old city? Li Yingjie seemed unhappy. He wasn't in the mood to talk to the tour guide, so he said, "If we need to walk, don't find me." Then, he left them and boarded the Feiyang ship. Lin Zhongqing bowed to the tour guide apologetically and followed Liangjie. After interacting with these 6 people, tour guide Zhou knew that the timid and quiet young man had the lowest position among all of them. He was the servant of young Master Ma Rao. However, Liangjie's statement explained why they didn't go to the old city. Only the new city had roads for hover cars. They would be able to rent some hover cars easily to bring them around. On the other hand, the old city had been abandoned for a long time and all the roads were forsaken. No hover cars were willing to go there. If people from planet Kachi wanted to visit the old city, they would prepare their own jet rollers. The passengers on the cruise didn't have such things. Wealthy people could buy jet rollers in the new city, but poor ones would just have to rely on their legs. Among the 6 young men, only Liangjie had a wealthy identity. The rest were all commoners, so they wouldn't have the money to buy jet rollers. A jet roller was expensive. It cost around half the price of a cruise. Getting a new jet roller was too expensive for a commoner. Normally, they would buy second-hand jet rollers. Li Lanfeng continued chatting with the tour guide until the tour guide got irritated and left. Li Lanfeng pretended to leave hesitantly. When they returned to their room, Liangjie and Lin Zhongqing were already in the room. However, contrary to what the tour guide thought, Liangjie was the one who was helping Lin Zhongqing. Lin Zhongqing was tidying up their items while Liangjie stood beside him and listened to his orders. After the rest had entered the room, Liangjie listened to the surroundings before asking, "Is there something wrong with the tour guide?" Li Lanfeng stretched his body. He said casually, "Maybe." Liangjie looked at him with contempt. "Who are you trying to fool? If he doesn't have a problem, why did you talk to him for so long?" Li Lanfeng would not waste his time on a tour guide if he was just an ordinary person. Li Lanfeng smiled but didn't reply. Liangjie didn't need a reply from him either. He continued, "He showed too much concern for us. Compared to the other members of the tour group, our survival rate is quite high." Qi Long nodded. "Yes. Also, we never said that we wanted to go to the old city. We will take on whatever that comes." Ling Lan ended the topic. The Feiyang ship didn't leave planet Kachi on that day. Some passengers didn't manage to return to the Feiyang ship within the designated time, so the staff members of the Feiyang ship had to file a police report. The police helped to look for these missing passengers. However, the itinerary of the Feiyang ship had already been planned out, so if the passengers were still not found after one day, the Feiyang ship had no choice but to leave. The missing passengers list would be sent to the Federation. Some past passengers were missing, but the number of passengers on the Feiyang ship increased instead. The explosion was classified as a terrorist attack, so a lot of tourists felt that it was unsafe to stay on planet Kachi. They bought tickets for the Feiyang ship so that they could leave this planet. This was why Feiyang ship was almost full when it left. The first night after they left planet Kachi, Ling Lan looked for Little Four. "Little Four, what happened in the end?" Just recently, the people from Seoul Society found an unconscious and heavily injured Xia Qingyi among the ruins. He had been buried for 2 days. His life is still in danger. Little Four had been monitoring the happenings on planet Kachi. Xia Qingyi, Ling Lan was on her guard. She didn't expect him to treat himself so harshly. This was the most effective way of getting rid of his own suspicion. This showed that he was a firm person. It would not be easy to deal with him. His injury minimized his suspicion and also allowed him to be cleared of the responsibilities for this mission. What a good scheme. Ling Lan immediately guessed what Xia Qingyi's intention was. As long as he stopped handling the mission of killing the princess, he would not know any more information about this mission. That way, Ling Lan would not be able to get any information from him and would stop asking him. If she stopped asking him, he would have a lower risk of getting exposed. Without a doubt, Xia Qingyi used much effort to think of this scheme. However, he didn't guess Ling Lan's motive correctly. She didn't let him go in order to acquire more information about the mission to kill the princess. She wanted to plant a seed for the future, if she didn't have the ability to fulfill her plan, Xia Qingyi would never be activated. The failure of the Soul Society gave a warning to the other factions that wanted to kill the princess. They knew that the people protecting the princess were not as weak as they thought. However, Soul Society would never leak any information they had out, so the factions didn't know that there was a domain realm master within the protectors. Since they couldn't ensure that their plans would succeed, no one acted in the following week. It was a smooth journey. Ling Lan and the other people who were protecting the princess remained vigilant. Even though the week passed safely, they felt even more tense. The next stop was a country which claimed to be neutral but in actual fact was on their enemy's side. The 6 captains all felt that this was the most dangerous stop. If there were assassins, this was the country where they would plan their assassination. Ouchi was the smallest country in the human world. It only had one planet. It was located between the crossroads of 3 strong countries who guarded against each other. Hence, it managed to remain as an independent country. The 3 countries around Ouchi were enemies of each other. This caused Ouchi to become a demilitarized zone, which resulted in its neutral status. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Since the 3 countries guarded against each other, Ouchi became the only place where trading between the 3 countries occurred. This made Ouchi a shopping heaven. Merchants from all over the galaxy came to Ouchi to do business. From afar, Ouchi looked like a yellow ball. The planet was surrounded by vibrant colored plants, so it seemed extra striking. People wanted to visit the planet because of its vibrant colors. This might be part of the reason why it was so prosperous. The Feiyang ship landed on the spaceport of Ouchi slowly. Since many merchant ships came to Ouchi, Ouchi's spaceport was extremely huge. When the Feiyang ship was landing, many merchant ships came and went. This is a huge spaceport. The facilities here could be compared with our first-string military spaceport. Zhao Jun went for many missions before, so he could compare this spaceport with the other ones. That is how wealthy this planet is. It has no military power, so it definitely has some strong countries backing it up. If not, it will not be able to build such a huge spaceport. Qi Long pouted as he said that. Anyone who was not stupid would be able to see this. Of course. Everyone knew it, but no one exposed them. Ouchi belongs to Caesar. The leaders of other countries knew this. However, since Ouchi didn't announce that they were on Caesar's side, they can only pretend to not know about it, Ling Lan said calmly. We have reached planet Ouchi. The Feiyang ship will stop for 3 days here. We will leave planet Ouchi at 7 p.m. on the 19th. All passengers please take note. Please return on time. The gentle and sweet voice of JMC rang throughout the entire ship. Everyone heard this announcement. Everyone started packing up. Most of them traveled light. Only those who wanted to do business in Ouchi carried many things with them. Ling Lan and her friends left most of their luggage on the Feiyang ship. They didn't have much to begin with. They got off the ship with a backpack each. As they walked through the atrium, the aunties from the Shun Feng tour group waved at them enthusiastically. The 6 of them smiled and walked over. Lu Chaoying treated Li Yingjie like her family. She grabbed Li Yingjie's hand and asked him with concern, "Ma Rao, where are you planning to go?" Li Yingjie resisted the urge to roll his eyes. He replied patiently, "We are just going to look around. If we see anything interesting, we will buy them as souvenirs for our families." Lu Chaoying nodded. "You are a filial child. You even thought about getting souvenirs for your family." She looked proud as if Li Yingjie was her child. Many aunties agreed with what Lu Chaoying said. They started complaining about how unfilial their own children were, further proving that the statement "other people's children were the best" was correct. Because of the age difference, Li Yingjie and his friends went to the modern technology market while Lu Chaoying and the aunties went to the antique market. Ouchi was where collectors came to look for antiques. Because of this, Ouchi had a major antique auction every month. It attracted many elite families, rich corporations, and formidable warriors. Ling Lan arrived at a bad time. The antique auction for this month ended just a few days ago. If they wanted to take a look at the auction, they would have to wait for one more month. However, this had nothing to do with Ling Lan and her friends. They were commoners. Even if they arrived when the auction was happening, they would be barred from the venue. Everyone's motive was different, so Ling Lan and her friends waved goodbye to their tour group members and planned their own schedules. Tour guide Zhou was worried about them. He reminded them to contact him if they needed anything and repeated the boarding time for the ship. The aunties were unwilling to part with them, but they knew that young people had their own plans. Hence, they didn't force them to stay. At that moment, another bunch of people appeared in the atrium. Princess Gulabajuo, what a coincidence. We meet again. Yun Feiyang smiled at the princess while looking at her intently. He was clearly expressing his love for her. To get off the ship, everyone needs to walk through this atrium. If this is a coincidence, it is a coincidence for everyone on the ship. A clear voice replied Yun Feiyang. The direct reply caught Ling Lan and her friends' attention. Ling Lan and her friends didn't look over. They just continued eavesdropping on the conversation. Based on their fake abilities, they were unable to hear the conversation between Yun Feiyang and the princess. Only Ling Lan was able to see what was happening with the help of Little Four. This was the first time Ling Lan and her friends saw the princess clearly. Although they saw the princess in the atrium when they were being captured, there was a huge distance between them, so they couldn't see the princess properly. After that, Ling Lan tried her best to not appear in front of the princess. That way, the factions that were observing the princess would not notice them. Also, based on their current status, it was almost impossible for them to meet the princess. Princess Gulabajuo was not the typical long-hair, elegant, and beautiful princess. She had her hair cut till her ears and looked handsome and clean. She was in her casual clothes. However, it was hard to mistake her for a man. The female presence that she exuded was obvious. Princess Gulabajuo was a straightforward person. That was why she was able to say such things to Yun Feiyang. Yun Feiyang was nurtured by the Yun family, so he didn't get angry when met with such cold reactions. He smiled and replied, "You are right. However, we arrived in this atrium at around the same time. This means that we are more fated as compared to the other people on the ship." "That is so, shameless." Ling Lan was amazed. How can he say such things with a straight face? Ling Lan wondered if her father said such cringy things to her mother when he chased her in the past. Thinking about how unscrupulous her father could get, Ling Lan felt that it was highly possible. She then looked at Li Lanfeng. She remembered that Li Lanfeng was a teenager who had reached the age of being interested in women. Li Lanfeng had a calm expression on his face. When he saw Ling Lan looking at him, he immediately looked back. He wondered what orders his boss had for him. Ling Lan realized that her friends were not surprised by what Yun Feiyang said. She was stunned. Maybe it was because she was a female, so she couldn't understand what the men of this era were thinking. She kept her questions to herself and decided to ask when there was a chance. Princess Gulabajuo sneered. She didn't reply Yun Feiyang. Ling Lan could clearly see the unhappiness on her face. However, the princess didn't seem good at talking. Yun Feiyang kept pestering her, but all she could do was to ignore him. It was because Yun Feiyang was Princess Gulabajuo's life savior. She couldn't treat him too coldly. If not, people would think that she was a heartless and ungrateful person. The fight for the throne in the Balaya kingdom was intense. Any small actions could cause her to lose her right to the throne. This was another reason why Princess Gulabajuo couldn't do anything to Yun Feiyang. The princess had to maintain her dignity. The people from the Whirlwind Battle Team and the Brave Warriors Battle Team would not speak up for her. Her real butler and servants didn't dare to go against Yun Feiyang due to his identity. Thus, Yun Feiyang was able to pester the princess repetitively and make her irritated. The princess scanned her surroundings. there were many people in the atrium. The princess saw Ling Lan and her friends. She was stunned for a moment. Then, she smiled and walked towards them. Ling Lan's heart dropped. The smile on her face just now told her that something bad was about to happen. Before the princess could walk near them, Ling Lan turned her head nonchalantly and looked at the princess. She took the chance to knock into Li Lanfeng's shoulder. Do you think that she is here to look for young Master Ma Rao? Li Lanfeng turned his head too. He saw the princess and shouted at Liangjie, Ma Rao, a pretty lady is looking for you. Liangjie pointed at himself with a surprised look. Looking for me? Really? Are you lying to me? He sized up the princess as if he was deciding if the princess had the right to come near him. Qi Long rolled his eyes when he saw this. He seemed unconvinced. Why don't women look for me? Why do they all like Ma Rao? The princess heard what they said and stopped in her tracks. She blinked for a moment. After that, she continued walking towards Ling Lan and her friends. She said politely, "Hello, I am Gulabajuo. Can I ask for your help?" "Ah, so you are not looking for me?" Liangjie said with a disappointed face. Qi Long was feeling schadenfreude. He laughed and said, "Ma Rao, not every woman likes you." Liangjie snorted. He decided to ignore the irritating Qi Long and went to talk to Lin Zhongqing. He ignored Gulabajuo too. Gulabajuo was not angry. Instead, she smiled embarrassingly and pointed behind her. She whispered, "This person keeps pestering me. I can't chase him away, so I would like to ask for your help." "How can we help you?" Zhao Jun looked at the direction she pointed at and saw Yun Feiyang. He nodded. "I know him. I met him outside room 308 quite a few times." Gulabajuo looked helpless. "I live in room 308. Wow, is he chasing you?" Zhao Jun looked at Yun Feiyang again. "He is quite handsome. Why don't you like him?" Gulabajuo gave a look of disdain. "He is so weak. He can't even win against me. What is so good about him?" Zhao Jun glanced at Gulabajuo. He muttered to himself. Even a lady reached the peak of refinement. "Sai, what am I supposed to do?" Gulabajuo glared at him angrily when she heard what he said. "Are you all males? Why are you all so indecisive? Are you going to help me or not?" Everyone looked at Liangjie. Liangjie was supposed to be the strongest and wealthiest among them. He was their leader. Liangjie had been a leader for many years, but he never thought that he would be able to lead the 5 people that were around him now. Besides feeling excited, Liangjie was frightened. If he made the wrong decision, would he get hit by his boss? Liangjie took a deep breath. He pretended to be impatient and asked, "How do you want us to help? Is this the right thing to say?" Liangjie looked at Ling Lan carefully. His expression was arrogant and made people want to hit him. Gulabajuo was angered by his attitude. She breathed a few times to calm down and replied, "I just want to walk around with you all." "No." Ling Lan and her friends as well as the people who came with Princess Gulabajuo shouted at the same time. Gulabajuo looked at her fake butler who was actually the captain of the Brave Warriors battle team, Lieutenant Colonel Qian Jialan. She didn't know why he stopped her. These 6 people seemed harmless. Qian Jialan said seriously, "Princess, please do not interact with outsiders." Liangjie sneered. "Yes, we are outsiders. Please stay further away from us." Qian Jialan felt awkward. Yun Feiyang heard what Liangjie said and replied in a cold voice, "Since you all know that you are outsiders, why don't you all move away from the princess?" Liangjie was furious. He wanted to refute him, but Lin Zhongqing grabbed his sleeve hurriedly and shook his head. Liangjie swallowed his anger. He glared at Yun Feiyang and then said to the rest of the team, "Let's go." Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. "No, I want to go with them." Gulabajuo grabbed Liangjie's hand. Li Yingjie wanted to dodge but his body suddenly went numb. In that instant, Gulabajuo caught him. Li Yingjie glared at Gulabajuo. He wanted to push her away. Why are you grabbing my hand? Humph, I want you to help me. Gulabajuo turned fierce. She was a princess that was raised to take over the throne. If she needed to be vicious, she would. If you all don't help me, you all can forget about having fun. She suddenly gave an order, surround them. Senior Colonel Mu Yuyun smiled bitterly. He had no choice but to surround Ling Lan and her friends. He didn't know why the princess was so interested in these 6 people. However, it was better to choose Ling Lan compared to choosing someone unfamiliar. Li Yingjie pointed at the princess indignantly. You are unreasonable. Gulabajuo raised her chin arrogantly. Are you all going to help me? Li Yingjie wanted to say something but Qi Long and Lin Zhongqing stopped him. They dragged Li Yingjie back and the 6 of them had a small discussion. In the end, Li Yingjie said unwillingly, you can follow us. However, you must promise that you will listen to us. If not, you can leave. Gulabajuo smiled with satisfaction. Deal. She pointed at Li Yingjie and asked, oh right, what is your name? Li Yingjie got furious again. You don't even know who I am. Why did you want to follow us then? You are so troublesome. My name is Ma Rao. Don't forget it. Also, please call young Master Ma. Li Yingjie didn't care whether Gulabajuo was a princess or not. He portrayed his character very well. He was a young, slightly wealthy, but inexperienced young master from the countryside. I know it now. Your name is Ma Rao. Gulabajuo didn't care about his poor attitude and replied to him calmly. Li Yingjie gritted his teeth in anger. Hello, you can call me Jiming. Nice to meet you. Qi Long smiled as he introduced himself. As compared to Li Yingjie, his attitude was much better. Hello. Gulabajuo smiled at Qi Long brightly. Gulabajuo liked this humble young man. I am Lu Li. Li Lanfeng nodded at Gulabajuo with a smile. Qin Feng. Zhao Jun waved his hand. Hello, my name is He Anya. Ling Lan smiled at Gulabajuo. Gulabajuo's eyes lit up. She was surprised. She didn't expect this young man, who had been hiding behind Zhao Jun, to be so cute and innocent. He looked as pure as an infant. When she saw him, her mood instantly got better. She wanted to collect his smile to invigorate her. Li Lanfeng felt Gulabajuo's gaze and tilted his body slightly to block Ling Lan. Gulabajuo regained her senses quickly. She smiled shyly and turned to look at Lin Zhongqing who was standing beside Li Yingjie with a timid look. Lin Zhongqing raised his head when he felt the princess looking at him. He says in a soft voice, my name is He Lin. Nice to meet you. Before Gulabajuo could reply to him, he lowered his head again. Gulabajuo saw his ears turning red. This young man was timid and shy. This guy must be his lackey, right? Yun Feiyang was unhappy when he saw that the princess didn't want to follow him. She would rather follow a few commoners. However, he still kept his manners and bid farewell to the princess before leaving with his men. Ling Lan looked at Yun Feiyang. She knew that Yun Feiyang would not give up on his target this easy. They would definitely meet him again during these 3 days. Ling Lan hoped that Yun Feiyang just wanted to pursue the princess and not kill her. If not, the protectors of the princess would have a hard time. Where are you planning to go? Princess Gulabajuo asked curiously. Li Yingjie sneered. We are planning to go to places which are suitable for commoners like us. If you think that it is not suitable for your status, you can still leave. Gulabajuo was excited. Sure, I have never gone to a commoner's shop before. I can finally visit them. Li Yingjie was puzzled at how happy she was. What was so exciting about a commoner's shop? If he was not on a mission, he would never visit those shops. Ling Jie was used to using products of the best quality. He didn't like to use things commonly used by commoners. He glanced at Ling Lan. He didn't know about the other people, but Ling Lan had a high status. Could he bear to use those items? Ling Jie didn't know that in her first life, Ling Lan was just a commoner. Ling Jie knew that Ling Lan had made a move when they were in the atrium of the ship. That was why his body went numb. Thus, he agreed to let Gulabajuo follow them. The 6-people trip became a trip with a whole group of people. The arrival of these high-class people caused an uproar among the shops. Ling Jie was furious. He asked Gulabajuo to make a decision. Either she shopped by herself with her bodyguards, or with them but with her bodyguards staying further away. The princess instantly chose to let her bodyguards stay further away. She wanted to walk around the place with Ling Jie and his friends. Thus, the bodyguards and servants had no choice but to follow them from afar. The princess laughed happily. She felt like a bird that finally managed to regain freedom. Are you sure that those 6 people are harmless? In a room, a person held a small device in his hand. His eyes were closed. He was the second son-in-law of the Yun family, Luo Qingwen. He was contacting the hackers of the Yun family and ascertaining the data of Ling Lan and her friends. Yes, they are just ordinary students from Heping Academy. They plan to have a graduation trip at the end of their school year. Very soon, the hackers sent over the fake identities of Ling Lan and her friends. Luo Qingwen hung up only after receiving the information. He opened his eyes slowly. An agitated Yun Feiyang came into his vision. Besides Ma Rao, the rest of them are only at manifestation. They are of no threat. Luo Qingwen passed the information to Yun Feiyang. Actually, besides asking the hackers from the Yun family to check their identities, Luo Qingwen personally went to Heping Academy's mainframe and flipped through their documents. He even went to look at the information about their parents as well as their records in their scout academy. They were clean. Luo Qingwen believed that even an ace hacker would not be able to design such a perfect disguise. Hence, the data of these 6 people must be true. Only real data had no loopholes. Luo Qingwen didn't know that one of the 6 people had an ultimate hacker as a subordinate, Little 4. When Luo Qingwen hacked into the mainframe of Heping Academy, Little 4's replica noticed him. Thus, all the information that he saw was what Little 4 wanted him to see. Luo Qingwen was wrong when he said that only real data had no loopholes. The god of the virtual world could do it too. Unfortunately, Little 4 was the god of the virtual world. Yun Feiyang looked at the identities of those 6 people. One of them was a wealthy person who came from the countryside. He couldn't be compared with him. After all, he was a member of an elite family. He slammed the documents on the table and said angrily, "How dare those bastards try to interfere in this matter? They are looking for death." Luo Qingwen replied calmly, "Don't be rash. We might not need the princess' help. Let's wait and see if the princess survives these 3 days." Yun Feiyang was shocked. Will something happen to the princess? No way. I need to protect her. Come back. Luo Qingwen shouted, "Did you really fall in love with the princess?" Yun Feiyang stopped in his tracks. He said in a low voice, "Since you asked me to pursue the princess, why can't I fall in love with her? You should shun away from relationships if you want to achieve great success," Luo Qingwen said seriously. "What about you? When you pursued my second and last time, did you not love her? Were you just trying to make use of her?" Yun Feiyang turned around and shouted in anger. Luo Qingwen's expression changed. He took a while before he replied, "I love your second aunt and that is why I am being restricted by the Yun family. If I didn't fall in love with your aunt, I will not. Yun Feiyang's heart became softer when he heard what Luo Qingwen said. "Uncle, I know what sacrifices you made for my second aunt. You became the hacker of the Yun family and even helped us nurture a group of hackers. You allowed our status in the business world to rise. We have the chance of moving up from a small-sized family into a middle-sized family. This is the dream of everyone in the Yun family. Yun Feiyang's eyes were shining with ambition. Now, we are very close to achieving our dream. As long as I get Gulabajuo's heart and marry her, as long as Gulabajuo gained a portion of the power to rule the Balaya kingdom, we can make use of this power and become a middle-sized family. No, we might even become a big-sized family. Luo Qingwen looked down. He hid the contempt in his eyes. I also hope that the Yun family would rise too. Aya would be happy. That is why I am willing to help you all. However, I know what a man is willing to sacrifice for the woman he loves. I am an example. I can't let you be in the same situation as me. When Luo Qingwen looked up again, his eyes were sincere. He was bound by love. He didn't want Yun Feiyang to go through the same thing. Uncle, Gulabajuo is a smart person. She could feel whether I am sincere or not. If I don't actually love her, I will never be able to get her heart. Yun Feiyang lowered his head. He knew what he wanted. Everyone was unique. He was not Luo Qingwen. He loved the princess, but he would not give up his ambition for her. He had gathered information about Gulabajuo and knew that she didn't have many friends. However, all her friends treated her sincerely. This caused Yun Feiyang to suspect that Gulabajuo had an innate talent which allowed her to spot out who was sincere and who was not. This was why he allowed himself to fall in love with her. That was the only way he could win her over. Luo Qingwen seemed convinced. As long as you know what you are doing, everything will be fine. Just don't go down the same path as me. He had thrown away all his ambitions for the sake of love. Yun Feiyang nodded. He left the room with his men. He needed to stay beside the princess these 3 days and protect her. Yun Feiyang was clear that the princess was his best shortcut. It was hard to find another person as good as the princess. He might not even be able to get close even if he found someone better. Also, he was the princess' life savior. He couldn't give up just like this. He had fallen in love with the princess, so whether it was personal or for business, he could not let her die. The first day passed peacefully. Ling Lan and her friends were dragged to a 9-star hotel. They were excited and scared. As expected of a 9-star hotel, it was very comfortable. While they were staying at the hotel, they created many laughable moments. As a wealthy young master from the country, Li Yingjie had stayed in 5-star and 6-star hotels before. He also saw photos of 7-star and 8-star hotels to satisfy his fantasy. However, 9 stars, even Li Yingjie couldn't handle this kind of wealth. The 6 people had a great time in the hotel. They had a wonderful night of sleep and felt energetic the next morning. Li Yingjie told them that he would ask his father to earn more money so that he could stay in a 9-star hotel all the time. Ling Lan and the rest of them scolded him and said that he was living off his parents. The 6 of them packed up and wanted to continue shopping. However, Gulabajuo stopped them. Gulabajuo received an order from her father, who was the king of the Balaya kingdom. She needed to attend an underground auction held at 1 p.m. today and get the Babu scepter back. The Babu scepter represented the right to rule the Balaya kingdom. It had been missing for 4 centuries. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The Babu scepter was first used by the founder of Balaya kingdom, King Babu. It represented the highest authority of the Balaya kingdom. However, 400 years ago, this scepter was stolen and disappeared without a trace. The Balaya kingdom had been searching for it for 400 years and finally found that it was at the auction. However, they received the news too late. It was impossible for them to rush to Aochi on time. Luckily, Gulabajuo was in Aochi at that specific moment. The king of Balaya felt that it was a blessing given to them by King Babu. He immediately contacted Gulabajuo and transferred a huge amount of credits to her. He told Gulabajuo that she must buy the Babu scepter back no matter what. When Ling Lan heard this news, she knew that their opponents had acted. There would definitely be a trap waiting for them at this underground auction. Ling Lan also knew that Gulabadjuo would definitely show up at this auction. If she managed to get back the Babu scepter, her right to inherit the throne would be confirmed. Hence, no matter how dangerous this trip would be, she would still go. Gulabadjuo invited Ling Lan and her friends to come to this underground auction. Ling Lan and her friends thought about it but rejected the offer. There was a limited number of people who could attend an underground auction. If they went, Gulabadjuo would not be able to bring in her bodyguards. Gulabadjuo solved their worries. In order to ensure that they could get the Babu scepter back, Balaya Kingdom prepared 3 invitation cards for Gulabadjuo. Each invitation card allowed 5 people to enter the auction. Gulabadjuo gave Ling Lan and her friends 1 invitation card. She hoped that Ling Lan and her friends would bid for the Babu scepter if by any chance she was prevented from bidding. The Balaya Kingdom would pay the guarantee and be their insurer. Hence, they did not have to worry that they wouldn't be able to pay the credits. Ling Lan and her friends were moved. They hesitated for a moment before accepting the invitation. Gulabadjuo gave another invitation card to her bodyguards, Senior Colonel Mu Yuyun and the Whirlwind Battle Team. She brought Lieutenant Colonel Qian Jialin and 3 of his strongest team members with her. She also brought along her trusted personal servant. Of course, even if they had the invitation card, they would not be able to find and enter the auction without a point of contact. Since she managed to get the invitation cards, Gulabadjuo knew where to find the person who would be their point of contact. Very soon, they were taken into an extravagant 8-star hotel by the person of contact. Because they had stayed in a 9-star hotel, Ling Lan and her friends were a lot calmer when they entered the 8-star hotel. The hotel was located in a prime district. When Ling Lan entered the hotel, she quickly scanned the surroundings. She discovered the Ministry of State Security was diagonally opposite of the hotel. Ling Lan lowered her eyes. She smiled. Things are indeed very interesting. The person of contact didn't walk to the main lift in the lobby. Instead, he led them to a secluded passage and walked for quite a distance. The passage was connected to many other passages intertwined together, so only someone familiar with the path would be able to find the way in. After walking for around 5 minutes, they finally arrived in front of a lift. The person of contact pressed a button and the lift door opened. It was a huge lift. Its size was about 30 square meters. When 19 of them entered the lift, it was not cramped at all. There was still some room between them. The person of contact didn't press the buttons in the lift. Instead, he took out a metal card and scanned it at the area where the buttons were at. Clang! The lift started operating automatically. It went down. The screen showed that they were at B4. Suddenly, red light started flickering and the word malfunction appeared on the screen. A loud siren rang in the lift. The princess' expression changed. However, she controlled herself and looked at the person of contact as he continued his act. The person of contact pressed the emergency button. A gentle voice rose, "Hello, did the lift malfunction?" The person of contact replied calmly, "Yes. It can't go down to B47. B47? Mister, did you say it wrongly? We only have 39 floors here," the gentle voice reminded him. 39 floors? Did I remember the wrong floor? Ah, I'm sorry, I want to go to B7. I'm sorry. We only have B4. B4? Am I wrong again? The person of contact took out his card and looked at it carefully. He saw the number on the card and said, "I was mistaken about B7. I should be going to B9. I'm sorry, we only have B4, the gentle voice reminded him again calmly. I don't care. You must send me to a floor with the number 9 on it. The attitude of the person of contact turned bad. Do you want us to stay in this old lift? The other party seemed shocked by the sudden change in attitude. She remained silent for 3 seconds before replying, I understand. I will send you to the 9th floor. The lift started operating again. The screen showed that they have reached the 9th floor. Boss, the lift is going downwards. Little Four suddenly told Ling Lan. The lifts in this era were very stable. Normal people would not be able to distinguish whether they were going up or down. Also, that was not B9. We were at B17. Little Four reported his findings to Ling Lan. The numbers that were shown on the screen were fake. Ever since the person of contact scanned his metal card, all the information shown was fake. Ding! The lift door slowly opened. An entrance laid with gold carpets appeared before them. 2 guards in uniform were standing in front of the entrance. They saw the people in the lift and bowed to them. They said politely, "There is a banquet happening in this place. Do you have an invitation card?" The person of contact smiled and tilted his body. His mission was completed. It was time for him to leave. The princess took out her invitation card without any hesitation. The guard scanned the card with a device. Beep. The information stored in the card appeared on his device. Honored guest from the Balaya Kingdom, please enter with your men. The guard smiled and pointed at the passage on his right. The princess nodded at Ling Lan and Mu Yuyun. She entered the place with her personal servant, Qian Jialin, and his men. Mu Yuyun didn't look at Ling Lan and her friends. He seemed as though he didn't recognize them at all. He handed his invitation card over to the bodyguard and left quickly. Li Yingjie passed the invitation card over. After the inspection, the 6 of them waited at the side for the staff member to bring them in. They didn't meet any people along the way. There were no signs of Gulabajuo or Mu Yuyun. Ling Lan knew that they were taken to different locations. Although this looked like a normal hallway, it could actually move. When they were waiting at the entrance, the people in front had already been shifted to another area. Seems like this underground auction put a lot of effort to ensure the safety and security of their location. Little Four told Ling Lan all the secrets of this hallway. He also told her that a similar banquet was being held on the 9th floor of the hotel. Those people that attempted to sneak in were brought there. Although she was separated from the princess and didn't know where the princess was at, Ling Lan was not agitated as Little Four had located the princess. They were not in the same hallway but they were heading towards the same direction. This meant that they would meet each other in the end. Around 10 minutes later, Li Yingjie started to look impatient. The staff member finally led them into a booth. The decorations in the booth was luxurious. There were all kinds of fruits, drinks, and rare wines prepared for them. Besides Li Yingjie who managed to control his emotions, the rest of them turned into country bumpkins. They kept gasping in surprise. Qi Long and Zhao Jun even laid on the expensive sofa and touched all the things in the booth. Then, they started jumping on the sofa. The staff member seemed to be well trained and experienced. He maintained the smile on his face calmly. There was no change in his expression at all. In the end, Li Yingjie couldn't stand it anymore and shouted at them to stop. The staff member smiled and started explaining to them the rules of the auction and how it would be operated. After confirming that the 6 of them understood the rules, he bowed and left the booth. He turned a few corners and walked quickly for around 3 minutes. He entered a corridor. He pressed against the wall of the corridor and knocked 3 times. Then he knocked another 5 times followed by another 4 times. A hole appeared in the wall and the staff member quickly entered it. The wall resumed its original appearance almost immediately after the staff member had entered. There was a small room in the wall. It was filled with screens. There were humans in certain screens while others were empty. The booth that Ling Lan was in was on the screen too. Without someone scrutinizing them, Zhao Jun and Qi Long took off their shoes and started stepping on the sofa. Li Yingjie and Lin Zhongqing tried to persuade them to get off the sofa. Lin Zhongqing was talking softly while Li Yingjie just directly shouted at them. Li Lanfeng and Ling Lan were looking at the various wines at the corner of the booth. They had an excited look on their faces. They glanced around them and then opened a wine that cost a few thousand credits. They had a taste of it secretly. From the looks of it, they were trying to get the most out of their visit here. 27. What do you think of these 6 people? A 30-years-old man in a suit was sitting on the sofa in the middle of the room. He looked a little sinister. Brother Su, it is the same as what was described. A slightly wealthy young master bringing 5 commoners to see the world. The smile on 27's face had disappeared. Why did the princess choose 6 normal people and even gave them a precious invitation card? The sinister-looking man was puzzled. This was why he asked his subordinate to disguise as a staff member and check on them. 27 thought about the question carefully before replying. Is the princess trying to stay away from the young master from the Yun family? She might be going around with them so that she wouldn't have to walk around with the young master. That is possible. We plan to let all of the princess men to enter this place, but now, 5 are left outside. Brother Su frowned. The appearance of Ling Lan and her friends spoilt their plans and he was unhappy about it. He was worried that the 5 people left outside would cause them to fail their plan. 27 glanced at Brother Su. Brother Su noticed it and said, 27, if you have anything to say, just say it. Actually, it is not important if the princess men are captured. The most important person is the princess. 27 said his real thoughts. Brother Su hesitated for a moment. He nodded. Go and make the necessary arrangements. He agreed with what 27 said. As long as they managed to kill the princess, the 5 people outside would not be a problem. 27 left with the order. Brother Su raised his hand. His hand moved and 6 photos appeared in his hand. They were photos of Ling Lan and her friends. They were taken when they were shopping. Brother Su glanced at them for a few seconds. He suddenly threw his hand forward. The 6 photos shot out. A silver light appeared in his hand and in the next moment, one of the photos got stuck on the wall with a knife. It was a photo of a side profile of Ling Lan, but her face couldn't be seen because she lowered her head. Everyone had a few photos of their face. You are the only one that didn't have a front shot. Is it because my men are not skilled enough, or are you not as simple as you look? Brother Su smiled coldly. He was unable to clear his suspicion because of this. The show is about to start. I will know whether you are as simple as you look soon. Don't disappoint me. Brother Su flipped his hand and shot out a knife. It flew straight into Ling Lan's heart. On the screen, Ling Lan was lowering her head and seemed to be immersed in tasting the wine. A cold gaze appeared in her eyes. Little 4, you said that I am being suspected? Yes, boss. Did I go too far? Ling Lan realized her mistake. Being too careful was her weakness. She didn't expect herself to be the one who made the first mistake. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Ling Lan knew that she was suspected, but she wasn't upset. She was prepared to be exposed when she made the decision to follow the princess to this auction. However, it happened faster than she expected. With Little 4's help, Ling Lan found out where the princess and Senior Colonel Mu Yuyun were at. The organizers of the auction put a lot of effort into making sure that they were far away from each other. If something really did happen to the princess, they would be unable to come to her aid. Ling Lan pondered over her actions and decided to stay put. She believed that although the organizers of the auction wanted to kill the princess, they couldn't bear to destroy the underground auction. Hence, they would not act during the auction. They would most probably do something after the auction when they would be heading back with the Babu scepter. This meant that the princess was safe for now. Thus, Ling Lan and her friends played around happily in their booth without any worries. Soon, it was time for the auction to start. An image suddenly appeared on the wall that was made of glass. It was a live broadcast of the auction. There were many people at the auction. No seats were left empty. Not everyone had a booth like them. A huge portion of the guests were at the auction. Ling Lan glanced at Li Lanfeng secretly. Li Lanfeng understood what she wanted. He wore a curious expression on his face and walked to the optical supercomputer in the room. He started looking through the items up for auction. There were all kinds of items up for auction. The total number of items were 6,000. However, only 50 of them would be auctioned off on the spot. Those were all rare items. You could bid for the other 5,950 items before the auction for the 50 rare items starts. As long as your bid was the highest, you would win the bid. The item would be sent to you personally after the auction ended and the necessary documents would be signed on the spot. The rest of the group gathered around the computer. When they saw a used ace mecha of the Federation on the auction list, they gasped in shock. Everyone knew that an ace mecha was forbidden to be sold on the market. If the Federation knew that someone bought an ace mecha privately, they would use all means to snatch the ace mecha back. To protect the Federation, powerful weapons like an ace mecha, which might be the deciding factor in a battle, was not allowed to be in the hands of the public. Even elite families couldn't own any weapons like this. However, the Federation probably never expected their ace mecha to be auctioned off on a planet a few millions of light-years away. The ace mecha wasn't the only forbidden weapon on the list. Other powerful technology from other countries appeared on the list too. For instance, the information about the atomic beam bazooka invented by the Caesar Kingdom. Based on rumors, it could be equipped onto a mecha and its power was enough to destroy a military vessel. However, the Caesar Kingdom hadn't made the atomic beam bazooka into a mecha weapon yet. It was still an explosive that could only be used on a military vessel. Ling Lan believed that many countries would be interested in this set of information. Boss, they are not selling the information of the latest version of the atomic beam bazooka. It is just information about the first-generation atomic beam bazooka. Little Four could hear Ling Lan's thoughts, so he quickly told her what he found out. Can someone make the atomic beam bazooka based on this information alone? Ling Lan didn't believe that that was the most updated information for the weapon too. As a subordinate of the Caesar Kingdom, Ouchi would not sell such important information. You can make the atomic beam bazooka, but the materials are very difficult to obtain. Even if you could obtain the materials, you would need to research for a long time before succeeding in making the weapon, Little Four said with disdain. As expected. Caesar would not release the results of their research so easily, Ling Lan replied. She suspected the appearance of the information about the atomic beam bazooka was to cover up the appearance of the ace mecha. That way, the Federation would not be able to do anything to Ouchi even though they knew that their ace mecha was being auctioned off. After all, even the weapon invented by Caesar was on the auction list. This showed that the auction was based on a free market. Yes. Caesar is already researching the third generation of atomic beam bazooka. Even if other countries bought that information, they would be behind Caesar Kingdom by 10 to 20 years. Caesar would still be the leading nation in atomic weapons. If the other countries placed their emphasis on this document, they would be unable to surpass Caesar in terms of weapon making. I hope that our Federation will not fall into their trap, Ling Lan said. Let me tell you a piece of bad news. I just gathered the guest list for this auction. There are at least 4 different groups of people who came from the Federation, Little Four replied. Who are they? Ling Lan was curious. One of them is a merchant with the surname Jiang. His background is a mystery. He seemed to have some business with the 3rd Division, Little Four said in a mysterious manner. Ling Lan flicked his forehead and said coldly, speak properly. He is just a representative of the 3rd Division. Little Four rubbed his forehead. He asked in a depressed tone, Boss, how do you know that? He wanted to create some excitement for his boss, but before he could say anything else, his boss exposed him. Even my father doesn't dare to offend the 3 great marshals of the Federation. If he has a business relationship with the great marshals, it would mean that he is under their wing. As she aged, Ling Lan understood more things. After entering the 23rd Division, she experienced how powerful the 3 great marshals were. They were so powerful they could control almost anything. That was why her proud father chose to work under the 1st Marshal. Little Four didn't dare to fool around anymore. He quickly told her about the other 3 batches of people. The other 2 groups came from the 2 most powerful elite families of the Federation, Li family and Yi family. However, I don't know what their motives are. The last group is from the Yun family. Li family? Ling Lan looked at Li Lanfeng instinctively. Although Li Lanfeng was just a branch descendant of the Li family, Ling Lan felt that the Li family placed a huge importance on him. He was treated differently from the other branch descendant, Li Jinghong. This was Ling Lan's instinct. She trusted her instinct. However, Ling Lan would not ask Little Four to research about Li Lanfeng's background. That was his personal affairs. As his friend, she respected Li Lanfeng's private life. Li Lanfeng noticed Ling Lan's gaze and looked at her with a puzzled look. Ling Lan smiled. Li Lanfeng was stunned. He quickly lowered his head and looked at the optical supercomputer. He looked as though he just saw a ghost. Ling Lan's smile froze. After a while, her facial expression turned cold. Do I look ugly when I smile? Ling Lan gritted her teeth and asked herself. She rarely smiled, so her smile might seem a little stiff. However, she didn't think that she would be that bad. Little Four pinched his nose. He wondered if he should tell his boss the truth. Her smile was. Little Four recalled the smile that he saw just now. He felt blood flowing out of his nose. To protect his image in front of his little brother, Little Four decided to make a move first. As for the explanation, he was not the one being misunderstood. Li Lanfeng wanted to snatch his boss's love from him. He would not be so kind and help him. Little Four disappeared from Ling Lan's mindscape. Li Lanfeng felt the cold aura coming from Ling Lan. He regretted his actions just now. He didn't expect himself to be stunned by her smile. It was not something he should do to his rabbit. He thought about how he hated it when other people looked at Ling Lan. His rabbit must hate him now. Li Lanfeng's mind was in a mess. He was controlling the optical supercomputer, but his mind was blank. All he was thinking about was the fact that Ling Lan disliked him. Li Lanfeng started to lose his composure. Hey, don't flip through the list that fast. Li Lanfeng was forced out of his position by a huge force. The huge force allowed Li Lanfeng to regain his senses. Li Yingjie had angrily taken over Li Lanfeng's spot. He started observing the items on the optical supercomputer carefully. Li Lanfeng flipped through it too quickly just now, so they couldn't read the description of the items properly. If it was only done once, they could bear with it. However, Li Lanfeng did it too many times. Hence, Li Yingjie got angry and pushed him away. Li Lanfeng calmed down a little. He saw Ling Lan standing at the side. He thought about it for a while and walked towards her. Rabbit, I'm sorry. Ling Lan glanced at him. What are you sorry about? I couldn't control myself just now. Li Lanfeng was not someone who gives up halfway. Was it scary? Ling Lan raised her eyebrows. Li Lanfeng smiled bitterly. Yes, it was scary. That smile was too enchanting. Humph. Ling Lan was unhappy. With Ling Xiao and Lan Luofeng as her parents, she could never be ugly. Ling Xiao's smile was able to warm people's heart, but her smile could only scare people. Her mother's smile was as gentle as her father's. Was it because her parents' smiles were too beautiful so he didn't like the way she smiled? Rabbit, I think that you should just keep a cold face. Li Lanfeng knew that some powerful people like to collect all kinds of pretty faces. Although Ling Lan had Ling Xiao helping her, it was still better to be careful. Some people would do anything to get what they wanted. Keeping a cold face is better. Does he not like my smile that much? Ling Lan looked at Li Lanfeng coldly. She squeezed the words out of her mouth. Leopard, I thank you for your advice. She would never forgive this stupid leopard. Ling Lan turned her head and looked at Li Yingjie. She ignored Li Lanfeng. Li Lanfeng felt an even colder aura coming from Ling Lan. His rabbit seemed to be really angry at him. Li Lanfeng felt cold sweat on his forehead. A sense of danger, which he never felt before, rose in his heart. No way. He must regain his image in Rabbit's heart. Li Lanfeng clenched his fist secretly. The other 4 people in the room didn't notice the strange atmosphere between Li Lanfeng and Ling Lan. They were enthralled by the list of items in the auction. Unfortunately, they were supposed to be poor people, so they couldn't get anything. Even Li Yingjie's fake identity wouldn't have the money to buy these items. They decided that when they go on another vacation, they must find a way into this auction again. Then, they would get anything they wanted. Of course, not everything in the auction was expensive. There were many interesting little gifts and items which couldn't be identified. The difference between the prices were enormous. Some was only worth a few thousand credits while others needed a few hundred millions. 1,000 credits was the lowest price in this auction. Anything lower than 1,000 credits would not appear in the underground auction. Boss. Little Four suddenly appeared with an obedient-looking expression. What? Ling Lan was on her guard. Every time Little Four looked at her with that expression, nothing good would come out of it. A 3D image of an item appeared in front of her. It was a cylinder made from an unknown material. It was yellowish-brown in color and there was a layer of dirt on it. The description said that the dirt couldn't be removed and the material underneath the dirt was unknown. The Ouchi auction identified this item as a part of a building which had been around for a long time. Most of its other parts were lost, so they couldn't identify its true form. Hence, the price was low. The starting price was 3,000 credits. A few people had started bidding for it. However, the highest bid was just 3,280 credits. Not many people were interested in it. The people that bidded just felt that since it was cheap, there was no harm buying it and bringing it back for research. If it was just a useless thing, all they lost was just 3,000 credits. It was not a lot to them. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. What is that? Ling Lan asked curiously. Little Four replied, an energy block. An energy block? Really? Why didn't anyone find out? Based on the description of the item, it was only around 200 years old. How could they not recognize an energy block made 200 years ago? That is because it is not from your star system. It is from the Mandora star system. With the technology now, there is no way to test the energy stored inside this block. Of course, this might be an energy block that had been used, Little Four replied immediately. Ling Lan frowned. She asked Little Four in a serious tone, how did that energy block appear here? That year, Little Four came to Earth for some reason and met her by coincidence. He recognized her as his master during that time. This was already a rare occurrence. However, 10,000 years later, another item from the Mandora star system appeared. Ling Lan was vigilant. How many things had entered this star system after the Mandora star system was destroyed? Was there other intelligent entities like Little Four? If it was only small items like the energy block appearing into their star system, it was fine for them. However, if there was another intelligent entity, Little Four and Ling Lan would have to be careful. They might be exposed. It might be because of the spatial tear. If I can come out from the spatial tear, other objects could too, Little Four replied. Is there a possibility that another intelligent entity entered into our star system? Ling Lan asked. Little Four thought about the question seriously. I don't think so. I can't sense any similar presence in the virtual world. Little Four explained again when he saw his boss's serious expression. We are very sensitive to the presence of other intelligent entities. Even if we never met, we can sense each other's presence. I have only found a few entities that have been evolving by themselves in the virtual world after so many years. They are very weak compared to me. Ah, Little Four thought about something. Does Little Blossom count? Although Little Blossom was the doomsday flower of the Mandora star system, he was initially just a seedling. He could evolve due to the help of hackers. By right, Little Blossom wasn't from the Mandora star system. Ling Lan knew where Little Blossom came from, so she shook her head firmly. Little Blossom does not count. Then there are no intelligent entities like me. Little Four said firmly. Little Four's reply made Ling Lan felt at ease. She looked at Qi Long and the others. They were not looking at her, but she felt someone was staring at her intently. Ling Lan knew that it had to be Li Lanfeng. Her other companions would only look for her when they needed her or had something to tell her. However, Li Lanfeng would stare her all the time. He would be the first person to know if she had any request or needed anything. Ling Lan was puzzled. Li Lanfeng knew her better than her companions who grew up with her. Ling Lan remembered the time when she trained with Leopard and felt that this might be the reason. That year, she trained hard together with Li Lanfeng and they improved together. This was a real form of companionship. As compared to her other friends who only viewed her as an almighty boss, Li Lanfeng took her as his close friend. That was why he always paid attention to her. All these little things caused Ling Lan to view Li Lanfeng differently. Compared to Qi Long and the rest, Li Lanfeng had a special position in her heart. Ling Lan put away her unhappiness and lowered her hands. She did the series of actions surreptitiously. Li Lanfeng moved towards Li Yingjie and patted his shoulder. Ma Rao, you looked at it for a long time already. Can I take a look now? Li Yingjie glared at him. I am still looking. Li Lanfeng popped his head over the shoulder and laughed. You are looking at things which cost more than 10,000 credits. Can you even afford it? We can widen our perspective. Lin Zhongqing glanced at Li Yingjie and hurriedly replied for him. Li Yingjie controlled his temper and snorted. He looked back at the screen. Li Lanfeng didn't care if he offended Li Yingjie. He pushed Li Yingjie away and took over the control of the optical supercomputer. He flipped to the items which had the lowest price. We should look at things which we could afford. Maybe we can buy one back and boast it to our friends. Li Yingjie wanted to yell at Li Lanfeng. However, his eyes lit up at Li Lanfeng's words and his anger dissipated. He said, that's right. Since we are here, we should buy something back as proof. He leaned over and started to discuss with Li Lanfeng about what to buy. Li Yingjie adapted quickly. Since Li Lanfeng was with Boss Lan just now, he must be acting on Boss Lan's orders. He needed to cooperate with Li Lanfeng. Finally, after looking through all the items, they chose the 3 cheapest ones. One of them was a thumb-sized white porcelain piece. It was more than 10,000 years old, but since it was broken and so small, no one was sure what it was. Hence, the price was low. The starting bid was 1,500 credits and only one person had bidded for it. Li Yingjie thought for a while and pressed 1550. He kicked the other bidder out of the bid. Another item was the cylinder that Ling Lan wanted. It was still at 3,280 credits. Li Lanfeng discussed with Li Yingjie and decided to bid 3,300 credits for it. Everyone knew that the price was just temporary. The real mind game would start a few minutes later. The last item was an old tree branch. Visually it was the cheapest and yet, it was the most expensive one. Its starting bid was 4,500 credit. It was because the branch was taken from a living plant on the newly discovered Green Sea planet. After some research, it was found that the tree was not rare. It could be found almost everywhere on the Green Sea planet. However, since the planet was not open to public, Ouchi decided to put this item into the auction list for collectors who like to collect new breeds of plants or for people who just liked interesting things. Ouchi predicted people's mind accurately. Among the 3 items, the tree branch had the most amount of bidders. Its current bid was at 6,700 credit. Li Yingjie pressed 6,800 credit. He just wanted to have some fun. The other people were stunned. This was almost half the price of their cruise trip. However, the bidding that happened after that caused them to give up on the tree branch. Within a short time, the bid had skyrocketed to more than 10,000 credits. They didn't have that much money. Even if they had, they didn't want to waste it on a normal plant. Hence, everyone focused their attention on the other two items. It was getting near 2 p.m. In the last 5 minutes, the prices of various items shot up. There was only one bidder for the porcelain piece. After Li Yingjie overbid him, he stopped bidding. Li Yingjie's interest was perked up, so he turned his attention to the cylinder. There were 2 to 3 people interested in the cylinder. When the price shot up to 5,000 credits, only one person was left bidding against Li Yingjie. The other party increased his bids by the hundreds. Li Yingjie was irritated. In the last minute, he got angry and pressed an additional 0. The number 6,200 became 62,000. After he pressed enter, Li Yingjie froze. He squatted on the floor with his head between his knees. He hit his head in despair. He cried, "I entered another 0. I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid." Lin Zhongqing's face turned pale. He pushed Li Lanfeng away and stared intently at the number on the optical supercomputer. He shouted crazily, "Buy it, hurry up and buy it." He wished that the other party would act rashly and overbid them. Li Yingjie was enlightened by what Lin Zhongqing did. He still had some hope. He clamped his hands together and seriously prayed that the other party would overbid him. In the surveillance room, Brother Su smiled coldly. The one who bidded against Li Yingjie was him. His anger was vented when he saw the mistake Li Yingjie made. He would take their money as payment for the room. The bidding time ended. Li Yingjie and Lin Zhongqing's prayer didn't work. Their bid was the highest and the cylinder was won by Li Yingjie. The porcelain piece was his too. Li Yingjie was in a daze. He asked, "How much in total?" 64,300 credits. Lin Zhongqing lowered in head. Li Yingjie gritted his teeth. He calmed down a little and said, "I only have 53,400 credits. Do you guys have extra credits?" Qi Long took out his communicator and replied, "I have around 2,200 credits." Zhao Jun scratched his head and said embarrassingly, "I used a lot of my credits recently. I only have 2,000 credits left." Li Lanfeng sighed. "I have 2,600 credits. 1,800, Ling Lan said. Her appetite was good these past few days, so her credits were spent quickly. "I only have 1,100 credits." Lin Zhongqing lowered his head in embarrassment. His family was the poorest among the 6 people. He only took 1,500 credits out for this trip and tried to save as much as possible. "We still lack some credits." Li Lanfeng smiled bitterly. Zhao Jun blinked. "Shall we ask the princess to lend us some money?" They all looked at each other. This was their only choice. They couldn't tell the people at the auction that they didn't want the items anymore, right? They would be killed by the organizers. Luckily, the items would only be sent to them after the auction. If they were able to help the princess get the bamboo scepter, she would probably not reject their request. The people in the booth decided to get the bamboo scepter so that they could get out of their predicament. The live auction started at 2 p.m. The huge screen showed the live broadcast of the auction. A handsome young man was the auctioneer of this auction. Before he introduced himself, the crowd started clapping. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am the auctioneer, Aobu Ruoya. I will be hosting the auction today." The auctioneer smiled and bowed at the audience. Many people gasped when they heard his name. Little 4 showed Ling Lan data about Aobu Ruoya. Ling Lan understood why everyone was so excited. Aobu Ruoya was actually Aochi Aobu. He was the only son of President Phila. President Phila was the person who made Aochi from a poor country into a rich business and tourist utopia within 30 years. He was well liked by the citizens of Aochi and was even requested to make the Aobu family into a royal family. They are the representative of the Aochi kingdom. This suggestion was rejected by President Phila. However, the Ouchi citizens got more passionate about this suggestion. This request would be brought up at the parliament. Once it went through, Ouchi would become Ouchi Kingdom and Ouchi family would become the royal family of the Ouchi Kingdom. That would mean that Aobu Ruoya would be the next king. Of course, Aobu Ruoya was not popular just because he was the son of President Phila. He was also an impressive explorer and a top-tier auctioneer. When he didn't reveal his true identity, he had already auctioned off many luxurious items and became the most popular auctioneer in Ouchi. Since this underground auction was able to hire him as the auctioneer, it meant that the organizer had a rich and powerful background. They must also have a close relationship with the government of Ouchi. Aobu Ruoya calmly auctioned off the items. Ling Lan and her friends waited for the Babu scepter to appear. They ignore all the other items. However, when the ace mecha appeared, the 6 of them were tempted. The only thing that was stopping them was the price. They could only look at the mecha with greedy eyes. Of course, even if they had the money, it would be useless if they bought it. There were many people who wanted the ace mecha. There were 4 main bidders. One came from the South Star Galaxy, one came from Aoya Alliance, one came from the Chaotic Lands, and the last came from the Yi family. The South Star Galaxy was situated in the most southern part of the human world. The people there were all brave and skillful in warfare. However, they had a simple mind. This caused the development of mechas in that galaxy to be slower than other powerful countries. The South Star Galaxy wanted to get this mecha so that they could research it. In a battle, the mecha operator of an ace mecha would choose to self-destruct if they lost. This was to protect the secrets of the ace mecha. Hence, no one was able to scavenge any ace mechas back from battlefields. This was why the South Star Galaxy went all out and wanted to get the ace mecha. The other 2 parties wanted the ace mecha for similar reasons. The Yi family, on the other hand, received orders from the Federation to bring back the ace mecha. In the end, the Yi family managed to get the ace mecha. During the bidding, the Yi family disappeared for a while. Little Four went to take a look and realized that the Yi family was contacting the Li family. The Yi family received the order quite late, so they didn't prepare enough credits. The price of the mecha exceeded the amount of credits they brought, so they had to borrow some from the Li family. Although the ace mecha returned to the Federation, the Yi family, or rather the military, paid a huge price for it. The amount of credits spent on this ace mecha was enough to build 40 more ace mechas. However, this was a necessary sacrifice. If other countries discovered the secret of their ace mecha, the Federation would suffer more losses. Then it would not be an issue about credits anymore. Of course, this was not the end. The military would definitely find the culprit who smuggled the ace mecha out. This would cause a huge commotion in the military. The betrayer would definitely be tortured. Since this had nothing to do with Ling Lan, she just threw it to the back of her head. She had more important things to attend to. The Babu scepter was the next item in line. When Aobu Ruoya described the Babu scepter, everyone turned silent. They all knew that the Babu scepter was only useful to the people of the Balaya kingdom. To other people, it could only be a collector's item. However, it was not worth provoking a huge country to get this item. Babu scepter. Starting bid, 1 million credits. Aobu Ruoya said calmly. The ace mecha was already sold for a huge sum of credits, so he was not shocked by this amount. 1,100,000. Booth number 103 started bidding. Ling Lan looked at the booth number and knew that it was Princess Gulabajuo. As expected, she was unable to control herself and was the first one to bid. After Gulabajuo bidded, no one continued. Gulabajuo was elated. She might be able to take back the scepter easily. Booth number 103 calling once. Although the Babu scepter is just an antique, it represented the royalty of the Balaya kingdom. The Balaya kingdom once made a promise. They will fulfill one wish to the person who brings back the Babu scepter for them. Credits is one thing, but with the scepter, you will have a chance. You might even have another chance of living. I think that everyone here knows how important this item is. Let me ask again. Is there anyone who wants to bid? Princess Gulabadjuo gritted her teeth in anger when she heard Albu Ruoya telling everyone the secret of the Babu scepter. She knew that getting the Babu scepter back would not be an easy task now. 1,500,000. The moment Albu Ruoya finished speaking, the person in booth number 7 bidded. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Boss, it is the people from Twilight. Little 4 immediately reported. They are the enemy of the Federation. They will definitely try to make things difficult for us. Ling Lan had expected trouble. After that, a few more people bidded. They were all from different countries. Although the people who bidded were merchants, everyone knew that they represented a certain faction in their country. Some even represented the entire nation. Boss, the Yun family is bidding now. Yun family? Seems like Yun Feiyang really wants to gain the heart of Princess Gulabadjuo. Ling Lan guessed the intention of the Yun family. After a few rounds, Princess Gulabadjuo bidded again. She raised the bid of the Babu scepter to 100 million credits. She wanted to use this amount to show the other countries that the Balaya kingdom was determined to get the Babu scepter back. The other countries should weigh their choices and see if it was worth offending the Balaya kingdom. However, Gulabadjuo's actions didn't have much effect. A new round of bidding started. As the price got higher, Albu Ruoya's smile got brighter. If the price of an item got higher, it showed that he was a good auctioneer. Seems like the other party doesn't want the princess to get the scepter so easily. Ling Lan observed for a while and understood what the other countries were trying to do. They knew how important the Babu scepter was to the Balaya kingdom, but they still bidded for it. They wanted the Balaya kingdom to lose a huge fortune. After some time, a few bidders gave up. There were only 5 bidders left. Ling Lan looked up and glanced at Li Lanfeng. As expected, Li Lanfeng was focusing on Ling Lan. Although his eyes were staring at the optical supercomputer, he looked up when Ling Lan glanced at him. Their eyes met. Li Lanfeng lowered his head casually and said to Li Yingjie, "Ma Rao, do you think that we should act now?" Li Yingjie looked enlightened. "Yes. The princess allowed us to come in so that we can help her. Thanks for reminding me. If not, I will feel sorry towards the princess." He added 10 million to the current bid without any hesitation. Since he was not using his own money, he didn't feel any burden when entering all the zeros. Booth number 239 bidded 580 million credits. The appearance of a new bidder silenced the crowd. Who is inside booth number 239? The businessman from Twilight narrowed his eyes when he saw a new competitor. His assistant flipped through the information that he received and said, "They are people from Ouchi." The businessman pondered. Is Ouchi trying to interfere in this matter? "Ah, boss, I have just received a new message." The assistant's communicator beeped. "What is it?" "Ouchi says that they will be taking over the bidding from now on," the assistant replied carefully. "What is this? Didn't they ask a few of us to cooperate to bleed the Balaya kingdom?" The businessman from Twilight was furious. He was unhappy that Ouchi kept changing their mind. They explained that it was because the Balaya kingdom will continue to increase the bid. It is okay for us to reveal our bottom line, but if we reveal it too often, we will be discovered. The Yun family from the Federation is participating in the bidding too. They even have an ace hacker with them, his assistant replied. "I see. Since that is the case, we will stop after we reach the base price Ouchi gave us." The businessman from Twilight was shocked. That ace hacker might discover their relationship with Ouchi. The anger in him died down. He decided to give up the bidding. Now, he understood why Ouchi looked for him. It was to maintain the image that Ouchi was a fair country. The other two parties received a similar messages from Ouchi. After the price hit 1 billion credits, the 3 of them stopped bidding. Only the Yun family, Gulabadjuo, and Li Yingjie remained. Drops of cold sweat appeared on Yun Feiyang's forehead. He had a limited amount of credits, but booth number 239 seemed to be very wealthy. They didn't hesitate when bidding. He didn't even have the chance to gain the favor of the princess. Yun Feiyang gritted his teeth. Since he was already committed in this, he must not give up. He wanted to increase the bid, but at this moment, he felt his communicator vibrating. He glanced at it angrily. Which idiot dares to disturb him at this time? His eyes lit up with happiness. The person who messaged was Princess Gulabadjuo. He opened the message and realized that Gulabadjuo was asking him to stop bidding. She said that she was grateful for the help of the Yun family. Yun Feiyang heaved a sigh of relief. If he didn't need to use his own credits, that would be the best. He felt that he made a good decision to contact the princess at the start of the auction to tell her his booth number. That way, she would know his intentions. Yun Feiyang reached his motive, so he happily stopped bidding. At that moment, Gulabadjuo received a message too. She opened the message and was elated. She immediately replied. After Yun Feiyang stopped bidding, Gulabadjuo bid it again. Then, Liangjie was provoked by Aobu Ruoya's words and bidded against her. Just as everyone thought that Gulabadjuo would increase her bid, but she gave up. The Babu scepter was won by booth number 239 at the heavenly price of 1,320,000,000 credits. Gulabadjuo was relieved when she heard that booth number 239 got the bid. She was proud of herself. Getting Ling Lan and her friends into this auction was the right decision, as there were many people targeting her. However, Gulabadjuo was curious. Why didn't the other people find out that booth number 239 was from Balaya Kingdom? Why didn't they stop them? Gulabadjuo was a smart person. She immediately understood what had happened. Her eyes turned cold. Looks like my siblings doesn't want me to get the Babu scepter too. How can they ignore the interest of the Balaya Kingdom for the sake of inheriting the throne? Damn! Gulabadjuo was angry. Her confidant was shocked and instantly said, "Princess, why didn't you continue bidding? We didn't reach our bottom line yet." She knew that the princess was transferred 1,000,000,000 credits from the Balaya Kingdom just in case things got out of hand. However, since she needed to use many channels to transfer the money over, she could only transfer in batches. But, she could ask the organizers for a loan first and repay them when they have the money. Gulabadjuo opened her mouth. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Qian Jialan and stopped. These people were arranged by the Balaya Kingdom. Were they really loyal to her and the Balaya Kingdom? Or were they loyal to her siblings? Gulabadjuo couldn't help but smile coldly. If these people were bought over by her siblings, they would definitely leak the information to her siblings. She couldn't endanger Ling Lan and her friends. Gulabadjuo knew that getting the Babu scepter was easy. Bringing it back would be difficult. Gulabadjuo looked like a straightforward and simple-minded person, but she was not. She knew that some people in the Balaya Kingdom wanted her dead. She also knew that there were many assassinations that occurred behind her back. Thus, Gulabadjuo swallowed her words and replied coldly, "The Babu scepter is just a symbol of the Balaya royalty. It is not worth so much effort." Qian Jialan smiled when he heard what the princess said. Honestly, he didn't understand why the Balaya Kingdom used so much wealth and effort to get back a useless symbolic item. This wealth could be used to improve the livelihood of their citizens. Compared to the Federation, the commoners of the Balaya Kingdom were extremely poor. However, since the Balaya Kingdom was a loyal supporter of the Federation, Qian Jialan would not express his opinions openly. After the Babu scepter, a few more items were sold. There was a super energy storage unit which could automatically gather energy from the universe and use the energy to power up a mecha. Ling Lan was tempted. But, she knew that she couldn't act now even if she wanted it. She regained her composure. No mecha master would be able to resist against an energy storage unit that could automatically replenish its energy. Mecha masters knew that if they met an opponent who were as strong as them, the person who had a higher capacity energy storage unit would win. Unfortunately, it was hard to make a super energy storage unit. Only Imperial mechas would be equipped with it. The only ace mechas that could get a super energy storage unit were the mechas used by people like the Sky God and the King of Hell. There was no such items sold on the market. Even in the black market, it rarely appeared. This showed how well the various countries protected this item. Little Four started searching for a super energy storage unit the moment Ling Lan advanced to an ace operator, but to no avail. He didn't expect it to appear in Ouchi. Little Four wanted to create a fake identity to buy the super energy storage unit. Ling Lan stopped him. She knew that even if they managed to buy the super energy storage unit, they would not be able to find someone to collect it. Also, Ling Lan suspected that this super energy storage unit was used to test her since it was not on the initial auction list. Little Four calmed down after Ling Lan reminded him. This item was indeed not on the initial auction list. Little Four was not prepared for it to show up, so he was caught off guard and became extremely excited. In the end, they didn't bid for the super energy storage unit. Am I thinking too much? Brother Su started doubting himself. The appearance of the super energy storage unit only caused a commotion in booth number 239, but they didn't bid for it. If they were actually powerful warriors, they would not be able to resist the temptation. The super energy storage unit caused another uproar in the audience. Many people started bidding for it. It was more expensive than the ace mecha. The starting bid was 5 million credits. It shot up to a few hundred million and crossed the billion mark within a short time. It was sold to the Li family in the end. The Li family increased the price by 100 million credit each time they bid, scaring their competitors away. The people in booth number 11 are wealthy. Ling Lan suddenly exclaimed. Li Yingjia and Li Lanfeng felt their mouth twitching when they saw the jealous look on her face. Was their captain mocking the Li family? The Li family had to buy the super energy storage unit, but their boss just had to ask his father if he ever wanted one. This was the difference between their power. The Li family had a strong influence in the political world, but their power in the military was weak. This was why the Li family envied the Yi family. The Yi family didn't have any political power, but they controlled an entire division. The Li family was not able to do this. They had their own people in 2 divisions, but they didn't have control over the entire divisions. Their faction was suppressed by other factions. If the Li family didn't have influence in the political world, their position as the first elite family of the Federation would be overtaken by the Yi family. The two of them pretended that they didn't hear anything and focused on looking at the next item. Soon, it was time for the atomic beam bazooka documents to show up. Ling Lan just wanted to be a bystander, but when she saw the businessman with the surname Jiang, the Li family, and the Yi family bidding for it, she frowned. As the price climbed higher, Ling Lan made a decision. Little Four, ask them to stop bidding. Little Four got excited immediately. Yes, boss. Boss finally allowed him to act. He didn't have to hide himself anymore. It was time to show you my true power. A long time ago, Little Four gave himself a nickname. He didn't have the chance to use it for so long, but now, it was finally time for him to make his nickname known to the human world. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Ling Lan thought for a second, then ordered, Little Four, you make the decision. Was letting Little Four take charge correct? It was the first time Little Four received the power to make a decision. He didn't hesitate and rushed into the circuitry to help his boss resolve this issue. In the Li family's booth, the assistant responsible for bidding in the auction saw that the price he bidded was raised by his competitor. He didn't even think for a second, he entered a new bid and sent it out. Sending, after a while, another round had passed, but it didn't actually show their bid. The assistant knew something was wrong. He immediately raised his head and yelled, Boss, I think something malfunctioned. The representative from the Li family, from who was originally half asleep, immediately opened his eyes. He coldly asked, what happened? The bid I had just entered was not received by the auction house. They didn't show our bid. It was clear that his bidding price was the highest in that round. The representative from the Lee family's expression changed slightly and immediately ordered, "Contact the auction house and have them resolve this issue as soon as possible." After saying that, he could help but swear under his breath. If he didn't successfully acquire the data of the atomic beam bazooka today, his big boss would not let him live it down. He knew clearly that his big boss wanted to use this data to his advantage by acquiring another bargaining chip and competing for the position of master in the faction. After thinking about the outcome of his failure, sweat began to drip from his forehead. He had lost the composure he had in the beginning and a hint of anxiousness began to show in his expression. "Boss, I have already requested for help from the auction house," the assistant responded immediately. The representative from the Lee family nodded his head. He endured the anxiousness and waited for the auction house to resolve this issue. In the booth of the Yi family. "Boss, our bid wasn't received by the auction house." Similarly, the assistant responsible for bidding saw that the new round of bids did not have the one he had sent in. He immediately reported this to his boss. The representative of Yi family frowned. He knew the underground auction house on Ouchi very well. Although it seemed like a black market on the outside, it was actually controlled by government officials. It was just that the items being auctioned were considered smuggled goods and the auction house could not explain their origin to the countries bidding for it. Thus, it went from public to private and changed these items into black market goods. However, the auction house's defense system and military force was top tier on Ouchi. It was impossible for a malfunction like bids not being received to happen. The representative from the Yi family's first thought was that the auction house was being attacked. "Major Liu, the anti-hacker barrier we borrowed doesn't have any issues, right?" The representative from the Yi family asked the astute young man standing beside him with an imposing look. The representative was thinking whether if the attack was by a group that was hostile towards the Federation, the military, and the Yi family. There won't be any issues. Even Imperial-level hackers wouldn't be able to find an opening. Major Liu said without hesitation. The anti-hacker barrier was something that was created by a group of Imperial-level hackers from the military. It wasn't something that one or two Imperial hackers could easily crack. The representative from the Yi family had a grasp of the situation. He turned around and spoke to the bidding assistant, "Contact the auction house and ask them to resolve this issue immediately." Since the situation was playing out like this, they could force the auction house to give them an explanation. Secretly, the representative even hoped that this problem would persist and continue until the auction ended. This way he would be able to have the auction house to give him a copy of the weapon data for a lower price. Using the least amount of money to get what they wanted was something he very much wanted to do. The merchant with the surname Jiang had also discovered this problem. He showed a faint smile on his face. Similarly with the Yi family, he also patiently waited for the auction house to give them an explanation. Although the top 3 competitors were out, the other competitors didn't care. These other competitors were enthusiastically bidding for the data of this weapon that used a new energy source. Aobu Ruoya had said that this weapon could change the fate of the entire universe. The price of the data rose to a shocking sky-high price. "They're all crazy." Ling Lan saw the auction and speculated that the only reason this universe constantly had wars was completely because humans were too selfish and didn't want to give up on their own agendas. This was what caused the universe to be tainted by war. However, waiting would not give them any results. Little Four had cut off all communications from all 3 booths and Brother Su, who was responsible for monitoring the booths, only saw what Little Four allowed him to see on his screens. In the auction house, everything was perfectly fine. It showed that there were no bids coming from the 3 booths. Although the auction house felt something was off, they didn't suspect any foul play. After all, not bidding was a right the client had and the auction house had no right to intervene. Of course, if they had suspected a little bit more and compared the images in all 3 booths, the auction house could have found a flaw in the surveillance footage. That was because the surveillance footage were actually on a loop. However, Little Four had split the video clips apart. If the person watching wasn't a top expert, they wouldn't be able to tell the difference. How come they're still not here? Seeing that the amount of people bidding decreasing, the auction house did not notify them and didn't even send a staff member to their booth. The representative from the Lee family couldn't wait any longer. The guard standing at the door turned to the keypad after his boss gave him the order. He inputted a string of numbers and was getting ready to open the door of the booth. However, the door didn't open. Now, everyone knew something had happened. They first used their communicators to contact the people outside, but discovered that their communicators did not work too. They were like a rat in a hole, unable to contact the outside world. Everyone's expressions changed instantly and suspected this act was the auction house purposefully going against them. After the Lee family's representative gave the signal, the guard was ready to take out his beam gun to take the door down by force. Right when he was about to do that, the assistant who was staring at the screen the entire time shouted, "Boss, take a look at this." The representative from the Lee family immediately jumped over. The screen showed a savage skull. The skull's mouth cracked open and a string of words flew out, "The data of the atomic beam bazooka only belongs to me. I will definitely not let you people meddle with it. If you all obey, I will let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, I will be very very angry and then I'll." The other two booths also had this image pop up. After this string of words appeared, another image appeared. The images were the large palace-like mansion of the Yi family and the residence of the people backing the merchant with the surname Jiang. These images suddenly exploded and turned to dust in a raging inferno. Completely destroy them, so don't make me angry, okay? Finally, please regard me as the Son of God. After saying that, all the images vanished. The screen returned to the image of the auction. The bid for the data of the atomic beam bazooka had already gone past 5 billion credits. It had set the record for highest ever bid in the auction house. It's hackers. Seeing the images, the representatives from the three booths understood the situation. They were at ease temporarily, but smiled bitterly right after. Now, they definitely couldn't acquire the data of the atomic beam bazooka. They knew very well that Ouchi's organization would station 3 Imperial-level hackers for this auction specifically. However, an existence that even 3 Imperial-level hacker could not track was definitely a God-level hacker for the Imperial hackers to not be able to find out the problem. However, God-level hackers were a country's last line of defense and would never step out of the country. Who was this God-level hacker? He named himself as the Son of God. Could it be that he actually thought he was a descendant of a god-like deity? The three of them from the booths thought deeply for a while. Then they ordered their subordinates to not publicize this incident. They knew that the government of Ouchi probably wouldn't be able to do anything if a mysterious god-level hacker had made a move. Ouchi would definitely not be able to find any problems and would even suspect them deliberately causing a disturbance. Pestering the organization might also expose their own background. The representative from the Yi family thought about his plans with regret. At that moment, they were more in a hurry to return to the Federation and contact the only God-level hacker within the Federation. He may know which God-level hacker had made a move. After all, only an expert of the same caliber would be able to find the details. Not long after, the data for the atomic beam bazooka was won by booth number 91. As the bid for the data had ended, the government of Ouchi also declared that the auction had ended. After all that, those who were in the three booths could finally communicate with the outside world. These people didn't hesitate and contacted their forces in the outside world. They ordered their forces to dig up all the details of the people in booth number 91. Since the people from that booth had won the bid, then the Son of God definitely had a connection with them. The Son of God could have been invited by those from booth number 91. After auction ended, the people from the three booths didn't stay at the auction house. After they paid the organizer for their items, the three parties quickly left the location. Not long after, the starships that belonged to all three parties all flew out of planet Ouchi. Since they left in a hurry, they didn't get to know the string of events that happened on planet Ouchi afterwards. Those events almost crippled planet Ouchi's economy to the Dark Ages. Because of the Li family, Yi family and Merchant Zhang's concealed the information, Aoqi's organizer didn't know that a hacker had presented himself. However, Aoqi wasn't completely off the hook because the Babu scepter caused some friction between them and their allies. As for the Babu scepter, it was originally going to be won by the Balaya kingdom with a high price. However, the person who won the bid for the Babu scepter wanted Balaya to buy it from him. Although the bidding price for the scepter was very high in the end, it had not reached half of the amount the person had requested. This fiasco made Aoqi blame their allies for giving up early. Their partners of course felt very wronged. They blamed Aoqi for sending them a message to tell them to stop. Aoqi's government of course thought their allies were spouting nonsense and asked their allies for proof. Their allies were originally very confident, but when they searched through their messages, they couldn't find that specific message. Their allies instantly understood that they had fallen into Aoqi's trap. They fully believed that Aoqi had silently betrayed them and sided with the Federation. The two sides criticized each other. Aoqi's government also suspected that their allies were preparing to throw Aoqi out as a scapegoat. The perfect relationship between the two parties instantly had cracks formed between them. Even after the country, Caesar, had comforted both sides, the two parties still couldn't control their anger. On the outside it seemed as though they were just as friendly as before, but the relationship between them could never return to what it once was. Both sides now held grudges against each other. Little Four didn't know that his barbaric, unreasonable, and completely flawed move actually caused Aoqi and Caesar to have grudges against each other. In the future, the relationship between Aoqi and Caesar will completely break into pieces. Of course, all this was in the future. This whole event had this kind of effect because Aoqi was confident in their hackers' capabilities. Of course, at the same time, Caesar was also confident in Aoqi's hackers' capabilities. The people that could cause trouble during the auction could only be Aoqi. Thus, confidence was a good thing and an advantage, but too much confidence would create problems. Too much of anything would be a bad thing. Ling Lan's group didn't know that Aoqi and their allies were at each other's throats. They settled their bids with Aoqi's auction house. They were lucky the account that was bound to the invitation card had enough money. They successfully acquired the 3 items they had bid on. They left the booth with the help of a staff member. After getting to the elevator, Li Lanfeng smiled and said, "Thank you. We can go down from here ourselves. You don't need to come with us." The staff member politely said, "It is part of our job to take our customers to the front door. Please get into the elevator." The staff member ignored Li Lanfeng's polite rejection of his services. He stood beside the elevator and asked Ling Lan's group to enter the elevator as the doors opened. Li Lanfeng smiled, shook his head and led his group into the elevator. The elevator was so big. Out of habit, Ling Lan walked to a corner and leaned on the wall of the elevator with her head down as though she was thinking about something. The others didn't bother her. The rest of them stood there nonchalantly as they watched the number on the screen, waiting for the elevator to reach the first floor. Right as the screen showed the number for the 3rd floor and everyone waited for the next number to show up, all of the lights in the elevator suddenly turned off. At the same time, a draft of wind suddenly flew towards Ling Lan, who was at the corner. Bang! The clash between blades caused sparks to fly within the darkness. Right after another sound was heard and something had hit the wall of the elevator with great force causing the entire elevator to shake. Bam! The elevator was lit up once again as all of the lights lit up at the same time. At that moment it could be clearly seen that the staff member was lying on a corner lifelessly while Qi Long stood in front of him waving his arm. In the staff member's right hand was a 3-inch military knife. "You actually dare to ambush my boss in front of me? You're looking for a death wish." Qi Long snorted coldly. Li Lanfeng, who stood in front of Ling Lan, curled his finger. A short sword retracted into his sleeve. The person who had blocked the staff member's sneak attack on Ling Lan was none other than Li Lanfeng. The staff member spat out a mouthful of blood and said without any expression on his face, "You won't be able to escape." The video feed would instantly be sent to the control room. Ling Lan tapped on the shoulder in front of her that was seemingly weak and frail, but was actually full of strength. She meant for Li Lanfeng to move aside. Li Lanfeng knew Ling Lan had something to say and moved aside without hesitation. Ling Lan walked towards the staff member slowly. Seeing this, Qi Long automatically moved back and opened up a spot for Ling Lan. Ling Lan stared at the staff member, bent down slightly and said, "There are 8 surveillance cameras in total with a 360-degree view of everything. Since I know you have that many surveillance cameras, then why would I turn on the lights in the elevator?" The staff member's expression changed instantly. He remembered that the plan was for him to turn on the lights after he succeeded in killing the 6 of them. Otherwise, the mission would be deemed as failed. However, his mission had failed, but the lights were turned on. He clearly knew that he was the only one who knew about the mechanism to turn on the light. "You're wondering how I knew, right?" Ling Lan snapped her fingers and the elevator turned pitch black once again. She snapped again and the lights turned back on. "Who the hell are you?" Elder brother Su said that this seemingly harmless young man was the strongest out of all 6 of them. At that time, the staff member didn't believe that, but he still listened to elder brother Su's orders to attack this person first. However, he didn't think that he wouldn't even have a chance to get close to his target and was taken down by those around his target. "Who am I?" "You probably guessed it, haven't you?" Ling Lan stood up and looked down at the staff member as if a giant looking down at an ant. This act made the staff member's expression changed instantly. "You're very smart. Of course, since I turned on the lights, I of course have the ability to show the people in the security room a fake video feed. Even as we speak, the video feed they see is still pitch black. Then after a while it will show an image of you standing in the elevator and the 6 of us lying on the floor." Ling Lan's words were slow, but the staff member's heart became heavier and heavier. Of course, if you were to fail, those at the security room would send a group of gunmen to the elevator door. If you were to succeed, those gunmen would become the people who gets rid of our bodies. The Babu scepter would be taken back to your side. Then your people would create the illusion that we had taken the scepter and run off in order to get Belia's attention. The expression the staff member had as he looked toward Ling Lan was becoming more instilled with fear. That was because all Ling Lan had said was actually what they were planning to do afterwards. "You probably also sent a group of people to assassinate the princess." "Yes, I'm sure that with the way your organization does things, you will definitely send 6 people who have similar body types like us and pretend to be us. Then when the princess meets up with those 6, they will suddenly attack the princess while the princess does not have her guard up. If they succeed, the blame would be put on our heads. If they don't succeed, they could still cause the princess and the entire country of Belia to use all their might to find us and kill us because we were greedy for the Babu scepter. Then your organization would no longer be a suspect in this case." Ling Lan half smiled and said, "As expected, what a great plan. You're the devil." Ling Lan's words caused the staff member to lose all hope. He instantly opened his mouth and bit down hard, preparing to bite his tongue to take his own life. Qi Long, who was staring at the staff member this entire time, held the staff member's jaw. After a hard twist, Qi Long broke the staff member's jaw. "That's not enough." Ling Lan focused her eyes and punched the staff member's right cheek with great force. The staff member groaned and spat out a few teeth. Before Ling Lan gave an order, Lin Zhongqing went up and carefully examined the teeth. "I found it. One of the teeth is hollow. There's a pill inside it. It's probably poison." "That's right. In today's world, who dies from just biting off their tongue?" Ling Lan replied indifferently. Li Lanfeng immediately took out a clean handkerchief and handed it to Ling Lan. Ling Lan looked at him with an odd look, thinking in her mind why this man liked being clean this much and always had a handkerchief with him. In Ling Lan's mind, an image of Li Lanfeng holding his hand out all ladylike and wiping his mouth made her uncontrollably shudder. Yes, she needed to make Li Lanfeng more manly in the future in case he becomes the second Luo Lang. Ling Lan already felt that an oddball like Luo Lang in her team already made her felt she had sinned greatly. She couldn't let herself create another oddball. However, Ling Lan didn't refuse Li Lanfeng's kindness. She took the handkerchief and wiped the back of her right hand, then tossed it back to Li Lanfeng. She used her actions to tell him that a man should use a handkerchief just like how she did. Li Lanfeng folded the handkerchief that was crumpled into a ball and then carefully put it back into his own pocket. Ling Lan saw Li Lanfeng's movements and twitched a little. Could it be that Li Lanfeng had spent too much time with Luo Lang and was affected by that punk? Ling Lan didn't like the idea and was prepared to give Luo Lang a ruthless beating when she returned. Man, it was fine if it was just him who was weird, but to also make his team members weird as well. Luo Lang, who was so busy in the 23rd Division, suddenly felt chills throughout his entire body. He shuddered a bit and caused the comrades around him to worry for him. Li Shiyu didn't care about Luo Lang's protest and immediately pulled down Luo Lang's pants. He injected a vaccine into his buttocks to make sure he didn't affect his other team members. They were currently fighting against the commander, having one less capable individual was not allowed. Thus Luo Lang could only endure the pain and suck in his tears while Li Shiyu treated him. Ding, the elevator had reached the first floor. Ling Lan looked towards Qi Long. Qi Long instantly held up a staff member in front of him and stood at the door of the elevator. The elevator door was open. What appeared in front of them was 6 to 7 nozzles. These gunmen didn't even look to see who was inside and emptied their magazines. Zhao Jun and Li Yingjie, who hid on the roof of the elevator, suddenly pounced towards the enemy. The two of them took down 2 people in an instant. Qi Long, who was standing in the middle, used the staff member as a shield. A slew of bullets all hit the staff member. Qi Long used the chaos to get out of the surrounding. Before the gunman could react, Qi Long used a whirlwind kick to send the lot of them to the ground. Hidden behind the sides of the elevator, Li Lanfeng and Lin Zhongqing was just a bit slower than the other 3, following on their heels and struck down the 2 people Qi Long had missed. In an instant, the 7 or 8 people at the door was taken out by Ling Lan's group. It seems that our enemy wasn't thinking of leaving anyone alive, including you. Ling Lan passed by the staff member Qi Long had tossed to the side. The hateful glare he had before dying was full of vengeance. It still had a hint of sorrow from being abandoned. That's why, you should not be a piece in someone else's game. Instead, you should be the player. Ling Lan's indifferent words echoed through the staff member's ear. The staff member's eyes showed a hint of regret and stared blankly towards Ling Lan. In the end, his expression was condensed into hate as he drew his last breath. However, it wasn't sure whether his hate was towards Ling Lan's group or because he was abandoned heartlessly. In the end, he died without purpose. However, this had nothing to do with Ling Lan's group. When the staff member decided to make a move on Ling Lan, he had already signed his death wish. It was just that there was a difference between dying at the hands of Ling Lan's group or his own comrades. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. After taking down the gunman, Qi Long asked, "Boss, what do we do now?" "Find the princess." Ling Lan instantly made the decision. Little Four said that everyone from the auction house began to make their move. It seemed that these people didn't want the princess to leave the auction house. It was because these people had found us as their scapegoats and weren't afraid of becoming suspects. These people wanted to kill the princess on their own turf at the right time. This time, they didn't have a choice but to make a move. Ling Lan thought to herself. "Alright, I can finally let loose." Hearing Ling Lan's words, Qi Long instantly cracked his knuckles. He was going insane from all the boredom. "Zhongqing, the tools." Ling Lan turned around and said to Lin Zhongqing. Lin Zhongqing quickly took out 2 masks from the backpack and 3 black stripe-like items. He handed one mask to Ling Lan. Seeing this, Li Lanfeng slightly smiled towards him. Lin Zhongqing decisively gave the other mask to Li Lanfeng. Lin Zhongqing knew clearly that although Li Lanfeng seemed to be an easygoing individual, he was actually the most difficult to please. Lin Zhongqing didn't want to unknowingly get screwed over by Li Lanfeng. Qi Long held the black stripe-like item and asked Lin Zhongqing, "Zhongqing, what is this thing? Why did it seem so familiar?" "It's stocking used by women." Lin Zhongqing replied calmly and ignored Qi Long and Zhao Jun's stunned expressions. "You want us to use a woman's stockings?" Li Yingjie blushed. "Could you not have prepared a few more masks like that one?" he said as he pointed towards Ling Lan's mask. Although the mask was simple and crude, and looked terrible, it was still better than a woman's stockings by a whole lot. Lin Zhongqing glanced at Li Yingjie indifferently and replied coldly, "That takes up space." Afterwards, he took out another mask from his backpack. "Then why do you have a mask and not stockings?" Li Yingjie asked angrily. "That's because I have the power of distribution." Lin Zhongqing replied calmly and then began to ignore Li Yingjie as he followed Ling Lan. Zhao Jun looked at the stocking in his hands with frustration. Then he took a deep breath and put the stocking on his head. And thus, a sleazy bad guy was born. Qi Long saw that his boss had already gone far away and knew he couldn't hesitate anymore. He bit his lip, put it on and quickly followed. "You guys just put it on like that?" Li Yingjie pointed at the two traders angrily. Zhao Jun didn't answer him and only pointed towards the front. Li Yingjie looked and saw that Ling Lan was about to disappear from his sights and thus he bit his lip and reluctantly put on the stocking. Since Boss Lan had moved out without giving any orders, it meant that he accepted Lin Zhongqing's way of distributing the items. If he dawdled for too long and angered Boss Lan, Li Yingjie knew very well what his life in the future would be like. After remembering the training Boss Lan had arranged a while back, Li Yingjie's body trembled uncontrollably. Ling Lan, who was at the front of the group, took out a suit as she moved hurriedly. She pulled on the two sleeves and the suit became a jacket. She pulled on it again and the tidy light gray suit immediately turned into a short black windbreaker. Making a move didn't mean that she had to expose herself. Ling Lan didn't want to expose their identities just yet, thus a disguise was necessary. After putting on the windbreaker, Ling Lan's aura changed from soft and harmless to cold and dangerous. One glance would make a person unable to disregard the chills of Ling Lan's aura. The team members that followed Ling Lan all changed their presence as well. They, who were originally inconspicuous, instantly became the focus of attention. The killing intent they had hidden silently spewed out. Especially Zhao Jun, who, after training in the division for the past few years and battling in the battlefield, had his killing intent became even thicker. It was just that it wasn't as strong as Ling Lan's killing intent. Zhao Jun looked in front of him at Ling Lan, whose killing intent was through the roof. He thought for a second and was very curious how their boss could have a killing intent that even veterans, who had fought countless battles in the battlefield, didn't have. Ling Lan followed the route Little Four had mapped out and didn't take any unnecessary detours. At the same time, she also told Little Four to notify Senior Colonel Mu Youyun of the princess' current movements. After all, Senior Colonel Mu Youyun's whirlwind battle team was acting as the Princess Royal Guard. Princess Gulabajuo and her group followed the auction house's staff member to one of the booths. She asked curiously, "Is it here?" "Yes. Booth number 239 has already settled their payment with our staff members. After receiving the Babu scepter, they had requested the auction house to have you come with us to their booth. Since you are our VIP guests, our boss accepted this request. That's why I have led you here," explained the staff member. "Your Majesty, these people really have no respect. Shouldn't they be the ones who comes to you instead?" said the princess's confidant angrily. "You shouldn't say that. They have the Babu scepter now. For the safety of the scepter, they definitely wouldn't make any sudden moves. Having me coming to them was the safest choice." Gulabajuo didn't think that Ling Lan and the others were wrong. If it was her, she would also make this decision. While the two of them were talking, the staff member had already entered the passcode and the door opened automatically. The staff member politely bowed and said, "Your Majesty, this way." Princess Gulabajuo took a deep breath. She was going to be able to see the Babu scepter that had been lost for over 400 years, so it was hard for her to not become excited. Right as she wanted to walk in, Qian Jialan, who stood on the side, with a stern expression on his face. He immediately grabbed the princess and pulled her back. Gulabajuo turned around stunned. Chamberlain Auto, what's wrong? Qian Jialan said with all seriousness, Your Majesty, with your status, coming here is already enough. Now, it should be the 6 of them who should come out and greet you. He turned and looked towards the staff member, You go inside and tell them to come and greet our princess. The eyes of the staff member darted around and hesitantly said, That. Qian Jialan glared at him angrily, What are you blabbering on about? Why aren't you going in? The staff member immediately respectfully said, Yes. He walked into the room and shouted, Respectful guests from booth number 239, the guests from number 103 would like you to come to the door and greet them personally. Gulabajuo heard a muffled reply coming from inside the booth. Then she heard a cluster of footsteps coming closer. Qian Jialan suddenly pushed the princess behind him. Suddenly, sparks flew out the door and beams of light flew towards Qian Jialan from all directions. Right at that moment, a 3 meters wide and 2 meters tall mirror-like shield appeared in front of Qian Jialan and blocked off all the shots that were coming towards him. Qian Jialan immediately ordered, Run. He led the 3 members and carefully guarded the princess as they evacuated to the back. They could rejoice that there were walls on both sides of the corridor and they only needed to defend themselves from the gunfire coming from the front. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Qian Jialan decided to retreat. He didn't know how long this shield could last. If he was alone, he would fight with the opponents, but now, he had the princess with him. Her safety was more important than to test his limits. However, as a soldier of the Federation, they weren't so passive. Qian Jialan retreated because he was waiting for Mu Yuyun. He had been contacting Mu Yuyun for quite a while now. He believed that they were not far away from each other. Mu Yuyun felt his communicator vibrating. He looked at it and his expression changed. At this moment, the staff member who was guiding them started running. Mu Yuyun's eyes turned cold. He moved and the staff member got knocked to the ground. He slid for a few meters before stopping. Mu Yuyun quickly walked over to him. He grabbed the person's neck with his hand and raised the person up. Where is the princess? The staff member vomited a mouthful of blood. He sneered at Mu Yuyun's question. Mu Yuyun felt his head hurting. Qian Jialan had sent him the room numbers which he had passed by, but Mu Yuyun was still unable to find him even after going there. Undoubtedly, they had fallen into a trap. Mu Yuyun felt that they were in totally different locations. Captain, pass him to me. They needed the staff member to guide them through these maze-like tunnels. Luckily, one of their team members was an expert in questioning people. Mu Yuyun immediately handed the staff member over. The team member grabbed the staff member and took out a small box out of his pocket. There were 3 syringes inside. There was also a thumb-sized medicine tube inside. The staff member's expression changed when he saw what was inside the box. He struggled. He was already injured heavily by Mu Yuyun, so struggling worsened his internal injuries. Blood started dripping out of his mouth. The team member took out the agent and injected it into the arm of the staff member. The staff member's face turned hideous. He seemed to be inside a frightening illusion. He was in a subconscious state and his body was drenched with cold sweat. Finally, the effects ended. The team member wanted to question the staff member, but to his surprise, the staff member bit his tongue. The team member quickly grabbed his jaw, but it was too late. Blood started flowing out of his eyes, nose and mouth. Within a few seconds, he died. Damn it. He chose to commit suicide. The team member was upset. He didn't expect an ordinary staff member to commit suicide. This method was used mostly by freelance assassins. Mu Yuyun said seriously, I think that we have made the wrong prediction. They thought that their opponents would not act during the auction. After all, the auction was held in Ouchi. Ouchi was a neutral party, so to maintain their neutral image, they would never let an assassination to occur on their turf. Yet, contrary to their belief, Ouchi didn't care. Were they going to reveal their true intentions? Or were they confident that no one could escape? If it was the latter, they were in a dire position. Mu Yoyun's heart dropped. Suddenly, he heard footsteps coming from the two ends of the tunnel. He frowned. He looked at the closed door at his side. Without a second thought, he used his Qi-Jin power to smash the door open. Boom! The entire tunnel vibrated. There was a fist-shaped dent on the door. The door was made from steel, so Mu Yoyun was unable to destroy it with a single blow. Mu Yoyun expected this result. He gave the door a forceful kick. The door could no longer handle it anymore as it had already been damaged. It was forced open and a human-sized opening was revealed. Enter! Mu Yoyun ordered. His 5 team members cooperated well and immediately rushed in the opening. Mu Yoyun was the last one to enter. When he entered, numerous armed personnel had appeared at the two ends of the tunnel. The armed personnel rushed over to the room where Mu Yoyun entered. Before they got near it, they fired at the door. The half-opened door flew off its hinges. No one saw the appearance of a shield which appeared behind the door. It blocked the bullets that tried to enter the room. Mu Yoyun looked at the powerful and surreptitious shield on his arm. Before they entered the auction, the timid-looking young man from the Ling Tian battle team, the one who always hid behind young Master Zhang, secretly passed this device to Qian Jialin and him. He even gave them a small piece of paper to tell them how to operate this device. At that time, Qian Jialin and him didn't care much about this little device. They felt that it was not useful, but they were grateful for the concern shown from their brother-in-arms. Surprisingly, this useless little device saved his life just now. He had escaped danger for now. However, it would be difficult to get out of this predicament. The longer they were stuck in this room, the more dangerous their situation would get. The energy of the shield could only last for a limited amount of time. Once the energy of the shield was depleted, they would most likely be dead. While Mu Yoyun and his team were stuck in a room, Qian Jialin tried to retreat into a tunnel with the princess. A group of armed personnel suddenly appeared at the direction where they were retreating. They were getting closer to them. In another few minutes, Qian Jialin might be in the same predicament as Mu Yoyun. The violent vibration caused Ling Lan to stop in her tracks. She frowned. She gave an order instantly, Zhao Jun, Qi Long. Go to B7 and help Senior Colonel Mu Yoyun. Ling Lan also sent them a site map of the auction venue to their communicator. Mu Yoyun's current location was pinned with a green dot while their opponent's location was pinned with red dots. Zhao Jun and Qi Long were stunned for a moment. They quickly regained their senses and replied, yes. Then, they disappeared from her sight. A powerful master has appeared? Li Lanfeng asked in a low voice. 10 Qi-Jin masters are rushing over to Senior Colonel Mu Yoyun's location. Senior Colonel Mu Yoyun might be lacking in manpower. With the addition of Zhao Jun and Qi Long, it would make things easier for him. Ling Lan had little force supervising her opponents. Hence, even though she was in a rush, she knew what her opponent's plans were and knew where Mu Yoyun and Qian Jialin were. Ling Lan could have sent Li Lanfeng and Li Yingjie over as well to help Mu Yoyun. That way, Mu Yoyun's side would definitely win. She believed that she was able to save the princess with just her own strength too. However, obstacles allowed people to grow. A little bit of pressure was good for Qi Long and Zhao Jun. This was why she only sent the two of them over. Qi Long and Zhao Jun was at the peak of Qi Jin. Qi Long only lacked a single step before advancing to the domain realm. He needed more obstacles and experience to achieve his breakthrough. Hurry up. Hasten your pace. 12 armed men were charging towards Qian Jialin. They were reaching a three-way fork road. Once they passed this fork road, they would meet their targets. The team leader was elated. If he could kill these people, he would be promoted to a higher position. The team leader could feel his bright future shining down on him. Just as he was reaching the forked road, 3 people appeared. 2 of them were wearing masks while the other was wearing a black hood that warped his face until it was unidentifiable. The team leader was stunned. He didn't expect to see people here. Who are you? Did his boss make other arrangements? The team leader thought about this possibility. He didn't have the time to think about anything else, as the 3 people rushed towards them fiercely. Boom! The team leader got thrown off his feet. He slammed heavily on the ground and vomited out blood. He struggled to get up. From the corner of his eyes, he saw a black figure walking towards the tunnel where the princess was at. The team leader didn't have the time to think. The hooded man attacked him again. This time, the team leader managed to retaliate. 2 fists collided. After the loud explosion, the team leader flew out again and fell to the ground. He was unable to get up this time. He had a convulsion on the ground. Blood was flowing out profusely from his mouth. Why didn't I receive any news of such powerful opponents? What happened to the person supervising everything? Before the team leader lost consciousness, this was his only thought. Their opponents appeared suddenly. They were caught off guard. The people in the surveillance room finally realized that something was amiss. They didn't discover Ling Lan and her friends, but they did notice that the 12-men team suddenly disappearing from their screens. Even idiots would have realized the situation by now. When Brother Su received this news, he almost smashed the screens in the room. He contacted the ace-level hacker in the auction and knew that they were attacked by other hackers. Their opponent was at least an ace-level hacker too. Brother Su suspected the Yun family. Their ace hacker noticed signs of a hacker from the Yun family and started a battle with him. No one knew what happened in the end. Those people that were fighting didn't know that an unseen battle was happening beside them. The virtual battle was as frightening as the real battle. Losers of the fight had to pay a huge price. The loser's brain would most likely be damaged in the process. A top-tier hacker could instantly become mentally disabled. Some would even be declared brain dead. Xian Jialin activated his shield and retreated hurriedly with the princess. They had been running for almost 5 minutes. Luckily, the shield was more powerful than he expected. It showed no signs of energy depletion. However, Xian Jialin was worried. He thought that Mu Yuyun would appear within 3 minutes, but there was still no sign of him. He knew that Mu Yuyun must have been led to another place by their opponents. He could only rely on himself. A figure suddenly flew out from the opposite side. Xian Jialin didn't expect his opponent to resort to close combat after shooting at them for so long. The opponent's fist punched onto the shield. The huge force caused Xian Jialin to slide a few meters back. The powerful shield dimmed. Seems like it is not impregnable. A calm voice sounded in front of Xian Jialin. The bullets had stopped. Their opponents must have decided to rely on close combat after noticing that guns didn't work. Actually, when someone reached the Qi Jin level, the effects of guns were minimal. Before Xian Jialin could regain his composure, his opponent attacked him again. This time, he used more power on his fist. Xian Jialin deactivated his shield and punched his opponent furiously. Boom! The 2 fists collided. The person flew out. Xian Jialin took 3 steps back again. Although Xian Jialin retreated, he swiftly activated the beam shield again. The shield covered the princess and the people behind him. The opponents might use their guns again. Xian Jialin didn't want to take any risk. The person who attacked him collided into a group of armed men. He bounced up and saw Xian Jialin retreating with his men. He was embarrassed and furious. Luo'er, although you are a genius, there are many powerful people in the world. An old man suddenly appeared beside the person and patted his back. I know, grandfather. I want to fight with him, the person called Luo replied firmly. Sure. The old man waved his hand and the armed men stopped moving. They started to retreat. Xian Jialin was stunned. However, he continued retreating. He wanted to use this opportunity to widen the distance between them. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Suddenly, a huge pressure bore down on them. Xian Jialin couldn't move his limbs. He was stopped in his tracks. If he reacted a little slower and didn't manage to unleash his Qi Jin power to protect himself, he would be kneeling on the ground right now. Xian Jialin was at the late stage of Qi Jin and reacted quickly. Hence, his situation was not bad. However, his team members were not so lucky. They just managed to advance to Qi Jin, so this pressure almost forced them onto the ground. But, they were soldiers of the Federation. Their unyielding spirit allowed them to stand up straight even though their legs were shaking. Compared to them, Princess Gulabajuo and her confidant were in a bad state. Gulabajuo was only at the peak of refinement. There was no way she would be able to resist against the pressure. Her entire body fell to the ground. She pushed her hands against the ground. She was unable to accept herself lying on the ground. Her dignity and her arrogance as royalty of the Balaya kingdom wouldn't allow her to do that. Gulabajuo bit her lips until it bled. She painfully pushed her hands against the floor and forced herself to stand against the pressure. She kept encouraging herself. Gulabajuo, you can do it. You must make your country proud. You cannot taint the reputation of your country. The people of the Balaya kingdom will not give up so easily. Gulabajuo, you can't give up. On the other hand, her confidant was not as strong as her. She laid on the ground and vomited blood. The huge pressure was enough to injure her confidant internally. While everyone was being forced down by the pressure, Luo flew into the air like an eagle and aimed his fist at Xian Jialin. Xian Jialin watched as the fist got nearer to him. He felt unconvinced and furious. Despicable. Xian Jialin was unwilling to be defeated by his opponent in this way. Just as his anger started boiling, the pressure on him disappeared. The calm-looking old man frowned. Surprise and bewilderment appeared in his eyes. Xian Jialin didn't think about it much. He raised his fist and attacked his opponent head-on. The pressure was lifted at the right time. It left him enough time for him to prepare for his attack. Boom! Another explosion occurred. Two huge force knocked into each other and the two people flew backwards. Luo flew into the air and managed to land safely on the ground after spinning a few times in the air. Xian Jialin was thrown over his team and smashed onto the ground heavily. The remaining force caused him to slide out a few meters before stopping. Xian Jialin felt like vomiting blood, but he controlled it. He immediately got up and rushed in front of his team. He stood in front of them acting as shield once again. As a soldier of the Federation and a team captain, he would not let the person he was protecting or his team members to stand in front of him. Xian Jialin stood in front arrogantly. He quietly whispered, "Hurry up and run." It was impossible for everyone to retreat. He could only let his team members and the princess get away first. His team members hesitated for a moment. However, they knew that they didn't have much time left. They exchanged glances with one another and nodded. Two of them grabbed the servant on the floor while another person held the princess up by her shoulder. They ran towards the other end of the tunnel. The last team member looked back at his captain worriedly. He forced his emotions down and gritted his teeth. Then, he started running too. Humph. The old man looked up suddenly when he noticed their small actions and figured out their intention. A light flashed past his eyes and he sneered. The sound of the old man sneering slammed into their hearts like a hammer. They couldn't control themselves and vomited blood. The princess even tripped and fell to the ground. The servant was in a worse state. She was already injured, so she was knocked unconscious. Xian Jialin felt uncomfortable too. He looked at the ordinary-looking old man with a pale face. He had guessed that the old man was stronger than him, but in order to injure them with just a snort, he had to be a domain master. "None of you can leave without my permission." The old man had his hands behind his back as he spoke to them nonchalantly. Xian Jialin and his team members couldn't help but feel defeated. How could they get out of here alive? Their opponent was a domain master. They gave up running away. They knew that no matter how hard they tried, they were unable to escape from a domain master. They gathered behind Xian Jialin and waited for the results. Luo'er ignored the other people. He only wanted Xian Jialin. He licked his lips in excitement. "You are very powerful." This was the first time he fought with such a powerful opponent. Because of his grandfather's status in this auction, the bodyguards didn't dare to hit back when they sparred with him. He was depressed. Finally, he could fight with all his might. "You are not bad too." Xian Jialin replied coldly. There was a huge amount of pressure placed on his shoulders, but he remained calm. While he was talking, he looked at the old man behind Luo'er. Xian Jialin knew that this old man was the person who controlled their life and death. He was their worst enemy. The lights in the old man's eyes dimmed. He looked like an ordinary old man again. If Xian Jialin met him in public, he would never believe that he was a domain realm master. Was this the true ability of a domain master? Returning to one's original nature. Xian Jialin felt complicated. This mission didn't look difficult at the start. He didn't expect himself to meet a domain master. Was Princess Gulabadjuo really that important? With his status, Xian Jialin knew the truth behind the collaboration between the two countries. He knew that the life and death of Gulabadjuo would not affect the strategic alliance between the two nations. The only thing it would affect was the inheritance of the Balaya kingdom. The Federation definitely wished that Gulabadjuo would be the one to inherit the throne. Gulabadjuo was raised in the Federation and received education from the Federation. The Federation was good at using its education system to brainwash its people. Hence, Gulabadjuo would support the Federation and help to maintain the relationship between the Federation and the Balaya kingdom. The Federation sent people to protect Gulabadjuo and even rated this mission 4 stars because they didn't want her to die too. She was a collaborator nurtured by them personally. Based on their prediction, the combination of Qi-Jin masters and ace operators was enough to ensure the safety of the princess. The Federation underestimated the determination of its enemy countries in killing the princess and underestimated the intensity in the fight for the throne within the Balaya kingdom. Their enemies would use all their means to cut off one of the Federation's arms. This was why they dared to blatantly appear during the auction at Aoqi and even sent domain masters to fight them. If the Federation knew about this, they would have rated this a 5-star mission. Of course, if that happened, Ling Lan and her friends would not have the chance to take on this mission. The amount of domain masters from both parties would increase too, and even imperial operators might be sent out. The assassinations by their enemies would probably double in amount. Each battle would be destructive. No one knew what the results would be. Based on the circumstances, Xian Jialin actually realized this a little late. Domain masters had already appeared on planet Kachi, but they were killed by Ling Lan secretly. She also used a special method to fool their enemies into thinking that the domain masters were still alive so their opponents would make the wrong judgments. Thus, their opponents didn't know that there was a domain master protecting the princess. It had to be said that the Federation was extremely lucky to have Ling Tian in this mission. This was good news for the princess but bad news for their opponents. Xian Jialin knew that he was probably going to die, but he didn't give up. He focused his attention back on the young man. He recalled how the old man took care of him. A sudden thought came to him. They might have a chance to survive. Luo'er was too excited to notice the change in his opponent's gaze. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. His grandfather told him that he needed to be calm in a battle in order to display his full strength. Since his undefeatable god of war, his grandfather, was beside him, Luo'er didn't have many worries. He continued to attack with his fist even though he didn't see any openings in his opponent's defenses. He wanted to force his way in. The tunnel was narrow so there was no space to Qian Jialan to dodge. The princess and his team members were behind him. He had no choice. He needed to fight. There was no skills needed in a forced fight. The person who had stronger Qi Jin would win. Boom! The two fists collided again. This time, Qian Jialan did something no one expected. He suddenly released his right fist and grabbed his opponent's fist with his hand. Since he didn't use his strength to resist, his opponent's Qi Jin smashed into his body and he received heavy internal injuries. Blood spitted out of his mouth. Luo'er was not able to dodge as the other party was holding onto his fist. The blood was going to fall on his face so he released his Qi Jin and blocked the blood. Luo'er heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, he didn't know that Qian Jialan's left hand was silently moving towards his throat. His vision was blocked by the blood so he didn't notice it. This was all part of Qian Jialan's plan. In order to catch Luo'er, Qian Jialan got injured. He knew that if he managed to catch Luo'er, he would be able to negotiate with the other party. This was their only chance. This was the only way they could leave this place alive. Qian Jialan made a good decision. How dare you? Qian Jialan could fool Luo'er but he couldn't fool the old man. Qian Jialan knew this clearly. He just hoped that he was able to catch Luo'er before the old man reached him. A powerful and frightening force of presence shot towards Qian Jialan. He felt a strong pressure on his body. He couldn't move his body anymore. Qian Jialan felt hopeless. If he didn't catch Luo'er's throat, there would be no way they could survive. No, I cannot die. I cannot let my team members die here. Ah! Qian Jialan shouted furiously. The Qi Jin on his body increased exponentially. He was focused on capturing Luo'er so he didn't realize that he broke through. He was now at the peak of Qi Jin. Just one step and he would reach the optimal peak. Because of this breakthrough, he managed to resist the pressure from the old man. His left hand started moving quickly and aimed itself at Luo'er's neck. A cold look flashed past the old man's eyes. He disappeared from his position and appeared in front of Qian Jialan almost at the same time. His scrawny hand moved towards Qian Jialan's neck. The old man's hand appeared clearly in Qian Jialan's vision. It looked slow but in actual fact, Qian Jialan knew that the old man's speed was much faster than him. Before he could grab Luo'er, his head would be removed from his neck. Are they really going to die here? Qian Jialan was in despair. Just as Qian Jialan was on the verge of breaking down, a fair and smooth hand with slender fingers popped out. It accurately grabbed the hand that was moving towards his throat. Qian Jialan felt the pressure on his body disappearing. He got a hold of Luo'er's throat and retreated 3 meters away. He finally managed to see the owner of the hand. A man in a mask and a black cloak was standing in front of him. His hair was black and his back was straight. He was holding the old man's hand and standing at the same spot like a mountain. He didn't move at all. Qian Jialan didn't know who he was or whether he was a friend or foe. However, he had calmed down. The suffocating force of presence from the old man had disappeared totally. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Qian Jialan managed to calm down. He grabbed his opponent's throat and attacked him relentlessly. He dislocated all of Luo'er's joints. He would not allow his opponent to have any opportunity to counterattack. The old man wanted to stop him but the masked man wouldn't allow him to. He had no choice but to watch his grandson beaten into a hostage. The old man glared at the masked man furiously. This was the person who caused all these to happen. The old man wanted to skin this person alive. However, no matter how much he hated this man, he knew that the man was a difficult opponent. In order to appear silently in front of him and stop him from killing Qian Jialan on time, this person must have reached the domain realm. What is his motive? Was he on his opponent's side or was he just passing by? The old man pondered over these questions. He controlled his anger and said, I am the supervisor of the underground auction, Hermit Miluo Duoba. May I know who you are? If this person was just passing by, he would stop after he revealed his identity. If this was the case, he would spare this brat. The old man didn't want to cause complications. Xian Jialan's expression changed when he heard the old man calling himself hermit. People in the domain realm were not equal. Some were more powerful than others. Those valiant masters of the domain realm were so powerful, ordinary domain realm masters were not their match at all. They had a long list of achievements and could defeat or kill other domain masters. These powerful people would have their own title once they were recognized by the human world, government. Hermit was the old man's title. That meant that this normal-looking scrawny old man was a domain realm warrior. Xian Jialan looked at the masked man with concern. Would the masked man be able to subdue this domain realm warrior? The masked man was not affected by Miluo Duoba's self-introduction. He replied indifferently, I am just a nobody. You don't have to know who I am. Ling Lan appeared calm, but inside her mindscape, she was shouting for Little Four furiously. Yes, boss. Little Four was having fun watching the battle between the ace hacker of the Yun family and the hackers of the auction. He didn't feel guilty about pushing the blame to the Yun family. He even felt that the amount of ace hackers in this battle was too little for his liking. This battle was not as exciting as he wanted it to be. While he was happily watching the match, his boss called for him and he immediately ran back. What is a hermit? Ling Lan asked. When Miluo Duoba said that he was called hermit, he looked so proud. This title was definitely not a random title which he gave himself. Ling Lan was a cautious person. Since she had a query, she needed to get Little Four to answer it. Little Four told Ling Lan how this title came about. A cold gaze appeared in Ling Lan's eyes. She knew that the situation was bad. She grabbed Little Four's face as he was trying to run away and rubbed it furiously. Why didn't you tell me this earlier? It is such an important thing. She didn't know that domain masters were segregated into different sections. The two domain masters on planet Kachi must be normal domain masters. Luckily, she was cautious and asked Little Four about it. If she attacked this old man the same way she fought with the other two domain masters, she would pay a huge price. Little Four kept forgetting things. Ling Lan decided to punish him so that he wouldn't do it again. I'm sorry. I've forgotten about it again. Little Four cried. He didn't dare to retaliate since he was the one in the wrong. Miluo Duoba didn't know the astonishment Ling Lan was feeling right now. His heart dropped when he heard what Ling Lan said. If his opponent was able to remain calm even after hearing his title, he must have known his identity from the start. This meant that his opponent was confident in his ability and knew that he could definitely defeat him. This was not good news. There was no way this situation could end peacefully. Miluo Duoba widened his eyes and a glint flashed. A frightening sense of presence exploded out of his body. But, the masked man seemed to be expecting this. He released his grip and retreated 3 meters back. Miluo Duoba sneered. He stepped forward. Boom! The masked man didn't do anything, but his sense of presence exploded out too. The people behind them instantly felt their blood moving up their throat. A few weaker ones had already turned pale in the face. Miluo Duoba and the masked man tested each other secretly without moving their body. They were equally powerful. Miluo Duoba frowned. He felt that things would be difficult for him. Miluo Duoba didn't want to have a life-or-death battle with an equally powerful opponent. The longer you live, the more you realize how precious your life is. Also, his grandson, someone who entered the late stage of Qi Jin at the age of 28, was in his opponent's hands. He had no other choice but to give up. Miluo Duoba pondered for a moment before opening his mouth. You came for these people. The man replied indifferently, what do you think? You did. Miluo Duoba sensed the sarcasm. If he didn't come for them, why would he bullshit with him? Miluo Duoba felt the man was looking at him sarcastically. He must be mocking him for asking such an obvious question. Miluo Duoba almost vomited blood in anger. Since that is the case, why don't you put Luoer down and I will bring you all out of this place? Miluo Duoba gritted his teeth. He would bear anything for his grandson. Do you think that I am stupid? The man asked him back. Miluo Duoba was stunned. Before he could reply, the man continued, if I give up my hostage, will you really take us out? He reached out and snatched Luoer over from Qian Jialin. Qian Jialin felt his heart pounding furiously. For some reason, he felt that the masked man was on his side. Hence, even though the hostage was taken away, he was neither angry nor frightened. He was just shocked by how quickly the masked man acted. The masked man was more vicious than Qian Jialin. The fair hand grabbed Luoer's throat effortlessly. However, Luoer's eyes started popping out after a while and his face turned purple. Gagging sounds came out of his mouth. Since his joints were broken, he couldn't move his body. But, his body was squirming uncontrollably like a little worm. Stop it! Miluo Duoba shouted in anger. The masked man relaxed his hand. Luoer's felt slightly better. The initiative is not on your side now. It is on mine, the masked man calmly said. Miluo Duoba lost his composure. From his opponent's tone, strength, and sense of presence, he realized that he was a calm person who was not affected by threats. After so many years, he saw these traits on 3 people before. Those 3 people were people who he respected. Was this person someone like them too? The longer he stayed in the domain realm, the clearer he knew that not everyone in the domain level were equal. There were weak domain masters too. These domain masters were just slightly stronger than those Qi Jin masters. How powerful you were depended on how well you understood the domain realm. The deeper your understanding was, the more powerful you were. In actual fact, there were domain masters who could kill another domain master within a split of a second. These formidable warriors had special titles assigned to them. Those 3 people that he respected were the kings of the domain realm. Miluo Duoba was on his guard. He gritted his teeth and said, okay, I will send you all out, however, once you all reach the main gate, you must release Luoer. The masked man nodded. He grabbed Luoer and turned around. Qian Jialin and his team didn't hesitate. One held on to the princess while another held the servant and they quickly followed the masked man. Miluo Duoba sighed. He raised his hand and waved it. The armed personnel moved back and Miluo Duoba disappeared from the tunnel too. Along the way, they met 3 other people. 2 of them were wearing a mask while one was in a black hood. Qian Jialin noticed the similar pattern on the masks so he understood that these were his allies. The 3 people saw them coming out and let them pass silently. Then, they walked behind them and helped them to cover their backs. Qian Jialin looked at the man in the hood. He looked familiar. At B7, Qi Long and Zhao Jun followed the map Ling Lan gave them and found a hidden staircase. They didn't expect the staircase to be scaling ladder instead of the normal stairs. It was located within a 3 meters wide round tunnel. On the site map, it was a sewer pipe. If their boss didn't specifically identify it as a staircase, they would never have found it. The organizers of the auction really placed a lot of effort into concealing this auction venue. Qi Long and Zhao Jun didn't felt it was strange that their boss knew this secret. Their boss had shown them how impressive of a hacker he was. To them, there was nothing he didn't know. It was normal for him to know this passage. They climbed up the ladder and came to B7. The moment they reached B7, they felt a huge vibration. The location of the scaling ladder was quite near the place where Mu Yoyun's team was at. They exchanged glances with one another and immediately rushed towards the source of the vibration. Mu Yoyun used the shield to block the entrance of the room. He calculated how long the shield could last while thinking of a way to escape. At that moment, he heard the sound of walls crumbling. He thought about something and immediately shouted, "Be careful of the walls." Mu Yoyun's team comprised of experienced members. They jumped up the moment they heard Mu Yoyun's voice. Boom! Boom! Two loud explosions occurred simultaneously. The walls at their side collapsed and 5 figures from each side flew in. Mu Yoyun's team members started attacking without waiting for his command. However, they only had 6 people. There were 10 opponents in total, but Mu Yoyun needed to be at the door to hold on to the shield. That meant that each of them needed to take on 2 opponents. Boom! One of the team members got smashed into the wall the moment his opponent struck. He bounced off it and fell to the ground. He vomited blood. He couldn't get up from the ground anymore. Mu Yoyun's team members were all Qi-Jin masters, but one of them just advanced to Qi-Jin recently. Hence, he was not able to withstand the attack from 2 late-stage Qi-Jin masters. The 2 Qi-Jin masters saw what happened and continued attacking. They received orders to kill every one of their opponents. Little Mouse. The other team members screamed with bloodshot eyes. They had been in the same team for more than 10 years. Even though everyone's potential was different, they never disliked each other. They persevered through all the hard times together and made the Whirlwind Battle Team into a 4-star battle team. Hence, whenever they see their team members in danger, they would be anxious and in rage. If their hands were free, they would definitely rush over and help him. Just as the 2 fists were about to hit the vital spot of the Little Mouse, the 2 Qi-Jin masters suddenly flew out. One of them smashed into the wall while the other was thrown through the hole at the side of the room and landed in another room. Mu Yoyun held Little Mouse up and arrived at the door in a blink of an eye. He blocked the door with the shield once again and passed the shield device to Little Mouse. "Block the door for me." "Yes, Captain." Little Mouse was bleeding from his mouth, but he still replied firmly. He was heavily injured, but he told himself that if their opponents wanted to come in, they would have to step over his dead body first. He knew that he might be lacking in strength, so he grabbed the shield tightly and placed it against his waist. He used his entire body weight to resist against the vibrations of the shield. Mu Yoyun focused on his opponents after he finished giving his order. Since he gave his team member the task, he would trust his team member. He raised his fist and attacked the person who was getting up from the ground. Mu Yoyun knew that he had to finish off this opponent first. If not, his other team members would end up like Little Mouse too. There was no way they could win against 2 opponents with the same physical skills level as them. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Mu Yoyun's fist was as quick as lightning. Just as his opponent was getting up, his fist had struck him. The opponent knew that Mu Yoyun was stronger than him, but he was confident that he could handle the blow. Hence, he didn't defend himself but retaliated with his fist. The opponent flew out again. He slammed into the wall and a dent was created. He fell onto the floor and vomited a mouthful of blood. He was heavily injured. The walls of the auction booth were extremely sturdy and stable. This was to protect the guest and ensure their privacy. Ordinary people were not able to destroy these walls. Thus, even with 10 Qi-Jin masters on their side, the organizers of the auction still had to rely on explosives to break through the wall. Thus, this showed how powerful Mu Xiaoyu's punch was. Mu Xiaoyu continued his attack after he subdued him. He wanted to kick the head of the person on the ground. As he moved his legs, the sound of the air bursting could be heard. The man on the ground was pale in the face. His injuries didn't give him any chance of escaping. Just as he was about to get hit, a figure came in from the broken wall and raised his fist towards Mu Yoyun's back. Mu Yoyun gritted his teeth. He didn't dodge. Even if he was injured, he must kill this person. Mu Yoyun took the blow of the punch but managed to kick his opponent. Crack. The skull of his opponent burst apart and blood flowed out from every orifice. He died on the spot. The person who punched Mu Yuyun shouted in grief, "Bastard, die." He raised his fist again. In his despair, he used his entire strength to take revenge for his friend. Mu Yuyun didn't flinch. He received some internal injuries from the punch just now, but he could still fight. The force from the collision of fists impacted the people around them. The people around them had to stop and resist the force first before they continued their own battle. The team members of the Whirlwind Battle Team managed to get a short break. They went back to fighting after catching their breath. Pfft! Mu Yuyun spurted blood out of his mouth. His internal injuries worsened. His opponent was in a similar state. They both suffered serious injuries. Optimal peak of Qi Jin. Mu Yoyun's opponent managed to determine Mu Yoyun's physical skills level through this round of attack. This was the highest level of Qi Jin. No wonder he only received some internal injuries from his previous attack. Their exchange just now resulted in his loss too. Mu Yuyun gained the upper hand in his battle, but his team members were in a dire situation. Beside one of the team members who managed to be on par with his opponents due to his speed, the other three people were on the losing end. One of them was at the late stage of Qi Jin and was experienced in fighting. Although he was at a disadvantage, his opponent couldn't defeat him anytime soon. Compared to him, his comrades were in a more dire situation. The other two members could only defend themselves and might be killed soon. Mu Yuyun was aware of what was happening around him even though he was fighting. He knew that his team members were in a bad situation. If he wanted to help them, he must defeat his opponent first. However, it was not easy to defeat a person who was at the late stage of Qi Jin so quickly. Mu Yuyun felt agitated for the first time in a while and revealed an opening. His opponent's eyes lit up. He saw an opportunity. He struck his fist at Mu Yuyun. Oh shit! Mu Yuyun sensed his opponent's intent the moment he moved. His unstable mentality gave his opponent a chance to attack him. To dodge or to match. If he dodged, he would lose his advantage. Then, he would have to wait for another opportunity to arise to regain his advantage. If he matched with his opponent, there was not enough time for him to build up his strength. It was hard to predict the result of the match. The thoughts flashed past his mind. As a soldier, he couldn't retreat. His instinct made a decision for him and he chose to attack. Bang! The two figures retreated. Blood flowed out of their mouths. They were both seriously injured. At that moment, one of the team members couldn't hold on anymore. He was hit. He was unable to move as he flew through the air. His two opponents jumped up and attacked him with a fist and a kick. Ah! Mu Yuyun and the rest of the team yelled in rage. They had reached their limit and was unable to offer any help. Were they going to lose their comrade? Boom! Boom! The sound of humans colliding with each other was heard twice. The next moment, two figures dropped down. The injured member started moving in a different direction. He was flying towards the member who was holding the shield at the door. The team member at the door gathered up his energy to prepare to catch his comrade. However, he realized that there was no inertia from his friend. He managed to catch him easily. Since he chose to catch his companion, it meant that he couldn't keep the shield up. The team member remembered his responsibility and was devastated. He hurriedly looked for the shield device. A big hand suddenly reached out and grabbed the device quicker than him. The team member looked up in shock. A masked man entered the room. He took a step in and picked up the device. Then, he put his other foot in. Another mysterious man in a mask had also appeared in the room. Mu Yuyun felt hope. He didn't know who these two people were, but he knew that they helped his team member when he was on the brink of death just now. Mu Yuyun believed that they were his allies. Even if they weren't, they were definitely not his foe. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The team member at the door finally noticed that the gunmen outside were subdued. No gunshots could be heard anymore. This sudden change caused the fights in the room to stop. Everyone looked at the two mysterious men. A one-sided battle is too boring. Why not we enter the fight too? 8 versus 9. This number seems more appropriate. The person at the door stretched his arms casually. He seemed as though he was here to have fun. When he said this, the people who came to kill Mu Yuyun knew that they were their enemies. Of course, even if he didn't say anything, they knew that he was definitely not their friend. The Whirlwind Battle team was grateful for the appearance of these two people. Without them, all 6 of them might die here. The leader of the other party could sense they were at a disadvantage. These 2 newcomers came without them noticing and even managed to subdue everyone outside. This showed that they were extremely powerful. The leader suddenly waved his hand and the other 8 people pounced at their opponents instantly. One of the 2 people who were hit by the mysterious man rushed towards him. The other one charged at Mu Yuyun. He aimed his fist at the vital point. Mu Yuyun was the leader of this team. Defeating him would greatly impact the rest of his team. Once their opponents lose control of their emotions, they would have a chance of defeating them. No matter how powerful those 2 men were, they wouldn't be able to take on all 9 of them. This idea was good, but it didn't happen in reality. Before his fist could reach Mu Yuyun, he felt a strong Qi Jin moving towards him. If he continued attacking Mu Yuyun, he would be hit by this force. This person was not as ruthless to himself as Mu Yuyun. He chose to dodge the attack and save himself. The masked man who was at the door just now blocked his path and prevented him from attacking Mu Yuyun again. The man smiled at him, "Your opponent is me." The person snorted and attacked the masked man with all of his strength. Since he couldn't attack Mu Yuyun, he would just kill the masked man first. This person was confident that he wouldn't lose to an opponent at the Qi Jin level. His confidence might be gained from his past experience. However, the things that happened after, destroyed all his confidence. The bones in his right arm shattered, from his fist to the end of his shoulder. Ah! He screamed in agony as he flew back and slammed forcefully into the wall. The huge impact shook the entire room. The person was stuck in the wall. He was bleeding from his nose, mouth, eyes, and ears. No one knew if he was dead or alive. The 5th level 1-inch punch. As expected of my ultimate move. Qi Long retracted his hand. He suddenly remembered that his boss asked him to use it less often. Was it because it was too powerful, so his boss was afraid that he would kill someone that he shouldn't unintentionally? Thinking about it, he really couldn't control the 5th level. That was why he destroyed his opponent's arm. Qi Long felt hurt when he knew the truth. His ultimate move came about because he couldn't control it. Dao Gu. Another opponent saw his companion being hit and shouted in anger. He charged at Qi Long. He wanted to take revenge for his companion. You came at the right time. Qi Long felt excited. He used his 5th level 1-inch punch again. Bang! His opponent flew away just like his companion. However, this time, he didn't slam into a wall. Instead, he broke through the wall and fell into another room. He never stood up again. The person who was fighting the other masked man got knocked down too. The other people looked at their comrade who was lying on the floor convulsing and felt hopeless. In just a few seconds, they lost 3 comrades. Now, there were 6 active people on each side. The leader of the attackers felt his heart hurting. He knew that if they continued fighting, they would lose more men. He might not even be able to make it out alive too. The rewards for this mission was generous, but his life was more important. He waved his hand decisively and the 6 people threw out a gray ball towards their feet. Dodge! Mu Yuyun shouted in astonishment when he saw the round balls which looked like bombs. The door! One of the masked men shouted out. The other people reacted quickly and ran towards the door. 2 shields appeared in front of the 2 masked men. Bang, 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 after 6 explosions, the room was filled with smoke. The 8 people coughed and rushed out of the broken door. F***K, we were tricked. They managed to escape. One of the team members of the Whirlwind Battle team was vexed. He didn't expect those gray balls to be just smoke bombs. Those smoke bombs were made to look just like real bombs. It was fine for us to be more careful. Mu Yuyun was not annoyed. He was happy that all his team members were still alive. Mu Yuyun looked at the 2 masked men. Compared to them, these 2 men didn't seem affected by the smoke at all. Thank you for your help. Please tell your captain that I owe him a favor, Mu Yuyun said sincerely. When they used the shields, he guessed their identity. Only that battle team had this item. He didn't expect the battle team which he thought was the weakest to save them. Also, they were very powerful. Mu Yuyun didn't believe that he would be able to defeat any of these 2 men standing in front of him. Yes, we will, Zhao Jun smiled. Zhao Jun and Qi Long were not surprised that Mu Yuyun managed to guess their identity. When they used their shield, they were already revealing who they were. Since they were on the same side, they were not afraid of revealing their identity. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The princess, Mu Yuyun relaxed after Zhao Jun confirmed his guess. However, he started worrying for the princess and Qian Jialin. He thought about it and felt that since these 2 were sent over to help him, they must have sent people to help the princess too. Don't worry. Our boss is over there personally. It would be fine, Qi Long consoled him. He looked at his communicator said, the princess has been rescued. Our boss asked us to gather at the entrance. Hence, Mu Yuyun and those members that were fine carried their heavily injured comrades and followed Qi Long and Zhao Jun to the first floor. Since there was an important hostage on their side, the organizers of the auction didn't send any more people to attack them. They managed to regroup with Ling Lan and the rest of the people at the atrium on the first floor. Ling Lan asked them to leave first. She would stay behind at the atrium with the hostage. Qi Long and the others hesitated for a moment before leaving with the princess. Ouchi was not safe anymore. They had to board the Feiyang ship. Of course, whether they would remain safe on the ship depended on Ouchi's attitude. If the government of Ouchi didn't mind revealing their true intention, they would have a difficult time leaving this planet. The moment they left, a figure appeared behind Ling Lan. It was Miluo Duoba. I have kept my promise. It is time to keep yours, Miluo Duoba said in a cold voice. Of course. Ling Lan pushed Luo'er towards Miluo Duoba. Miluo Duoba caught his grandson. He examined his body carefully. Besides his joints that were dislocated, there were no other serious injuries. He was relieved. He waved his hand and a figure appeared behind him. That figure took Luo'er away. Why are you still not leaving? Since his grandson was saved, Miluo Duoba started releasing his force of presence again. I am waiting for you. Rather than letting you ambush us, I rather wait for you here. Ling Lan knew that Miluo Duoba would definitely take his revenge. If she moved with Qi Long and the others, she would definitely implicate them. Qi Jin masters were unable to withstand the force of a battle between domain masters. Miluo Duoba's gaze froze. He didn't expect Ling Lan to guess his intention. He realized that his opponent was not only powerful but was also shrewd. This made him more frightened. He wondered if it was worth it to fight him. Although he took his grandson as a hostage, he returned it to him as promised. Miluo Duoba was astounded. Sweat drenched his shirt. He didn't notice that he was actually afraid of his opponent. If he chose to not fight today, this person would become his nightmare. He would be unable to progress further in the domain realm. I must kill him. Killing intent formed in his heart. He had to kill him in order to progress further. Ling Lan felt the malicious intent from Miluo Duoba. It was getting stronger. She frowned and got vigilant. She didn't know why her opponent wanted to kill her so badly, but she was not afraid. The moment she decided to step on the path to become stronger, she never allowed herself to retreat. This was how stubborn Ling Lan was. Whether it was this life or her previous life, there was no stopping her once she decided to do something. The fighting spirit in Ling Lan grew stronger. She wanted to fight against this domain master too. Ling Lan didn't really fight with Miluo Duoba in the tunnel, but from their short exchange earlier on, she knew that Miluo Duoba was much stronger than the two domain masters she met on planet Kachi. This person might be her true match. Suddenly, the entire atrium went dark. There was a problem with electricity. Ling Lan immediately released her domain power and surrounded herself with layers of ice. Just as Little Four wanted to remind his boss about something, a hand grabbed him and pulled him into a whirlpool. He disappeared instantly. Why didn't you let me remind her? Little Four screamed at Number 5 in anger. Number 5 was the person who pulled him back into the learning space. Number 5 ignored Little Four. Little Four wanted to pounce on Number 5 and bite him. He wished that he could bite the irritating and disgusting smile away on his face. Number 5 couldn't stand it anymore and explained to Little Four in a serious tone, "This is her own battle. We cannot help her." After he finished talking, he looked at the image in front of him. It was a live broadcast of Ling Lan's battle. The other instructors were standing beside him. They were all concerned about her match. Little Four was puzzled. He wanted to ask for a clearer explanation. A big hand suddenly pressed his head. This is an opportunity for Ling Lan to improve herself. She must go through it herself. If not, it would be useless. But, what if boss can't find her opponent? Little Four looked at Number 1 with tears in his eyes. He knew that his boss couldn't see anything now. Number 1 didn't reply Little Four, but Little Four knew the answer. Intelligent entities in the learning space were not allowed to help their master if they met any dangers in the real world. This was a rule. If the intelligent entities in the learning space broke this rule, the learning space would self-destruct. Their master's mind would be injured heavily in the process, and she might even be brain dead. Intelligent entities like them would be destroyed too. If their master was killed in the real world, they would have to leave the mindscape of their current master and enter the mindscape of their next master. No, his boss can't die. Little Four clenched his fist. He shouted, "Boss can definitely make it." Yes, his boss never disappointed him. Little Four believed in Ling Lan. However, Little Four made a decision secretly. If his boss died, he would self-destruct. He only has one master, and that is his boss, Ling Lan. The naive Little Four was fooled by the cunning instructors. He didn't know that the instructors had already helped Ling Lan. They would not allow Ling Lan to die. Is there no light? Without any light, Ling Lan almost couldn't see her own fingers. Even though Ling Lan had good vision, she could only make out the outline of the chairs and sofas in the atrium. She couldn't see anything else. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The time now is 5 p.m. Aochi has 28 hours in a day. This means that the sky would only be so dark after 10 p.m. There was no noise made just now. Hence, this darkness is not caused by the doors and windows closing. This shouldn't be happening at this time. A cold gaze appeared in Ling Lan's eyes. There is only one possibility. This is my opponent's domain ability. What kind of ability can allow him to remove all sources of light? Am I in an illusion? Ling Lan remained calm. She thought through all the possibilities she could think of. When the lights went out, she protected herself with her ice element. She needed to be cautious as she didn't know what domain ability her opponent had. With the ice walls around her, she would be able to easily notice other elements if her opponent attacked her. The ice walls could act as her protective shield too. Undoubtedly, the decision that Ling Lan made might not be the best, but it was the safest. Besides protecting herself, Ling Lan used her spiritual power to fill the atrium. In order to prevent her opponent from noticing her spiritual power, she only used a small portion of it. Very soon, the entire atrium was filled with her spiritual power. However, Ling Lan didn't find her target. Miluo Duoba seemed to have disappeared into thin air. There was no trace of him. As expected of the hermit. When he is hiding, there is no evidence left behind. It is perfect. Ling Lan finally understood how powerful domain masters with titles were. She even exclaimed secretly that the title fitted the domain master perfectly. Ling Lan also realized a weakness of her profound insight. When her vision was blocked, the profound insight would lose its power. She couldn't use it at this moment. Is it sealed? Such a pity. Ling Lan felt depressed. She wanted to use her profound insight to find some clues. Seemed like she needed to think of another way. Suddenly, a cold light appeared in the darkness. A shiny dagger popped out. The dagger was very bright. It almost blinded Ling Lan. The dagger was fast too. Ling Lan couldn't keep up with it. Ling Lan watched as the dagger sliced through her ice walls as though it was slicing bean curd. The dagger was so fast, Ling Lan was unable to dodge it. It stabbed towards into her abdomen. Ling Lan narrowed her eyes. She grabbed the bright dagger quickly. The dagger broke in Ling Lan's hands. Ling Lan curled up her left hand like a claw and aimed it furiously at the dagger. The dagger retreated quickly. It flashed through the darkness and disappeared once again before Ling Lan caught it. Damn it! It ran away. Ling Lan gritted her teeth. She took out the other half of the dagger which was in her abdomen. Blood flowed out of the wound and dripped onto the ground. Ling Lan became even more vigilant. Her ice element got stronger and the ice walls became thicker. It was more than 1 meter thick now. If the hermit wanted to sneak attack her again, he would be unable to break through the wall anymore. It was extremely quiet. Ling Lan could only hear her own breathing. She didn't know when her opponent would attack again. Her heart started beating faster. Very soon, Ling Lan realized something terrible. Her wound was unable to heal. Fresh blood kept oozing out of her wound. Ling Lan knew that there must be some agent applied on the dagger which prevented her wound from healing. Ling Lan realized the situation she was in. If she couldn't end this battle soon, she would die from bleeding. Ling Lan quickly used her ice blockade to freeze her wound. The blood seemed to have stopped. But, Ling Lan knew that her blood was still dripping out. She just made the wound smaller. Her opponent's agent was too powerful. However, this bought her more time. Ling Lan waited patiently for her opponent to act again. As long as she caught her opponent, her crisis would be over. The hermit was more patient than she expected. He didn't attack her for a long time. More and more blood was flowing out of her wound. No matter how much ice blockade she used, it was useless. Ling Lan started to get agitated. Her breathing got heavier. At this moment, the bright dagger appeared again. Explode! Ling Lan suddenly shouted. Her spiritual power exploded. This was the spiritual blast of her spiritual power. After many practices, Ling Lan was able to explode her spiritual power at the same time. She didn't need to split it into 4 timings anymore. There was no backlash now too. Ling Lan gave a new name for her spiritual blast. It had a unique and beautiful name, Sky Full of Stars. Sky Full of Stars was extremely powerful. Ling Lan had released more than 50 cords of spiritual power. The explosion of these spiritual cords caused the entire atrium to shake. Boom! The dark image in front of her shattered as though it was made of glass. Numerous glass shards appeared in her eyes. Light entered her vision again. It was not dark anymore. This was how bright 5 p.m. should be. Around 10 meters away, Miluo Duoba was standing with a pale face. Blood dripped down from the corner of his mouth. He didn't expect his domain to be destroyed so quickly. The backlash from the destruction injured him. Damn it! Miluo Duoba couldn't accept this result. As he cursed at Ling Lan, numerous arrows rained down on her. A 3 meters thick ice shield appeared in front of Ling Lan. The arrows struck the ice shield and bounced onto the ground. They were unable to break through the ice shield. Suddenly, an arrow on fire was shot at the ice shield. The fire on the arrow instantly melted the ice shield and a hole appeared. The fire arrow passed through the hole and struck Ling Lan. The fire arrow melted the ice really quickly. Ling Lan had no time to react. The fire arrow pierced through her abdomen. She felt something hot passing through her abdomen. The fire arrow pierced itself into the wall behind Ling Lan. The fire slowly died down. Ling Lan finally managed to see that it a black arrow made from some unknown material. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Ling Lan lowered her head and looked at the hole in her body. Blood gushed out of her wound. She couldn't help but frown. Miluo Duoba smiled. Judging from your injury, you will die within 3 minutes. Although he couldn't see the expression under the mask, Miluo Duoba could feel his opponent's heart beating furiously. His opponent's breath also got heavier. Miluo Duoba knew that this was due to the fear of death. His opponent would definitely attack him soon. Miluo Duoba gave a sinister smile. He disappeared. Ling Lan immediately activated her ice element. The entire atrium turned into an icy hell. Everything was covered in ice. But, Miluo Duoba was nowhere to be seen. I still didn't manage to catch him. Damn it, Ling Lan gritted her teeth as she said that. She held her stomach and formed another layer of ice over her wound. However, her injury was too severe. The ice was melted by the warm blood. Ling Lan tried her best but her energy was being drained too quickly. A few seconds later, she was unable to form any ice on her wound. She panted heavily. This is my chance. Miluo Duoba's eyes lit up. A pair of hands appeared behind Ling Lan. It stabbed right into Ling Lan's heart. Ling Lan didn't notice it. Miluo Duoba managed to succeed in his attack easily. Miluo Duoba smiled coldly as he clenched his fist. The heart that he was holding burst. Another formidable enemy died in his hands. A normal domain realm master was not his match at all. Miluo Duoba felt that it was a pity. He was enjoying this match but it ended so quickly. Crack. The masked man in front of him suddenly cracked into multiple pieces. Miluo Duoba got a shock. He felt a sense of danger. He quickly retreated without any hesitation but it was still too late. A forceful punch hit his abdomen. He vomited a mouthful of blood, his organs almost flew out in the process. He was in so much pain. At that moment, the atrium which was covered in ice, the arrows scattered around the floor, and the black arrow on the wall, all broke into pieces and disappeared into thin air. However, his opponent didn't stop attacking. Miluo Duoba couldn't retaliate at all. He was forced into mid-air and got kicked by a whirlwind kick. Miluo Duoba flew through the air and slammed onto the ground. The impact caused him to roll on the ground for a few meters. Miluo Duoba laid on the ground and forced his eyes opened. He looked at the masked man who landed lightly on the ground. The masked man placed his hands behind his back and walked towards him. How did this happen? Miluo Duoba asked while his mouth was filled with blood. When I broke your darkness domain, I knew what your element was, Ling Lan replied indifferently. The blood on her body had disappeared. There was no wound on her. She seemed clean and tidy, as though she never had a fight. No, impossible. Miluo Duoba didn't believe that his element would be found out by his opponent. Everyone who had fought with him got stuck by his element and died in his hands. Many people believed in what they see. They thought that what they see is the truth. However, I believe in my brain and my skills. No one can break through my element skills easily and harmed me without any warning. Of course, if my opponent is a God Realm master, that is possible. However, you are not. Anything that seems too much must be fake. You went overboard with your illusion, Ling Lan replied calmly. Overboard? Miluo Duoba was puzzled. He used this method to kill many people. How did it become his weakness? If you fought with me and injured me due to a loophole in my defense, I might not be able to get out of your illusion so quickly. Ultimately, I have to thank you for creating that sharp dagger, Ling Lan said sincerely. In the beginning, she was indeed fooled by the illusion. She didn't expect it to be fake. However, the dagger appeared too strangely. She was unable to block it with her ice walls. This caused Ling Lan to ponder again. Even if her opponent was stronger than her, they were still in the same realm. She would still be able to defend herself for a while. Not only that, but her injury also gave her opponent away. Ling Lan would not tell Miluo Duoba this. Ling Lan was able to bear with the pain. In her past life, she endured more than 20 years of pain in her body. During this lifetime, she forced herself to become stronger and suffered much during the process. Normal injuries would not cause her to feel any pain at all. However, when she got hurt, she felt excruciating pain. It was so clear that it seemed to be reminding her that she was injured. Strange attacks and unnatural amounts of pain. This caused Ling Lan to become suspicious. She wondered if this was all real. She thought about an illusion and linked it to Miluo Duoba's element. Was his ability creating illusion? To prove this, Ling Lan decisively released her spiritual power. When her spiritual blast destroyed the first dark illusion, Ling Lan confirmed her suspicion. However, she didn't think that this was the end of his illusion. That was why she started to question everything that was happening to her. When she got hit by the arrow, she didn't believe what she saw anymore. The fear that Miluo Duoba saw was part of Ling Lan's scheme. She purposely showed it to fool him. Since her opponent wanted to keep her in an illusion, she decided to use the same method to fool her opponent. Hence, when Miluo Duoba thought that he killed Ling Lan and was happy about it, Ling Lan retaliated. She made use of the opportunity to injure her opponent heavily. Miluo Duoba was an experienced domain realm warrior, so he understood what Ling Lan was trying to say. He smiled bitterly. So that's what happened. I overestimated myself. He suddenly refuted himself. No, I didn't overestimate myself. You are the one who is too confident. If not, how could he kill so many ordinary domain masters and get his title? If you want to become a formidable warrior, you need to believe in yourself. Ling Lan looked at Miluo Duoba calmly. She saw the blood at the corner of his mouth turning into ice. The ice slowly moved into his mouth. Miluo Duoba felt the coldness near his mouth. He looked at Ling Lan with fear. He screamed frighteningly, "No!" Before he could finish, he stopped. Miluo Duoba had already turned into an ice sculpture. The fear on his face made him look as though he was still alive. Ling Lan heaved a sigh of relief. She talked so much with her opponent because she wanted to secretly use her ice blockade. Ling Lan was still fearful of Miluo Duoba's illusion. His illusion was too real. It was hard to differentiate reality from illusion. Before she killed him, she was unable to let her guard down. Little 4, did you alter all the surveillance footage? Ling Lan asked in a low voice. Ling Lan was tired. Although the amount of domain energy she used couldn't compare to the previous 2 battles with domain masters, she used much brainpower as well as spiritual power to analyze the illusion. If she could, she wanted to have a good sleep immediately and rest her brain and spiritual power. Sky full of stars would not harm Ling Lan's spiritual power, but it used up much of her spiritual power. This was why she was unable to use it a second time to destroy the second illusion. Boss, everything is done. Little 4 appeared in front of Ling Lan and smiled. Ling Lan felt that little four seemed happier than before. He was looking at her with excitement. Ling Lan felt strange, but she was too tired to think about the reason. She nodded. Ling Lan snapped her fingers and Miluo Duoba turned into fine dust. No traces were left behind. Unless someone with a powerful searching ability came within 2 hours, no evidence could be found. Once 2 hours passed, the ice would merge with the air. The next second, Ling Lan disappeared from the atrium. 10 minutes later, armed forces surrounded the atrium. But, they were unable to find anything there. They wondered if the two domain masters changed their location. Later, this thought was confirmed through the surveillance images. In the images, after Luo'er was taken away, Miluo Duoba and the masked man started fighting. A few rounds later, the masked man was at a disadvantage and ran away. Miluo Duoba chased after the masked man. Since they knew that the two domain masters went somewhere else, the government of Aochi started searching throughout the city. Yet, no signs of Miluo Duoba or the masked man could be found. Even the princess and her subordinates had disappeared. Aochi finally realized that this might be an act of the ace hacker from the Yun family. They remembered the auction and felt that from the start, all the images they saw might be fake. Aochi started sending people to search through the atrium. Only Miluo Duoba's element could be felt. The masked man didn't leave any traces behind. Who was the masked man? Aochi felt that it was a domain realm master from the Federation, but since they had no evidence, they didn't know who it was. Miluo Duoba's disappearance caused the people from Aochi's side to feel agitated. They waited patiently for a day, but he still didn't come back. The people from Aochi felt that he was probably met with some danger. However, he would not just be killed like this. After all, he was a domain master with a title. Even someone who was at the same level as him could not make him disappear without a trace. Did the Federation send out domain masters who had reached the king level of the domain realm? The people of Aochi was scared by this thought. King-level domain masters were people who were a step into the god realm. There were only 2 god realm masters in this world currently. One was Mu Shuiqing from the Federation and the other was Wadi Futisi from Caesar. In the past 10,000 years, only 11 people managed to reach the god realm. It was even harder than becoming a god-class operator. In order to break through the boundaries of a human physique and change the human DNA, they needed to experience death. God realm masters were people who managed to be reborn after death. Most people just died when they reached that state and never reaching the god realm. To have 2 god realm masters in this era, it showed how powerful this generation was. Since God Realm was almost impossible to reach, king-level domain masters became a frightening existence. However, it was hard to reach this level too. There were only 9 king-level domain masters in the human world. 3 came from the Federation. The Federation had the most king-level domain masters. Caesar had 2. King-level domain masters normally stayed within their country just like imperial operators. Was the princess so important that the Federation sent out a king-level domain master? However, this suggestion was rejected after a while. The 3 king-level domain masters were still within the Federation. They didn't come out. The people from Aochi wanted to find out the truth, but nothing was discovered even after 1 day of searching. The Feiyang ship left Aochi during this time. Aochi wanted to force the Feiyang ship to stay, but a message from the Federation stopped them. Unless they wanted to cut all ties with the Federation, they didn't dare to make any more moves. The Feiyang ship left Aochi on time. Ling Lan looked at the yellow-colored planet on the screen. They were moving further and further away from it. She looked serious. "Boss, what is the matter?" Qi Long appeared oblivious at times, but he noticed what he should notice. "There will be a huge battle soon," Ling Lan said evenly. Oh, Qi Long didn't feel excited. Qi Long liked to fight, but he was tired of close-range combat. "It will be a mecha battle," Ling Lan continued. Ah! Everyone jumped up and looked at Ling Lan. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Planet Ouchi will definitely send their forces to hunt us down. Li Lanfeng, who sat on the couch, suddenly said. Everyone focused on Li Lanfeng. Li Lanfeng calmly continued, Planet Ouchi lost their top-tier domain master because they wanted to assassinate the princess. They know that their target is boarding Feiyang and would of course not give up on the assassination. Also, Ouchi had already thought of taking down Feiyang, but they didn't have any good reasons to attack Feiyang. In the end, after receiving a threat from the Federation, they couldn't help but to let Feiyang leave on time. However, even though the situation played out like this, Ouchi's government would not give up that easily. Since they can't attack out in the open, they will definitely attack from the shadows. Li Lanfeng raised his head and turned towards Ling Lan. He then continued slowly, there are many ways they can attack us from the shadows and not let anyone discover their involvement. For them to be not connected to this incident would of course involve intergalactic space pirates. Intergalactic space pirates were mostly comprised of criminals and psychopaths that were wanted by all countries. However, some of these pirates were actually secret army forces the governments had secretly created. Some of these pirates were even soldiers in disguise. Even the Federation had a group of intergalactic space pirates that served as their cleanup crew to take out powers or individuals the Federation could not get rid of publicly. Li Lanfeng's words made the others nod in agreement. Ling Lan continued the discussion, Lanfeng's right. During the rest of our trip, we will be attacked by at least one group of intergalactic pirates. Actually, from the beginning of the mission, I had already guessed that we would definitely meet up with some intergalactic space pirates during this mission. Why? Only Li Yingjie was curious why Boss Lan had this thought right from the beginning. Hearing his question, Li Lanfeng frowned and decisively decided to ignore Li Yingjie. If the family head of the Li family was going to be Li Yingjie, Li Lanfeng believed that the Li family's golden throne will definitely be forcefully overthrown by another elite family. Compared to Li Lanfeng's disgust towards Li Yingjie, Ling Lan didn't care about the thought process of Li Yingjie. After so many years, Ling Lan already knew Li Yingjie was the idiot son of the Li family. Additionally, there was Li Xiyu, who only focused on his research and didn't care about the wealth and power of the Li family. Inside a super elite family like this with different factions going against one another, two simple-minded and stubborn successors were born. Ling Lan was very interested in how the Li family had raised people like them. It should be known that this feat was even harder than raising someone who squandered their wealth. Ling Lan replied with great patience, compared to other means of assassination, using intergalactic space pirates is the most effective and easiest way. And it is also the most covert way. You won't be able to determine whether the pirate's intention was just the princess or just robbery. Even if Feiyang becomes space debris because of an incident like this, the Federation wouldn't be able to find any evidence, the Federation will only be able to acknowledge the reality presented before them. Who knew Feiyang would be this unlucky and encounter intergalactic space pirates? That's insane. Li Yingjie finally understood and his expression changed instantly. Politics have always been dark. Gulabadjuo was only a 20-year-old young woman, yet she had become a chess piece for different parties for them to take what each of them wanted. In reality, her life was not in her own hands. In the end, her life would depend on which powers succeeded in achieving their own plans. After thinking until this point, Ling Lan's expression became cold as ice. If she had returned to being Ling Zhao's daughter, would she also become an existence like Gulabadjuo and become a chess piece used by others to attack or win Ling Zhao over? Ling Lan's mood instantly turned for the worse. Her cold aura seeped out for a second and was then immediately taken back. Although the change was instantaneous, the five around her all clearly felt the aura. Boss, did something happen? Although the five of them all seemed calm on the outside, the muscles hiding under their attire had already tightened up. As long as there was anything that seemed off with the surroundings, they would instantaneously attack it. Ling Lan shook her head and her aura became calm and mild. She changed the topic and said, when you guys boarded the ship, did Mu Yuyun and the others contact you guys? No. Ever since we returned to the ship on the third day, they didn't contact us, replied Zhao Jun. After Mu Yoyun's team had escorted the princess to Feiyang, they silently left and didn't expose themselves. Zhao Jun knew that Captain Mu Yoyun clearly knew who had attacked them. Ling Lan nodded lightly. Senior Colonel Mu Yoyun was definitely an experienced battle team leader. He knew to hide Ling Lan's group's existence. All in all, as they didn't contact us, we will go with what we had previously arranged. Ling Lan didn't want to have too much contact with Mu Yoyun's group. They were after all the royal guards for the princess on the outside and was the focus of attention for the enemies. Ling Lan didn't want her group to be exposed if Mu Yoyun's group became exposed. That way, her group wouldn't be in danger. Ling Lan did indeed want to complete this escort mission. However, if this mission caused her or her teammates to give up their lives, Ling Lan would rather fail the mission. In her eyes, brothers-in-arms and comrades were more important than the mission. After receiving Ling Lan's orders, Qi Long and the others continued to live their life as a simple intergalactic tourist. Although Ling Lan said that intergalactic space pirates would attack Feiyang, the week after the discussion, nothing had happened. It was peaceful for the entire week. This peacefulness made Mu Yoyun and others believe that Aoqi wanting to assassinate the princess was only just a dream they were having. Of course, they only just thought about it. For Star Battle Team were comprised of all experienced and capable veterans. They knew that the more peaceful it was, the more likely a huge crisis was about to come. Even those around them, the three teams who were disguised as the Intergalactic Adventure Group and the Intergalactic Smuggling Group, were becoming increasingly worried. Unfortunately, in the time they all had their guard up, another 3 days passed by peacefully. There were only 2 hours left until they would enter Balaya's planetary sector. Mu Yoyun and the others couldn't help but think that Aoqi was worried about their top-level domain expert, thus they had given up on assassinating Princess Gulabadjuel. At this time, Ling Lan's group were in their room. Ling Lan was playing chess with Li Lanfeng. Qi Long and Zhao Jun's mood was very tense, but they still could control themselves. Li Yingjie was all jittery and kept looking at the time on his communicator as though he was in a hurry. Li Yingjie, stop looking at it. There are still lots of time. Li Lanfeng didn't even raise his head and reminded Li Yingjie. Why? Didn't the boss say that those intergalactic space pirates would appear in the last 2 hours? The reason why Li Yingjie was so excited was all because it had already reached the time Ling Lan had predicted that the ship would be attacked. Yes, that's why there are still 2 hours left, replied Li Lanfeng calmly. You're saying until the very end? Li Yingjie asked confusedly. Yes. The time for them to make a move would be when everyone lets their guard down. Li Lanfeng placed a black chess piece decisively into Ling Lan's territory. Although that one piece was surrounded, this part of Ling Lan's territory was in disarray. There was enough space for Li Lanfeng's piece and it had a chance to do something. But, we would have reached Balaya's planetary sector by then. Will they not be afraid that they would be surrounded by Balaya's warships? Li Yingjie asked in confusion. Princess Gulabadjuel was aboard Feiyang. When Balaya gets word that Feiyang was under attack, they would definitely send a warship fleet to come to Feiyang's aid. No, the outer ring of Balaya's sector isn't within the real planetary sector of Balaya. In fact, the sectors between each country are a no-man's land area. This area could not be determined to be under any country. Thus, these sectors were named fuzzy sectors. If a country's military forces wanted to enter these sectors, there wouldn't be any problems if bordering countries had no disagreement with the idea. However, if one country disagreed, according to the laws of the Intergalactic Human Rights Committee, this issue will be settled in the Intergalactic Supreme Court. Only if the countries sending military forces into the sector received the court order for them to pass through, then they would then be able to enter the chosen sector. Ling Lan explained in layman's terms. Didn't the Scout Academy teach us this? Lin Zhongqing suddenly raised his head and asked. Lin Zhongqing's words pierced Li Yingjie's heart. His heart almost jumped out of his nostrils. Yet he still snorted coldly as if he didn't care about what Lin Zhongqing had said. Back then I was working hard to train my physical skills. Who listens to those lectures? Oh. Lin Zhongqing said indifferently. He put his head down once again to organize his luggage. As the logistics personnel, he had to know what items they had at their disposal. Lin Zhongqing's indifference made Li Yingjie feel even more awkward. Wasn't Lin Zhongqing completely shunning him? However, Li Yingjie actually hated those theory lectures. We shouldn't rely on Belial's reinforcements. It's better to depend on ourselves rather than others. After Ling Lan spoke, she picked up another white chess piece and put it down right beside Li Lanfeng's black piece. Since her opponent wanted to play randomly, she was going to play randomly as well. The group of intergalactic space pirates will probably not be too large if they want to sneak into Belial's bordering sector without being discovered. Li Lanfeng stood up. With the threat of Belial's military, they wouldn't send a large intergalactic pirate force. If they were discovered on their way to the sector and were to be discovered by other patrolling starship fleets from other countries, they would suffer unnecessary losses. Then how big is the intergalactic space pirate group going to be? Zhao Jun asked. He was very trusting of Li Lanfeng's predictions. There will probably be 3 starships, Li Lanfeng said without hesitation. 1 ship as the flagship and 2 fully equipped vanguard ships. Small fleets such as these ones could move about without being detected, especially the 2 smaller vanguard ships. These ships were very fast, mobile and was the best type of ship to attack and board other starships. Vanguard ships were also called swarm starships. If a flagship brought enough vanguard ships, they would be able to use the swarm surround tactic. Even the largest starship fleets would take a U-turn after seeing the swarm-like vanguard ships. If those fleets were unlucky, it was possible that they would be destroyed by being surrounded by the swarm-like vanguard ships. Of course, the vanguard ships had their weaknesses. These ships were most afraid of mechas. Although vanguard ships were agile and moved quickly, they still couldn't compare to the speed and mobility of mechas. Once the number of mechas becomes more than what they could handle and surrounds them, the outcome of these vanguard ships wouldn't be too good. Thus, if these ships saw an intergalactic carrier, these vanguard ships would not dare to attack them. It was similar to a bigger fish eating a smaller fish, and a smaller fish eating krills. It was just that in galactic warfare, it was the exact opposite. Vanguard ships were afraid of encountering mechas because mechas were much smaller. Mechas may not be able to do too much damage to large starships, but they would be able to damage vanguard ships. Once the number of mechas passed the amount vanguard ships they could defend against, these mechas would then be able to completely destroy the vanguard ships. However, mechas were completely ineffective against huge starships. Mechas didn't have strong weaponry and artillery, and cold weapons were not large enough to do any significant damage. It was impossible for mechas to do any damage to large starships. Even if it was to create a hole on the starship, it was possible that the weapons on a mecha wouldn't be able to do anything. However, something that was completely impossible for mechas, was not necessarily impossible for vanguard ships. Although vanguard ships were small in size, the power of their artillery was incomparable to the ones on mechas. If there was enough vanguard ships and their main cannons attacked continuously, large starships wouldn't be able to defend against such attacks. This was why the swarm surround tactic was used widely in many intergalactic battles. Although large starships could not defend against the swarm surround tactic, they were considered the best weapons against the slow motherships. Motherships were afraid of large starships the most. Even if a mothership sent out all the mechas it contained, it wouldn't be enough to go against large starships. Thus, in an intergalactic fleet, there would always be more than one type of starship. If the different types of starships were mixed together, the fleet would not have any obvious flaws in its defense and offense. Of course, the theory mentioned above only applied to the levels under ace mechas. If there were enough ace mechas, this theory would be questioned. This was also why ace mechas were the kings of the battlefield. Not to mention mechas above the ace level. Those mechas were not allowed to appear in battlefields. Vanguard ships were the best choice for going against a large cruise starship like Feiyang. If the intergalactic space pirates really wanted to hijack the cruise ship, there wouldn't be only just a small group. However, one starship's strength was insignificant. If 2 more starships joined in on the attack, Feiyang would be in trouble. Thus, Li Lanfeng determined that the enemy would send 1 flagship and 2 vanguard ships. Ling Lan nodded in agreement. It's probably as you say. Boss, do you think they will have ace mechas? Li Yingjie said excitedly. Ever since he advanced to ace level, he only competed with allies or trained with comrades. This was the first time he was going to fight for real. Li Yingjie felt his heart beat faster and faster. Definitely, 100%. Ling Lan stood up. Everyone also stood up in unplanned unison. This was the powerful presence of a captain. Are we getting ready? Qi Long began to pump his fists. Ling Lan looked at the time on her communicator and calmly said, if my guess is correct, the intergalactic pirates will be here right now. After she finished speaking, they heard Feiyang's alarm go off. Attention all passengers. Attention all passengers. We have encountered intergalactic pirates. Once again, a reminder to everyone, the battle will commence immediately. All passengers please remain calm and do not panic. Passengers who are still in the recreation areas please immediately return to your rooms. Boss, could it be that you jinxed it? Li Yingjie looked at Ling Lan with an odd look as Ling Lan left the room first. He didn't think that right after Ling Lan said that pirates were going to come, the pirates actually came. Bam! His head was slapped by Lin Zhongqing. What nonsense are you spouting? This is called a premonition. Seeing Lin Zhongqing, who slapped his head, following behind Ling Lan, Li Yingjie grimaced as he rubbed his head. He murmured, I knew that I wouldn't get any status or benefits after joining Ling Tian. Even the punk that I had bullied before is now bullying me. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Why aren't you following if you have time spouting pointless nonsense? Li Lanfeng said coldly as he stood behind him. Right as Li Yingjie was about to lash out at Li Lanfeng, he turned around and saw the cold and deadly glare from Li Lanfeng's eyes. Li Yingjie couldn't help but shudder and quickly ran up to Lin Zhongqing. Woo-woo, Li Lanfeng definitely stayed with Boss Lan for too long. That was why he was affected by Boss Lan's terrifying aura. Otherwise, how could Li Yingjie be scared of someone who was not from the main family like Li Lanfeng? Although Li Yingjie was impulsive and arrogant, his instincts were very keen. He knew his limits and knew who he could anger and who he couldn't. That was why he decisively gave up on being Ling Lan and Qi Long's enemy. That was why he was so pompous and arrogant for all 10 years at the Central Scout Academy and was not rivaled by anyone. That was also why he stopped being so pompous after entering the First Men's Military Academy and peacefully living out the rest of his time there as a student. Just now, Li Yingjie felt that if he had lashed out at Li Lanfeng, Li Lanfeng's expression showed that he was actually going to kill him. Seeing Li Yingjie leave, Li Lanfeng closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes once again, the coldness had completely disappeared and only warmth poured out from his eyes. He laughed without making a sound, rubbed his eyes and reminded himself softly, "Oh Li Lanfeng, your patience seems to have thinned recently. You actually exposed your real thoughts to that idiot. That's not good. What's wrong? You dislike Li Yingjie?" Zhao Jun asked softly from behind. Lanfeng smiled and said, "No, not really, only a bit jealous. The stuff that we worked so hard to obtain, he was able to get without lifting a finger. Even the captain is patient with him and tolerates his behavior." Zhao Jun thought that Li Lanfeng was talking about how Li Yingjie was the third-generation descendant to inherit the Li family. He nodded and said, "That's true. Some people are just born lucky. However, I think the reason our captain tolerates Li Yingjie is because he never actually considered Li Yingjie as one of us. That's why he doesn't really care. Isn't he one of us?" Li Lanfeng's expression fixed to the ground as though he was thinking deeply about something. Let's go, otherwise the boss is going to be angry. Zhao Jun reminded. Okay. We joined in halfway and can't let Qi Long and the others leave us in the dust, replied Li Lanfeng. Zhao Jun didn't say anything, followed the others with Li Lanfeng. Zhao Jun knew that compared to Qi Long, they were still viewed differently. If time cannot compensate for the difference, then they can only use their hard work to receive more of Ling Lan's trust. The staff members of Feiyang had already appeared at every corner of the corridors. They were leading the passengers from the recreational areas to their own rooms. After a while, everyone obediently returned to their rooms. Although the staff members didn't seem to be carrying any weapons on them, it was still clear that there were beam guns hidden under their clothes along with some daggers hidden in the side pockets of their pants. Once the staff members found any enemies hidden on the ship who were trying to create chaos, these staff members would mercilessly kill them in cold blood. Additionally, it was also crucial that the enemies did not break them down from the inside. Feiyang's captain to the service members all knew that once the intergalactic space pirates took control of Feiyang, it would be definite death for all crew members. In order for the enemies to not leave any evidence of their attack, everyone on Feiyang must die. Of course, not every passengers followed the directions to return to their rooms. Some people who were capable had remained in the atrium and prepared to help Feiyang fight this battle to defend the ship. Ling Lan didn't go to the atrium. She led her team members into a corridor and arrived at the ship's emergency stairs. Two tall and muscular staff members stood at the entrance of the staircase. Seeing Ling Lan's group arrive, the two staff members decisively pulled out their beam guns and pointed it towards Ling Lan's group. Don't move. Ling Lan and the others instantly stopped in their tracks. Who are you people? If you're passengers, please immediately return to your rooms, said one of the staff members. Ling Lan glanced at them and put out her right hand. A thin, card-like piece of paper appeared between her fingers. Toss that card over here. Suddenly a deep voice echoed from the back of the two staff members. Ling Lan flicked her fingers and the card instantly shot behind the two staff members. A huge hand suddenly appeared and grabbed that small card. That was when a 40 to 50-year-old man appeared. The killing intent pouring out of his body showed that he was not be messed with. I didn't think you guys are actually on the mission. After confirming the card, the man looked at Ling Lan's group and their innocent expressions. He couldn't help but sigh and at the same time tossed the card back to Ling Lan. It seems that others had gone past here before us, said Ling Lan rhetorically. Indeed. You guys are the fourth group. The man laughed, you're new recruits, right? A bit lacking in experience. Ling Lan only smiled and didn't answer. Could she actually say that she purposefully dragged out the time and came here late? Their appearances were too innocent and young-looking. If her group was actually the first ones to meet up with Feiyang's crew, it was possible that the crew would not trust them as the people on the mission. Ling Lan didn't want to waste time and effort explaining something like this. And now, with a few groups ahead of them, the staff members wouldn't be as cautious as they were before. Knowing that Ling Lan's group was on the mission, the staff members did not block their path anymore. Ling Lan's group went all the way down the stairs to the first floor. When they passed the second floor, Ling Lan also discovered that there were guards in the corridors. After looking at Ling Lan's card, the staff members let them pass. The first floor was divided into two large parts. One part was the rest area for the staff members of Feiyang. There were no passengers in that area and now not even a single staff member appeared in that area. It was probably because all of them had moved out to defend the ship. The other area was the mechanical area. There was the ship's engine room, control room, captain's quarters, etc. It was the most important part of the cruise ship. Ling Lan's group of 6 reached the entrance of the mechanical area. However, it wasn't the same as what they had previously thought. There were many staff members defending it and there was only one door. However, the 6 of them knew that this door was not a simple door. It was possible that even an explosive as strong as TNT wouldn't be able to destroy it. Ling Lan walked to the door. She took out the card and scanned it at the scanner beside the door. After a clicking sound, the door opened automatically. After the door opened, there were 4 armed individuals, all wearing protective vests with military-grade beam guns in their hands. The 4 of them saw Ling Lan's group of 6 entering and they had already pointed their beam guns towards Ling Lan's group. If Ling Lan made any sudden movements, the 4 of them would mercilessly pull down on their trigger and shoot them. Right then, Ling Lan calmly waved the card in her hand and calmly said, 23rd Division, 4-star Battle Team Ling Tian, Ling Lan, rank, Senior Captain. Hearing Ling Lan's words, the 4 guards relaxed a bit. These 4 already had experience after having already greeted by 3 allied groups beforehand. After taking Ling Lan's card and confirming their identities, the 4 guards opened the door behind them. Ling Lan's group of 6 walked in and another huge door appeared in front of them. There was actually quite a lot of doors in order to protect the most important part of the cruise ship. At that moment, the door behind them closed automatically. Ling Lan didn't panic. They had already gone through real-life starship training and knew the standard procedures. As expected, after the door behind them shut firmly, the door in front of them opened. The 6 of them felt that the gravity on their bodies had changed. Their bodies became much lighter. Ling Lan hopped just a little bit and her entire body floated forward towards the direction of the large door. After 6 of them passed the large door, the door closed firmly once again. Inside the door, an automatic conveyor belt appeared. Ling Lan grabbed onto the handrail on the side of the corridor and was automatically taken forwards. Not long after, they had arrived at the cargo hold. It was actually where the starship kept mechas. After the doors of the cargo hold opened, the cargo hold could be seen. Staff members were busy arranging the positions of the mechas. The mechas in the cargo hold had already decreased. It seemed that during the time Ling Lan's group hurried to this location, many mechas had already left to fight the intergalactic space pirates. Of course, there were still many mecha operators patiently sitting in their mechas and were waiting for the orders from the staff members. That was because the starship was modified into a cruise ship. The 24 ports used for ejecting mechas out of the starship only had 8 that could be used. This caused the speed of which the mechas left to fight to be slower than normal. One staff member looked at the optical supercomputer in his hands with sweat dripping down his face. When the optical supercomputer finished performing the checks for everything, the staff member immediately pulled out the cord connected to the mecha and shouted into his microphone, B-17, the check is complete. Please prepare to join the fight. Right as the staff member finished, the mecha operator in Mecha B-17 heard the clear voice of the starship's holding area JMC, attention B-17. Attention B-17. You have been arranged to be ejected at port number 4. Please get ready to join the fight. Under the clear and crisp voice of the JMC, Mecha B-17, that was originally securely locked in its holding area, instantly unlocked from its place. The mechanism below the mecha automatically moved B-17 to port number 4. The mecha operator of Mecha B-17 took a deep breath and pushed down a button to connect himself to the JMC at port number 4, B-17 ready to take off. Request to join the fight. After doing the final checks, B-17's movements are normal, oxygen systems are normal, weapons and equipment are all standard. No issues with the final checks. Takeoff permission granted. The JMC who was responsible for port number 4 made the final checks. After finding no issues, the JMC granted the request for takeoff. After the JMC finished, the entire port along with the screen in the mecha began the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Take off. Whoosh. A loud takeoff sound rang throughout the hold. The port ejected the mecha into space. An intense intergalactic mecha battle was about to begin. Boss, where's our mechas? Qi Long said passionately. He couldn't wait and wanted to immediately jump into his mecha and fight with the intergalactic pirates outside. At that moment, the staff member who had just checked a mecha saw the 6 of them. He immediately shouted, "Are you mecha operators?" "Yes," Ling Lan nodded. Although the holding area was very noisy, the staff member still clearly heard Ling Lan's reply. Her voice seemed to ring right beside his ears, but the staff member didn't notice this detail since he was too busy. After knowing the 6 of them were mecha operators, he couldn't help but angrily point to his right and shouted, "Shouldn't you be going to the changing room to change into your operating gears? Are you guys planning on operating mechas just like that?" Ling Lan didn't dare to say any more. Since they were in the staff member's territory, they should just follow his arrangements. Thus, she led Qilong and the others towards the place the staff member had pointed towards. After entering the changing room, the 6 of them saw that 1st Division's Senior Colonel Meng Shangyuan, along with his team members from the Iron Curtain battle team had already finished changing and was about to leave the room. "Senior Captain Ling. You guys are pretty quick." Senior Colonel Meng Shangyuan saw Ling Lan and nodded towards her. Senior Colonel Meng's reaction time is much faster. "We are still a bit late and should learn from elder brothers like you," Ling Lan replied earnestly. Hearing her reply, Senior Colonel Meng had a huge smile on his face and said, "Sure. We're leaving first. We'll contact each other in the future." After saying that, Meng Shangyuan waved his hand and led his team members out of the changing room. It seems that they were at the auction that day as well. After walking out just a few steps away from the changing room, he suddenly remembered this detail. The only reason Mu Yuyun and Qian Jialan were able to return with their lives from the auction was because they were saved by a domain expert and his comrades. Meng Shangyuan had his own way of acquiring information and knew the truth that was covered up. When Meng Shangyuan's group entered the changing room, they encountered Qian Jialan and Mu Yoyun's groups leaving the room. Meng Shangyuan had tried to get some information from the 2 of them, but unfortunately their mouths were tightly sealed and wouldn't give out any hints. However, Meng Shangyuan still managed to confirm one thing from the calm yet stiff expressions on the 2 captains' faces. The confirmation was that the domain expert was definitely part of the Federation and was someone that they knew. It was just that they didn't dare to believe the facts and imagine who it might have been. Who was it that could make those 2 sly foxes show an expression like that? The young and naive faces of Ling Lan's group appeared inside Meng Shangyuan's mind. He suddenly had a thought that it was possible that it was Ling Lan's group who were also at the auction. Meng Shangyuan couldn't help but laugh at his ludicrous imagination. He shook his head and put the thought into the back of his mind. At that moment, Meng Shangyuan didn't know that his ludicrous imagination was actually the truth. However, Meng Shangyuan shouldn't be blamed for not believing his imagination. In reality, anyone who didn't know the truth of the situation wouldn't connect a domain expert to Ling Lan. That was because Ling Lan was too young and was not recorded in the records of the Federation. The records of Federation had once again fooled someone. Actually, Meng Shangyuan paid a lot of attention towards Ling Lan and felt good about him in general. In Meng Shangyuan's eyes, Ling Lan had the passion and hope of an overachieving hot-blooded youngster. That was what Meng Shangyuan believed to be why Ling Lan had taken the heavy responsibility of being a captain of a 4-star battle team. Meng Shangyuan didn't know that Ling Tian battle team was created by Ling Lan. He thought that Ling Lan inherited the position of captain from the previous captain. In all mecha battle teams, when the captain applied to enter the Ace Mecha Battle Clan and was accepted, the captain would have to give up their position. The next captain only needed 80% of members agreeing to the appointment of his new position. Thus, even if he was a newbie, he would still be able to become a captain of a legendary battle team. Of course, this was all in theory. Meng Shangyuan naturally believed that this was the case of how Ling Lan had become a captain. However, if they couldn't maintain the necessary requirements for the battle team star level, the star level of the team would decrease. And usually, new captains couldn't handle the other capable veteran members, especially the members who were ace operators. Not long after, the battle team would split internally due to not obeying their captain, ace operators leaving the battle team, etc. This would decrease the battle team's star level to 3 stars, 2 stars and even possibly 1 star. Thus, not every new captain had the courage to take up the mantle and not every battle team had the courage to let a newbie take the position of captain. In Meng Shangyuan's eyes, no matter if it was the previous captain of Ling Tian or Ling Lan, they were both brave individuals. Even if in the end Ling Lan couldn't maintain the star level of the battle team, Meng Shangyuan wouldn't look down upon them because of this reason. Meng Shangyuan even decided that if Ling Lan required any help, he would be happy to lend a helping hand. People were indeed connected by fate. Other than the first division, there weren't many people that Meng admired because he was a general working directly under the first marshal. And as luck would have it, Ling Lan had received Meng Shangyuan's admiration. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. There were operator suits readily prepared in the changing room. Ling Lan's group of 6 quickly changed into the operator suit that fit their body sizes. The operator suit had anti-pressure and anti-shock functions. This suit was required to be worn by all mecha operators who were about to board a mecha. However, if the situation was dire, this step could be omitted. However, the results of that would be that the mecha operators who survived the ensuing battle would be severely injured. Great harm would be brought to the mecha operators if they battled without the protection of the operator suit and just relied on their flesh and bones. Ling Lan's group of 6 ran back to the holding area and warmed up their bodies along the way. This way, their operating speed would not be affected by warming their bodies up first. Every mecha had its own corresponding operator. Ling Lan and the others also had their own mechas. This was the arrangement from the very beginning. Ling Lan took out the activation key that belonged to their mechas and scanned the key at the sensors in the holding area. Clink, clank, clunk, suddenly a flat metal wall in front of them suddenly rose up and showed a groove-like area. Inside it, there was a well-made, epic-looking and massive mecha. Compared to the mechas outside, this mecha was more beautiful and detailed. One look would make anyone know that this mecha was on a completely different level compared to those outside. Ling Lan knew that this mecha belonged to her. It was no wonder that after looking around, Ling Lan only saw mechas below special class level. She was still thinking where Fei Yang had hidden the mecha that belonged to her. She didn't hesitate and walked to the feet of the mecha. At the same time, she pressed activation button on the mecha's key. Bam! The cockpit suddenly opened. Ling Lan put force into her feet and jumped into the air. After that, her foot stepped on the outer parts of the mecha. Using this force, she got into the cockpit in an instant. This was the result of Ling Lan showing restraint. Otherwise, Ling Lan didn't even need the extra step and would instantly fly into the cockpit. Clank! The cockpit closed once again. Ling Lan activated the mecha that currently belonged to her. After finishing the mission, this mecha would be her very own ace mecha. Ling Lan's ace mecha was a balanced mecha with standard equipments. At the start, Ling Lan did also consider whether or not she should choose a close combat mecha. However, when she saw that Qi Long and Zhao Jun not hesitating in choosing the close combat type mechas, and Li Yingjie also chose close combat, Ling Lan couldn't help but painfully give up on the thought. In order to make sure they could cover long-range fights, Ling Lan could only choose a balanced mecha. Additionally, with Li Lanfeng's balanced mecha and Lin Zhongqing's long-range mecha, their battle team's composition was balanced. This outcome saddened Ling Lan a little bit. Why did her small team have this many violent individuals? At that moment, Ling Lan hadn't realized that the reason why there were so many violent individuals in her team was because of how violent of a captain she was herself. Wasn't there a saying of some sort where people would say, soldiers are the spitting images of their generals? The few chances that Ling Lan had shown her close-range abilities, her performances were quite ruthless. These performances stimulated her team members to become more ruthless. This stimulation made them greatly admire the merciless, unreasonable and powerful pressure close combat brought upon an opponent. The activity in the holding area instantly alerted a staff member who had just finished inspecting a mecha. He didn't stop for a second and brought his optical supercomputer with him as he walked over to Ling Lan. When he saw that the activated mecha was an ace mecha, he was about to shout in excitement. However, he realized that that would be a show of poor behavior. He quickly stopped his voice from coming out of his mouth. He looked around quickly and discovered that his comrades hadn't discovered the ace mecha. He then excitedly walked to this ace mecha that was activated. Serial number, L6W1. Although the staff member tried his best to contain his excitement, but the first few words that he said showed a hint of excitement and nervousness. When he said the serial number of the mecha, his voice was trembling. It couldn't be helped. Feiyang was once a military starship, but it was only a standard warship. The mechas that were paired with the warship only had special class mechas as their highest level mechas. As a maintenance personnel who worked only on one warship for his entire life, he never thought he would one day be able to service an ace mecha. If he returned to the Federation alive, he will definitely brag about this fact to other maintenance personnel from other warships. The dream of a mecha maintenance personnel, and his goal in life was to become a maintenance personnel exclusively for a single ace mecha. Yes. Ling Lan's calm and collected voice made the staff member tremble. His originally excited and jumpy mood suddenly calmed down. As expected of an ace operator, just the sound of his voice was enough to calm a person down. The staff member showed an expression of admiration. In the eyes of a maintenance personnel like himself, ace operators were legendary individuals they looked up to. I will now begin the inspection. The staff member instantly got into his role. He began to carefully examine the data of the mecha. His eyes fixated on the images shown on the optical supercomputer. He was afraid that he would miss something. The work that made him felt numb originally, now gave him immense pressure. He was afraid that he would miss something and in the end cause a regrettable outcome. Sweat began to drip from the staff member's forehead. The inspection only lasted a short 10 seconds, but in these 10 seconds, he actually had sweat all over his body. His work clothes was also soaked in sweat.